chicken, coated peanuts, fish, jam, tip, spam, taco, pizza, mash and ham, meatloaf, minestrone in the can, common green and aubergines, escargot and butter beans.
Ben Lawrence, and I can't quite tell him declare they're coming out next to the headland there at Cabarita. A lot of water moving around. He'll be doing well to time the lull and get himself out right behind the rock there. We're in for a bit of a treat this morning, straight into the round of 112, and in the red jersey, world number 14, Ethan Ewing. What do you make of that? I was quite surprised to see Ethan's name in the heat draw.
I know. Well, I guess he's probably just trying to prep himself up for Bells. Cabot is a bit of a fat right-hand point, so kind of resembles Bells in every single way. And being a little bit bigger today, he's probably able to just kind of get himself all prepped up and ready. Yeah,
I'd have to agree with you there. I think that entering this event, I would imagine he was just looking to compete and keep his competitive juices alive. But looking at this forecast, he's absolutely hit the nail on the head there. He's going to get some great practice in some open-face right-handers. And, it's going to be... he won't be getting the treat like he does on the World Tour of Jet Ski Assist. This heat's going to be all manpower once it gets underway. You're coming up in the draw later in the week. How you been feeling?
Yeah, good. It's good to be at home and having a contest at home. So, been missing sleeping in my own bed, so it's kind of nice to be doing that and having a contest at the same time. So, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, very, very fortunate indeed to be competing in your new backyard. And on that note, on behalf of our commentary team and everyone at the WSL, we'd like to send our regards and thoughts to everyone in the local area and the broader northern New South Wales regions who unfortunately affected by a catastrophic event recently with a lot of flooding in nearby areas. So we're grateful to be able to run this event. We're very appreciative to be able to do it in this beautiful part of the world at Cabarita here. And hopefully anyone that's going through a bit of a hard time, if they enjoy professional surfing or they want to get out and about, they can come down and have a look and see some of Australia's best talent on offer and hopefully put a smile on their dials. Yeah,
definitely, Stace. And I feel like this comp is what the whole community needs. They had a Surfer Sanity event over on the weekend as well, so everyone's just kind of banding together to build the community back up.
Definitely, and I know you're a proud member of the North Narrabeen Board Riders Club, but it must be nice to see a club like Cabarita and nearby Kingscliff, offering up such great events for the community.
Oh, it definitely is. I feel like there's heaps of events up here that just keep rolling through, and I love how the board riders clubs kind of join together and get really excited to, build the community and get the groms up as well and get them up and excited to surf and be out in the lineup in a rushy.
Yeah, definitely. Surfing's obviously such an amazing hobby. It can be a professional endeavour. It can be so many things. So yeah, it's great to see everyone getting behind one another. And I think we're underway here with the first heat of the morning. We're going to give these guys 25 minutes in the lineup, and as I mentioned earlier, world number 14, Ethan Ewing in the red. In the blue, we have Ben Lawrence, and in the white, we have Ryan Campbell. So two of these gentlemen will progress through. There was a spot there that didn't get filled, so you got an early pick?
Oh, I couldn't really go past Ethan Ewing. I think he's probably one of the best surfers out at Cabo. So I feel like he's going to put on a good show this morning. Really set that benchmark.
Now, Ryan Campbell is a fairly common name, but if it's the Ryan Campbell I'm thinking of, he's a lightning fast goofy footer from the Sunshine Coast of Australia. I think he just came off the back of a regional win up there at a local event. So if it is the same Ryan Campbell I'm thinking of, I'll go the underdog. But yeah, certainly excited to watch Ethan surf as we see the gentlemen just positioning themselves here. That's early morning East Coast glare giving us a bit of havoc. The judges, I'm sure, will have got spotters up on the headland, and they won't be getting the colours wrong. But please forgive us if we do. I know that paddle. That's young Ethan Ewing having a look here, but letting that one go and out wide. This could be real boy, Ryan Campbell. He's found the perfect size wave for this morning. It is. It's the Ryan Campbell from my generation. He was a fantastic junior talent, and by today's standards, I'd say he'd be very happy with that opening ride. There's a lot of bigger waves and a lot of water moving around out there, so for him to be able to find some clean green open face like that, I think he'd be pretty stoked.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I feel like to start off a wave like that and be able to get a couple of turns this morning, it's tricky to find a wave of that size and also be kind of in the spot. So he's probably hoping to pick up another mid-size one a little bit wider so he can put the pressure on everyone else.
Yeah, well, there we go. The judges have deemed it a 3.33, which... Look, I know that sounds like a low score, but after having a surf out there myself this morning, I'd be pretty stoked to start my heat with a 3.33. He's got plenty of time left on the on the clock, and I think you can build on that, and I know Ryan will.
Yeah, it just takes that pressure off as well. 25-minute heats. It's good that the surfers have an extra 5 minutes. It's really tricky out there, and is that the surfer in blue potentially, Ben Lawrence? I didn't quite see that colour.
Potentially, yeah. And, yeah, so please forgive us if we get the colours wrong in this early morning light. We are dealing with a nice sunrise over the east coast of Australia this morning. We've got about, it's a really hard swell to describe. It's kind of 3 to 6 foot, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's some 3-footers on the inside and then some bigger wash-through sets. So, yeah, these competitors making light work of it this morning so far. But I think throughout the day, it will be a battle of the fittest surfer, potentially not the best. If you can find yourself on 2, maybe 3 scoring rides out there, I think if you can get yourself to the end of those waves, you'll be doing pretty well.
Yeah, for sure. And starting off early, I think, is key. There we go, Ben Lawrence, and open up with a 3.13. So I feel like it's almost, that's a good start for today. It's really tricky to find ones that offer good scoring rides, and being able to connect with a mid-sized one to start, I feel like is going to be really important today.
As we see the unmistakable style of Ethan Ewing up and riding. Bringing this one through all the way to the inside. That's World Tour surfing right there, no mistakes. And I was just about to ask you this, True, but Ethan Ewing's answered the question for us. When are we going to see our first runaround? And it looks like he's bringing that one all the way in.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of runarounds today, and they're going to be a big runaround as well. I'm not too sure exactly where he ended up in the lineup, but potentially past Soft Rock. So Ethan is just going to make his way around the headland and run out and hopefully try and get back out the back on out through the headland and get another one.
I absolutely love it. I think throughout the day we're going to be seeing a lot of waves like that, where crew will either opt to finish their wave and get back out the back via paddling, or bring it through to the inside. And on this occasion, obviously Ethan Ewing opting to bring it around the beach, which I think is a pretty good option.
Yeah, definitely. And that paddle back out is so tricky. It's honestly, when I don't know about you, Stace, but when I had a surf this morning, it was so tough to get back out the back. And I found even like watching other guys surfing out there, they were even struggling too. So I was kind of going, oh, thank gosh, it's not me. So I think opting for that runaround is a smart call.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, you know, these are the days where you notice who's been keeping up the training in between events and who's kind of been slacking off because, as I mentioned earlier, I think it'll be a lot about the fitter surfer today, not necessarily the best. But I guess when you've got someone like Ethan Ewing in your heat, you know you're going to be cut out with both. So I know that Ryan and Ben will be looking to up the ante now with Ethan, no doubt, putting the best score on the board to start the day.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And up next is heat number 2, Stace. Ty Richardson takes on Harry Phillips, Dylan Groen, and Matt Robel, who I believe is a Pottsville Board Riders member from memory.
He is a Pottsville Board Riders member, and I grew up with Matty in Currumbin, actually. So that's a battle of the ages. That one, we've got a couple of teenagers and the old dog. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch that play out as we get in later in the round. I think we might see a few local lads throw their hat in the ring. There's a few spots still available if anyone's listening at home and is feeling ultra competitive this morning. Saw Brett Savage warming up earlier today, and he came down with an epoxy, but Brent quickly scuffled home and got his step up because I think the swell this morning caught a lot of people off guard. As you can see with the wide shot there, this is sort of what we're dealing with, longer lulls with that south period, that longer period south swell kicking in, and when they come though, there's definitely a lot of water moving around.
Yeah, definitely. So Ethan locks in a 4.5 to kick that one off. So as you said, Stace, best wave of the heat, 17 and a half minutes to go. So that runaround didn't really take him too long either. So I think opting for that runaround today as opposed to the paddle out was probably the better option.
For sure. I also think it sort of allows you to really emphasise your finishing manoeuvre. If you're thinking about paddling back out against this current, sometimes you can kind of maybe get in your own mind about how hard do I want to hit this end section when you're worrying about the paddle back out. Whereas if you know you're just committing to the runaround, you know you're going to beach the wave anyway. So you might as well give it everything you've got and hopefully maximise your scoring potential, which Ethan obviously did there. The bulk of that score coming from his finishing manoeuvre. But what he did really well on that ride was manage to keep his feet through that foamy section. It's only small scores at this point, but to win the opening exchange like that by more than a point on a day like today, I think is going to go a long way once his heat counts down.
Yeah, I feel like today, I don't know about you, but I feel like we're not going to be seeing huge scores being locked in. I think it's really tricky, especially in this first round. People are going to be locking 3s and 4s, maybe potentially a couple of 5s, just because it's so difficult out there to get back out the back and stay in that position. And with these clean-up wider sets coming through as well, they're hard to predict to come through. So you just want to be really aware and adaptable with the ocean today.
Definitely. So you've been living up here for the better part of a year now?
Yeah, almost a year. I think about 9 or 10 months.
Awesome.
Yeah.
How many times you surf cabarita like this, you reckon, in that time?
Plenty.
I'd ask you for some tips, but I don't want you to give away any of the secrets that you've been learning to the rest of your competitors. But I think it will be pretty clear whoever finds that green face today, with any kind of steepness in the section. The judges, they're always looking for major manoeuvres in the most critical part of the wave. And I think the biggest challenge today for our surfers will be finding that critical section. I think everyone in the draw has the skill set to perform big, strong opening manoeuvres. But if they can find the wave, it is going to be the challenge as we count down to the 15-minute mark. That first 10 minutes has flown by, and we've really only seen one wave each from our competitors. I think, Ben Lawrenson has put up another 3. So he's in the lead at the moment with Ethan Ewing in second and Ryan Campbell in third.
Yeah, well, it's pretty sleepy start. There's already been 10 minutes to go, and everyone's really only locked in 1, maybe 2 waves. I feel like that's going to be the first few heats this morning. Today's going to be tricky. It's a tricky day to catch waves out there. So I think both Ethan, Ben and Ryan kind of turning on those mid-inside ones, figuring out where the waves are is probably the best approach. I think sitting out the back today, sometimes you can get a bit lost out to sea. And I think if you can get a couple in the corner and then make your way wider, it's probably the best option.
Yeah, definitely. I think that the runaround option, like you said, you could almost be picking up your better rides on the way out rather than posting up and dropping anchor out the back.
And especially with those sets coming through, they just wash you all the way down and you'll just end up having a runaround anyway. But it's twice as long as what you'd expect.
Yeah, that was basically my surf this morning. A few duck dives, a whitewash wave that never reformed, and I was done. So, yeah, you won't be seeing a late minute entry from me today. I definitely don't have a good read on the lineup this morning.
I don't think many people do. I think that was almost everyone's surf today. I know mine was like that too.
And it's obviously a beautiful part of the world. Without giving away too many secrets, have you got any other spots around here that you've been enjoying surfing since you moved up here?
Yeah, I've been really enjoying Kingscliff at the moment. It's been really fun. The banks are good there too, so if I'm not surfing out here, I'm surfing at Kingy or back Hastings or something like that if the wind's northerly. So it's been really fun. The banks are really good, and I think tomorrow is going to be a little bit smaller, so I think it'll be a little bit better shape out there as well.
Totally, yeah. I think you're spot on with that, and yeah, you're spoilt for choice around here. Plenty of good options. As we see another big set from the south rolling through, and we've got Ryan Campbell chipping in on the outside. He'll be hoping that this wave doubles up on the inside. Open face carve to set this wave up. There's a fair bit of energy in it. It just depends all on how it's going to hit this inside sandbar. He's from the Sunshine Coast, so he knows how to work through dead water. That board looking phenomenal as it glides across that section as he manages to get one in the lip there.
Wow, he is so far down the point.
Have to be a runaround, you'd think.
Yeah. The paddle is just way too hard today. And there's a little bit of a rip as well, so you're going to have to be paddling twice as hard to stay in the spot.
Speaking of paddling, Ethan's got a few waves similar to this from where he's from at North Stradbroke Island. I feel like he's feeling really comfortable in these kind of conditions. He knows how to find that steepness. He knows how to position himself on the bank. So I think it'll only be a matter of time before we see his second scoring ride, as Ryan did enough there to get himself up into second. Another 3-point range ride there. So only a fraction of scores in it at the moment. Ben Lawrenton's two-wave total is 6.8. As we see Ethan Ewing having a look here. As you see, it's not the size of wave the surfers are after, it's the shape. As we see a nice open face carve there from Ethan Ewing, bringing it through to the inside. He's certainly looking alive, even though this is almost like a warm-up event for him. He certainly looks energised, and I think he'll be taking this event just as seriously as any other event he enters, as we see him making his way back out there. Ethan got second in this event in 2016 to Jacob Wilcox when it was a QS 1000. Ethan later went on to qualify that same year, so he knows how important this event can be, and I know that he'll be taking this one really seriously. Yeah,
definitely. I find it really interesting seeing CT surfers compete against surfers who are trying to qualify on the QS. I feel like the QS surfers, they kind of go, well, what are you doing here? Like, this is our ground, this is our turf. So I dare say that Ben and Ryan are trying to, put it to Ethan just as much as Ethan to them. So it's really tricky out there. I think if Ethan's doing it, he's probably going to want to try and lock in another 4-5. Here's a replay, Stace.
Yeah, he only needs a small score to take the lead, and it's going to be really close. He's got this single highest scoring wave of the heat so far, so he'll only need a small number as he finds more steepness on another ride here. This is live action, beautiful surfing, and I knew it would only be a matter of time before he found steep, clean, green ocean, which he did there. He went to the lead on that prior wave, but on this wave he is much stronger, and we're going to have a new best wave of the heat. No doubt in my mind. I think if you're doing vertical re-entries out here today, the judges, they're going to eat that up.
Yeah, they're going to love that. And having that one lock in with 6 minutes to go, I mean, the judges are probably licking their lips. That's exactly what they wanted to see. And again, he's just reset that benchmark for the rest of the day too.
No, Ethan's older brother, Curtis, the star of the Point Lookout Board Riders Club at the Australian Board Riders Battle. I know Curtis is in this event later in the draw. He'll be in Heat 9 of the round of 64, which would mean they're probably going to end up on opposite sides of the draw to one another. So I know we're a long way from the final yet, but if both the Ewing boys do well, Who knows, True? Anything's possible.
It'd be cool to see them in the final. We saw at the previous event at the Avoca QS3000, we had so many heats with siblings taking on siblings, whether it was brothers or sisters in heats. And I was so surprised to see that come through as well. So hopefully we get a brother-on-brother final.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. And as we see Ethan's latest ride there come in at a 5.17. So, small scores by what Ethan's capable of, but of today's standards, I think that's a great heat total as we see him doing the treacherous run around here. It's a bit more than an Ironman. It's almost like an ultimate challenge. Everything. You're doing some rock climbing, surfing, paddling, duck diving. And with 6.5 minutes to go, I know Ethan will have probably enough time for one more chance as he makes his way back out. Haven't got a good look at the priority board just yet this morning, but I really don't think it'll play too much in. I'd say the other surfers, if they haven't already ridden a wave, they'll be much further down the point than Ethan when he gets back out the back, so he'll have a free look at any wave that comes through, would be my guess.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like if everyone's sitting in the same spot, then priority will come into play today, but because there's so much water moving, there's so many waves coming through, everyone's probably kind of on separate banks. They're all kind of spread out a little bit, so it's good that you kind of have the pick of the lineup out there.
Just under 8 minutes remaining. This is where it gets tough for the other gentleman. Ben Lawrenson's already looking for a 6 to move into first, which by today's standards I think would be a really, really challenging score to get. Certainly in the morning with the tide how it is. As mentioned earlier, it's going to be difficult to find that steep face out there. So I think, to get a 6-point ride, you'd really need to be doing something pretty special. And then Ryan to advance in second place. He only needs a 3.5, but I know he'll be looking for more than that. There's still plenty of time remaining, and I think he'd be looking to really try to challenge Ethan with that 5.17.
Yeah, for sure. I think anyone is, especially those surfers in the next heat. So that is Dylan Groen, I think, paddling out for the next heat. Sorry, that's Ryan Campbell. Is he? Oh, he's doing a run around and he's taking the leggy off. So it's tricky to see out there. So he's gone running around, leggy off. I'm not going to try and get stuck on those rocks as he makes his way through.
I don't know about you, but I'm kind of superstitious. Once my leggy goes off, that's my session done.
Yeah, I'm the same.
I never take it off.
No, me either. Yeah, especially in a heat. Otherwise, you just got to sit back down, put it back on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'd be so stressed. I'd probably put it on my wrong foot.
It's probably good though. He can reset. He knows he needs a 3.48 as well, so he's probably okay. I only need a small score. All I have to do is just get a wave that really allows me to open up.
So we see Ethan making his way back out to the peak there. No, Ryan won't be too far behind him. Ethan will, no doubt, retain second priority. And Ryan, he's going to have to be clever because unless he's bettered his situation, he's going to be paddling out into the lineup with third priority, in third position, with about 5 minutes to go by the time he gets out the back. So he's going to need to be very sharp in order to manufacture a progression here. The unfortunate thing for him is that the surfer in second place has first priority, Ben Lawrenson. So no doubt in my mind we will see some gamesmanship here as this clock counts down. I would say, in a regular beach bake situation, 5 minutes, that might be a lot of time. But by today's standards, I think 5 minutes might become the new 1 minute.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And with that paddle out as well, Ryan is going to want to be putting on the jets and getting out there as quick as he can. I feel like by the time he gets back out there, there'll probably be around 2 or 3 minutes to go. And he's going to want to have a lot of separation between himself and Ben sitting with first priority.
So as you mentioned earlier, getting ready for that next heat will be young Ty Richardson from the Palm Beach, Currumbin area, proud Snapper Board Riders member. Harry Phillips, Dylan Groen, and the old bull, Matt Roble from the Pottsville area. So I know those guys, I think they'll be pretty stoked to be in heat number 2. Being in heat number 1, along with having a surf against Ethan Ewing, being the first heat of the day can be really challenging. So I think they'll be pretty stoked to see a few scores on the board and hopefully get a bit better of an idea about positioning out there and what's possible in 25 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. I think it'll be really cool as well. I feel like there's going to be lots of the men surfers watching these first few heats, figuring out what the scoring is like, what the surfers are doing, and having Ethan is just that extra bonus as well, as you said, Stace. So, I mean, the CT surfer putting his knowledge in there, a 517 and a 4.5. Ben chasing a 6, it's a pretty large score for today, so I feel like if he can get a 4 and better that ride, then it's going to be way better for him. And Ryan Campbell looking for a 3.48. I'm not too sure if he's out the back. I can't quite see him with this glare.
I think I just saw him paddle for 2 waves and miss, which is no drama. He's in third priority, so he hasn't made any real error there. The only thing that's costing him is position on the bank. So I don't know about you, True. How many paddle and misses do you think he can have out there before you're too far north?
Yeah, not too many. You'd want to be kind of capitalising on one and making sure that you're just getting that wave, locking in a 3.48. Even though it sounds like a small score, I feel like it's actually a bit of a bigger score for today. It's really tricky to lock in a score over a 4.
Definitely. We saw both the goofy footers here in that opening exchange, weave together 3 or 4 open face carving manoeuvres, and they were getting 3.33s and a 3.17. So 3.48, let's call it a 3.5. It won't be easy. And as we see here, up and riding, could be Ryan. He managed to find some steepness. It's going to be close. It's going to be so close.
Yeah, wow. Ryan needs a 3.48. It's crazy the amount of time left in this one, and he needs a small score, but he has to do a lot of work to earn that score as well today. So scores to lock in for last of Ryan. If I was Ben, I'd be really wanting to better that 3.13 to try and make it a little bit harder for Ryan. So scores to lock in for last of White. Ethan sitting pretty in the lead.
That is going to be a crucial score as the clock is counting down. It's just under 2 minutes to go. So I think there'll be no opportunity here to really jostle for position anymore. It's with Ryan finishing his wave on the shore. I don't believe he'll be back out the back in time for another wave. So it's all going to rest in the judges' hands. And if I was Ben, I'll be looking for a wave ASAP.
Yeah, definitely. So it looks like Ethan Ewing is in the lead, Ben Lawrence in second, Ryan Campbell in third. Ethan has priority. Scores to lock in for last of White. I think
know what, True?
it might have been blue.
I think you're right. You're spot on. If he's lost priority, or used priority, I should say, I think from what we were able to see there, he very well could have bettered his situation. If not, he would have kept Ryan off that wave, which is it's kind of a win-win there.
Well, it looks like it's come in at a 2.83 Stace, so it didn't better his situation. Just under 50 seconds to go, Ryan looking for a 3.48, sitting in second priority. So Ethan sitting out there, he almost doesn't even really need to catch a wave to better his situation. He can kind of just have fun. And here, Ryan up and riding on his backhand.
Real boy looking spicy. Wow. Oh, not at this level. Need to complete.
Yeah,
definitely. He was well and truly on his way. He knows it as well. Wow, he was looking alive on those open face carve downs there. But look, I can't see the judges going and adjusting the situation there with the incomplete on the finish. I think no doubt in my mind he gets the score required if he's able to ride out of that. But unfortunately, poking the nose there and coming unstuck, as it looks like this heat might have come to an end. It'll be unofficially. Don't want to go out on first heat of the day and say he didn't get it, but I'd be pretty surprised if he did. I think unofficially be red first, blue second, and we'll be moving on through. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back with heat number 2 of the round of 112.
Mama told me to never look back. She said, strap your things tight across your back, honey. Mama told me to never look back.
Through my internship at the WSL, plus the personalised experiences and support I have access to at Bond, I know I'm well on the way to becoming the entrepreneur I want to be.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Drew, that was an exciting first heat, right down to the wire.
Yeah, it definitely was, Stace. Ethan Ewing taking that last heat out against Ben Lawrenson in second. Ryan Campbell, unfortunately, falling on that last wave, coming in third. Who have we got out there in the lineup now, Stace?
In the red, we have Ty Richardson. In the blue, we have Harry Phillips. In the white, Dylan Groen. And in the green, the old fella, Matt Roble.
Well, another good heat. This is the round of 112 for the men here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. The conditions are a little bit tricky this morning, but there's still enough opportunity coming through. I feel like 3s are 5s today and 5s are 8s.
I definitely have to agree with you there, and I think these competitors in the second heat, they'll take a lot of information out of being the second heat of the day and watching that first heat unfold. I think if they had high expectations, potentially now they've readjusted them, and like you said, there's still good scoring potential out there. There are good waves on offer. They're just not in an abundance, so you need to make those opportunities count, and I'm excited to see this first exchange get underway.
Yeah, me too, and it's awesome that there's 25-minute heats today, so a little extra 5 minutes for the men in the lineup, which is perfect. It allows them to just really have that extra time to get back out the back, to have a little bit more opportunity. It looks like Dylan Groen's locked in. I don't know if that's a single score of a 5.7 or a combined score, so
it's a really good point. He's on the runaround already, that's exactly how you want to start a heat. I think if it was one wave, it'd probably end in a 0.3 would be my guess. It could be or a 7, a 5.67, or maybe a 5.87 or something like that. So we'll see. If that's one wave though, he's stoked. Highest wave of the day so far.
Well, it's actually 2. He locked in a 4 and a 1.7.
Well, you'll take that. You'll take a 4 in the first 5 minutes, as we saw in that last heat. Ethan Ewing steamed his way to victory with a 4 in his scoreline. So I think Dylan will be stoked. Looks like he's got the German flag next to his name there. I can't say that I've seen him surf before in an event, but he's obviously got the skill set and the talent, so he's stoked.
Yeah, definitely. I do believe Dylan has represented Germany in ISA world titles from memory, and then I think he resides here in Australia now. So still representing Germany, and just wanting to catch a couple of waves in the QSs here.
Absolutely. And why wouldn't you want to be competing at the beautiful Cabarita headland? Look at that drone shot this morning by Cabarita's own Jackson O'Brien. He's selling the dream there. Why wouldn't you want to come and live here and go for a surf?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, to be honest. That's exactly why I'm here.
So we see a set pushing out wide, bit of foam on the face of this one. So I think our competitors have opted to let that one go. It's just pushing off the bank a little bit. There's certainly some fun scoring waves out there when they come through. It's just a matter of finding the waves that hit the sandbank correctly, and it's almost like the set waves are probably the ones you want to steer clear of, and those medium-sized ones that double up offer some nice scoring opportunities. So be interested to see how the rest of the field find their feet. We've got a couple of grommets. I think young Harry Phillips and Ty Richardson, they'll be pretty stoked to play against the big boys and hopefully cause a few upsets. I know they've both got plenty of confidence, and they wouldn't be worried about who they've got in their heats. I think they'd just be pretty keen to put their heads down and rip in. But true, you've come through the pro junior ranks and now into the QS. So what's it like as a competitor? Do you check the heat draw, or do you just know what heat you're in and paddle out, or how do you play it?
I think for me it depends on each event, how I'm feeling. This one I just checked the heat draw, had a little look just to see what's going on. So each event I kind of approach it differently. If I go, okay, I really don't want to know who's in my heat, I'll generally ask my sister or my dad. I go, okay, what heat am I in? Can you just let me know? And they'll say heat 5 or whatever that might be. And I'm like, okay, awesome, I'll get my rushy then. And then I just figure out who's in the heat when I get out there. So everyone's got a different approach, and mine just changes from event to event.
I like it. Yeah, I think you're not alone there. I think a lot of people just sort of see how they're feeling on the day and then figure it out from there. And other people just, they want to know what colour they're in and grab the rashie and go out. So, yeah, as we see Ethan Ewing having a chat there, debriefing his heat, it'd be nice to potentially get a chat with him shortly. It's awesome to have a surfer of his calibre in this event. If you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best. And Ethan, at number 14 in the world right now, he's having a fantastic year on the tour. So I think... you know, these, as you mentioned, these qualifying series surfers, they're probably thinking, why is Ethan Ewing here? But on the other hand, I see it as a great challenge. And if I was in this draw, I'd want to heat with him. You know, you've got to figure out where you're at. He's at the top level. And if you manage to get one up on him, that's going to be good for your confidence. And if you don't, you're going to learn a lot. So I think it's awesome to have Ethan here. And, looking forward to hopefully seeing him surf a few more heats throughout this event.
Yeah, definitely. And we did see Jackson Baker hanging around as well, so I'm wondering if we'll get him in the draw too. He'll probably be a late entry, so hopefully he'll make his way into the heats, but who knows what's going to happen.
He was fluffing around in the car park this morning, and I told him there was a spot in Heat 3. There's also a spot in Heat 7.
And 5.
I think 5 might have been
Five's
taken by a young Macklin Flynn from West Oz, but Jacko, mate, if you're listening online, there are 2 spots available, and, Bells Beach is just around the corner. Take some new boards out there and give them a run, which I'm sure that's what Ethan's up to at the moment. So yeah, it's cool to see those guys around, and awesome for the Groms too. I'm sure that Ethan, he's pretty much everyone's favourite surfer, right? So to see him down here, I know a lot of Groms will be stoked. Yeah,
I'm sure there's a few fanboys hanging around watching his heat and trying to get a couple of insights on how he went, and I'm sure they'll be watching him again in Heat 1 of round 2, which is around a 96.
True, so we will get more Ethan Ewing action today, later this afternoon. So we see up and riding here, I would take a guess in the glare that's young Ty Richardson. He's competes well beyond his years, trains closely with his father and the team there at PVC through the surfing program. So Ty, age is only a number. He's a well-oiled machine. He certainly knows how to put a heat together.
Yeah, definitely. And Ty has been surfing in the Pro Juniors as well, and he's been killing it in that series. He got to the semi-finals from memory in the previous Pro Junior at Avoca, the Central Coast Pro Junior. And he's also been, as you said, competing well above his years in the qualifying series events too. So he's got a lot of confidence. He's surfing really strong. And I feel like coming into this event, he's trying to make a few heats, learn lots, and I'm sure he's looking to gain a couple of points too.
Definitely. So it's, all options are on the cards here. But speaking about the Pro Juniors, the WSL have just risen the age back to how it used to be at 20 and under, which I think is a fantastic move on their behalf. It gets people involved in the junior series. And someone who had a pretty red-hot junior series, I believe, is on the line. Ethan, it's young Stace. How are you, mate?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. You're pretty low down there. I don't know if you've got that mic close to your face or not, or whether I just need to turn you up. But, mate, welcome to Cabarita. Stoked to see you in the event. Give us a rundown of the conditions out there. How was it, mate?
Yeah, it was super hard. The south swell makes a sweep super strong, and the waves kind of flat. But, yeah, there's a few waves for sure, and hopefully later in the day you'll get a little bit better.
Yeah, well, we'll see you coming up in a few heats' time. Obviously, you progress there in first, so you'll be Heat 1 of the round of 96. Bells Beach is just around the corner. Did you enter Cabarita with that event in mind, mate?
Not really, no. I was speaking to Curtis, and he's doing this event, and there's not many waves at home, so I thought come down here and get some waves and hopefully have a heat with Curtis. Would be nice.
Well, I've actually just done a little bit of research on the draw this morning, mate, and I know you guys like to take it one heat at a time, but I'm going to go and blow that out of the water and just tell you that I think you're going to be on opposite sides of the draw, so we might just have to see you guys in the final. How does that sound?
That'd be cool. That'd be amazing.
Mate, you've had an amazing start to the year on the World Tour. Can you give us a bit of insight into how that's been going, and are you starting to feel at home now, mate?
Yeah, it's been a pretty good start. We've had really good waves for all the events, which is nice, and Yeah, starting to feel a little bit more comfortable on the tour, and obviously still making some mistakes, but yeah, I feel like I'm learning a lot, and yeah, a bit more comfortable, which is nice.
Yeah, awesome. Well, mate, I'll let you go and get ready for your heat later on today, and yeah, we're really stoked to have you down here, and mate, go and enjoy a morning coffee, and we'll see you up again soon.
Cool. Thanks, Stace.
See you, mate. Have a good morning. It's he's starting to sound a lot more relaxed, isn't he? True. He's really. I think he's a very humble young man, but I do believe he really is starting to find his feet there on the world tour.
Yeah, definitely. I think I don't actually know, but I'm assuming that the world tour looks really tricky. So the first few years, kind of finding your feet, figuring out what's going on, adjusting to the scoring as well. The scoring levels change from juniors, QS's Challenger Series, then to the Championship Tour. So adjusting to all of that, and it's cool to see that he's finding his feet, feeling more comfortable, and hopefully he's able to really open up at the next few events.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, as well as the competitors here this week, having someone like Ethan in the draw, it gives the judges a good look at, particularly with Ethan being in heat number 1, gives them a good look at how to set the scale. Ethan's obviously at the top of his game right now, and if Ethan Ewing's getting a 5 and you're in the heat after him and you're scoring a 7, you can really start to get a gauge on where you're at, or vice versa. You might be thinking that your surfing's, at a certain level, and the judges are giving you 3s, and there's no real excuses. When surfers like Ethan are in the draw, the bar's set really high, the judging's really hard, and it's for the betterment of everyone, I believe. So yeah, like I said, stoked to have him down here.
Yeah, totally. I think everyone is really excited too. I think the first few, I'm sure that the first kind of reaction to seeing Ethan Ewing in the draw was, oh my goodness, Ethan Ewing's in the draw. Okay, well, first place is already gone, but it's actually not the case. Anyone can take out anyone, and it's a long event as well, so there's heaps of heats. There's quite a few rounds to go through, so it's anyone's game. I'm sure Ethan is coming in. Everyone wants to win. He's a competitor. He wants to take it out, so I'm sure he's going in there with the mindset of taking this one out, but he's got a couple of pretty hungry QS competitors as well, wanting to rattle some cages. Definitely.
I think everyone in that next heat of the round of 96, they would have seen who was in heat 1 and gone, oh, okay, righto, game on. No warm-up heats. Yeah. Get straight into it. But back to this heat in the water. We're just having a little technical issue in the booth here, but I can tell you that Dylan Groen is off to a flyer. He's got a 4 on that paddle back out. He's managed to find himself a 4.77, so his 2-wave total's looking really strong there at the moment. Harry Phillips has started off with a 3.6, Ty Richo a 2.73, and Matty Roble just a few short waves to start his campaign. So everyone with a few waves on the board there, and I think, whether you get a good start or you don't, it's all information. So these gentlemen that have started the heat with a bit lower of a score, they'll hopefully learn from that and get back out there and either reposition or look to execute a little better on their next time around. But True, can you tell me what's it like to start a heat with a couple of 1s? What's the self-talk like?
Yeah, your self-talk is going to have to be pretty positive in your head. You're going to have to go, okay, it's all good. 25 today, 25 minutes. So heaps of time. You'd be thinking, all right, it's okay. Couple of 1s in this heat. No one else in second. He's only really got a 3 point something. So you'd be going, all right, I only needed 2 to get to second. Once I get that 2, it's all good. Yeah, Harry, 3.6. So just breaking things down, taking it slower, finding one that can offer 2 to 3 turns so that you can just get a good kind of first wave under your belt. That's definitely the way that I'll take it for sure, and not thinking negatively at all.
And how's the energy levels after a run around? You've been training hard at the moment. You and Mike have been hitting the sand dunes up at Kingscliff, I see.
Yeah, every now and then. I think I push a little harder than Micah sometimes, but I definitely try to push him as hard as I can, maybe too hard. But yeah, running lots, been going to the gym with Brodie Ledgerwood heaps, so it's been really good coming into these events. And
awesome.
They're so back-to-back as well, so everyone, I feel like, once the surface at Newcastle is kind of done and dusted. Everyone's going to have a well-deserved week to recover and then reset for the Challenger Series if they've qualified for it.
Totally. And talk about that qualifying run to the Challenger Series. Obviously, it's loaded with potholes and challenges, but coming into these two events, how important are these two events?
Yeah, well, I feel like there's not too many scores, or I should say points that have really been allocated. I feel like these two events, the 5,000s, they're going to be really big. I feel like the points are really going to come into play. If you can get 2 semis, then that's your year. So these are the biggest events. Regardless of whether they were 5,000 or not, I feel like the last 2 events are the biggest ones of the year. So getting a really good ranking and a really good finish in these is going to be important to set yourself up for the Challenger Series.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to give you an idea, if anyone's playing along at home, Killarney Ball is currently in the lead after surfing, I'd have to say 3 or 4 events potentially, a couple of 1,000s, and a huge result down there at Avoca, taking out the QS down there for a total of 3,000 points to his name. So his total is 3,850, and he's in first position. However, a semi-final here is 3,250 points. So you could almost be chasing these guys down that are in the lead just with one big result. So, you know, there is a lot on the line here, and to roll through that top 5 at the moment, it's Killarney Ball, Billy Stamman, Mikey Madonna, Stewie Kennedy and Jagger Bartholomew, and they're all hovering around, you know, in or above that 3,000 point range. So they'd be feeling stoked. They've all had big starts to the year. But as we look to take that top 9 and 1 regional wildcard into the first Challenger event of the year at Snapper, it's game on.
Yeah.
You could start your year here and go on from there. So it's going to be exciting to see how that plays out over these next few events.
Yeah, totally. And I think everyone's kind of going, all right, if I haven't had the best start to the year and looking at it going, all right, well, say this year the magic number is 7,500. You go, okay, well, the points for, as you said, a semi-final is 3,250. So if you can make a semi in this heat, then that's where you're going to go to qualify for the Challenger Series.
100%. So there's a few people that can do it already on this event, but there's still a lot of spots open, particularly if we see some early round upsets, which, look, I know as commentators, we love a good story, so we'll have to see how it unfolds. Yeah, as we see this heat in the water unfolding at the moment, Harry Phillips has managed to find himself the best wave of the heat so far, 4.83. He's still in second, with Matty Roble and Ty Richo chasing them down. So Matty Roble in third needs a 6.46, and Ty Richo in fourth needs a 5.7. And Dylan Grohan's still out in the lead at the moment. But yeah, first and second sort of running away with it at the moment.
Yeah, well, as I said before, I feel like 5s and 6s today are 7s and 8s. It's really tricky to lock in those scores. We saw Ethan do it. He's a CT surfer, and he had to work really hard to get that 5.17. So that is a combination of the conditions, the wave quality out there today. Even though it's super fun, it is really tricky to lock in a good score. And I feel like if Ethan's struggling, then that kind of says to everyone else, well, you know what, a pair of 3s, if I can make it through with that, that's a good heat today.
Definitely. And it's just those simple things that you've got to do well. And, you know, parents and coaches across the country talk about execution and talk about, you know, surfing what's necessary and what's in front of you. Today's one of those heats where completion is going to be very, very important. And, you know, I think one of the most interesting things about Ethan's heat this morning is that he had a moment in his wave where, you know, someone who didn't have that focus or potentially wasn't, you know, paying exact attention, they would have fallen off.
Yeah.
But Ethan obviously had his wits about him, kept his wave, kept it all together, finished for a 4.5, which, as you say, a score like that today is going to go a long way to taking you into a progressing position. So.
Yeah, well, we even saw Ryan Campbell. He was needing a 3.48, so I'm not too sure what he got on his last wave, but he probably would have been near or thereabouts to the score that he was going to need if he didn't fall. So completions, as you said, stays today is a massive thing. And if you can go out there and complete 2 and lock in 3s or 4s, you're feeling pretty good. Like, that's a good heat today. And Dylan Grohan executed that within the first 5 or so minutes.
Yeah, he's absolutely stoked, and I think that he can really control this heat from here. He's in first priority. There's just under 5 minutes remaining and he'd be stoked. As we see a replay here, looks like Matty Roble looking for the tube. You're kidding me. That's worth the entry fee in itself. Nice. I grew up with Matty up in Currumbin, and so yeah, he'll be stoked. So that's taken him up into third with a 2.87, and the clock is counting down though.
Yeah, so there's 3 minutes 45 on the clock, so time is, as you said, Stace, running away. Dylan Groen is in the lead with first priority, so he's sitting in a really good position. Ty Richardson looking for that 5.7, and he has second priority. So he's looking all right. Second priority isn't bad with just under 4 minutes to go, or potentially 3.5 now. So I'd be feeling pretty good if I was him, and just finding one that can open up. He can get 2 big jams, and as you said, connect with that finish. It could be thereabouts a score if he really lights it up.
Yeah, definitely. It's stressful times though. It's with only one wave being ridden there for young Ty, I definitely know that the pressure's kind of mounting. He hasn't had the same wave count as the other surfers, so he doesn't have as much information about the bank. I'm not sure whether he's done a run around or not, so I don't know if he got a look at it on the way around. There's been a few bigger wash-through sets coming through, and when those sets do come through, they leave a lot of whitewash through the lineup for about 45 seconds to a minute after they go through. So any wave that does come through, as good as these surfers are, that clean green face is really what you're looking for if you want to put a solid number on the board. And we're counting down to that 2-minute mark, and it's going to be buzzer beater time for Ty and Matty if they want to get this happening here. 5.7 for Ty and a 5.56 for Matty.
Yeah, well, they're big scores required for today, even though they're on a normal day, they're kind of pretty easy to get, but with the conditions as it is, and it's really tricky to stay in that one position as well. So, I mean, Ty, he's got the experience, he's got the talent, and he's just kicked out of a wave. Unfortunately, it just wasn't the best one that he was looking for. He's still chasing that 5.7. We've probably got just under 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, unfortunately for that, he will go down the priority order, and it looks like everyone else is out the back. So Ty will be in 4th priority now, still chasing that solid number, which is not what you're chasing with some sets on the horizon. He won't be getting a look at any one of them, which is a tricky situation to be in. And, another misfire on priority there for Dylan. So, look, not as detrimental to his situation as it was to Ty's, but certainly he'd be kicking himself because having priority and the lead, you really want to control that at the end of that heat there. And it was he put himself in a great position, but as he gets into these, if he progresses through this round and you start coming up against, the likes of Kalani Ball and Billy Stammen, you just can't make those mistakes. You've got to execute.
Yeah, definitely.
100% every time.
Yeah, and I feel like watching closely with the 3000 as well, lots of people who were winning those heats were controlling their priority, especially with that backhand. I saw one heat with Kalani, and it might have been in his semi. I can't remember who he was against, but he got 2 waves back-to-back. I think it was actually his quarter. 2 waves back-to-back, locked in a really good heat score, and then just controlled the rest of the heat so well and didn't leave anyone get another wave. So counting down to the last few seconds in this one. So Dylan with his 10 seconds. So Dylan looking like he's still in the lead. Harry Phillips potentially progressing his way through this one. Matt Robel looking for a score as well as Ty Richardson. I mean, it's not the way you want to end this one, but here we go. Dylan.
Looks like we might have an opportunity for Ty. He was up before the buzzer, so we'll be in the booth here. We'll be chasing a replay of that wave to give it a bit of a breakdown. And that's certainly sounds like he's given the judges something to think about there. If anyone can do it, it's Ty, but it's we'll get back to you with that score after the break as we go into Heat 3 of the round of 112. We'll be back shortly.
Yeah.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Starting the day with freshness, giving us the energy to paddle out and live life to the fullest. All natural and organic, a superfood bursting with flavor and taking you to your own piece of paradise. Sharing moments with friends, sharing them with Oakberry.
I had my chance and I blew it all. Knew right from the start, written on the wall.
Action here for the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. What a beautiful day we have ahead of us. Some great conditions shaping up throughout the morning, and plenty of people already down on the beach to enjoy the action. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by the great Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, the 1978 world champion and local to this area. Rabbit, it's an honor to be calling heats with you today, especially with some conditions and a surf spot that you're so familiar with.
Yeah, good morning, Shannon, and welcome everybody. It's a great day to start with. Certainly the conditions, they're quite challenging, but we've got swell. And it's a little bit more, there's certainly a bit more of a bump overnight. The swell's kind of south-southeast, which does create a fair bit of current. That's one factor that's been very, very prominent all morning.
It's been the conversation around so many of the athletes as we've been walking around the first few heats as well, is just, are they going to be able to even get back out to get that second or that third score that they're going to be chasing?
You could, virtually, you do have to play it pretty smart because, you could get one super connecting wave and ride it and finish the ride about 200 metres north of the contest site. And then you're in the dilemma. You'd have a very high scoring ride, and then you've got to, do the biggest run in the world or the biggest paddle in the world.
Well, out in the lineup at the moment, we've got Cale Enfield, Aiden Lewin-Parsons, and Harry Martin. So just three surfers, no fourth in the lineup. And they got their pick of what's coming through here.
Yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world. This Tweed Coast, and Cabarita is one of the jewels.
As we see live action from, I believe, our surfer in blue, Aiden Lewin-Parsons. We'll see as that score drops through. That nice backlit from the sun this morning.
Yeah, well, he got off to a good start there, and then that second he just went a little bit too far, took it a little bit too far over the back of the wave and lost the whole board.
It seems like that first section seems to be standing up with a little bit of power, and then it dies.
Yeah. Look, he starts this really good. That's a great turn. And he's looking to really back it up. Bang! Oh, wow. He just went over the back and just the board released too much.
Getting those early morning jitters out and a couple of waves under their feet, especially for this round of 112. That is a lot of surfers to get through in the men's side of the draw, which is exciting to see, especially with so many points on the line with 5,000 going to the winner, and will be a very a good result heading into those Challenger Series conversations coming up later in the next couple of months as we see live action with a quick kick in and out. And that was a 2.5 for the last wave of Aiden Llewellyn-Parsons down our surfer in blue, and a first quick kick out for our surfer in red with a 0.57, and now up and riding on his backhand, looking for that first big section, goes for a huge hit. He's going to ride out of it and now take his pick. He'll dive out, make sure he can get right back into the lineup.
Yeah, that was always going to be just one big manoeuvre, and he knew he had to pull it off a big one because that wave already had run off on the next section, and there was no way he was going to get around that section, and wisely bailed out.
Well, he's got a 3.00 that has come through for that first big turn and sets him up with the highest wave of the morning so far.
Yeah, well, you know, that could be used as his second backup. It may come in handy. They do have 25 minutes, so this has been an extension already. The contest director has deemed, as we see this big backhand turn there, 3 points for the one turn, and deemed the conditions really just a bit too skitsy, unmanageable for a 20-minute heat, but they were originally scheduled for 20 minutes this first round.
That's right. Great to see those extra 5 minutes on the clock. So much paddling time, and if they opt for the runaround, it's a lot of sand that they've, and actually a couple little headlands of rocks on their way up to the top of the point here.
Yeah, that's right. To get into the cove itself, you've actually got to get past the first outcrop of rocks, and what's happened here is that this is all part and parcel of surfing up here on this Tweed Coast and on the Gold Coast. Our sand bottom point breaks do often require a runaround factor, and it's part of the training and part of the fitness in surfing up here.
And it's such an important part of surfing now as well, and we are seeing that from, you know, these surfers really just putting in so much time behind the scenes. Not only are they spending time in the jersey and out in the lineup on their surfboards, but they are training harder than ever to be prepared for these kind of situations when they show up to a contest day, maybe not expecting the surf to be as good, and it's just firing, but it means there's going to be a lot more work because there's swell, there's a lot of current. As you were mentioning, Rabbit, that the current the last few days hasn't been nearly this strong, but we've got that big sweep coming through with it. As we've got some live action now, racing down the line, looking for that first big section, nice big wraparound, slow carve, nice and controlled. Looking for that second section now, a little bit more critical, and goes up into the lip to connect for that third turn. You can see that wave just racing away down the point. He'll put together the best wave of the heat so far.
He will, and looks like the runaround's going to come into play here for sure, but he stuck with that one.
As we take a look at live action again, so hooking into that first turn, putting that board nicely on rail. Goes in under the lip, and it gets real frothy as that wave kind of catches up with the white water from that one before. So we've got a couple of scores to filter through now and really start to set us up to see how things are going.
And it looks like a different strategy. Like one surfer's going to come in and do the runaround, and the surfer in white looks like he's going to do the paddle back out. He's a little bit of duck diving, but he didn't ride quite as far. So, you know, you could do it easily in two bites here, where you get a wave to about the halfway point, paddle back out again, and then sort of get a finishing ride that takes you down to the end. But then you really got the big paddle or the big run at that point. So there is a bit of heat management in play out here. I'd say quite a lot, actually.
Well, one surfer who managed to walk away with a win from his last heat was Dylan Gruen. We've got him down there on the headset. Dylan, congratulations on taking away the win. A couple of fours on the scoreboard. You must feel great to walk away with that first place.
Yeah, thank you. It was really tricky out there. I was just trying to stay busy because there's so much current, so try to catch waves and just run around and get as many as possible to get some scores.
Yeah, what did it feel like paddling out early this morning, seeing that there weren't any large scores on the scoreboard? What was it that you were looking for as far as wave selection went out there?
Wave selection, I was just trying to catch more medium ones because the big sets, they would just wash everyone in. So I was just trying to stay busy a bit further in and just catch as many as I could. And yeah, it worked out at the end, so I'm happy.
Well, it's great to see you out there. And talk to me about, you know, representing Germany, but you're competing here on the Australian coast. How does it feel to be in the mix with these guys?
It's really good. The level over here in Australia is super high, and I'm really happy to representing Germany here. I just moved over this year for university, so really excited for the year.
Well, congratulations. We're so excited to see you get a big win and to get some more experience competing far away from home. Best of luck in the next rounds.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Great to hear from Dylan. I was surprised to see his name in the draw, knowing that the European qualifying series is well underway with that event happening in Israel now, and to see that he's, you know, keeping himself in the mix, getting that heat time. But as far as points and rankings go, interesting to see him not competing in Europe, and great to hear that he's here studying.
Yeah, it is an interesting development. I would have thought he'd be in Israel. You're looking for that European qualification.
Yeah, and it may be just more that conversation around, you know, looking for something different in life, getting those studies underway. There's so many great universities in the area, Bond University on the Gold Coast. I know a number of competitive surfers that have studied there. And for someone like Dylan to be able to still keep that competitive drive going while looking for the next step in life is a great combination, especially here close to the Gold Coast of Australia.
I'd say the academic pursuit has sort of dominated his thinking. I mean, that's why he's here for sure. And but it's great to see him, involved, and it is.
The extra cheese on my burrito, you're the cream of the cream on my sweet little thing. You're the dish of the day, now where do I begin? You're the butter on my muffin, I'm the chicken, you're the stuffing. If you scramble all my eggs, then I'll end up with nothing. You're the burger in my bun, the tingle on my tongue. You're the wobble in my jelly, my tasty number one. My mouth begins to water every time that you walk by. There's a rumble in my belly when you serve another guy. The hunger that I'm feeling, it just won't die away till I've gone and got myself the dish of the day, yeah. You're the cherry on the top, the chocolate of my life. You're the icing on the cake, you're the sweet wine on the grape. You're the cream of the cream, my sweet little thing. You're the dish of the day, I wanna dig right in. Of the day, yeah. I'm the coffee, you're the cream, I'm the spoon that you lick clean. I'm the cognac, you're the sherry, you're maybe a Bloody Mary. You're the cream and the cream, my sweet little thing. You're the dish of the day, I wanna dig right in. Pumpkin pie, ice cream, chocolate brownie, milkshake, fried chicken, coated peanuts, fish jam, tip spam, taco pizza, mashed ham, meatloaf, minestrone in a can, common green and aubergines, that's cocoa and butter beans.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We do have some scores that are dropping through. Current heat in the lineup. We are in heat number 3, the round of 112, first round of the event, with Kale Enfield, Aiden Llewellyn Parsons, and Harry Martin, currently in the lineup with 10.5 minutes on the clock. Our surfer in the lead in red, Cale Enfield, has dropped through a 5.17 Rabbit as his high score. My name is Shannon Hughes in the booth, joined by Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. And Aiden Llewellyn-Parsons dropped in a 4.0 with another score to come through.
Yeah, still waiting for that score for Aiden, but Cale has dropped that 5.17. That's probably a keeper at this stage. We're down to about 10-minute mark.
As we see Ryan Slattery running down the beach. Heading to that little rip right at the top of the point here for that paddle out zone.
Yeah, so now originally this was called Boggangar, and this is the cove area. So the guys are paddling out in the corner of the cove, and then of course it really encompasses the entire Cabarita Point, the whole break. It's I'd say there's about 300 metres in play.
So many waves on offer, some really good ones coming through this morning as those conditions, well, the surf was just solid, 5 to 7 foot this morning. And we do have that high tide coming through, Rabbit, around 11 a.m. It'll be a peak high tide. And what do you expect the conditions will do when we get that full fill in?
Well, I do believe that with the high tide, we will kind of compress the break somewhat, in that it won't be the big open field. And when we got here early this morning at 6 or 7 a.m., it was really, that 200 or 300 metres big field of play in action. But now I think with the high tide, we're going to see a more concentrated takeoff zone, and perhaps it'll favour the guys not having to do such a big run. But it also affects the run itself, because it does break up. That first little outcrop of rocks can be separated on the high tide, and you don't get that run around. So it's still a challenging situation.
Yeah, just it will be so interesting to see how it continues to shape up and really just changes the entire game.
Oh, yeah. See, we're really seeing this now as the guy running out there, and they're really hugging that headland. As you can see, they hug it for as long as possible. We just saw that big foam ball come around. It's a big surging foam ball. And then they get to a certain point out there and make a break for it. It nearly looks like that break in Mexico, doesn't it, at this point?
It really does, yeah. There's just so much water moving right outside of that, where it's just so soft and friendly, almost playful, where kids could be learning how to surf right here on the inside of the cove. And once you make it around the back, it's a completely different situation.
And look at this. There's still good-sized sets coming through, so that's a blessing.
That is a blessing. We love seeing good surf, especially on opening day of a contest. And we got some fun conditions throughout the entire week. Swell will be dropping off through the week, but with it having so much power today, we're hopeful that it holds through a little bigger than we expected.
And it's a tricky break here too, because what you can see nearly on the inside, you can nearly get a reverse rip happening on the inside, and then on the outside you've got that sweep heading north. And that can happen a lot on our point breaks, where you do get nearly a combination of a reverse rip and a northward flowing rip at the same time in different parts of the lineup.
And you can really tell, I mean, even looking at the screen and just with how much froth there is on the top, the surface of the ocean right now, you can see that there are some different channels running around. We got one of the surfers in the lineup calling for that time, that situation update with 7 minutes on the clock. Our beach announcers will be doing a great job to shout those scores for the boys to hear all the way at the back of the point.
And see, we can see even on the screen there, they're nearly having to paddle against the reverse rip the further up the point they go. And as you go sweeping down the point, there's a certain point where the rips run in the opposite direction. So that is a local factor that if you're unwary about it, it can really trick you up. You're not quite in the lineup where you thought you were.
There's so much to consider out there. A lot of paddle power will be needed on a day like this as we see some live action. Nice little pocket standing up in front and goes in for that first big turn, goes for a little bit more in rail engagement on the second, and now setting it up on the inside. Just puts that layback, throws the tail out, and puts together a great looking wave. I believe that was our surfer in blue, Aiden, as he is coming through to the inside now. So we've got 6 minutes on the clock. Still our surfer in red, Enfield, sitting in the lead with that 5.17 as the high mark of the heat this morning, and one of the bigger scores of the day that we've seen so far. And Llewellyn-Parsons in blue sitting down in second with that 4 on the scoreboard.
I really like that ride of Aiden and his whole strategy, as you see here. Now, this is that second outcrop of rock. So you know, it's not a beach situation now. He's going to have to run over that little section. No, he's gone, no, the tide's too high for that. Plan B, up over the rocks, up over the pathway. There's a lot involved in this. Now, on the lower tide, you can easily make that little gap through where we saw the lower edge of the rock there. But on the high tide, you know, he's looking for a pathway up the rocks and over the headland and down the beach again. But I really liked that ride. I thought it was a certain keeper. It really should put him in first place.
Yeah, that was a really solid-looking wave. Great wave selection. It had nice shape to it. Really allowed him to actually find a critical section with it. I love that we were able to catch that moment of him trying to decide how to get around and to be able to just show our viewership who haven't been able to spend time here on this beautiful coastline of northern New South Wales to see all of the rocks, all the sand, all the trees, and just the entire setup here.
Yeah, well, when Aidan was having his warm-up this morning, he would have been able to hop over those rocks there and just make his way along the beach. At that point, he went, no, I don't like this surge coming through. The tide has become a big factor, and it's still coming in. So that's cut off now, basically, that route.
It's 9:15 a.m. local time here in New South Wales, and that high tide is in about an hour and a half. So we've still got plenty of time for it to push, and then we've got the back side of the tide where it'll take a long time to drain back out again. With 4 minutes on the clock, we are waiting for scores still to come through for last of blue, Aidan Llewellyn-Parsons. He is chasing a 4.18 to take that leading position over Cale Enfield. Top two surfers advancing. Harry Martin sitting down in third, does have second priority, and is only chasing a 3.68 to get the advancing position over Aidan. But I do feel like that is going to change once the score drops through from Aidan's last wave.
Yeah, Aidan's put himself in a good position to advance with that ride.
And looks like he's already made it around for the paddle back out with 3.5 minutes to go. Quick over the falls for Harry Martin, our surfer in white, and out the back with priority is Cale Enfield, and scores through a 5.37 for last of blue, jumps him up into the lead, Rabbit.
Yeah, well, we thought he might get the nod on that one. That was definitely the best ride so far of this heat. 5.37, only incrementally better than that 5.17 by Cale, but it puts him in first place with 3 minutes to go. It looks like Harry Martin seems to be having a lot of falls. He's not quite pulling off his manoeuvres, and that's keeping him down below that 4 and 5 point mark.
And having a look at the draw, Aidan is the surfer with the most experience. He's had plenty of years on the qualifying series. He's been competing at each of the stops so far here on the Aussie QS. And our other two surfers are brand new to it, still in the juniors for Harry Martin. Cale Enfield, also first competition of the year and in the qualifying series. So you got a couple of surfers just gaining that experience, getting to put that jersey on in a WSL event, paddle out against some really great surfers from around Australia who have been putting the time in, like Aidan, and it's paying off for Aidan so far.
Yeah, and Harry's just, he's having a tough go out there. He fell on a couple of critical manoeuvres, and he took off on that wave. There was a smart move time-wise as far as his heat management, realising he really needs to get something going. But he just got caught a little bit behind the whitewater, then went down quickly. That won't do him any harm as far as being in the lineup. So as we can see, he's back in the blue water now. So he's in position to still have one more crack with under 2 minutes remaining. But he's not going to be in a very good priority situation.
Exactly. Explain to us what's happening here now as Cale Enfield in second has that priority lead over Harry Martin.
And look, the pack is starting to converge. And even though there's a massive area in the lineup, they will get on his case now as we see young Harry Martin making a break for it, trying to get up the point and make some separation between these other two. Cale Enfield sitting in second place. He's probably in a bit of a protective mode at this point. And Aidan, well, he's not too far in front here, so no one's completely safe.
There is a lot riding on this with 1 minute, 15 seconds to go. Aidan Llewellyn-Parsons out in the lead, just dropped that 5.37 on his last wave, had the huge run around, and he's already made it back to the lineup. And he's putting that pressure on the rest of the field. Cale Enfield's got that great 5.17 as we see a solid size set. That may be one of the bigger sets that we've seen roll through in the last hour.
Yeah, that's a booming set on the outside bank. Of course, these banks have been built by these, swell after swell after swell. And so there's a great outside bank. With this high tide, there's also the inside bank sort of hugging the cove a bit. And as we see this wild set on the outside, you get one of those connectors. But the guys are sort of hanging close together. No one's really made that break for the outside.
Yeah, looking to try and hold that positioning as well, as there's, sweep going in different directions at different areas of the point here, and just a lot of water moving. Down to 10 seconds on the clock, and it just may be too little time for Harry Martin to have that last opportunity. What a great start for Aiden Llewellyn-Parsons, dropping in that 5.37, one of the highest waves of the day. Cale Infield with a 5.17 on the scoreboard, advancing through in that second position. And Harry Martin with a great effort here in his first big QS, as we've got someone up and riding. Not entirely sure if that was before the buzzer. We've got more action coming up. Congratulations to Aiden and Cale for advancing through heat number 4 for the round of 112 coming up right after this.
Through my internship at the WSL, plus the personalised experiences and support I have access to a bond, I know I'm well on the way to becoming the entrepreneur I want to be.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Starting the day with freshness, giving us the energy to paddle out and live life to the fullest. All natural and organic, a superfood bursting with flavor and taking you to your own piece of paradise. Sharing moments with friends, sharing them with Oakberry.
Action here for the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. US 5000 men are on today. Women are off with a possible startup for tomorrow morning. And there is a lot of swell coming around the point here and in Cabarita. Warm water and some great weather on offer for our spectators and our surfers throughout today's competition. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, the 1978 world champion. And what an exciting first heat that was for us to call.
And that was a great first heat, and we saw all the action happening as we see another surfer navigating his way around the point. Now, a lot of these guys unfamiliar with the break here and the little trails through the rocks, and he was being helped with a bit of guidance there on the best route to take to get himself back onto the beach. And that's a time-consuming process.
That is a very time-consuming process. That was Cale Infield, walked away with a second-place position just behind Aiden Llewellyn-Parsons for heat number 3. Now up and riding, looks like our surfer in blue, Ryan Slattery. Surfer undoubtedly with the most experience in the water right now. He is out there against Sam Littlechild, Zane Sylvester, and Tim Chalmers, all ready for some action with 25 minutes on the clock. And Ryan, with a great number of years on the qualifying series, hasn't had any exceptional results, but is looking to make his best debut yet on the qualifying series. As we see some more live action, great rail work for that first turn. Now eyeing up the second section. Just meets it perfectly. Nice timing. And that wave, he's going to stick with it and see if it opens up, hits that bank, and stands up with a little bit more of a critical section again. Big wrap and great redirection to finish off on the inside, Rabbit.
Yeah, I think that was Timmy Chalmers, and he knows the break well. He knows this break very well. And
one of our local surfers?
Yeah, and he just showed a bit of local knowledge on that one. And he's just casually coming to the beach. I'm not sure which side of the little rocky outcrop he's on, but I think we saw Sam Littlechild making his way back out as we see him. He had that 3.83 and then had to work his way over those rocks and taking a little bit of time, but he must have got away to a pretty quick start there. Now we see Timmy Chalmers there. He knows this break well. Now this would be pay to watch where he enters and exits. But I do think it's over the rocks, and I don't think the beach route is open at this place. The passage has been closed by the tide.
We've probably got about 3 hours of that being closed. Just, as we're an hour and a half off of that high tide mark. And then we'll have at least an hour and a half on the other side as it's draining out again.
I guess one offsetting factor is that this morning we saw a really, really strong current on the low tide, and it was heading, south to north on that swell that's gone southeast overnight. On the higher tide, the current has definitely died off. If not, a slight reverse rip happening. So that's not a bad situation once you're in the lineup.
As we take a look at this last one.
Yeah, this is a good ride here, as we can see the water really drawing back on him. And we thought this might be the end of the ride, but he just sticks with it. Goes through this little flat section, waits for the wave to draw back on the bank again. It's a nice finishing here as he sweeps around for a great roundhouse cutback, and then the backhand move was where the points were. 4.23.
Great start out for Timmy Chalmers and making that run around, and he's really set himself up in a good position. In that last heat, we had Aiden Llewellyn-Parsons walk away with a 5.37 as his high score for his last wave and walk away with a solid lead. Aiden, congratulations. How did it feel to get that one on the finish?
I was pretty stoked on it. I did a lot of running that heat, and it was just nice to finish one properly and feel like I surfed a good wave.
Fantastic. What's it like out there and, finding your way in the lineup?
The waves are pretty good. The hard part's just getting to. There's the 25-minute heat's definitely helping a lot. The waves are good. You just have to do a lot of running and it takes a lot of time. So if you can pick two good ones, you do good. But there's some people, I guess, that can get stuck not getting some in the heat, I guess.
And what do you do, your mindset in that kind of situation, knowing that there's a lot on the line, it's difficult to get those two backup waves. How do you keep your mind in the right space?
I think just take every opportunity that comes to me and just take my time with every section and just make sure I finish it.
Well, fantastic. Absolutely paid off for you in that first one, Aiden. Congratulations on a big win and getting one of the solid scores of the morning.
Thank you.
Exciting times for our surfers, making it through some great heats with Timmy Chalmers sitting in the lead with that 4.23. And Rabbit, talk to me about the importance of knowing a wave like this. It seems like, it's a difficult wave to pick your way through the lineup. We even just heard, Aiden saying that. How much does the advantage go to those surfers that surf out here on the regular?
I think local knowledge is definitely an advantage. It's a wave that you really do have to spend a bit of time to study as well. And, it fluctuates through the tides. Big tidal difference, as we can see. Now, the waves are really sort of concentrating in the cove itself, and they're not really going to that second part, although we did see those big outside sweeping sets at the end of the last heat. So I think the guys are really focusing on hugging that inside bank right now. So they're probably getting the medium-sized waves. It allows for a quicker turnaround, not such a big run, not such a big paddle, but there's a lot to take on with this wave. Local knowledge is definitely a factor, and it changes so much with the tides. And as we can also see, the rip currents, very rarely do you come to a break where, like 2 hours ago, it was raging going from south to north, sweeping down the beach. Now, you can even see on the screen, if they just sit there, they're nearly drifting the other way, drifting towards further into the cove, and that can take you out of position as well.
Yeah, we heard True Starling, who's one of our co-commentators for the week. She'll also be in on the women's side of the draw, as soon as those rounds start in later in the week. Just mentioning that she paddled out early this morning, and she said the rip was so strong that as soon as she got one wave, she just came right in because she knew the amount of time it would take her to paddle back out. She'd miss our opening meeting, and she'd miss her first heat of the day if she didn't just come in on that first one.
Yeah, and a lot of the surfers were walking back from probably 300 or 400 metres down the beach, and as I was saying, if you got one wave and did that, you'd actually be in a bit of trouble because it's just such a long way back. There's a huge beach to run, then a headland to get over, then another beach to run, then the paddle out, then to get it, and then you've actually got to move over back into position.
Well, I feel like you just described the ultimate obstacle course. It's like something from Survivor where you've got a paddle, a swim, you've got to run on the sand, which is difficult in any conditions, dry sand or wet sand, and then an actual scale up the rocks with your board. As we see some live action, have a look at this beauty coming through. Goes in for that first big foam climb and big wrap back into that first section. Tees up for the finish. And Ryan with putting that second score on the board, chasing just that 2.07 to take the advancing position.
Yeah, that was a pretty clever wave for Ryan. Started out a little bit slow, but he got it going, and as he makes his way back, he's on the right side of the cove there. So even they have to think about when they lie down on the wave and finish the ride, this move here is a pretty solid one. So it shows the experience. And see now, he lies down and he angles back. He angles back towards the cove. He's trying to come in on the other side of that rocky outcrop, which is just an advantage. It's probably about, maybe 90 seconds to advantage of not having to come over those rocks. And there he is. He's running along the beach already in the cove.
And I like that section on the finish as well, because we just saw that from the first wave of Timmy Chalmers as well, and that good wave from Aiden, the last one, where that finishing section seems to be closing out a little bit better. It's offering something nice and critical for the guys to really hit, rather than those earlier conditions this morning during the free surfs and maybe in that first heat where that point was really kind of running off and those waves were tapering, where now we're really getting those critical sections before having to get swept down the beach.
And that is so true, because even from the very first heat this morning till now, and we're only in heat 4, conditions have changed so dramatically that your whole game plan's got to change. And it also speaks for, we saw Aiden in the last heats talking about the runs and how, what a workout it was. But it can be also good to get a couple of heats under the belt and know what the conditions are like. Sometimes you paddle out here cold, and once you hit the water, it's a little different than what it was on the beach. You got to really, it's a rolling assessment of the conditions.
Yeah, it seems to be one of those spots where you really have to kind of be assessing it hour by hour and working with a coach. A lot of these surfers will have a coach, and a coach might have actually a lot of surfers to themselves this week, a whole crop down there supporting each other and really assessing. The advice would be different for a surfer surfing, right now on the 9 o'clock mark to the surfers paddling out at 12 o'clock.
It certainly will be. And, it's dramatic, the change. I mean, that is clearly now the surfers are paddling the opposite direction to stay in the lineup from the reverse rip, whereas this morning they were around the other way doing whatever they could to not get dragged backwards down the point and outside of the contest area. So it's really amazing. Not many breaks in the world do this kind of thing, but our sand bottom point breaks up here, it's one of the features.
Some scores have come through for that last exchange with 12 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Ryan Slattery dropped in a 4.67 for his last wave, which was enough to move him up into the lead. He was chasing that advancing score before that wave, so he's now put himself in a great position and put a slight bit of pressure on the field, although it's such small requirements at the moment that we could see any of that change. Our surfer in red, Sam Littlechild, has been absent from the qualifying series since 2017. He put in a few years between 2015 and 2017 and now is making his way back into competition, and I'm sure he'll be stoked to be back in the jersey.
And I think that's one of the great things about the regional series. Sam would have, if the guys still had to, say, travel for the a one-off QS 3000 in Chile or a one-off 3000 in Israel or Costa Rica, Sam would have lost his seating completely, and he mightn't even be able to get in those events. But the beauty about the regional tours is that, you can have a year off and you can pursue other things in life, or perhaps set up your career in whether it be university or an apprenticeship, and come back to it and actually get a start. And I like that.
And that's such a common conversation that we hear from, the men and women competing here in Australia, because there is such a large, it's one of those areas of the world where they're really blessed to have incredible teams behind them between WSL Australia, Surfing New South Wales that runs a lot of events. There are just so many events on the regional qualifying series as opposed to other areas of the world. So they have that opportunity to jump back in. But a lot of them have those trades, and they have other jobs they can fill back into in the other side of the year, and it's a really a pretty incredible setup here specifically for those surfers to be able to thrive, but also to be able to survive on the back end of the tour as well.
Well, it is, and it kind of is survival, and it's hats off to the World Surf League for changing that up, and I've been advocating for it for years, that the regional qualification is the way to go, because we just saw a dramatic change in the whole sponsorship pool, and what was there even 10 years ago. Even at this level, it just hasn't been there for the last few years. The sponsorship pool has really dried up. So a lot of these surfers don't even have sponsorship where they're getting paid a monthly salary. And so it is survival. And being able to drive to events and within the same country, even though Australia is a very big country, it is a big help.
Yeah, I mean, coming up for all these, so many of these surfers in the draw this week that have just finished off at Avoca over the last couple of days. They've got a good 7-hour drive, roughly, up the coast here to northern New South Wales, to the Cabarita area. So it's definitely a lot of distance that everyone is covering just throughout New South Wales. That's not even counting the Gold Coast or Victoria as far as the other qualifying series events that we've had around. Quick in and out for one of our surfers with 9 minutes, 23 seconds on the clock. And Rabbit, it must be amazing for you to see those changes come through and to see the WSL making those adjustments as we see some live action from our surfer in white. Nice first turn, little wrap for the second one, and that wave just softens out for our surfer Zane Sylvester, who's been quiet this whole heat. That'll be his first wave on the scoreboard. Yeah,
it's taken Zane a long time to get his feet in the wax out here, and he really needs to get a bit of a shake on.
And coming through the inside, nice couple wraps on the outside for those first two turns. Hits that finishing section, and that'll be Ryan once again with that same intention, straight off kicking out of it. Those first two turns really nice, and then just angles straight back into the rocks.
And on the other side of the rock, so he shortens the whole process.
What did you like about this one? Yeah,
it's just a nice smooth ride. I mean, it's certainly a good backup score. Like a series of roundhouse cutbacks, really staying with the energy. He's such a smooth stylist, and just a nice little snap at the end, and then this straight down angling back. He knows his game plan, that's for sure.
Yeah, I love that. Just that comment to his style. That did look so smooth. Those first two turns just perfectly synced together, really in rhythm with the wave and not forcing anything.
Yeah, he's got a silky smooth style, and it really fits a point break.
So scores to come through for last of Ryan, as he is currently sitting out in front. Tim Chalmers, the local in the lineup, holding that second place position. It'll be interesting to see if he puts himself into another wave that gives him some decent scoring potential, as we do actually have scores dropping in for both of those surfers sitting in first and second place at the moment.
Yeah, well, look what's happened now. The change is so dramatic. For example, the surfers are now right over on the headland, looking for that surge coming off the headland, and they're surfing basically in the cove, what I'd call Bogungar Cove. And the wider Cabarita point that we saw in action in the first heats is just, it's not happening right now, and that's a tidal situation.
And those scores are through for Ryan Slattery. A 3.37 does increase his heat total, puts the requirement onto second place for that 3.82 to take the lead. We are waiting for a score to come through for our surfer in green. And sitting with priority, Sam Littlechild. You noticed when we had that pulled back angle a minute ago, Sam was sitting pretty far down the point compared to the rest of the guys.
He was, and that's the choice, because we did see that big sweeping wide set earlier on, and that's where they're going. The big wide sets that are seemingly breaking on a bank far out. They're going on the second part of the point. Now I'm not sure what Sam's up to here, whether he's looking for a wave that's going to connect and take him down to the second part of this point break situation, or is he just trying to get in?
Here we go with a strong paddle. He's not able to get into that one. That is an interesting point that you make there, Rabbit, because when Sam was paddling out for his heat, we saw that set come through in the last maybe 30 seconds of the heat before. So he would have felt that. He probably would have been hit on the head just the same as we were looking at the surfers in the lineup trying to find those last waves. And so you would have known that maybe those sets are on offer and maybe a little bit slower in between, but it's now been 20 minutes since that one rolled through. So we could be looking for another set like that.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's a real throw of the dice, hoping one of those come through. They were very consistent this morning.
Coming up in the next heat, heat number 5 for the morning, Elliot Parada-Reed, Corbin Hutchinson's, Riley Monroe, and we've had Macklin Finn added to the lineup. And those guys will be paddling out soon. We are running through our round 1 is the round of 112 on the men's side of the draw. We'll be going straight into the round of 96 after this. Women are off for the day, have an opportunity to get a few fun waves themselves. There's so many waves in this area. What a great kind of day, great conditions, and some good swell on offer for the women to be able to stay wet and in the lineup when they're not competing in an area like this.
Yeah, today there'd be a lot of waves on offer right up and down the coast.
Down to 5 minutes on the clock, and the pressure is on now for our 3rd and 4th place surfers. Both of them in a good position as far as priority is concerned. Sam Littlechild chasing just as a 1.14 to take the advancing position. Zane Sylvester chasing that 2.64. And I'm so curious to know about the decision from Sam, though, pushing himself all the way down the beach.
It's a really interesting thing, and I'm also surprised that Timmy Chalmers hasn't really capitalised on that great start he had there, that 4.23.
So he started with a 4.23, and then he's just dropped zeros for his 3rd waves as we take another look at our replay, the 4.67 from Ryan Slattery.
Yeah, and here we see Timmy Chalmers here. This is his opening ride, where he got that real better than 4.5 point ride. And I thought at this point he'd really get a lot of waves. He knows this break better than anyone. That was really well served.
Yeah, it really showcased, rather than kicking out of that soft section, that wave grew again as it continued down the point, as we see Timmy now up and riding again.
Yeah, he's been selective. He needs to get over this little hump here, and he's done that well. He's on his backhand again. Will he get a move in? Yes, but no, the timing wasn't there.
Just a little late to the finish.
Yeah, he knew to go left because the right had shut down already, and it was a bit of an improvisation, if anything.
So scores to come through. Will he find the 3.82 he's looking for? And now up and riding, surfer in red, Sam Littlechild down the way. Nice little slash to start things off with. And drives that tail around for the 2nd turn. Real frothy, but it's starting to stand up for him again. Connects with the foam.
Yeah, well, I'd say this is going to be pretty interesting here between 2nd and 3rd. Timmy Chalmers, he sort of didn't get that much going on the outside and then went over the double up and then mistimed the final move. Sam probably didn't finish that wave how he would have liked to, so that's kind of similar. Sam seemed like he did a little bit more work in the middle part of the wave.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because it's such a small requirement on Sam, just a 1.14. As we take another look at this one from Timmy.
So he's going back and forth. These aren't big points on offer here. He needs to get a good snap in here, and he does so. Now he's got that double up section. He sees it, and he's looking left and right, and he goes, I'm going to go on the backhand. If he'd pulled this off now, it would have been another good score, but he just went down.
Well, I guess the question mark is sitting, was that turn, the one turn that he had that was good, was it the 3.82 he needed to get that advancing position over Ryan Slattery and put more pressure on Sam Littlechild as we see some live action from Ryan ducking out and scores through a 3.93 for last of Timmy Chalmers. It's enough to move him into the lead. Ryan Slattery down into 2nd, and Sam Littlechild does drop in his backup score of a 2.70, but now he's in a tough position chasing a big 4.22 on a day like this. It's been hard for the guys to get those scores in that 4 to 5 point range.
The 5 point range, the 5 point score has been hard to come by. I mean, we've seen some pretty good surfing for 5 points. The judges have been pretty stingy, but that's been the scale they've set.
Down to 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock. Zane Sylvester also chasing that 5-point range now as we see a huge gouge for that first turn. And he'll duck out of it.
Yeah, he put it all into that big one turn. Wasn't able to go on with it, but Ryan is back in the lead. He got the 5-5.
Huge score, the 5.5 now taking him into that advancing, well, that leading position over Tim Chalmers. 5.94 on the requirement for Tim Chalmers.
And Sam Littlechild, he still only needs a 4.33. Look, Zane Sylvester, he's not out of it either. We haven't seen much of this young guy. He only needs a 5.83. It would be a good ride. He'd need a good wave.
Down to 30 seconds. Nice knifing turn. And just keeping that smooth style. Great to see some of those waves really opening up and letting the guys find that speed, power, and flow. Big floater for Ryan Slattery, keeping himself in the lead with 15 seconds. We got a couple scores to drop through for those first two surfers. Priority now with our surfer in 4th position, but will he be able to find a wave to try and get that score? And there we have it. The clock has counted down. We will be waiting for scores to drop through to see those final results between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd position. Ryan Slattery currently sitting in a convincing lead with that 5.5 and a 4.67 rabbit. Tim Chalmers showing that local knowledge. And will he be able to hold on to that? And there we go. Ryan Slattery, Tim Chalmers progressing through into the next round. Coming up next, heat number 5. Stay tuned for more action. It's a great day here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Starting the day with freshness, giving us the energy to paddle out and live life to the fullest. All natural and organic, a superfood bursting with flavor and taking you to your own piece of paradise. Sharing moments with friends, sharing them with Oakberry.
Welcome back to Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Alongside me, True Starling, and True, we're straight into action here. Corbin Hutchins, he knows how to find a wave on a right-hand point. A young fellow originally from New Zealand, but spending the better part of the last 10 years out here in Australia. And look, I haven't watched all the action today, True, but I reckon that might be the best start to a heat that I've seen.
Yeah, that's how you want to start a heat. So Corbin, I noticed he was watching up on the rocks a little bit before. He was just looking directly into where the waves were coming through, and he's probably going, okay, this is where I'm going to sit, and here's the replay for Corbin. So just patiently waits for this one to sit up as he carves for that first turn, and again for a second. So Corbin, this is when he's racing down the line, and that wave starts to grow a little bit more, floats that first section, puts it up there for another one. So as you said, stays a great start to this heat, and this wave just keeps building for Corbin.
Look, it's one of those days where you've just got to go with what the wave's going to allow you to do, and in amongst all the setup manoeuvres in that wave, there was a beautiful frontside turn that had plenty of grunt in it, and I loved it a lot more than the judges. Only a 4.83, but I think with 22 minutes on the clock, you'd take that. The ticket, as he's known around town, he's looking a bit slow on the run around. I know he loves leg day, but maybe the cardio training hasn't been up as much as what the gym sessions have been.
Yeah, potentially. I know that he's probably ended up way down past that soft rock bank, so he's probably had to run that whole way around. I was watching it before, and the surface are actually a lot further down than what I thought they were going to be. But a 4.83, that's a really good start to today. We've seen people just making it through heats with 4s, or actually taking out heats with a pair of 4s.
Definitely. And it looks like the two grommets have found a start here. Macklin Flynn all the way from, I'm going to say, Carramup, Gracetown potentially, over there in Western Australia. And Riley Munro from the Snapper Rocks Board Riders. And then in red, yet to stand up, the number 1 seed in this heat, Elliot Parada-Reid. Another Kiwi in this heat, so I know the Kiwi boys will be looking to go 1-2 here. I saw them down here training out here earlier in the week. As we see the judges set up there, I was just spending some time up there watching a few waves, and it looks a lot better than it did this morning. It's amazing what a little bit of tide can do. As we see, very well played there by, I think there was Riley Munro on the inside, got out of Elliot's way. This will be Elliot's opening ride. It looks like he's found... pretty nice wave to start his campaign, but unfortunately couldn't get to the end of that one, so he'll be back out the back in no time. But yeah, getting back to the conditions out there, I think that a little bit more water has come in on that bank, and from what I can tell, it looks like the swell's potentially starting to taper off, which I think is a really good thing. I think this morning it almost looked too big for the bank.
Yeah, definitely, Stace. I think now it's cleaned up a little bit more. There's more quality waves coming through. Here's a replay of Elliot just carving to start this one off, just racing to find this inside section as you see the wave build, and unfortunately goes down. That would have been a good score to lock in. Unfortunately, just almost that board kind of sliding out, maybe a bit further than what he'd want.
Yeah, it almost looked like he was in between two minds there. I think... Elliot, I know for a fact he's got a great frontside air game, and potentially he wasn't seeing too much scoring opportunity further down the line there, so he knew it was only going to be one manoeuvre, but by the time he got to the section, it was, didn't really play out for him. But where he is now on the bank, it's actually a lot more split up, so that you can sit up right next to the rock and get those little runners like Corbin had at the start, or wider. There's actually a good bank, like you said, a bit wider to that soft rock zone. So I think... with these next couple of heats in this round, I think the conditions are looking pretty optimal.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel as the day kind of progresses through, it's just going to keep getting better and better. And then as the event goes through as well, I think the conditions are going to start to be a little bit more manageable. I think this morning it was really tricky. We saw people get through with 3s, so that just shows how tricky the conditions are out there. So if you were someone like Corbin opening up with a 4.83, you'd be feeling pretty good. And 6 minutes into this one, of course, surfers have 25-minute heats today, so contest directors are just kind of going, you know what, they need a little bit more time. It's tricky out there, the paddle's hard, so we're going to allow for 25 minutes to start off round 1.
Definitely, as you see a beautiful shot here of the Cabarita headland. What a fantastic part of the world, and very grateful to be able to come in and run an event here. I know local community been through some hard times recently, so yeah, thanks again for having us, and we're really appreciative of you giving us your break for an action-packed week.
Definitely, and I feel like the locals are kind of, it's a bittersweet moment for them because they're stoked that they're able to have an event like this here for all of their local surfers, but then when the surf has the forecast like it does, they're probably kicking themselves a little bit going, okay, can we get us one round 1 too so we can surf a couple of heats? I know I'd be doing that if I was a local here, so yeah.
Well, you had that feeling last year when the World Tour came to Narrabeen. You had to obviously sit back and watch all the action go down, but it's an interesting scenario when that happens. But I think we've got young Ryan on the line. Ryan, how are you, mate?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good, thanks. How'd you find it out there?
Oh, it's different to my free surf this morning. I didn't paddle for half an hour, which is good. But definitely more manageable with that high tide coming in.
Mate, you've got a beautiful style, so you absolutely annihilate that wave with a beautiful roundhouse cutback and a big layback finish. Must be nice
thanks.
to get one like that in your heat out there.
Yeah, it's just luck of the draw. I think waves like this, whoever gets themselves on the good waves is going to get through. I was lucked into 2 decent ones, and yeah, on to the next, hopefully.
Oh, mate, you must be pretty lucky if you're getting 2 good ones out there.
Yeah, well, it's getting better, I think, each heat. So it's tide filling in. You're not paddling south the whole time. You can kind of, it's like nearly a reverse current out there at the moment. So yeah, it's good.
I was going to ask you to fill me in on that. It almost looks like the 2 young fellas up the top of the point now paddling in the opposite direction to this morning. Is that the case?
Yeah, when I paddled out, I had a laugh with the guy in green. Hang on, are we meant to be paddling in? I thought the current went the other way this morning, but yeah, it's just changing heaps quick. So
you sold Tim Chalmers down the river and then left him floated off around the headland.
Oh, spewing.
No, well done, mate. I believe you will surf potentially another heat today.
Yeah,
what's your plan in between heats?
Oh, I might go get some brekkie, and yeah, probably just watch a few of the boys surf. There's going to be some good surfing going down today.
Yeah, who you got your eye on?
Oh, just sort of any of them top seeds. I can't really pick anyone. It's just everyone out here is going to have a good chance to get some good waves in their heats, which will be good to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we love watching you surf, mate. We look forward to watching you later on. We'll let you go and enjoy a brekkie.
Sweet. Can I shout out my boys at home?
Absolutely, mate. Where are you from? Shout them all out. You've got all day. Go for it.
From Central Coast, from Tukley myself, but if the boys are watching, cheers, family and the missus. I'll hopefully be standing here next week, but see what happens.
Absolutely, mate. Full credit to the boys. Well done.
Yeah, that's it. See ya.
What a lovely lad, Ryan. I've never met him before, but I'm a big fan of his surfing. I watched one of his waves from up on the headland. He's got a beautiful style and certainly knows his way around a right-hand point. So well done to Ryan there, and yeah, look forward to seeing him later. But True, meanwhile, we had some heat getting thrown around in that interview.
Yeah, we definitely did. Elliot locked in a really good score, just a two-turner. That first one was a little wobbly, but then he banked it with a really nice finish. And Corbin also locked in another score. So the Kiwis are in 1 and 2.
Oh, they'll be loving that. And the young fellas have kind of potentially been left in the lurch there. Who we got on screen there, True?
Yes, that's Jamie Thompson and his dad, Spud, is what everyone calls him, Peter Thompson. And also that's Jared McCallum, who is a trainer at the Surfers Gym. They're all from the Northern Beaches, so Jamie getting ready for his heat, I had a couple of words with him before. He's like, oh, it's so hard out there, I just don't know what to do. I was like, I feel like it's just going to keep changing. By the time your heat rolls around, it'll be different again, so just be adaptable out there. And I think that's the biggest thing this whole morning is the people who have been progressing through heats have been adaptable to the lineup and the waves coming through.
So as someone who likes a bit of routine, True, how hard is it to be adaptable? Obviously, it's a big word, it's a buzzword, it gets thrown around a lot, but what does it actually mean?
Yeah, well, it's hard being a structured person then going into the surf and needing to be completely unstructured. It's almost like stripping down to nothing. So I feel like, you go out, everyone goes out there with a plan. This is the bank, that's bank B or whatever that is. But, you have to be aware of what's coming through in the ocean. And that was Elliot. He was aware that one wasn't really going to offer much. A little bit of a foamy wave. Potentially the one behind it was going to offer a bit more. But I think just being able to connect out there and be in the spot, that's the best bet that you're going to get.
As we see Macklin Flynn on the inside of that wave, and now further down the line, this is Riley Munro. He's got a beautiful frontside carve, as you can see the technique there. Get it up there, Gromit. Well done. Look at those little legs hanging on for dear life. He'll be stoked with that. Young Riley's a fantastic surfer out of northern New South Wales, Snapper Rocks region, and he looked a little nervous when he was running down the path, but I think a wave like that will definitely settle the nerves as we see the replay here, True.
Yeah, well, the kid Riley Munro, he just carves his way through this one, and he just patiently waits as he stays nice and close to the pocket, and then you see this end section. I thought he was going to hit it late, but he just came projected in front of it. And as you said, those little legs just holding on for dear life as he rides out of that one. So they've got a bit of a run ahead of them.
Definitely. Let's see those legs in action. He's a clever young man. He does a lot of academic stuff at PBC, and he's also a part of the surfing program there. So he's doing a lot of training. So I know that Phil Mack and Ben Falvey, I certainly know when I was a part of that program, it was basically like an Ironman every day at that school surf training. But it's for a good reason, because when you turn up to an event like this, if you don't have that fitness there, you're going to get caught out. So I know Riley, he'll eat this run around. He'll eat it up.
Yeah, I feel like you see people and go, oh, they should be killing this run around, and they look like they're struggling. I'm like, okay, well, maybe I should try and have a couple of run arounds this afternoon in my surf. So I think that was Corbin, potentially a quick up and out, or maybe Macklin Flynn. I couldn't quite catch if that was green or blue, but yeah, definitely a few run arounds. I'm sure people are going, okay, I need to prep for tomorrow. So maybe it's one wave, come in, run around, go back out, and just do that for a half hour, 40 minutes to get ready.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, exactly. I think, if you're doing that and you're able to surf a heat, you're definitely in good shape. But, for these gentlemen that are surfing, as we see a replay here, True.
Yeah, this is Corbin Hutchings. He just brings it around. All the surfers that are getting good scores staying nice and close to the pocket, but Corbin making his way around this one. This wave not really standing up just yet for the surfer in blue, and here he goes. Puts it up there for a third turn. A nice drop wallet for a fourth and kicks out of that one. So Corbin, he's just been able to be adaptable out there, find the waves that he needs, be in the spot where when he needs to be, and he's out in the lead with a 10.6 total, which I think is maybe even the highest heat total of the day so far.
It's certainly the highest heat total that we've had the pleasure of calling, and to me, he certainly looks like the form surfer of the day so far from what we've been able to watch. And I think that when the Rashi goes on, everyone wants to get out there and rip in and do the biggest turn possible every section. But a wave like Cabarita, you've got to treat her nicely. You got to be gentle when it requires it, and then really rip in when it stands up. And Corbin did that there, obviously finishing with a huge layback. But up until that moment, it was just connecting work.
Patience.
But like we saw with Ethan Ewing earlier in the day, if you don't get to that end section, you're not going to be able to have the opportunity to score highly. So it's all about the completion and reading the wave correctly up until that point, which, I think Corbin did that beautifully to maximise his scoring opportunity there on that wave. As we see him, he'll be just to the right of our screen, paddling back out with his good mate Elliot, just waiting at the top of the point there, waiting for his turn in the red. And then a little deeper than him would be Macklin Flynn. And, I think a lot of people, they'd much rather a reverse current, as we say. That current now sucking back to the south, rather this morning it was pushing 100 knots to the north.
Yeah.
So it's crazy how the day can change.
Yeah, definitely. I think Jared McCallum, he's up in the next heat getting himself ready. He was one of the first people out there this morning. So Jezza just maybe even having a chat to Jamie, and that's Tian Cronje as well. Having a bit of a laugh, getting a little bit ready, getting that stress out. I feel like today everyone's feeling a bit stressed, a bit nervous because it is so tricky to get waves out there. So I feel like in the back of everyone's mind, it's like, what if I don't get the waves? What if they don't come? But if you just put yourself in the best position that you can and really capitalize on the opportunities that you get, then I feel like you're going to make it through the heats.
Is having those doubts, is that something that you think everyone's having today?
I feel like it. Yeah, I think chatting to a few people, even talking to Jamie Thompson before, I was like, how are you feeling? He goes, just is so hard out there. Everyone's like, it's so hard. It's really hard. It's tricky. And it's like, you know what? It is tricky, but everyone's in the same boat. So everyone has the same opportunities, everyone's in the same surf. So if you can just be on maybe the little bit better opportunities or do your best surfing on the waves that you get, that's when you're going to be in front.
Yeah, definitely. As we see, still a lot of swell out there. And I'm going to say free surfer.
Yeah, I had a look before, and I think there's a couple of free surfers surfing a little bit further down the beach, more towards Soft Rock, where these guys are kind of in the middle of Headland and Soft Rock at the moment.
As we see on a big roll in out the back there, I didn't catch what colour that was. They've come unstuck there. Would have been one big manoeuvre. But yeah, still plenty of swell moving through. It's just a matter of finding the bits of the bank that you can get the most out of it. As we've got Corbin out of the lead at the moment with, let's see, it's actually flown by. There's only 8 minutes remaining. The young fella Riley Munro in second. Elliot Parada-Reid in third, and the Super Grom from West Australia, Macklin Flynn in fourth. Spent a bit of time recently with Macklin at a camp at the HPC, and he's a great young lad, and plenty of talent, and he's not scared either. He's out big North Point and getting plenty of waves out the box when it's good. So it's almost like I think the future of surfing in West Australia looks like it's in good hands.
So was he here for the HPC camp and then decided to join this event just as a late entry?
I think so. Judging by the look of this heat draw here, it looks like he was a late entry, as he's having a look off the end at one, but not to be. So yeah, a big opportunity for these youngsters if they can make a heat or two here. Look, they might not be looking to put themselves right on the QS at this point, but it can mean a lot for years to come. You make a few heats this year, you build your seed up, and then you come in next year with, rather than starting in round 1, he might end up starting in round 2 or maybe even round 3, depending on how well he goes. As we see Jezza there gearing up. Like you mentioned, he was out early this morning. I ducked over a few waves with him, and we came in on the beach and kind of had a bit of a scratch of the head and tried to strategise as to how he was going to surf his heat, sort of just off the cuff. And we thought about potentially, getting out the back. The best way might be to paddle round the headland from the beach break, but I reckon that'd be a pretty bad idea now with that reverse rip. You might never get around the corner.
Yeah, well, I spoke to a few people who actually tried to paddle out back beach this morning and they couldn't get out. So I think right now paddling right out by the rocks is probably the best bet you've got.
Definitely. If you can find yourself a few waves like Corbin has in this heat, I think you're going to be pretty stoked. Off the edge here, having a look. Surfer in red, EPR. He's a big, strong lad. He'll be looking to find a steep section here. He wants to get back into second place. A beautiful setup carve. That's better. And really sunk the boot in there at the end. Certainly didn't overcommit to that turn. Off the end, this looks like Macklin Flynn. Oh, it's a beautiful carve out of the top there. You can see how much talent this kid's got. Nice turn under the lip there. And unfortunately couldn't get the finish there for Macklin. Might have been in a scenario where, just the 2 turns could have been enough. But certainly you saw in that opening carving manoeuvre, he's not scared to put it in the lip in a steep section. As we see Riley Munro here working his way through to the inside. The young fella's going to need a pretty steep section here if he wants to get a big score. This looks like a pretty small wave in comparison. Nice surfing all the same, but after Elliott's ride and Elliott's power difference, I'm sure Riley will be needing to get out the back and chase another wave there.
Yeah, definitely. And here's heat leader Corbin, just quick. I'm not sure if he got a couple of turns before that. I'm sure he did. Feels like the sections are just offering a little bit more and more each heat. And I love how everyone's being patient. I feel like sometimes you can rush it out here and try to force 3 turns on a 2-turn wave or 2 turns on a 1-turn section because there's so much face to it. So it's really good to see Macklin and Elliott just kind of getting ones and not kind of pushing it too hard.
As we see Macklin here finding another wave. Similar to Riley's last ride, he's going to need a massive finish if he wants to match it with these older gents. He's done well there to stay on his feet, and he'll be looking to get on the run around. I have a feeling that might end up as his second best ride. He's chasing a 4.08 to get to Elliott's second position. Look, the surfing was nice on that wave. I'd say the only thing that would be holding him down would just be the size of the sections and the size of the wave, but we'll leave it in the judges' hands and see what they come up with. The grommets are certainly showing plenty of heart this morning.
Yeah, they definitely are. Elliott's one was a 5.07 and Macklin not too far behind, 4.33. So if he's looking back at this one, depending on how he goes, it's really like, I feel like that's a positive thing going, well, they only got 0.7 more than me and I was still on a big wave and I'm a lot younger than them. So it's a really positive thing for Macklin to look at and go, you know what, like I was in the game.
100%. Yeah, that's a very, very good point and a great way to break it down. And I think, even looking at, Macklin's performance on that wave, I would say he might have even had a little bit left in the tank too.
Yep.
So there's, as you say, very, very positive signs. And, even with the requirements with where they're at now, Macklin only chasing a 4.08 and Riley chasing a 4.54, well within their reach. So, it'd be nice to see if these surfers, all of them, can get one more opportunity to showcase their stuff. We saw, Corbin come flying out of the gates with a couple of strong rides, and he's managed to hold on to that lead ever since. So he's sitting pretty out there in first position with second priority. So down the line manoeuvre at the end of the wave, I would have liked to seen him turn his shoulders a bit more on that one and really sink the back foot in. He's chasing a 5, and I'm not 100% sold he's going to do it, as we see Corbin behind here. If I think back to Corbin's earlier ride that had the carving manoeuvre and just that little bit of variety, I think I like Corbin's 5 a bit stronger, so we'll see what the judges think. It's like you mentioned, it's a tricky wave to surf, and sometimes I think you can see those surfers who they just want to get one more turn in, but sometimes it's just not there.
Yeah, and I don't know whether he was kind of surfing that within himself, safety surfing it, going, I need a 5, but maybe I can better my second scoring wave to make it harder for Macklin and Riley. Yeah, it just looked like he kind of safety surfed it a little bit and was kind of just going, I just want to get one with, and I mean, 30 seconds to go. He's probably not going to have another opportunity to get another wave.
Yeah, you're spot on. I think that that's certainly where the judges deemed that wave as well. It was better than his previous backup, but not enough to take the lead, a 4.23. So now Macklin is chasing a 4.98 and Riley a 5.43 with 10 seconds remaining. It's pretty much going to have to roll the dice on this wave, or that's going to be it, as we see Corbin on the inside having a look here.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a victory lap for Corbin. Just floats that first turn. This one's a bit of a smaller wave, but still opens up for him, and he gets a nice slide to finish that one. So it looks like Corbin will take that heat out.
Absolutely. And I think any moment now we'll be heading off to a break. This is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and we'll be coming back very shortly with heat number 6 of the round 112.
Come on. Is there anything left to say to me, to you?
Through my internship at the WSL, plus the personalised experiences and support I have access to a bond, I know I'm well on the way to becoming the entrepreneur I want to be.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Going straight into the heat 6 of the round of 112. In the red, we have Jay Pink. In the blue, Levi Stewart. In the white, from, you said North Narrabeen, is it true? Jared McCullum?
Yeah, he's around the Long Reef zone.
Oh, around Long, I got to be careful.
Yeah.
From Longy, Jared McCullum. And in the green, Kobe Johnson. So, no doubt, another stacked heat. And as we saw in that last heat, conditions definitely on the improve. A couple of beautiful rides from Corbin Hutchins. And he was shadowed by his fellow Kiwi in second there, Elliot Piata-Reid, progressing. So the Cuzzies, the boys will be stoked with that one.
Yeah, they would be. And all the New Zealand crew, they've been travelling as one recently, especially Safi, Vetti and Billy Stem and Kihu Butler. They've just been going places to places all together, and it's really cool to see how they've been training together, working together to prep each other for heats. Yeah, it's such an amazing vibe, and I think rolling through the Challenger Series, I feel like the Aussies and the New Zealand teams are going to just kind of move together.
Definitely, yeah, it's cool to see, and obviously a big result for Billy Stammen down there at Avoca, and it's one of those things, when everyone's losing, it can feel shithouse, and everyone in the house is feeling pretty average, but when someone makes a final or gets a big win, it just lifts the spirit of the whole team. So yeah. I know all these guys and girls, like you mentioned, will be coming into this one from the Kiwi contingency, feeling like, you know, their captain, Billy, the old boy, he's lifting the vibe, so that's good, and you know, hopefully we see you know, an inspired performance here from young Levi Stewart.
Yeah, definitely, and I believe that Kobe Johnson is from Kingscliff as well.
Awesome.
So a little bit of local knowledge around here. I know that surfers from Kingy surf Cabba and vice versa. They just try to get to know the breaks, and they're both right-hand points, so it's easy to kind of tell what's going to happen.
Both right-hand points with very aggressive sweeps.
Yes, yeah, very aggressive indeed. That's Billy Stammen there, just watching Levi, sitting patiently waiting. I'm sure that they would have had a nice old chat I'm sure Billy's, he's seen us all there. Chur Billy.
Sure, knows how to find a camera, young Bill. Nah, just kidding. Yeah, he's done a great job, obviously. You know, he's done, you know, the better part of a decade on the QS, so plenty of experience. He's had some massive results internationally and here in Australia. So he, a wealth of knowledge for these youngsters, and you know, I know they're all stoked and having a good time. So
and a great role model for them as well.
100%. Yeah.
I know I spoke to him about he was in the Olympics, and I spoke to him about the Olympics, and he goes, I just want to be in the next one. So he's still hungry, and here is Jared McCallum up and riding on his backhand. So he's attacking this wave, waits for that section and hits it. So Jezza just able to connect on that one to start up this heat.
Yeah, it's a nice settler there for Jared. I think, you know, I think he'll be stoked with that wave. Not so much for the score that it'll give him, but just for the repositioning it's going to get him. Saw a surfer out there, couldn't quite tell which colour, but they look like they're having a really hard time paddling against that current to try and stay down the point. So, yeah, I think Jared's just repositioned himself there really nicely. So I think, you know, that's where Elliot and Corbin were getting their waves in that last heat. So, yeah, I'm excited to see how this next exchange comes on.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm sure that Levi's probably looking at where Corbin and Elliot were sitting and going, okay, if I can manage to sit somewhere near where they are, then hopefully I can progress through this one. I think he got to the round of 32 or the round of 16 in the event at Avoca, so he made a couple of heats. And he's surfing really good, and he was surfing yesterday afternoon. He was on every single wave. I was going, how is he on another one? So, yeah, he's a bit of a wave magnet.
You definitely need that luck sometimes at these events. We are dealing with Mother Nature at the end of the day. As we see up and riding, this looks like Jay Pink in and out. But, yeah, again, I don't mind that as just a bit of a repositioning manoeuvre, getting a bit further down the point there and hopefully a bit more scoring opportunity.
Yeah, well, Jared McCallum locked in a 3 for his first, so a good start. We've seen people make heats with 3s, but I think now that the waves are getting a little bit better, you're going to want to start to open up with a 4-5 or above. I think we're seeing more and more 5s come into play, like we saw a 5 from Elliot, a 5-2-3 from Corbin. So I think that the judges are kind of opening up the scale a little bit more as the surf gets better and better.
As we have on screen here, Mr. Corbin Hutchins looks like he'll be going in to chuck the headset on, and yeah, hopefully we get a chat with him. Just on 18 minutes remaining here, and unlike the previous heats we've had the pleasure of watching, everyone's got off to a fairly quick start. In and out of that one there. That looked like a wave that might have reformed on the inside, but surfer in blue there, Kobe Johnson. Oh, sorry, Levi opting out, or potentially was Kobe. I couldn't quite tell the difference between blue and green there, but Kobe up and riding now. Beautiful setup turn to get him back in the steeper part of the wave. A lovely snap, but looked like he kind of caught himself by surprise there and poked the nose. So he'll be back out the back now to regroup. As we have Jay Pink behind him in the red. Beautiful snap out of the lip there. Great energy off the bottom. You could tell there was something coming as he works his way down the line. Oh, it's a bummer that wave didn't have anything offering at the end of the wave, because he started the wave about as good as he could out here at Cabarita. A lot of people starting their waves with carving manoeuvres, but to be able to do a snap like that, yeah, extremely difficult on a day like today. So, yeah, hopefully that's a sign of things to come with the conditions improving and getting a bit steeper for these surfers.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like, I mean, I'm not out there, so I can't really tell what's going through, but it's almost worth trying to figure out if he can find an inside section on this one out the back. I believe that's the Kiwi Levi Stewart, one big turn to start this one off. That huge section just so critical for him to start that one. As you said, we haven't seen that come through. And Levi finishing that one, and again, this wave just bowling up for him. So, unfortunately, pushes it a little bit too hard. Unable to ride out of that one.
Wow, matching power with power there on that wave. I think we've got another powerhouse Kiwi on the line at the moment. Corbo, the ticket. How are you, mate?
Yeah, the ticket.
How'd you go out there, bros?
Pretty good, I guess. It was like there's a lot going on. It's like first heat in a while too. Bit jittery, but there's definitely some roll-ins, and it's good to have like actual waves.
Talk to me about your positioning out there. It went from like a roaring current to a reverse rip.
I know.
How did you adapt?
Yeah, I guess me and Elliot, he was in the heat as well, but we were coming down here for like last week, pretty much all week, and we were just sitting down off that wide bank getting plenty of waves, sort of no one out. So I just went and sat where we've been sitting the whole time, and there's these sort of double up, sort of like roll-in ones, and if you can get them, but it's tricky because the best ones are probably like way past the soft rock section, and I guess the judges can't really see that far, so you want to sit up a little bit and just, try jag a double up.
Yeah, you certainly managed to do that. Talk to me about having patience on the wave. Obviously, spending a lot of your time at Snapper where it's just in front of you from the moment you stand up, whereas Cabarita's a lot more down the line. You had a wave where there was 4 set-up turns before you had your major. But
Yeah.
how important is it to just pick your moment where you can put that massive turn in?
Yeah, 100%. That's what I told myself before the heat. I just wanted to like calm down a little bit and just smooth it out and like draw some lines because there is some big walls, but it is like quite slopey. And when you got that connection, you got to make the most of it. So I felt like I missed a couple little end sections. Like if you get a big jam on the end section, it's hard to deny a score, I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was explained perfectly, mate. Look, I'm not too sure how many heats we will get through today, but good luck if you surf again this afternoon, mate. And well done to the Cuzzies going 1-2 there.
Yes. Roger. Cheers, Stace.
Good lad, young Corbin, and fantastic surfer. I should know, but I don't. But I think he's lived on the Gold Coast for, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 years.
Yeah, a while now.
So, yeah, he's certainly one of the locals out at Snapper. Always on the best waves, incredible tube rider, and I know he'd be stoked to find himself making it through a few heats here. So yeah, best of luck to him.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's in the first round. Did he not compete last year, or is that?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I don't see his name pop up in heat draws too often. I think, there's a lot of surfers around the world that I don't know if Corbin's one of them, but they wait for these big events to come into their backyard. They roll the dice and see how they go. If they jag a big event, a big result in one of these big events, they'll then go on and do, the rest of the year or maybe chase it down the road to the next event and start from round 1 again. But, a lot of surfers, they like just doing the 1 or 2 events a year and checking in if they've still got it or not. And then I know Corbin's a busy boy. He's a hard worker, and I think at his age he'd be weighing up his options. Where's my time best spent? And I'd say at the moment it's definitely best spent being here. So yeah, hope to see him surf a bit more. I think his surfing suits this wave absolutely beautifully.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like surfing Snapper all the time, and then coming here to Cabarita, I feel Snapper, as you said, it's really quite in front of you, but you have to adjust your surfing to surf out here. You've got to be more patient. It's more carvy, more a little bit slower surfing, whereas Snapper, you can kind of just put it up there whenever you like.
Yeah.
So you've got to be really critical on where to place your turns and when to do them. Levi locked in a 3.6. I feel like he was on his way to a good number if he didn't fall on that third turn.
He most certainly was, and you can almost see a little bit of indecision there when he finished that ride. He wasn't too sure whether to do the run around or commit to the paddle, and as the conditions changed throughout the day, I'd almost have to flip the script on what I was saying earlier with the run around. I think the run around could end up leading you down a bit of a track that you can't recover from if you end up next to that rock, and then you might never get back to that best part of the bank.
Yeah, especially with this reverse rip.
It's a bit of a tongue twister,
isn't it?
it?
Yeah, I couldn't get that one out. I was like, reverse rip. I feel like, as you said, you're almost stuck in a bit of a rabbit hole. You're better off just paddling out the back, just letting the sweep take you straight back to where you need to be. As long as you've got your lineups, then you can just stick there.
Yeah, exactly. So with just under 12 minutes remaining, certainly no one has taken this heat by control yet. I would say probably the best surfing has been from young Jay Pink, but he needs to find a good wave. But up and riding here, it looks like young Levi's found himself another wave, and judging by that wave is, I would say he didn't run around. He stayed down the line. It was a beautiful opening carve, matching power with power again, and a nice big finish there. Now we might see the run around, but gee, that's how you make up for a bit of a mistake on that earlier wave.
Yeah, definitely. He's probably feeling a little bit frustrated, feeling though, you know, I wasn't able to complete that first ride, which is so important today. So he's probably going, you know what, I just want to get at least one completion. Here we've got the replay. So Levi, it's a smaller looking wave, carving his way to stay nice and close to the pocket and just gets over that little bobble, and he's just pumping up the top of the face, and this is where it starts to wall up. Beautiful carve. And just a little bit of a check, and then he finishes it for a fourth turn. He almost could have missed that turn in between that carve and the finishing turn and just made the finishing turn more of a moment, but he dropped a good score. So, I mean, you'd be cheering if you were Levi right now.
You're cheering, but I definitely agree with what you're saying. Could have cut out that little turn and maybe put a little more emphasis on that finishing manoeuvre, but at this stage in the heat, like you said, you definitely take that. Geez, he looks alive on his board, doesn't he? He's kind of like a supercharged V6.
Yeah.
Bloody.
Must have had about 4 coffees.
He looked like he'd had a few coffees, so he's raring to go, and looks like he's got good equipment under his feet. You know, it's like what Corbin was saying: is you got to be patient with Cabarita. You can't just get in and have a premeditated idea about what you think you can do in a wave. You got to match what's coming at you. And I think, I'd agree with you on that one. He probably could have cut out the check and just had a big Larry finish. But hey, he's on the board. He's stoked. He'll be back out there again, and he's certainly the one that's got the rhythm at the moment. Even with the fall on that prior wave, he's found the best 2 waves by far out here. So he'd be feeling stoked. And really, at this point on, with this amount of time remaining on the heat, it's really his to lose now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's well out in front. I think, if my maths is right, he might have locked in a 4.8 on that last wave. So that's a really good score for today so far. Just over 9 minutes to go. Jay, Jared, and Kobe kind of needing to turn some waves here. I feel like sitting and waiting, especially today, isn't really the option. There is waves coming through and people just aren't getting them. I was watching it before and I'm like, why is no one on this wave? There's so many waves, so many opportunities. People just really need to learn to identify which ones are the best.
Definitely. How hard is it to let waves go out there?
Oh, it's so hard, especially if you're in a heat and all you want to do is catch waves. You've got to be super critical, but then that can also be a downfall too. You know, catching waves, being in rhythm with good waves can lead you to a good heat win, but sitting and waiting and being hypercritical can definitely lead you to a heat loss as well.
Bit of get busy but stay patient, eh?
Yeah. Be busy but busy good.
No, it's a hard one to play out here today. I definitely think that there's a lot of waves that come into the surface and they've already broken. I think if that's already happening, that could be a bit of a giveaway to perhaps let that one go, but it's a hard thing to do. Oh, I thought Jared was looking left there, which, I'm not going to rule that out today. Left into the wind potentially when the tide gets a bit lower this afternoon maybe, but at the moment that wave not really standing up to his liking, so he'll be back out to the drawing board after that one. Unfortunately down into 4th priority, which on a day like today, with the wave counts being relatively low in heats, that is going to hurt with about 7.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, definitely. But that wave was enough to get him up into 2nd. So applying a little bit of pressure to Jay and Kobe, but not enough to make him feel comfortable in 2nd spot. Levi comfortably sitting in the lead. If he gets another 4, he's kind of run away with this one. So Jay and Kobe really needing to find an opportunity and do their best surfing on it to get them back in the mix.
Yeah, it's a good point you make there. It's not a huge total that sees him in 2nd, but you're right. These other surfers, now they have a decision to make. They can't just sit out the rest of this heat and, keep an eye on what the other person's doing. They've got to now execute some surfing. I've seen World Tour finals lost needing the best surfers in the world needing a 2.2. So they have a decision to make now. And, as this clock counts down, time pressure becomes an issue. And it's almost like the smaller the score you're chasing, the harder it becomes. So,
Yeah.
Like your point there, it wasn't a huge score that took him into 2nd, but he's in 2nd and they're not.
Yeah, exactly. And it's more confidence that he has than they do. So, as you said, 2.21 and 3.6, they're not massive scores, but time just keeps slowly getting away from them, but it feels slow, but it's going quickly. And Jared, he's back on another one, applying more pressure, carving his way back to the pocket. I feel like staying nice and close is going to allow for that steeper section, more opportunity. So, Jezza.
That's more like it.
Yeah, definitely going to solidify that second spot, depending on how the score comes through. I think that was definitely his best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, for sure. Great call. I think he'd be feeling a lot better after that wave, and now this is really putting some real pressure on Jay and Kobe here. Like I said, I think, Jay looked really electric on that right where he got the 2.67. And Kobe looked like he knew what he was doing out here as well. They just need to find that opportunity. And obviously, they got to execute. With 25 minutes on the clock is a lot different to 5 minutes on the clock. So this is where they're going to learn a lot about themselves. If they can match it up with the big boys, or if they've got to keep the heads down and keep training and take some learnings from it. So, yeah, it's going to be an exciting closer to this heat.
Yeah, definitely. So scores to lock in for Last of White. Here's a replay, Stace.
Yeah, lovely first turn, keeping his speed down the line. And, another good carving manoeuvre out of the pocket. The wave goes a little flat here, but does his best. I probably would have liked to see him wait a little bit and really jam that steep bit of the wave, but he did his best to, put a few more dots on this wave and, finish on his feet. So I think at this point in the heat, that's a well-ridden wave. As we see up and riding here, this is potentially Jay. So this is a massive opportunity for Jay, and he needs to absolutely make the most of it. He looked connected to his board here. He just needs to find that steeper section. He's got a nice style and a good technique on that wrap. He's just got to get it up there. That's better. Unfortunately, this wave running off into the gutter. But with 4 minutes on the clock, I'm not too sure how many more opportunities he's going to get. And with a fall there at the end, it now leaves him in an interesting position to paddle or to run. Looks like he's going to paddle.
Yeah, well, he's looking for a 4.16, so maybe he's hoping he can pick a little wider one up, watch it grow, and then really get to work on it. Last of Jared was a 3.83, so he has applied that pressure. Even though it was a small score, it was enough for Jay and Kobe to be chasing bigger numbers. Last of Jay at 2.97, so he now needs a 3.86, which is more achievable, but he's going to need to do a little bit more hard work on his next wave.
Yeah, definitely, and I'd say, but judging on that wave he just rode then, he's definitely got the talent. Just needs to find himself a bit more of a cooperative wave to really get that score, and I think he'll be trying to find one off the edge here, as we see a few servers having a look. But just looking, I don't think we'll see a change in priority there. But I'm really interested to see how Jay plays out the last 3 minutes of this heat. We can see three colours there, and I would say Jay is about maybe 50 to 100 metres to our left of screen. And as Corbin mentioned, there are good waves down there. You've just got to make sure that you're surfing your waves inside the contest area. So time will tell, true. If you're Jared, what are you doing? Are you sticking to your game plan sitting up the top, or are you going to chase Jay down?
I think if he can get the opportunity to better that 3-point ride, I'd be sticking up there. But 2.5 minutes to go, I'd probably be going straight down to where Jay is, trying to get him off as many waves as I can.
Oh.
This is Levi. Wow, he's
got some strength, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's such a strong surfer, and he's probably going to better this 3.6. We've only seen him ride 3 waves now throughout this heat, so he's kind of just feeling comfortable. He's nailed it, to be honest. I mean, small heat total, but in regards to the rest of the day, it's a pretty good one.
Definitely, I agree. If you judge his performance on the waves he selected and how he rode them, I'd say he's done a pretty good job. And yeah, as we said earlier, he's plenty of energy. He looks alive on the wave face, which is what you want. A nice big speed check here, but unfortunately it didn't really allow him to get around the section in time to jam the steepest part of the wave. So I don't see that score going too high, but certainly good signs moving into the later rounds. His equipment's looking really good under his feet, and when he gets a bit of open face, he's just as strong as anyone. As we see red here, Jay Pink. Oh, he's got the double up on the inside. Nice carve out of the top. Beautiful style, but he's lost his edge in the foam. Oh, I can only imagine what he's saying to himself underwater there, True.
Yeah, I don't even want to know. He's probably feeling so frustrated. He was on his way to a 3.86 on that one for sure. If he had got another big turn, it would have been right there. I mean, there's a minute to go. He might get another opportunity. He doesn't want to give up just yet.
As we see his opening turn here. Oh, he had a turn before the carve. Oh, a fair bit of downtime in between the turns, so the judges will definitely be looking at that. But when he got the moment, wow, it was certainly a moment, and it looks like there was another section on the end of that wave to really give it some, but unfortunately he fell. Perhaps thinking about the next turn before he'd completed the turn he was in, and with 30 seconds to go, he's going to need a miracle.
Yeah, he definitely is. He might be able to pick one up that's a little bit wider, and this looks like Kobe Johnson up and riding. He's been really quiet throughout this whole heat. So he's looking for a 5.56, kind of just floats that first section, brings it around for another one. So Kobe, he looks like maybe he's more just having fun with it, just wasn't busy enough out there, unfortunately falling on that last turn. So it's not going to be the score, I don't think, unless he did something crazy out the back that I must have missed. But yeah, just being a little bit too patient out there today, Stace.
I think so. I think he'll be reflecting on that performance. Stoked to get that wave at the end, but he probably need a little bit more at the beginning. As we see the completion of that heat, unofficially Levi Stewart and Jared McCullum getting through that one. We'll have the official results shortly for Heat 6 of the round of 12. This is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. True, I think we're going to have a break and welcome in 78 world champ Rabbit and Ken Shannon. So we'll be back shortly.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Starting the day with freshness, giving us the energy to paddle out and live life to the fullest. All natural and organic, a superfood bursting with flavor and taking you to your own piece of paradise. Sharing moments with friends, sharing them with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the action. The Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. It is all going down here with 5,000 points on the line for the men and women this week. Of course, the women are off today, but the men have been underway since early this morning with that 8 o'clock start. We're going to be pushing through as far as we can and hoping to get through the round of 96. We'll see if we're able to make it all the way. But up and riding right now, our surfer in white. Great opening carve to start things off with. Hits the lip on the finish for Jared Potts, and he'll kick out, getting that opening wave underway. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. And it's just so great to call heats with you, especially with all your local knowledge and your years of competitive history, organizational history within professional surfing, Rabbit. As we take a look at this first wave from our surfer in blue.
Yeah, this heat's really opened up. He went for the big Larry layback there to finish it off and didn't quite work out. And here now we've got the surfer in red, Will Harbison. So Will just sort of catches a bit of a rail there. The Jared Potts wave is the wave that I think is going to be the big difference.
That was definitely the way to start things off for Jara as we're waiting for scores to drop through. Up against Will Harrison and Samson Coulter. And 2 more heats left in this round, and then we'll be into the round of 96. So few surfers in this round just getting their feet wet within the qualifying series. Some of those surfers with some competitive experience, but a lot of these guys getting the call up locally, and just starting to get that jersey on, which has been exciting to see this morning.
Well, this is the great thing about the regional series. I mean, young surfers who have never been able to compete at this level. I just saw a young, one of the young surfers. He surfed in an earlier heat, Zane Sylvester, and he'd never been in a contest of this magnitude before. He said he looked down, he said, "My gosh, I'm against men."
What a difference. As we see some live action now with Sam, nice cutback to start things off with, and finds a little bit more open face, slides that tail around and hits the finishing section. So we'll have scores to come through for Samson. And in that last heat, we saw Levi Stewart take out a solid lead. Congratulations, Levi. You must be feeling pretty stoked to walk away with the lead.
Yeah, it was kind of came down this morning. It looked a bit trickier than it was yesterday. But yeah, just stoked to get through it after a few runarounds.
Very exciting. Shannon Hughes here in the booth. What are you riding?
I'm riding a Rusty. Ride Rusty boards. Good boards. Riding the Yes Thanks model. It seems to be doing the trick this series, so enjoying it.
Stoked. And talk to me about, traveling around the coastline, getting so many heats underway. How does it feel to be out here in Cabarita?
Yeah, it's nice. I'm enjoying my time here in Cabarita. I love it here. It's beautiful. People are nice. Food's good. But it's been really good just traveling with the Kiwi crew. We've got a pretty epic bunch of us traveling together, and we've just been getting good waves up and down the East Coast, so it's been really enjoyable.
Well, great to see you finding some rhythm and making it through into the next round. Congratulations. Can't wait to see you out there again later today.
Awesome. Cheers.
Big ups to Levi for taking the lead. And with 20 minutes on the clock, Sam has jumped himself up into that first place position with some better scores on the board. And it's been an exciting morning to start things off with. And it seems, Rabbit, like those conditions have just kind of shaped up with that high tide.
Yeah, the high tide's been sort of kind out there. There's a pretty... we got the reverse rib happening, but they've worked that out now. It's a lot easier to deal with, as we see Will Harbison up and riding on this one. And Will sitting in third place at this moment.
Goes for the little spin around on that inside section.
Yeah, probably won't get too many points at this level for that move, but at least he got to finish that wave.
Got that completion, and we'll be waiting for scores to come through. Best score of the heat so far was that 4.17, which was last for our surfer in blue, Sam, in the lead. And our surfer in red with that big paddle back out.
Yeah, well, Sam Coulter's got a lot of experience, and he surfed at this level many times. And as we see,
a couple of nice turns to start things off with.
Yeah, I like how he threw that tail, and just got a nice little drift, and just shows a little pizzazz at the end of that wave. It just maybe got a few decimal points more.
That variety that the judges are looking at.
Yeah, that's right, and Sam does have he's got a lot of variety in his repertoire.
It'll be interesting to see the type of variety that we see come through this week at Cabarita specifically, because we're looking more at those point break sections, a little bit more open face surfing than those bigger closeout sections we typically see at a standard beach break.
Most definitely, it's the point breaks is all about it is all about connectivity and how you set up, and then when you get those steeper pockets, then you really go to work on your big moves that you've got in your repertoire. But you've got to set them up on the point break.
Down to 18 minutes on the clock. And Rabbit, you've been mentioning, how excited you are to see this regional QS starting to unfold and a great positive change for the WSL moving forward. You're the founder of the ASP. You've got so much experience behind the scenes and just taking a look at what would work out better for the surfers. And it's great to hear your insight on those changes, the WSL just taking things as it comes generation to generation.
Well, one thing that's been consistent with me is that I guess I've always been a real advocate for the athletes, and this is a much better system for them all, like globally. As I was saying earlier on, the sponsorship pool, those $30,000 and $40,000 contracts that were there even 10 years ago, they're just not there anymore. There's probably a couple of golden child kids from each sponsor, but the vast majority of them don't have that sort of money. And I think the great thing that the WSL have done is that second tier, that middle tier, that Challenger Series, that is the master stroke. That's really given a lot more opportunity for the athletes to carve a career out.
As we see some live action out the back, taking off right there on the peak, draws that high line to start things off with, and kicks out knowing that wave's not going to offer that critical section for him. And it is exciting to see those changes. I've enjoyed it as well with that Challenger Series coming up, and now really getting to see kind of the full fruition of things in 2022, as the last couple of years trying to implement those changes has been difficult with travel restrictions and a lot of events not being able to run. But now being able to just see it unfold, and with the Challenger Series kicking off in May at the end of the regional QSs globally.
Yeah, and this year we're going to see the full rollout as it was planned. I mean, as you said, it's been very difficult the last 2 years. We all know the reason why, with all the restrictions and many other things. And it was actually a miracle last year that anything could happen.
Yeah, I agree with you, absolutely. So we'll have the Challenger Series kicking off on the Gold Coast, finishing up at Manly for the Australian leg. So Gold Coast and Sydney in May.
Yeah, and that's nice. It's scheduled really well, and again with the athletes in mind, but just also for the whole big picture, and also running events at the right time of year in the right places. So we've got this regional series happening here. It's happening in Europe at the moment. It's happening in the United States, all over the world. These regional series are going to the top 10 surfers will go into and progress and graduate into that Challenger Series. You know, after this regional series winds up after Newcastle next week, we go straight into the CT, back onto the CT with, obviously the Rip Curl Pro, Bells, and then over to Margaret River. And then the Challenger Series kicks off at Snapper Rocks in May. And that's going to be one mighty series. There's some fantastic venues all around the world. And, and obviously from there, the surfers then graduate into the major leagues, into the CT for 2023. And obviously we've got that whole big cut-off happening with the CT. And the good thing about that is the definition. The surfers know where they stand. You know, those that haven't made it on the CT know that they've got the Challenger Series. Every one of those Challenger Series they're eligible to compete in. And then they'll meet these surfers here, these surfers that are coming through these systems. So it's going to make for a very exciting year.
Yeah, it's a really seamless transition, considering that Challenger Series doesn't start until after the mid-season cut at Margaret River for those Championship Tour surfers. Such a bummer for them not to make that cut, but they will be able to fall straight into that event at the Gold Coast and just carry that momentum, hopefully to straight requalification for the following year, without spending their time juggling an entire season on the Championship Tour, plus the season on the qualifying series. And I was listening to an interview with Laura Enever the other day from the lineup, and she was just reiterating that, in her years of competing on the Championship Tour, not quite making those, cut lines as far as requalifying at the end of the season from her CT rankings, it would mean sometimes surfing 20-plus events in a year between Championship Tour back to QS, and we know that's the story for everyone. And so it's a great transition to see that coming into play, and that those CT surfers have that to fall into, and then the qualifying series surfers like these guys have that opportunity to see how they fare up against the current best in the world.
Look, it softens the cruel blow of not making the cut, because, as Laura pointed out, and it's so true. I mean, unless you're, obviously if you're nicely ensconced in the top 10 in the world, you only have to look a bit on the CT and trying to get yourself into being in that big five and being a contender for the world title. But all the rest pretty much have to hedge their bets, and a lot of the times that means doing 2 tours, and they didn't really work out so well. They weren't coordinated perfectly, just because it was a bit of a patchwork quilt. Whereas now there's that definition.
Down to 13 minutes on the clock for our current heat. Sam Couture currently sitting in the lead with that 4.17 as the breakaway score for this heat. Will Harbison with 4.17 heat total, just a 1.9 and a 2.27 on the scoreboard, and now up and riding out the back. Looking for that section, decides to kick out for Jared Potts. So his opening wave came through at just a 2.37, and that was only a second wave that he's had now. That's not going to factor through anyways. And he's really going to have to find some kind of rhythm out there.
Yeah, I have to say, I thought the judges were really stingy on that 2.37.
I felt the same.
I said, there must be another score coming in we're waiting for. But, he just surfed it so aggressively.
The judges taking so many different things into account when they're looking at those scores dropping through. And they have set that, that bar kind of just in that mid-range throughout today for what we're seeing. We'll see when we get into that next round. We'll get those higher seeds as well. So, of course, this is the lowest seeded round, the round one of 112. and then we'll jump up in the seedings. The seedings actually, there's those higher seedings coming through into the round of 64 as well after the round of 96. So there's going to be a lot of surfers that aren't even in the draw yet for the next round that we won't see for another couple of days.
No, that's right. I mean, these seedings have worked out over throughout the series. As we see that reverse rip on this high tide really coming into effect. Will Harbison in the red there was really tacking back to where he wanted to be. He's looking in. He's getting his bearings on the beach. He wants to be where he thinks he is. And look, he's still paddling back into position. So that reverse rip is actually quite fierce. And it's a feature of our point breaks. It's got a lot to do with the swell direction and the tides. And he's actually just about paddled himself into position to get a wave there. And he had a look at that wave, but he's only got the third priority, so there's no worries about having a bit of a look at waves with third priority. You're not going to lose anything.
Exactly. Here we go with the strong paddle. So repositioned down the lineup just a little bit. He's going to look to just make it around that first section, just connects with the froth. And now waiting for that wave to open up a little bit more. Starts to have a little more shape as he comes through to the inside section. And throws that little stall in to gain some speed. Connects with the lip, and he's going to go for a powerful finish. Throws that tail around, and he'll put together a clean wave.
Yeah, he's worked hard for this one, Will. He's ended up fairly well down the point, but to my mind, he turned nothing into something there. That wave really didn't look like it was going to offer much after that first, and he got in that white watery section. I went, oh, that's nothing, and then he turned it into something, and every decimal point counts.
That was the real grind, the QS surfing for sure. He was chasing a 2.91 going into that. Scores to come through for his last wave. There it is as a 2.60. So he's chasing that 2.58 to take the leading position over Sam, but puts a little bit more of a requirement on our surfer in white.
And Shannon, I suppose when you look at the scale of things, that wave Sam called to, I guess the scale's pretty right. Look at that reverse rip now. Wow, he is really struggling to stay in position. That thing wants to rip him around the headland.
Yeah, that is actually not a nice thing to have in the lineup. And you can just see how much water there is moving around. And
oh, don't stop paddling.
Yeah, he's just going to continue drifting out. And we noticed it. So before Will caught that last wave, I think it was perfectly tied in with how you were saying, he's paddling himself back in position. Because the two waves we saw caught before, they were caught so far on the inside of it that first section didn't really open up, but they were too far behind to make that second section around that closeout.
Yes. And now what we've got with Sam, Sam's in the position now where he's looking for that surge off the headland, it seems like. He's going to be pretty close. And here's one of those outside ones that's probably going to have to duck dive.
That's a solid size wave rolling through, and you can see just how far it's breaking. I mean, it takes up our entire screen here. It's really just a big closeout across.
Now, on the low tide, the surfers will be looking for those outside ones, and they'll be surfing a much wider bank over like the full Cabarita point. Whereas now they're really in that cove. And this is look at that, this big set just sweeping through. No one's anywhere near in position to catch these waves, but there might only be one of them per heat. And it's going to make that rip even more fierce.
They've got a lot to duck dive, a lot of positioning to keep in mind. That will be our surfers from the next heat paddling out, that surfer in green. I did hear from the beach announcer that it's a 10-minute paddle out today. Typically, it's about a 5-minute paddle out, but given that, there's a large paddle with all those surges happening, they're giving those surfers the extra 5 minutes to get into the back of the lineup with that full 10, and then those 25-minute heats, which initially this morning we thought was going to be 20-minute heats.
Well, they were scheduled for 20 minutes. This round with 8 heats in it, the round 112, it was scheduled for 20-minute heats, which is sort of par for the course, what's to be expected. But the contest director, wisely made it 25-minute heats. And this decision was made when the rip current was moving in the other direction in a fierce pattern. But it's come into play even more so now. So this is a wise choice, and looks like Jared Potts now is on the wide. He's looking for this wave. Look at that. He's just casually waiting for this wave to stand up. Come on, man. Yeah, now he goes to work.
All right.
Oh, no.
Finds a section and goes down on it. So patient, waiting for that wave to actually stand up for him.
It had a hint of arrogance about it. He just stood there and said, "Come on, bring it on. I'm ready for you." And he attacked and fell.
And it got the better of him. That was a good decision, though. What are your thoughts on that as far as taking those smaller waves? They maybe have, a little less water under them to really be able to get some form on that sandbank.
Well, they can hug the bank, and that's the thing, and that's what he's waiting for. He's waiting for that wave to come onto the bank, stand up on the, with a nice vertical shoulder and a pocket for him to power out of it. It did provide.
Sam currently sitting in the lead with that 4.17 there on screen, keeping himself in position, looking to improve on just a 1.00 for that backup score. And at this stage, he could still be knocked out given that it's just a couple of twos on the scoreboard. And I almost feel like sometimes there's more pressure when it's such small requirements, but they just seem to be so difficult to get because the waves are not offering much in the way of critical sections.
Yeah, and I've heard a few of the surfers coming in here and saying it's really tricky once you're in the lineup. And look at that, we're down to under 6 minutes. This heat has really got away on these guys, and we've got wash-throughs from the outside, and they're having to reposition themselves in the lineup. And there's a fair distance between the surfers. Like you look at these waves, you go, why aren't they surfing and why aren't they riding these waves? It's because of all the factors involved here. The part of the bank, they're trying to get the waves that hug the bank and to stay on the bank, and there's these sweeping wider ones, just get them out of position. And one thing about the reverse rip, it's hard to get back to position because the more movement and the more swell coming through on the other side of that rip gets stronger.
As we're down to just over 5 minutes on the clock, you can really see that rip running through, and our surfer in the lead in blue. Sam racing around that section. Is he going to be able to find that open face again? And there he is with it. Now patiently teeing up for that big lip line section. Goes straight up into the pocket. Throws a lot of power, a lot of spray, and gets dropped in on by Jared Potts, who's kicking out now. That's going to be an interesting one for the judges.
Yeah, I don't think they'll score it. I think that the ride was pretty much complete. He was well back in the white water. I don't believe he was going to get around. I don't think it hindered his scoring potential. He got the good score. I mean, he has definitely got the best score of the heat so far. He's going to put himself well in contention. But being a competitor, he made an appeal to the judges. and was that Jared Potts or was it a guy in a white singlet? I'm trying to work it out. Sometimes you get free surfers out there. Let's watch this whole wave again. Like, he's not scoring points here, Shannon. Only now.
Yeah, that first section, real dead.
This turn here, but here's the money turn. Look how crisp this turn. Whoa, big spray, buckets, and then, sorry, buddy. There's an apology, but it'd be unlucky to get scored an interference on that, I'd have to say.
Yeah, so scores to come through now for Last of Blue. Remember, sitting with that 1.00 as his backup score will certainly be replaced. Surfer in white down in that third position at the moment, chasing a 2.51 to advance. Surfer in red with priority, chasing just a small score, but that will very likely change the requirement, and it will be more the battle to keep Jared Potts away from that advancing position.
Yeah, well, I mean, that it also shows just he rode that wave a long way, and Jared Potts only came onto that wave so far down the line, he probably wouldn't have even imagined there was a surfer that it could have connected all the way down there. So he wasn't paying that much attention to the ride.
Yeah, I mean, with the spread out here at Cabarita of the entire beach setup, we have Sam, who was sitting so far up in the cove, right on the rocks, to be able to connect all the way through, which we were seeing more on the low tide this morning. And then for Jared, it's like he's separated himself completely from the pack, put himself on a totally different peak down the beach, and would be looking more for those kind of long, open face waves, as opposed to these waves in the cove that have those solid finishing sections.
And Sam, he worked hard to get to that section, and it was that wider section. And there he goes again, Sam Coulter. He's got himself an inside one now. You can see he's already taken off very wide, very deep. Somehow he's got this wave of Jared Potts as well.
Great looking wave, looking for that finishing section, another big climb, and it just continues to open up for him. Oh,
he's finished with a flurry. Sam Coulter, 2 scoring rides to come in, and he'll declare his innings on that one with 2 minutes to go. Job well done.
Well, what a way to finish it. So scores to come through for Sam, our current leader.
And Shannon, this race was in second and third. Look at the points, 2.58 required and a 2.51 for Jared Potts.
It's just so tight, and that's so frustrating for the guys in the lineup to know if they can just get one wave. I mean, even a wave with a single maneuver could get them into that 3 to 4 point range if they're able to find a good section.
And that 4 point range has been the difference in this one. Sam Coulter comes in with a 4.93. So not yet, he couldn't quite crack the 5, but it's a solid 4.93. And in any other event, you'd be going, oh, I need a bit more. But out here today, that might be safety.
That's exactly what he needs. Will now up and riding. Carves back on that first turn, eyeing up that second section. Another carve, real similar to the first. And that third, and now he's going to look for that critical vertical surfing. Goes for a big floater and bounces off on the landing.
Yeah.
Now the requirement on him, a 6.56 to take first. But again, looking to get something over the 2 point range to put that pressure on Jared Potts.
Well, there's only a minute left, and but the door is still open for Jared Potts because that wave of Will Harbison, there was a lot of turning going on, but when he hit the critical section, he did that float and fell. But I think time might be running out on Jared Potts.
So scores to come through now for Will. 30 seconds on the clock. And way down the beach, Will's going to have to duck dive that one.
And this is the beauty about having the two banks of separation, because we saw Sam Coulter get his last wave way down the beach, but it was a wider one, and those wider ones are coming through. I think we saw Sam Littlechild in an early heat sitting wide, waiting for that wider one, but there's only 10 seconds left.
And it just may be too much to ask for Jared Potts to find that 2.96. He did separate himself from the pack. He did everything he needed to try and get away for a low score to take that advancing position, but was unable to find it. Sam getting the better of the exchange with those couple of fours and advancing through alongside of Will Harbison into the round of 96. One more heat in the round of 112, and we'll be right back with that right after this.
Got some good food, went surfing, went fishing, played some golf. Yeah, it was a super fun day. Some of my first memories of surfing Tweed are just exploring the beautiful back beaches, having some fun surfing around with my dad.
All the beaches all the way down the Tweed Coast are just coves with headland after headland, and it's just so beautiful. This whole Tweed Coast region is very, very special to me.
At it for the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Samson Couture takes the lead in that last heat. And now into our final heat for the opening round of the day of the event. We got Aaron Kelly, Fraser Martin, Logan Specht, and Brent Savage in the lineup. 4 surfers battling it out for a spot in that round of 96. Top 2 will be advancing through. We'll be into the rest of our day, a big day of surfing ahead of us. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by the 1978 world champion Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. And it's been a good day of surfing, but we're seeing the challenge in the conditions this morning.
Yes, Shannon, we certainly are. And we see, the surfers, they get themselves in the line-off. They sit for even 30 seconds. They've drifted further in and deeper into the cove. You can use that to your advantage. There is that surge coming off the headland. We did see Sam Coulter sitting very deep in his last heat at one stage and getting a telling ride off that surge. And we've seen other surfers elect to go for the wider bank. And we see those big combing sets rolling through on the outside that catches them all out of position. But how do you get to them?
Yeah, it is surprising when those solid sets come through. We do see the swell kind of decreasing throughout the day and getting smaller again tomorrow, which hopefully means some improved conditions and just a little bit more on offer for each of our surfers, especially with 4 people in the lineup, trying to pick the best of it, as we can see another one of those surges starting to roll through. We are expecting a little bit of that wind to kick up this afternoon as well, kind of to shift for a little bit more onshore. But it's been great right here in the cove throughout the morning. Nice, clean offshore conditions, at least for the wind. As we see that set rolling through, we'll see if anyone's able to get the pick of it. We do have a couple small scores on the board for our surfers in white and green. Possibly just throwaways for what we have at the moment. And waiting for red and blue to get their opening rides. And there we have it, our surfer in white down the point. Huge backhand hack to start things off with. Comes in strong under the lip and just loses it on the finish for Logan Speck.
Oh, Logan Speck, he'd made 95% of that. He'd done the hard work. He just had to handle that little bounce at the bottom and just wasn't able to hold on. And he's a powerful surfer from North Stradbroke Island. This first turn, solid. And again, bang. You know, he grew up surfing, you know, the Speck family, one of the most well-known and well-respected families from up there. And, of course, the Ewings. And, you know, there's been some amazing surfers come from up there on North Stradbroke Island. And the Speck family, definitely dear friends of mine. And Logan, wow, he's been a young, powerful surfer coming through the ranks.
And what a way to start that heat off. Solid backhand hack for that first turn. And puts him up into the lead with that 4.17 heat total at the moment.
Yeah, that's over 2 waves though, isn't it? Yeah, no, now that would have easily been a 4.17 on that one wave. He just pulled it off. And of course, you know, there's the Beat Durbridge, who was the first surfer from North Stradbroke Island to really hit the big time. And got to number 2 in the world. And now young Ethan Ewing's out there. And, you know, a lot of people consider him to be pretty much in the top 2 surfers in Australia at the moment. Probably him and Jack Robinson are probably the top 2 young guys in the country.
Yeah, Ethan's done so well to get himself into that, you know, higher rank position out of the Aussies on the championship tour. It's been exciting to see with 20 minutes on the clock. And we just saw Sam Couture take out the lead. Congratulations, Sam. How does it feel to be making it into the round of 96?
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's good when you got waves like this. Such a treat to get some nice big rights. I'm exhausted, though. Big paddle out.
And Sam, it's Rabbit here. I mean, I saw you sitting really deep at one stage. You looked like you were waiting to get that surge off the headland because it's tricky out there, isn't it?
Yeah, I got a bit lost at the start there, Rabs, admittedly. I thought I was behind the rocket snapper. But, yeah, the good ones were kind of coming down a little bit further down the point there, and I kind of figured that out with about 7 minutes to go. I actually got faded by a free surfer out there, but that's all right. Still got some good ones.
Yeah, that was good. That was at the end of that ride, but those 2 late wide ones they were the telling rides, weren't they?
Yeah, for sure. It's when you come from Manly, it's always a treat to get 3 turns on a wave. Bit of a novelty, so yeah, I'm super happy.
Stoked. Well, great to see you get a few good turns connected together. A little bit of point break action out here, and anything you'll change up for your strategy heading into the next round?
Yeah, I suppose just kind of sit a bit wider, try and get those running rights, and get a bit of an earlier start, and yeah, hope for the best.
Well, congratulations. We're stoked to see you through.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
And 18 minutes on the clock, and seems like an easy location here at Cabarita to get a little bit lost in the lineup for any surfer.
Yeah, well, it's been a common theme amongst the surfers coming in and getting lost out there, and so you know, it just goes to show one thing is standing on this headland, making a game plan. But you've got to kind of be very adaptive and be prepared to change it up in the water, because we are seeing waves coming from deep. We're seeing the surge coming off the rock. We're seeing the wider sets. We're seeing the big combing sets washing through. And then those little nice ones that are hugging the bank. And I think the guys are looking for those because they offer the point scoring, you know, to really be able to open up with your repertoire.
Yeah, really being able to kind of find that variety and connect multiple turns together. As we see Our surfer in red gets that first section made. The wave goes really soft on him. He's going to stick with this and hope that it's going to open up for him. And there it is. Kind of grows inside as it comes down. Really lays into the rail nicely for Kelly. Goes in for that second wrap. And the wave is absolutely turning on as he's coming through that inside section. Ditches the fins out the back on that last turn. And what a wave.
And he liked it. He liked that turn. I could just tell by the way he stood there at the end. Aaron Kelly, he's a top young surfer from the Sunshine Coast, and he really opened up on this one. He knows that this is a tough heat. Fraser Martin, Brent Savage is a local down here. He knows this place inside out, and he's sitting up there in the lead. But we'll see with Aaron Kelly, that wave, the last 3 or 4 turns on that were pretty critical turns, and that wave, it did hit the bank nicely.
Yeah, it really just grew in size and opened up so well, which is great to see. We saw it a couple heats ago with one of the other surfers as we take another look at it here.
Yeah, now this wave at this point doesn't look like it's going to be much, Shannon. It looks like it's just going to be a kind of a little floppy wave, and then he sees this section, just sets it up nicely here. Now it's getting a bit more pocket in it. That's a nice carving turn. And these turns here, wow, big spray going off the back. Yeah, see how he just sort of stood tall at the end. Should help him out.
Should definitely help him out. Scores through. He's currently sitting in that third place position with Brent Savage up in the lead. Brent with a 2.83 and a 3.67 for that 6.50 heat total. And Aaron Kelly opening ride, that 4.5. That'll be a great score to build from, considering that that's, you know, the top score for a lot of the surfers advancing through their heats today.
Yeah, well, he might be in third place, but he's actually got the strongest wave so far. So he's in the box seat, I would say.
Great start out for Aaron Kelly, you know, down to that maybe 17-minute mark roughly when he took off on that one. So he sat quiet for a little while, put himself away from the pack, found a good wave that just grew in that shape and size as it came through to the inside section. And it'll be just great to see how that, you know, those positioning for those surfers continues to unfold, especially as we get, you know, later in the day of competition, knowing that the conditions are changing every hour. It's a little bit different. Those takeoff spots are different. We're going to see a lot of strategy changes from each of the surfers, and we're going to see some of those more experienced surfers as well paddling out in that next round, which will be exciting to see. Down to 15 minutes on the clock, sitting with priority spec, chasing just that 3.83. And now Aaron Kelly once again unleashing beautiful rail game to start things off with, drives off the bottom and swoops through on that second turn. Wave continues to unfold for him on the third, and he'll kick out clean to put in that backup score.
Yeah, that was a quick backup, and that'll probably put him into first place. It's definitely going to put him in the top 2. We just saw the end of Fraser Martin there. We don't know exactly what he did. We'll see it on the replay.
So Aaron Kelly chasing just that 1.0 to advance. He could be taking the lead very likely, and there it is, a 4.07 puts him up into a commanding lead.
Yeah, two waves in the 4+ range is pretty handy at this stage. It just puts that requirement for the other surfers up there, kind of around that 5-point mark for Brent Savage, and it'll be even more for Fraser Martin and Logan Speck.
As we take another look at this one, Rabbit.
Yeah, well, he just keeps busy on this wave as well. You can see that he's got that really nice carving cutty that he just sort of deploys. It's, you know, it really was a backup special. Here's Fraser Martin now. This is the wave. We only saw the end of it. He kind of got caught in the white water there. It doesn't look like it's going to offer too much more, no.
So finds his feet on those first 2 turns. And he's chasing that 3.73 to take the advancing position. And of course, there is so much on the line this week at Cabarita, being the first QS 5000 of the Australian Regional Tour. Of course, everyone's heading to Newcastle next week for the second 5000. And at the moment, you know, we've got some points in the rankings. Our current leader of the Australian qualifying series, Kalani Ball, is sitting with 3,850 points. But knowing that there's 5,000 points on the line over the next 2 weeks, we could see those rankings go all over the place before we know who's qualified for the Challenger Series.
Well, that's right, Shannon. And when you look at it over 2 weeks now, there's 10,000 points really on offer. So that is going to make a massive difference. I mean, this is where it really comes down. 5,000 this week at at Cabarita, 5,000 next week at Newcastle, and we're going to see a lot of movement in the rankings. So it's nearly like all the backup events have been staged, but these are the real ones.
Yeah, it's almost like those smaller, there's so many QS 1000s, and we will have the event at Maroubra that's going to run after Newcastle, where they had to call off due to weather and conditions a couple weeks ago. So they are going to run that one again, that QS 1000. But really, it's almost like those 1000s that everyone's been competing in now for those first three were just the warm-up laps. Get everyone back in the jersey, back competing again, finding that heat rhythm, being back on the road, figuring out how to feel comfortable and at home in places that are not home, to build up for these bigger events with so many more points on the line.
Yeah, that's right. And so the surfers, the athletes are really looking to get some good foundation points on the board there and get themselves in position. But also, as you said, just get those the heats under the belt. There hasn't been a lot of competitive action for surfers at this level in 2021. So this has been important events, and it's Aaron Kelly again. He's got a bit of whitewater to go with, but it's got a bit of promise to it. As he looks down the lines, a little bit of a section to get over here, and this wave's now it's coming onto the bank. He can see it lining up nicely for him. Goes into his carving action. Look how far down the point he is. There's a great drone angle, and this time he will, you know what, he's going to paddle back out. He's not going to do the runner. And see, down here, like right up against the cove, that reverse rip's fierce, down here is probably a neutral rip right now. And it is possible to paddle back out. This morning it wasn't. Now it is. I'd say down here there's virtually no current right now on this high tide.
This was a great decision for him to go. I mean, he was so far behind that section, you would have expected him maybe to kick out here, but he knew that wave was going to open up.
Yeah, it was determination to get around that whitewater, that's for sure. Now it comes onto the bank, opens up with a clean face, good size wave. So it's an overhead section ahead of him here. That was a clean manoeuvre, and he backs it up nicely. So I'd say this is going to well and truly improve his position at the head of the heat.
So scores to come through. He's already sitting with those top two scores, the 4.5 and the 4.07 for the only two waves he's taken off on. So he started out with a really solid couple of scores.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how he got that wave in amongst the pack there, because he certainly didn't have first priority. Logan Speck's been sitting out there with priority for a good 15 minutes. As we see Brent Savage now, he's gone to the inside section. He knows this wave inside out. Spent many hours surfing Cabarita. He separated himself from the pack, came down the inside, and see, we can see how far down the point. That is the full Cabarita point they're surfing now, as I like to call it, up in the Boggangar Cove. They've moved away from that section now, and as we see, here's a replay.
From Brent Savage, man.
Yeah.
Great opening turn, goes, throws it all up into the foam for that second one, and then just stays nice and smooth on the rail to finish things off with. He's not sitting in a bad position in comparison to our surfer in the lead, Aaron Kelly. Aaron has dropped in a 5.33 for his last wave. So Brent Savage now chasing that 6.16 to take the lead.
Yeah, that was clearly the best wave of the heat so far. Aaron Kelly's ride, the 5.33. Yeah, it's put him in a somewhat commanding position, because it's really when you look at what third and fourth are doing, and they're carrying points in the 2-point range. So that's not going to threaten Aaron Kelly. And Brent Savage just he just got himself in a better position with that last effort.
Yeah, and for Aaron, to start off with those 2 4s, quick out the gates, then under priority, paddles all the way back up, takes off behind everyone else, and then betters it and puts the best score on the board. They got to be scratching their heads a little bit.
They do, and I've been waiting for our Logan Speck to get on the picture again. I think this is him now. Yeah, this is Logan Speck. This is a good-looking wave too.
Into a huge hit for that first turn.
Yeah, he makes it. This wave just shuts down. It doesn't give him. I thought he might have that the same as the other two guys. And now we see Fraser Martin. This is a good-looking wave for Fraser. It's opening up all the way, overhead wave, and he handles that well.
That was a great wave.
Yeah.
Best size we've seen in a while. Nice, clean, open face for him to handle.
It was a good time for him to get it to just around that 8.8 minute mark. It puts him back in the picture. He was sitting behind Brett Savage in third. So if Aaron Kelly's kind of way out in the front, That is going to challenge for second place. This wave, here's Logan Speck. Great turn here. Now, if he could have kept the speed, he kind of got held a little bit there, but the wave did sort of run off, and then right behind him, Fraser Martin got a bomb.
So he's chasing a 4.17 Rabbit to get that advancing position, waiting for those scores to come through. As we see the guys getting ready to paddle out in the next heat, we will be heading into the round of 96 after this. Unlikely that we'll be able to finish that round today just based on timing, but I'm sure we'll be getting through as much of it as possible before finishing it off tomorrow. And still waiting for the judges to deliberate that last wave of Fraser Martin. 6 minutes, 34 seconds on the clock. Another wide one rolling through. And great to know, that wind has just kept that west in it enough throughout the morning to keep those nice offshore conditions inside the cove. As we've got another one now up and riding for Brent Savage. Connects with the lip. Comes up into that second turn, and now just waiting for that pocket to open up for him. Throws a lot of power into that last turn. And Fraser Martin, with his last wave, has managed to jump up into that second place position with a 5.67 dropping through for that solid size set.
Well, that's a good example of the fact you don't need the length of ride. He just had big sections and he went for it hard. He knew it was a compressed ride. That last manoeuvre was a solid manoeuvre. It was an overhead wave, and it was a kind of a big go big or go home moment for him, and he went big. And Fraser Martin leapfrogged into second place. Brett Savage has just answered though. Let's see if that one can leapfrog. It looks like a battle for second and third at this point.
Well, what a change up in the game for Fraser Martin to be able to patiently wait it out, picked off the best set, great shape. As you mentioned, length of ride not even coming into factor, knowing that he didn't need to force too much with it. Just put that board in exactly the right position.
And here's Aaron Kelly staying busy. His wave selection's been impeccable. He's really, really picking off these long, clean waves. Just a slight slip up there won't really affect him too much if he can get some open face manoeuvres done here. So another great finish. Whether it goes into his top two, I'm not sure if it'll better a 4.5, but he's pretty stoked with his performance. It's an all-round, all-heat performance by Aaron Kelly. And the beauty about that ride is that it keeps his opponents off it.
Down to 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and he has just found that rhythm. It's starting to look really fun out there, more waves being caught than what we've seen through the last couple of hours.
And another story within the story here. Now, we saw Logan Speck, he got that earlier wave, just didn't quite make that one closeout section. Then he waited 15 minutes with priority. He was so selective, but it looks like he may have gone on the wave before because Fraser got the wave right behind him. But that can happen as well, as we see Aaron Kelly here. Just slightly his back foot just slips off the rail completely. I don't think they'll ping him too much on this. He goes to town now. I'm not sure if that's going to better his position.
Makes that adjustment on the finishing section as we're waiting for scores to roll through.
4.57. By 700th of a point, he bettered his position.
That's amazing. So keeping himself in the lead. What a great heat for him. He's only caught 4 waves. They've been the 4 best waves outside of Fraser Martin's 5.67, which does come through as the highest wave of the heat so far. And like you said with Logan Speck, he just sat so patient with priority for so long, but just didn't quite use it to his advantage.
But that can happen also in this, because suddenly time becomes a factor, and you hit the trigger. You need to get in the heat, and often, and I've seen it happen so many times, and you go the wave before the good one. But he's still in this, like he only needs a 5.48 to move into second place with 3 minutes remaining. Logan Speck's got priority. He's got that big backhand. He's got the big engine. He could come back into this. Brett Savage doesn't look like that score has leapfrogged him into second place.
Chasing that 4.78 to advance still.
Oh, they kept him in the 3-point range on that. That's not a good sign for Brett. That means he's going to have to really open up with some bigger moves on, maybe he needs that big last section to do something huge on to get into that upper end, that 5-point mark. That's what he needs. Basically, he needs a 5.
Aaron Kelly he just walked through this with so much rhythm. He was really in rhythm in the timing of those sets and being in that, probably that mental space as well, feeling comfortable to take off on the waves he was, where you were mentioning with Logan Speck. Sometimes it's that holding on priority too long. It just gets that little bit of uncomfortable feeling of just waiting too long, and as soon as the wave comes through, having to kind of go because you sat around for so long waiting for it.
And you know, it's sort of compounded by the fact that, like, if he'd pulled that first maneuver off, he probably would have got about a 4-5. He would have been in a much better position to sit and wait, but he got himself in a position where he still needed 2 waves. So around that 9-10 minute mark, you kind of got to get moving.
Down to 2 minutes on the clock. Logan Speck chasing a big requirement of a 5.48. That would be just shy of the largest score in the heat so far. You can see the ocean's kind of quieted down now as well, coming into the final 90 seconds. There's not a lot more on offer. We just had that last big set roll through. And you can see Brent there just paddling his way in a little bit farther.
Yeah, we can see a bit of a wave coming here. We've got Logan Speck with priority.
Could have a little corner on it.
He's going to have a look at this wave. He looks along, it's too walled. He's hoping for more behind it. Sometimes that second wave can hug the bank a little better. I'm not sure if that's the case this time. It looks like I can see a bit of a lump in front of it. Yeah, that one's a strange one. And this wave here looks like it's too close behind the other one.
Just that short period swell right on top of each other.
And see down the beach though.
Brent Savage up and riding. Unleashes, just digs the rail a little too deep on that first turn, but pulls through it. Throws a lot of spray on the second. Straight up into the pocket. Drifts the tail around.
Oh, wow, that wave offered so much. And we do see Logan Speck up on a wave with 39 seconds. We didn't see the start of this wave. He's going to have to do something special here, Shannon, to finish it off. Look at this big section. Bang! Oh, that looked like Curtis Ewing on that one.
Chasing a 5.48 to advance for Logan Speck. He waited so long for an opportunity to throw the power, to have the section.
He's got the power. We didn't see the start of that one. We saw Brett Savage's last effort. Now, Brett had a wave, I believe, that he could have got the 5 on. He made a couple of little hiccups on that one and then finally fell. So he just didn't have his footing right on that wave, it seemed like.
So scores to come through at the moment. Aaron Kelly sitting with priority out in front. Great heat. Such a smart heat surf from Aaron Kelly. Looked freed up on every wave as well, just having a lot of fun. Fraser Martin with that last lap as we take another look here at Last of White.
Boom. Huge move.
Huge move. Was it enough to match the highest wave of the heat?
Well, again, like the camera angle only showed the end of that ride. Whether, you know, it's a mystery if he did anything at the start. A real mystery, but the judges know.
Well, there it is. A 3.57 for Last of Logan Speck. Just shy. Had he found another section, he could have had the score, but unfortunately, he'll be out. Aaron Kelly, Fraser Martin advancing through to the round of 96. That is starting off heat number 1, the round of 96. Crew and Stace back in the booth right after this.
Through my internship at the WSL, plus the personalised experiences and support I have access to a bond, I know I'm well on the way to becoming the entrepreneur I want to be.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. True, we are into heat number 1 of the round of 96. And the action just keeps on rolling. In the red, Coda Kilhorn. In the blue, Tian Cronje. In the white from Kingscliff, Dane Henry. Well, Fingal region, Kingscliff board rider, Dane Henry. And in the green, I think we recognise this surfer up and riding, Ethan Ewing. And tell you what, straight off the bat, that's what CT speed looks like. And yeah, I think most of them would have been pulling through the back of the wave on there, but Ethan managed to fit in a few quick turns. It was good to see him get a quick start. And yeah, like we mentioned earlier, True, stoked to have him in the event.
Yeah, and I'm even more stoked to be able to call another one of his heats.
It is a special surprise we got this morning when we were doing a bit of research on the draw, and Ethan coming down to join his brother Curtis in the draw, and Ethan being a late entry having to start from round 1. But I don't think Ethan would mind. He's a competitive young lad, and I think the more heats he can surf, the happier he'll be. So I don't think he'd have a problem starting from round 1 at all. And like we mentioned earlier, I think it's good for everyone to get a look at these guys as we see Dane Henry up and riding. True.
Yeah, Dane racing his way down the line. One big finner to start this one off. That's the approach that the young Groms need to have when surfing against Ethan Ewing. Beautiful wall ahead of him. Great carve to almost finish this one off, and a beautiful finish. I think he locked in a 6.17. So if I was Dane Henry, I'd be pretty freaking stoked with that first wave.
I think I say it every time I sit down to watch a heat start again. That's the best wave I've seen all day. But I think that is the best wave I've seen all day. And I think the judges would agree. A 6.17, a fantastic way to start a heat. And, I think you dream of starting a heat like that.
Yeah.
And you've got to keep it rolling from here. So Dane Henry on the front foot and sending a message, really. Age is just a number.
Yeah, I wonder if he'd be feeling pretty confident getting the one up on. He looks like he's surfing with the free surfers. I think that might have been a free surfer
it
there.
certainly did look like it. Look, I think that where the surfers are identifying the best part of the waves to be is a bit further down the bank at the moment. We saw at the end of that last heat, Logan Speck. Look, he didn't get much at the start of his wave, but the end section and where he got his finishing manoeuvre on, that was some of the steeper sections we'd seen all day. So I think the surfers will definitely be looking for that, and they'll be looking, for that combination of major manoeuvres. And yeah, with the swell kind of dropping a little bit, as we mentioned earlier, I think it's hitting the bank a lot better. And excited to see what these guys can produce in this heat.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like Dane was just kind of asserting his local knowledge. Coda Kilhorn floats that first section. Waits for this one, just a quick little foam climb. This wave just looks a little foamy, but Coda's going to stick with it. And he's carving his way around on this one. Beautiful arc, and finishes that one off. So the young Groms compared to Ethan are almost taking it to him a little bit. Dane gets a 1-up on the first wave exchange, 6.17 to Ethan's 3.5, and a score to lock in for Coda, but here he is, Ethan up and riding. Yeah,
I think he won't have much liking hearing that, young Ethan, as we see a beautiful turn out of the top there. But potentially Cabarita just catching him off guard there, running away from him, which I think was a lot different to the conditions that Ethan surfed this morning. So I don't think Ethan will take too much more adapting to the conditions out there. He's definitely sitting on the steeper part of the bank, which our winner of the last heat found, Mr. Aaron Kelly. Azza, how are you at Stace, mate?
Good, mate. How are you?
I'm doing well. Talk to me about your positioning out there, mate. You found a couple of really nice rides.
Yeah, I just kind of had a spot that I locked in from the Vanos and sat there and worked out.
The Vanos. Talk to me about the Chateau de Van, you and Quinn Bruce on the van tour.
Yeah, me and QEB, it's been full of laughs, funny times, getting a bit rattled. And yeah, I know it's just good to be on the road and not grinding at work.
Absolutely. Well, the more heats you make here, the better chance you have of not going to work, eh?
That's the plan, eh? Don't want to go back. Having too much fun.
You're a long way from home at the moment, mate. You could say it's too far to go. But yeah, getting back to business, you're well renowned for your aerial antics above the lip, but a couple of beautiful open-face carves out there, mate. How's your board feeling?
Yeah, good, eh? Got like a 6.2, like full-length core dog on it and no pad. Kind of step up and it worked out well, eh? It's like granite, kind of similar to a wave at home. So been surfing this a little bit, and yeah, it worked out well.
Awesome. Give a shout out to that. What can you say about riding along a board, and what does it do for your surfing?
It just kind of helps me draw my turns out more, because I'm always just kind of hopping along trying to do a punt, but now that I got a longer board and I can draw it out and slow it down a bit, I guess.
I love it, mate. It seemed to work really well for you. With the conditions dropping throughout the week, what's the rest of your quiver look like?
Hope when it drops off, jump onto super epoxy. It's been feeling good. I didn't think there was going to be this much swell, but yeah, hopefully get a few ramps towards the end of the comp when it drops off.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I don't mind this board, so who knows?
Yeah, you could go full old school and just ride a 6.2 from start to finish.
Yeah, it's kind of like cool not using a grip paddle and full like 1980 style. Felt good.
I don't know if you have to go that far back to see
yeah,
mates, but the great Jamie Costaglis used to call it a handbrake, so we'll leave the handbrake off, eh?
Yeah. Leave her off.
Well done, Azza. We'll let you get back in the van. Well done. Did you want to shout out to anyone at home before we let you go?
Just the NBC crew, the misso, and yeah, that's about it.
All right, mate. We keep living that van dream, and we'll see you in the round of 96. Thanks, mate.
Cheers, Stace. Bye, mate.
See you, mate. He's a classic lad. Him and his best mate, Quinn Bruce, have, shacked up in the van, and they're going up and down the East Coast, living the dream, really.
Yeah. There's quite a few people doing that with some friends around, just traveling around in the van, making the most of the van life. I feel like a lot of people are doing this in the QSs as well. Not too many scores locked on the board. Dane Henry, just a 6.17. I mean, if you were Dane, you'd be feeling pretty stoked on that as a start. And here he is, up and running again. Approaches that wave the same wave as the first. Unfortunately, just unable to get the completion.
I reckon he got a bit fired up there, wanting to do the biggest turn of his life in front of Ethan Ewing.
Don't blame him.
I don't blame him either. He was within a whisker away of pulling that off. But True, can you kind of speak to that in competition? Obviously, as we see up and riding, free surfer on a bomb. You obviously want to be going as hard as you can, as often as you can. Yep. But how hard is it just to pick that fine line between overcooking it and safety surfing?
Yeah, it's really tricky, especially coming into a heat like this when you've got a CT surfer. I feel like there's two ways that you can approach it. You can see it as more pressure, or you can go, you know what, I'm just going to surf my best and go surf to where I know that I can, whether that's going big or getting a good one to starting with a good foundation and then progressing it from there. Here's Ethan up and riding on a smaller one, but hoping this one's going to double up on him. So, that was mental to start that one off. Almost wasn't expecting his board to do that, and then rounds it out that wave just a little bit foamy compared to, say, Dane Henry's wave, where it had a little bit more steeper face. It was a little bit greener. He was just able to find more connections.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it could have been potentially Tian Cronray having a little look at that wave out the back, but just being a little bit too far off the sandbar, and Ethan Ewing cleverly picking that one up underneath with second priority. And he certainly made light work of that wave, as we see potentially a colour off the end, but I don't think so.
That was Tian.
Okay, thanks, Drew. He's a long way down. I wonder if we've missed a wave of his potentially, or he's opted just to start down there. As we see some pretty nice waves coming off the top there. Potentially opting to paddle out from the beach rather than the point. So we'll see how that plays out for Tian as his heat goes on. But yeah, Ethan has jumped into the lead with that last wave. As we see Coda having a look at a wave here, in and out. Fair bit of coffee froth on that one, so he's in and out. Not the green face he was looking for. So you see Ethan's replay here, True.
Yeah, Ethan I love how he fades back, waits for the wave to stand up, and I love that turn. Just gets a bit of release, puts it up there for a second one, and brings it around for a third. He didn't try to force a turn that wasn't really there. Most surfers, you kind of see them try to go up and do a proper vertical hit in that section where he was just showing his knowledge and just doing a carve to finish that one. That looks like the surfing.
That last wave of Ethan's was enough to just turn the tide.
Sun's still wreaking a bit of havoc on our screen here, but yeah, I think the surfers will definitely be taking note of where everyone's positioned in this heat and where the best scores are coming from. Still a few wash-through sets that are coming through out there, but I think our surfers are positioned a little further on the inside to try and make the most of those steeper inside rides. But yeah, I love what you said about Ethan's last wave. You know, there was the opportunity there definitely to overcook it, but he played it to perfection. As we see Tian off the end here. Kind of having to battle that wave. I think he'll be, serve himself well to kick out of that one and get back out the back and try and find something with a bit more of a stronger opening section. I think there's some pretty good scoring rides out there, and the judges want to really see you flowing and linking your turns together. I think we saw in an earlier heat a couple of younger fellas, Riley Munro and Macklin Flynn, both having one good wave each, but once they tried to start forcing it and really having to fight the waves, it becomes really obvious once you're up against surfers like Ethan Ewing, who are quite clearly, more often than not, on the better waves.
Yeah, definitely. But I feel as though Ethan hasn't really, in this heat, connected with the best waves just yet. Maybe he's trying to get a good foundation and then really start to open up. Dane Henry was just looking for a small score to get himself up into second, which he got. And here we go, Ethan up and riding deep on this one, but unfortunately not much more on offer. So Ethan, maybe he's just trying to catch waves out there, figure out where the lineup is, and go from there. I mean, he's only got a couple of small scores on the board, so he's well and truly not safe yet in the lead.
Definitely not. Dane Henry on another bomb. Massive opening carve, but unfortunately the wave closes out on him. And Coda Kilhorn on the wave behind. This one looks like it's kind of running off the bank a little bit. So that'll leave Ethan and Tian. I believe they might be locked in a bit of a paddle battle at the moment. As we see, the priority has not been... Geez, that's a rare sight, an empty lineup out at Cabba.
I know, it is a very rare sight.
But
mind surfing it out there.
There we go. Ethan Ewing will get priority. Dane Henry in second. And Tian Cronje, I believe, will get third priority unless he's swung on a wave.
Yeah, well, it looks like Ethan has a pair of fours, a 4.67 and a 4.97 in the lead. Dane opened up with that 6.17, back up of a 2.73. He only needs a 3.47 to chase Ethan Ewing out of the lead. Tian Cronje has a 3.07 and a 3.33, looking for a 5.58. And Coda, sitting in fourth, has a 3.07 and a 2.43, chasing a 4.18. So, or potentially more of a 5. So I think my WSL app is a little bit slow behind on these scores compared to what we've got on our screens, but nonetheless you can actually watch the live scores on there as well.
Just the position we find ourselves in, just under 10 minutes remaining on shore. Dane Henry with clearly the single best wave of the heat. Drew, if you're Dane, are you going for the kill on your next wave, or are you just looking to take the lead no matter what it takes?
Yeah, looking to take the lead for sure. I feel like that's a smart choice for Dane, and it would also be a really good confidence booster as well. I mean, I think he's about 16, 17, around that age, and to be able to take that to a CT surfer, that's a massive confidence boost. So to be able to get the win over him in this one would be awesome for Dane. As we see Coda, he's from Maroubra, up and riding on this one. So trying to find one that's going to allow him on a connection, and he swings left, the goofy footer. What's he got? Oh, unfortunately just pushes it too hard. Both Coda and Tian haven't really been able to connect with the best waves out there in this heat, but there's still 8 minutes to go, and I've seen people have an 8-minute heat before.
Oh, definitely. I feel like the conditions are definitely getting a lot better too, and that is a possibility as we see. I think Ethan Ewing, another in and out there from what we could tell, unless he had something at the start of that ride that we missed. Yeah, I guess, Dane finds himself in a very interesting position. I know the grommet in him would be looking to get the 3.67 and just get the job done. But this is his chance to really step up. As we see, a late guest entry. Mr. Mark Okalupo running out in the blue jersey. He will face Taj Stokes, Jay Brown, and Ben Lauritsen. He would be potentially triple some of their ages. But he's still got the surfing to match it, particularly on a day like today. I know the Ox in good form, he's healthier than ever and as competitive as ever. So, I wouldn't be taking him lightly if I was those grommets.
Well, it looks like Ty Watson's pulled out for Oki to jump in on this one, it seems.
Oh, that's a shame. Oboto's all right, but it's not an injury. It's not a late matter, but we should have the best time. What a spot to hand off to. As he'll be back, his horse is back and he's a good one.
So I wonder if you're Taj or Jay and Ben, how do you approach this heat? Like, do you approach going, okay, we're just going to worry about ourselves, or keep an eye on what Oki does, where he sits, because he obviously knows the lineup as well.
Definitely. He probably competed back here in the year 2000, I think it was, in that last World Tour event. So, he definitely has got some experience out here in the past. I think if you're one of those guys, you just got to play your game. You pick your jaw up off the floor and let the shock pass over you and get out there and you stick to your same game plan, as we see Dane out there. One really nice strong turn and then he came back left. He's still chasing that 3.67, which, like I alluded to earlier, this is where you can really learn a lot about yourself and where your head's at. Do you just get the 3.67 and take the lead and hope that Ethan doesn't ride another wave? Or do you kind of play the stats and realise that, hey, Ethan Ewing probably is going to score well on his next ride, given that he's got a couple of fours in there? And do I let the 3.67 go? Or as we see here, he's got the 4.43, so he's taken the lead. 6 minutes to go now. And now it's back over to Ethan Ewing to reply for this first position, as we see. Oh, beautiful turn there. Fantastic. That's as big a score as you're going to get for one turn out here today. So I think Dane, again, like you said earlier, taking plenty of confidence out of the scores he's getting from the surfing he's doing. Yeah, definitely. He just looks fired up and ready to go. I mean, you would kind of be expecting Ethan Ewing to open up with a 6.17 because he's already surfed out there today, but it's different to when he surfed this morning. First heat of the day to now, the conditions have changed 50 times over. And Dane, I know, has been watching it closely. I've been walking past him and his mum and dad, and they've just been laser sharp focused and ready. So Dane in the lead, 6.17 and 4.43. Ethan now looking for a 5.64. So is that a challenge for him to go, okay, let's get this 5.64, or is that maybe a bit, it's the opposite of a confidence boost? Does that kind of downgrade his confidence a bit, being in second by a Grom? Yeah, leading? Look, you definitely could think that it might do that, or, Ethan could just view this as a challenge, which I know he likes. Coming into this heat, it's scenarios. Everyone in these events, and obviously the World Tour, they have the talent to match, but it's the decisions they make in situations like this that really sort of define them. I can recall Gabriel Medina doing multiple QS events in Brazil when he really did not need to. Obviously, he's going for world titles. And the way he would treat his heats would be no different to the tour. He'd be looking to ride the next best wave, block third and fourth, and try and kill a few birds with one stone. So it'd be interesting to see how Ethan plays this out here. And I've got full confidence he's going to make the right decision here with 5 minutes to go, or 4 minutes, sorry. Yeah, well, looks like Tian just opening up on this one now. If he can get a finish, unfortunately, unable to ride out of that one. So Tian was on his way to the best wave of his heat so far. He hasn't really locked in anything over a 3 just yet, but 4 minutes to go, there's still plenty of time. And same as Coda, they just haven't really been able to connect with the best waves out there. They're tricky to find. Another person, a CT surfer that we saw competing in a QS and also a junior event, was Molly Picklum last week. She was in the 3-star. She got second to Macy Callahan and then won the Pro Junior as well. So I don't know what Molly's plan is, but I'd be going, okay, I'm just going to try and do the juniors where I can and go for a World Junior title. I agree. Going back to watch Coda here on the inside, it looks like he's got a frontside air game. He's going to get a ramp. Oh, that was sick. First one of the day. So the judges have got their work cut out for them here. You're going to see contrasting styles of surfing. But the judges have got their work cut out for them there and how they break that one down. We've seen carving and face surfing all day. And like I mentioned earlier, I believe the lefts will start to fire up with this tide running out. And this is our first one. So, you know, typically the judges looking for combinations of major manoeuvres. You won't see that on a wave like this. It's just one high-risk, elevated manoeuvre. So, not a bad way to get yourself in the heat with 3 minutes to go. Really interested to see where the judges put that one in. Like I said, it's the first one of the day, so that can be a good thing and a bad thing. So we'll see how the judges drop that one for Coda. But yeah, like you mentioned with Molly, Gabriel Medina won a world title the year before, a junior world title the year before he won his men's world title. So I think it's all confidence, it's all competing. And like you said, I think Molly's game plan would be that, to qualify for the World Junior titles. And a pretty cool ring to it, eh? World Junior champion, up and riding, as we replay here of Ethan.
Yeah, Ethan floats that first section, puts it up there for a finish, and he gets it, which you can't really put it past him. So Ethan locking in a score, last of Coda Kill on a 5.03. So it wasn't the score, but it's put him up into third, and now he needs a 4.61. So he is within reach, but a score to lock in for last of Ethan Ewing.
So Ethan looks like he will improve. But Coda momentarily locking in the second best wave of the heat, which by today's standards is no small feat. And now Ethan Ewing taking that back off him there with a 5.63. So, you know, Coda's right in the game there with that left. And, you know, he'd kind of be kicking himself if he didn't find an earlier opportunity, because to have 1.5 in his scoreline, look, that looked relatively easy for him, difficult for others. But I think with his skill set, his ability, I think he'll be a little disappointed he wasn't able to find an opportunity like that sooner, because, you know, if he can get a 5 like that, you know, he could have 10 points pretty clearly out here.
Yeah, definitely. And it seems as though Dane and Ethan both have the same heat score total, but Dane is in the lead because he's got the higher wave score. So you'd be pretty stoked if you're Dane Henry right now with a minute to go and leading this heat.
Absolutely, and if I'm critical of the situation there, I think there's a little bit of daylight between Dane's first wave and Ethan's last. I think Dane's surfing on his first ride was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
So it's hard work to get a 6 out there today, but that's how it is when you've got surfers like Ethan in your heat. They're going to keep you honest, and the judges certainly are not going to run away with the scoreline when they know they've got the calibre of surfer like Ethan in the event. So really tight on the score sheet. Like you said, it's tied for first, but Dane will win that on a count back if no more waves are ridden. And, you know, with 20 seconds left on the clock, these guys in third and fourth are chasing a 5.58 and a 6.9 respectively, as we see Dane up and riding here. Can he split the tie? Might in and out there. Dane has a fantastic aerial repertoire, but not on that occasion. So we see Coda down the beach.
Yeah, well, I wonder if he got another turn in before that. He needs a 5.58. I don't know if that's a score with just that one turn. And here is Dane up and riding. Great carve to kick this one off. He's got such a beautiful rail work on him. Puts it up there for a second. Nice and tight in the pocket. This one just a foamy one. Probably more of a victory lap for Dane Henry than anything else.
Hey. Wow, if that's all she wrote, Dane Henry will be an elated young grommet, and hopefully we can have a chat with him on the headset shortly. We're going to take a break here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro and come back with Hit 2 of round 96.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Starting the day with freshness, giving us the energy to paddle out and live life to the fullest. All natural and organic, a superfood bursting with flavor and taking you to your own piece of paradise. Sharing moments with friends, sharing them with Oakberry.
back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. My name is Stace Galbraith alongside Drew Starling. Drew, we've had a couple of treats already in this event. Ethan Ewing surfing a couple of heats, and now we've got Mark Occhilupo out in the lineup.
I know you would not expect this event to go this way already so early in the draw. Round 2, heat 2 out. Mark Occhilupo has already locked in 2 waves, just a 2 and a 1. Ben Lawrence a 3.33. Taj Stokes, Jay Brown. Here is Jay Brown up and riding on his backhand. The goofy footer from Cronulla, the Shire.
Oh, lovely. I'm glad you mentioned that there, because I was about to say he's from Wollongong. No, he's a fantastic surfer. I think I follow Jay on Instagram. He's got plenty of talent.
Yeah.
Really good tube rider, and yeah.
Charges
it's a strong
too.
part of the world down there, down in the Nulla. Oh, there we go. Beautiful backhand turn. It's amazing that he can find some steepness out there. He'd be hoping for an end section, but not to be on that one. So he'd be stoked to find his feet. He didn't want Occy having all the fun out there. He had to get his wave count up as well. But yeah, the boys already have had a couple of settlers, and yeah, just waiting for Taj Stokes from the Sunshine Coast to open his account. And we just had a big big upset in the last heat. True, Dane Henry getting one over Ethan Ewing. They're going 1-2.
Yeah, definitely. The young grommet from Kingscliff just showing his local knowledge out there. He looked energised. He looked as though he was attacking every section that was coming to him, and he didn't want to leave anything in the tank. So I love that Dane was able to get one up on Ethan Ewing.
The Raging Bull, 99 world champ Mark Occhilupo has not lost any of that grunt. Occy looks energised and fired up to be out there himself. So, yeah, are we stoked to see if he can find himself on a wave with a bit of wall to it. Still getting plenty of good waves out snapper every time it's good. And, yeah, looking as sharp as ever. So, I think these other two goofy footers in this heat, they'll be foaming at the mouth to share a heat with the Ock, I reckon.
Yeah, for sure. I know I would be too. So Jay, 3.83 and a 2.4. Here he is again. He's had so many waves. Floats that first section and tries to get around it. Puts it up there, unfortunately, just a little bit too late for Jay Brown.
Isn't that just the worst feeling in surfing?
Yeah.
You know you're going to be late, but you do it anyway, and a hope and a prayer, and it just doesn't come off, and then you go, why did I do that?
Could have just waited a little bit.
Yeah, you got the speed, but the section's breaking on your back, and you want to throw it up there, but you really shouldn't, but you just can't contain the froth. So, yeah, Jay Brown back to the drawing board on that one, as we see Taj Stokes opening his account here. Oh, lovely frontside carve, and another. Looking to mix it up here with a bit of variety on a longer carve, and he'd be hoping for an end section, but it's a beautiful start to this wave.
Yeah, Taj, nice turn there, and putting it up there for a good finish. So
And a little look in. Yeah. There we go.
How was that?
That's a great way to start the heat. That's how you want to start a heat. You're in the red jersey for a reason, and yeah, really showing his competitors that yeah, you don't need 3 waves to warm up to put a score on the board. He's first time he stood up, he made the most of that scoring opportunity. So I'm interested to see how the judges see that one. That was an amazing opening carve. It's something that you need to have if you ever want to make the world tour. Every world champ had one, had a big carve on them. So it's it's cool to see the young fellas still paying that respect to the rail and really opening up the shoulders there.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm sure that the judges are having a look at the the wave replays as well, just checking them out, making sure they get the scores all nice and perfectly lined up. So Taj is going to have to wait just a little bit longer, but I'm sure he's not going to be able to hear anything on his paddle back out. It seems like there's been a few waves coming through. So I can't believe we're already 6 minutes down.
I know.
It's
These
gone
heats are
really
just flying
quickly.
by, and there we go, 7-point ride. I was really, really scared to stick my neck out there because I've been wrong pretty much every exchange this morning. But I'm stoked to see that one come in at a 7. It probably wasn't, as dynamic as say Dane Henry's in the lip, but you can't deny the power and the timing and the overall flow of that wave was, an absolutely a beautiful wave to watch. And we talk about the surfers that fighting the sections, whereas Taj, he was doing the opposite of that. He was just flowing perfectly. And another young man that had an awesome rhythm out there, Dane, it's Stace. You
Hey,
must be
Stace.
over the moon.
I'm absolutely frothing. Can't believe I took that heat against one of my favourite surfers, Ethan. I'm so frothing at the moment.
Good on you, buddy. Your board looks unbelievable. Tell us what you're riding.
So I'm riding the Inferno 72 from Sharp Eye Surfboards. It was the winner of the Stab in the Dark last year. And it is absolute magic board. My favourite board at the moment for sure.
Yeah, I reckon a few groms around town will be grabbing one after that performance, mate. Absolutely on fire. Tell me, are you a surfer that checks the heat draw? Did you know you'd drawn Ethan Ewing, or did you go out there and just see him in a rashie and go, whoa, what's this guy doing?
So yesterday, when the heat draw came out, we saw that I was in a 3-man heat, and then checked who I might get in the first round. I saw Ethan Ewing's name, and I was like, he's definitely a contender for this event because he's obviously on the CT, and I saw him win his heat this morning, and I was like, I'm so happy that he was in my heat because it's so inspiring and pushes me heaps.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you give us some insight into that attitude and, being excited about the challenge rather than being scared?
I feel like I just kind of, I don't know, it was just so exciting to go up against one of my favourite surfers, and I think it just pushed me to go as hard as I could, so yeah, that really helped me in that heat.
I think it definitely did, mate. You had an amazing performance. Super stoked for you. I might get you a printout of that heat result so you can frame it up and chuck it on the wall. Well done, Dane, and we'll see you in the round of 64 later in the week.
Thanks, Dace.
What a legend.
He was so frothy,
That
man.
was awesome. Hopefully, yeah, he can bottle that up and, take that energy and that stoke into the next couple of heats. Fantastic when the waves are overhead, but with the waves getting smaller and his aerial attack, Dane could be an underdog.
Yeah, I definitely reckon he could. And throw that local knowledge in as well. I feel like he's going to be like, yeah, you guys can go further down or further up the peak, and I'm just going to stay exactly where I know the waves are going to come in. And yeah, he's excited, and he's an exciting surfer to watch, which is why I think that the judges get really excited to see groms like him come in and attack the sections how he was. Yeah, it was awesome to see that he stepped forward in that challenge rather than step back.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think it would rattle a lot of people seeing that. Like you mentioned, you check the heat draw and go, hang on, what's this guy doing here? But seeing it as a challenge and a good opportunity to test yourself is exactly what Dane did there, and it worked out for the better. Even getting a 4.43 just for one beautiful big layback. That's a big score today. The judges haven't been giving the scores out easy. You've definitely got to work for it. So I think, he can take a lot of confidence out of that, and whether he draws Ethan Ewing or anyone else in this draw in the next round, I think he'd be feeling like he could beat anyone at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I know I'd be feeling the exact same thing if I was Dane. Here we go, Taj up and riding again. Great carve to start this one off. This is his 7-point ride. Finishes with a second, and as you said, a longer carve here. This is where the wave goes a little bit flat, and he kind of just is trying to stick with it. So Taj floats that section there, just trying to stay nice and tight to the wave. Beautiful crack off the lip, and a great finish. So Taj, you'd be feeling pretty good right now, opening up with a 7 against 99 world champ Marco Filippo.
That was phenomenal surfing. How was that little extra bonus bit he got?
Yeah, I was thinking, might not get anything more, and he just stuck with it and, stuck to his guns.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, it's going to be a great opportunity now for Taj to paddle back out, and I kind of alluded to it earlier, how you structure your heats from this point. With 15 minutes remaining and every other surfer only having a small score, he can put this heat to bed on his next wave.
Yeah.
And I'd love to see that because, these guys are trying to qualify for the Challenger Series. First event of that will be at Snapper Rocks in May. And those guys on that tour, they don't make mistakes. They don't go strong score, small score, strong score. They're just, every wave is a strong score. So I'd be stoked to see him back it up here as we see Jay unfortunately coming unstuck, but yeah, getting back to Taj. I'd be stoked to see him go big score, stand up twice.
Yeah.
And
control
really
the rest of the heat.
yeah, exactly, and really bang it out from there, because these other guys, they have not found their rhythm at all yet. And he could basically walk away with this one standing up on his next ride. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Unfortunately, Jay looked like he was on a bit of a winner there, but just coming unstuck on probably the most high risk, low potential for scoring manoeuvre in surfing, the backside floater.
Yeah. And out here today, I think we've seen so many people fall on that manoeuvre as well. It's so tricky, but if I was Mark and Ben, I'd be Oki and Ben, I'd kind of be going, there's not really much scoring except for first. The second spot, the heat's still wide open, and there's 13 minutes to go. I mean, you've got an extra 5 minutes, which, as QS surfers, we're all not really that used to. Here we go, Taj up and riding on a foamy-looking one, but he's going to stick with it. So he is in the lead, courtesy of that one score, highest wave of the day so far. I wonder if he's going to stick with this one as the last. Looks like he will, so trying to stay nice and close in the pocket, puts it up there. That one just trying to force that turn. So I feel like that's going to back it up, but I don't think it's going to be a huge score.
No, I agree with you. He did well to get that wave under priority. No one was able to take it off him, so he's done well there. And I know, he's put himself into a fantastic position here to still control this heat. I think everyone in the heat now will now be looking for a 6 or potentially 7 to take that lead. And this is where you start to watch the time pressure really build up on everyone, and instead of thinking about the lead, all they're thinking about is second. And with such small scores on the board, I'd say this last half of this heat between second, third and fourth is going to be an absolute dogfight.
Yeah, definitely. And, someone like Jay Brown, you'd be going, okay, Oki only needs a 3.6, Ben needs a 3.24. You can hear the scores out there. Here's the replay stays.
Yeah, he's done well to put a score together on this wave, but a lot of work for a 3.47. Talk about surfers having to fight their way through a score, and I think this is a perfect example. He's probably ridden this wave for 200 metres and got half the score of his other rides. So, but that's all good in the context of this heat. I think that's a small win, and he's back out the back, and we're looking to slam the door on this next wave.
Yeah, definitely. And Oki and Ben, only chasing small scores. If I was Jay, I'd be going, okay, I've got third priority. I might try and distance myself a little bit, get a score above a 4-point ride, apply more pressure. 11 and a half minutes to go. They're not looking like they're interested in too many waves as well. And we've seen people that aren't really fighting for waves out there, aren't really connecting with the best sections. So Jay's ridden 4 waves already, so he's ridden the most amount of waves in the heat so far. I mean, Taj opened up with a 7. That's just allowed him to kind of be a bit freer towards the back end of this heat. But Jay, Oki and Ben, it's going to be a tight one.
It is. As we see the surfers here looking to reposition, Jay's calling out for a situation there from our beach announcers, and he'll be relieved to hear that he's in second, but he knows he's got a lot of work on his plate. He does have third priority, which isn't amazing at this point in the heat. So he's going to have to, be crafty here and chuck on his poker face and try to put himself on a wave that potentially first or second priority are not interested in. But I think with the rarity that are quality waves out here today, I don't like his chances of picking up a high quality wave in this next set.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel as though Ben and Oki are probably going to capitalise on what they've got. So he's probably going to be needing a good score to move on through to the next round. I'm just having a look because I feel like Jay is Okalupo's also in the draw here, potentially. I'm just having a little read through our heat draw.
Yeah, I saw him down here today checking the surf. He was a little out of sorts as to where to check the lineup from because it's not Snapper Rocks, but he found the beach eventually and got a good vantage point, as we see up and riding Jay Brown. But yeah, young Jay Ock will be fired up. His good mate Jagger Bartholomew got a huge result down there at Avoca, so I know the Snapper boys will be fired up to put their own flavour on this event as well, and hopefully go deep, and who knows, maybe even link up with the heat with Dad.
Yeah, well, we've got Oki's back-to-back, so there's a good chance that might happen. Jay Okalupo up in the next heat.
That was a classic little paddle and leave. I think Taj was trying to sell the Ock, but he didn't want a bar of it. But, yeah, right, okay, so I wonder if Mark will be giving any tips to Jay as he paddles around the corner for the start of his heat. It's a stacked heat, that next one. Noah Stocker in the red, Tane Dobbin in the blue, Jay Ock in the white, and Dylan Groen in the green. I spoke to Dylan after his big win this morning. He said, served for Germany, but spent a lot of time in Portugal, and now he's living on the Gold Coast. So, well-travelled young man. Pretty lucky to spend a fair portion of time in some pretty good parts of the world.
Yeah, some pretty incredible parts of the world, that's for sure.
I think Portugal's a bit warmer here than, I think Gold Coast is a bit warmer than Portugal in the winter, but nevertheless, plenty of waves on offer, very wave-rich part of the world. As we see the Ock, beautiful fade off the takeoff. He'll be looking to find some steepness here. There it is up in the lip, getting a bit more speed as he comes around the corner, kicking out, not seeing any more potential in that wave. I know there are some quality waves off the end of this bank, so I think that where Ox put himself now a bit further away from his competitors, I think could pay off for him, as we see Red having a look at this wave. Didn't really see a whole lot of scoring potential in that ride, so he'll go down to third priority there, Taj.
Yeah, well, I feel as though Taj can't really make too many mistakes from now on. He's in the lead quite clearly as well. So if I was him, I'd just be wanting to back up that 3.47, figure out where the waves are coming from, find some more lineups, especially in that next heat. There's only 3 other people out, so you can catch waves out there as opposed to figuring out the lineup in a free surf with about 50 other QS surfers.
Oh, exactly.
Absolutely rip.
It's almost scary though, right? With less people in the water, there's sort of less things to line up against in a way, even though surfers are moving around and whatnot. It's almost like with no one out there, it becomes a very, very big playing field. As we see the Ock having a look off the end here, looks like a bit of a closeout, unfortunately. Ocky had 4th priority there, so he will not lose. He doesn't really have anything to lose at the moment, so counting down with 7 minutes remaining. As we see the swell still pulsing in here, a couple of good quality waves off the top of the point. Probably could be doing your 3rd or 4th turn there already as Red looks to have a look, potentially. Like you said, Taj has really got to only improve on that 3.47, and as the clock counts down, even an incremental increase there will go a long way to securing that first spot. As the boys caught out of position there again. It's a hard day to find the lineup, True? Sit further out, you miss the small ones, sit too far in and you wear the big ones. Yeah, exactly. You want to find that sweet spot, but I feel like today it's going to be really, well, it has already been really tricky to find that sweet spot out there. So I've got had about 15 different markers to find out where the spot is, especially here. It's constantly changing. Yeah, I mean, Jay isn't really too far in second, and his Ben up and riding had priority. Looking for a 3.24, jams that first section. And again for a second, that was a nice second turn. Puts it up there for a 3rd. If he rides out, that's a good score. Unfortunately, can't finish that one. So Jay Brown sitting with first priority, could potentially be needing a score. He's in a good position right now. Love that second turn there from Ben. You can see his strength in the lip. It was a hard wave to surf, plenty of foam on it, but if you can throw spray on a section like that, you must be doing something well, because that was a very difficult section to do a turn on. As we see Taj here having a look. Like you mentioned, Taj is definitely not safe. All these surfers definitely capable of getting that high scoring ride they need to get through. Oh, absolutely love that combo. He's done well to improve there, and very interested to see where Ben's score comes in. True, did you want to take a stab at it? What are you thinking? Is it enough to go into second?
I think it could be enough. I mean, 2 big turns. The wave was a little bit frothy. I can't really pick the scores today. I think it's one thing and it comes in at another, which is exactly why I'm not a judge. But I do think it could be close to the score, if not better.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it will be the score. And as we see there, a 5.17 for Ben. So he does jump up into second. Jay Brown, the priority is moving around very quickly at the moment. As we see Taj, I really didn't think there was much going on at the start of this wave, but he could obviously see the double up down the line. And, a beautiful combination of manoeuvres here. Set up carve into this massive layback. His board looks phenomenal under his feet. Plenty of drive off the bottom and then a lot of release out of the top. So he's onto a winner there, and I think he's done enough to improve on his 3.47, potentially just slightly, but that will increase everyone else's requirements with around 4 minutes remaining. It's a 4.9, so he's increased it by a fair bit there, which is a job well done at this point in the heat. And it's up to Jay and Ocky now, Jay and Ocky, to make the most of this heat. As we see a replay from earlier, True. Yeah,
Jay floats that first section, brings it around for a second one. So Jay, I believe this is an earlier wave, he said Stace, puts it up there for a really nice finish. I actually think that might have just been a previous wave. So Jay was looking for a 4.68, gets a finish on that one with a little bit of drift as well. So I
am glad we are not in the booth up there.
Yeah, me too.
really exciting finish. And he had a bit of work at the start as well. That is really quality surfing there, as we see Taj.
Oh my ankles.
Oh my word. I believe he's had some troubles with his ankles in the past. Got to look after yourself there, Gromit. He looks so relaxed going into that ride. Potentially too relaxed.
Yeah, a little bit too relaxed. You got to be ready for the come down on that one. So
definitely.
Oh, my ankles hurt from watching that. 3 minutes, a score to lock in for Jay Brown. The judges are well and truly having a good think about this one.
Absolutely. We don't have any indication of any score yet from the judges. It's got to be right around that number, I'd imagine. They're really having a good think about it. This is for second position we're talking about. Taj Stokes still firmly in the lead. I don't think that score from Jay will be enough to, send him up into that first position, but it's certainly enough to be challenging for second. With 2.5 on the clock, it's going to be right there. 2 say yes. Well, 3 say yes so far. 2 more scores to drop. It's looking like it will be enough for Jay Brown. Just need the final score to get the average there. It's going to be a high 4. It's only chasing a 4.68. There it is, a 4.93. Jay Brown into second. Now in third, Ben Lawrenson chasing a 3.59 and Mark Okalupo chasing a 5.79 for second. So
yeah, well, Jay in second, but he's not safe just yet.
no. And sort of as I alluded to earlier, with one surfer running away with it at the start like this, it does just become a dogfight for second, even with about 15 minutes on the clock. You see the surfers sort of, the desperation kicks in. They lose that free-flowing approach. I don't think we've seen anyone look as relaxed as Taj on the wave since his opening ride. And everyone else is just sort of knowing that only small scores are required to stay alive in the event. And I think sometimes you see the surfing match that. And I think that's the trick with these events is how to surf your best regardless of whether you're chasing a score or not.
Yeah, I feel like if I was Ben, I'd be going, okay, I need 3.59, but I want to surf to a 5. He's already done that at 5.17. If he can do that again, he'll lock in another 5.17 and he'll be in a pretty good position in the lead, needing, like Jay would probably be needing about a 6 and Oki will be needing around a 7.
Exactly, and with a minute on the clock and priority, it's exciting viewing for us because we know he'll get his chance if the opportunity arises. He will have first choice at the wave. As we see a few little bumps coming in here, he's repositioning himself. Letting that one go. Looks like a good decision, a bit deep on the peak on that one, but he'll need something to show its face very shortly because the clock is counting down.
Yeah, wow. So he's in a good position with first priority, but 35 seconds to go. I mean, it's going to be tough if he's going to have the opportunity to get another wave. It looks like there's a little lump coming through, but is he in position for this one? I'm not too sure if he is. No, unfortunately too far in.
What's this next one going to do? Is he wide enough? Look, I'm not against the belly board entry to a wave true. There's some pretty quality waves out there and they run for about 400 metres. So if you miss the first section, I don't think it's the end of the world, particularly with the clock counting down. I'd be rolling the dice on a belly board entry if I was Ben. But it looks like he is going to run out of time. And that'll be it. A really close heat. Great to see Ock out in the lineup as Ben will get his chance, but it looks like it's after the buzzer there. Coming up next, we'll have heat 3 of the round of 96, another stacked heat, but we're going to go to a break, and Shannon and Rabbit will take you through those next 2 heats.
Through my internship at the WSL, plus the personalised experiences and support I have access to at Bond, I know I'm well on the way to becoming the entrepreneur I want to be.
back with more action for the round of 96. The Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro Men's QS 5000 is underway. The women are off for the day, and the men will be surfing through in some fun conditions as the tide continues to drop throughout the afternoon. In that last heat, we saw Taj Stokes and Jay Brown taking the advancing positions over Ben Lortison and Mark Akalupo Aki out in the lineup. And now heading into our third heat of the round, Noah Staka, Tane Dobian, Jay Akalupo, and Dylan Gruen in the water. My name's Shannon Hughes, joined by Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew.
Shannon, it's been a great day so far, a lot of action. Different lineups out there, and now we've moved kind of back to the traditional Cabarita lineup with that wider bank, and no one's sitting up here in the cove anymore, and there's some good solid sets coming through. A lot of wash, guys getting caught inside. It's still very, very tricky out there, but Taj Stokes, his first wave, a 7, he rode it about 300 metres past the lineup. He had to run up the beach, up the headland and back out, and then he got out a wave out and straight away. I mean, he had an amazing heat, but what a big effort.
What a huge effort into the obstacle course on the finish, and managed to walk away with a solid win, the biggest single score of the day as well in that 7-point range.
Yeah, it was a great ride, and it was a point break lineup, and he really got to carve it up. It was a great, well surfed wave.
So exciting to see. Love seeing that as the conditions seem to be shaping up through the day. The swell has been dropping off a little bit, and now that tide has turned and started to drain out, it won't have that push with the swell either. As we see our surfer Dylan Gruen advance through that first heat this morning with a win into his second lap out here at Cabarita this morning, and he's looking really good, sharp, staying loose, a couple of good turns, and looking for this double up now to finish off with. Smashes the end section, and he'll be looking to put his first score on the board, Rabbit.
Yeah, he will be. He worked hard on that. He wouldn't be happy with himself with the finish, but he'd worked himself into a position where he's going to get a score, but he's way on the inside now. When you make that sacrifice and go over the double up, way under the inside section, then the big question, do you paddle back out through the lineup, or do you go for the runaround? As we see Noah Stocker, Noah, solid surfer from the Sunshine Coast, originally from Victoria. He's got a lot of power in his surfing, Noah. Watch this move here. Yeah, solid.
Very solid finish there for Noah. Like you said, so much experience, now used to those warmer climates, living on the sunny coast as opposed to some very cold water and cold weather down in Victoria.
Yeah, well, Noah's been up there for a while, and I think we see Jay Akalupo just go past him on a wave, so it looks like all surfers have got away to a start here. Tane Delbin got an early wave, only a 1.77. Yesterday I was watching Tane Delbin and Jay Akalupo surfing a club final up at Snapper Rock, so they know each other well.
So many good club events across Australia. I love seeing that culture and the way that these surfers can just be raised in it from such a young age, getting that competitive experience, that team camaraderie, and that competitiveness growing at a young age.
Yeah, well, the under 6 division's become a big division.
That's crazy. That's so good. Learning how to ride a bike, put on some rollerblades, ride a surfboard at a very high level for so many of those young kids now. And some solid scores dropping in. Dylan up into the lead with a heat total of a 7.33, has a 4.0 on the scoreboard, backed it up with that 3.33, and sets himself apart in the first 20 minutes to go in the first 5 minutes of that heat.
Yeah, it looks solid. It looks solid at 7.33, but the fact is that there's a 4 and a 3.33, so I don't know if that's going to be enough. The 4-point ride, I felt he turned a 5 into a 4. Just that last move he probably could have made. Here's Tane Dobbin. Tane's a young surfer from Palm Beach on the Gold Coast, and well overhead wave.
Yeah, that was a solid size wave for Tane. Great backhand approach. And I just am stoked to see these conditions improving. These surfers that, especially now for the top 3 in these round of 96, it's their first heat this morning. They would have shown up watching those early heats. It would have been a little bit dismal, not that many waves being ridden this morning, really challenging rips to manage, and a very shifty lineup. And now to be able to paddle out with that wind staying, kind of okay, conditions being clean, and to have some sets like this on offer is great.
Yeah, well, this is a pretty solid move there by young Tane. Very 12 o'clock and handles it well. It's a well overhead wave, and as I said earlier, him and Tane and Joe Calupo, they were in a snapper final yesterday, and now they find themselves up against in the big leagues. They're both young surfers. Grommets really. Joe Calupo at 4.23. Tane Dobbin with a 6.4 total there, so he's come in with a 4.63. So, you know, all around that same mark, we've got Tane leading on the best single score with a 4.63. So he got solid points for a short ride, punctuated by that huge big vertical manoeuvre on his last effort on the closeout. He really handled it well, and he got rewarded for that.
I love seeing that. And with that last heat, we saw a proper result coming through at Fort Taj Stokes. Taj, congratulations. Shannon Hughes here in the booth with Rabbit. Talk to us about finding that 7-point ride as your opener.
Yeah, I was kind of just really tricky out there. I was a little bit lost in the first couple minutes, and I managed to just sit and wait, and that wave came to me, and yeah, I just rattled off a few turns down the line, and I ended up way down the beach, so yeah, it was a good one.
So Taj, when you finished way down the beach, it was an excellent ride, by the way, and you know, it was well deserving in that 7-point range, the best of the day. But when you finished, you'd sort of turned around, you looked like you were going to try and paddle out. There was about 6 waves stacked up and all the way out, and then at some point you just decided to retreat and go for the run. It was a big run, mate.
Yeah, that's right. I tried to get back out, but I quickly realised that it was sucking me back towards the beach, so I wasn't going anywhere. So I thought I'd come in, do a run around. By the time I got back out the back, I was puffed, so yeah.
But I reckon if you'd stayed with it, you would have ended up halfway down towards Casuarina.
Yeah, that's right. Like this morning, I'm sure you guys would have known, but the sweep was a lot worse. So I thought I could probably punch it back out, but I took the benefit of the doubt and yeah, did the run around.
Well, definitely better safe than sorry. Hey, how did it feel paddling out there with Aki in the same heat as you?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I was walking down the beach and I thought it was just a 3-man. Next thing you know, Aki's chucking on the blue rashy behind me. So yeah, it was pretty cool for him to be out there, and Ethan Ewing was in the heat before, so a bit of experience in the water with me, which was yeah, pretty cool.
Well, what a special thing, and stoked you found that big wave and made it through with a solid win. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks heaps.
How cool is that for these guys, you know, to surf against Ethan, current championship tour competitor, and then one of the biggest legends within surfing of all time?
Well, it's really awesome, and then to come out on top and to win the heat, it's a real feather in their cap as well. But yeah, it's a great experience, and this is where you can really mix it up with some big names, some seasoned competitors, some champions. It's a unique experience.
And it's really opened it up. I feel like having it as the regional qualifying series now, this event of this level of a QS 5000 in years past would have the best surfers from around the world, so there wouldn't be that open field and those open spots for a lot of surfers that haven't been, you know, on the run competing on the QS. Where now that it's opened up regionally, there's more spaces available for those Australians to be in the draw here.
There is, and obviously being able to go out to that extra round of 112 really opened it up. But I think Oki must have come in on a seed replacement there. See, because it was the seeded surfer in Heat 2 that didn't show, or something happened there. So, you know, Johnny on the spot, he had his board with him. He obviously came down to watch his son Jay in the next heat and went, oh yeah, I'll give it a go.
Why not?
Which is pretty spontaneous.
And great when there's a fun little point break out front, you know, walk into a few waves. He wasn't able to find anything that really amounted to much, but great opportunity nonetheless.
Yeah, now he's back to being the father, watching the son nervously. It's a tough one.
Yeah, how's that going for you? I know Jagger's doing pretty good on the QS at the moment. He's actually ranked number 5 on the Australian qualifying series, which is fantastic. Congratulations.
Oh yeah, he's had a good start and some good backup. You've got a nice top 3 result down at Avoca, and yeah, it's tough watching the heats. They're always so close. You know, obviously, to me, you know, I'm sure it's the same for Oki. It's a lot harder watching them than being in them.
Great to have that experience coming through from the dads and to see that next generation come firing through. Jay Akalupo in the lineup now. Dad, Mark, watching from the shoreline, straight out of the jersey. Jay's sitting in an okay position. He's got that 4.23 on the scoreboard. Now he's just waiting patiently for that backup wave to come through.
Yeah, no, they're all well positioned. It's poised this heat. Noah Stocker there. I have to say I was a bit surprised he only got a 3.33 for that one. I thought it was a little bit more, but Probably it took him a little while to get going on that wave, but he finished it well. But he's sort of like the most seasoned competitor. He's been on the QS for a few years. He was on the QS when it was a travelling QS, so he's got a lot of international experience. He's still a real danger, but you know they've all got at least one wave that they could say count as at least a good backup wave. And as we see now up and riding, it looks like Noah Stocker. He's gone for an early wave. He had priority, so he's gone for an early wave. It looked like it had a bit of a wall from that drone angle, Shannon.
Yeah, it really looked like it was going to open up for him even through that inside section, but it's just hit a little bit of that gutter.
Yeah, and it just faded.
With the paddle back out, he's going to have a look at that one and decide not to go. We have seen some of the surfers on that paddle back able to sneak something out that was a little wider, you know, different than those guys sitting right at the top of the point waiting for that wave right in the cove. And some decent scores coming through for those wider ones that really wrap down, especially as that tide starts to pull out. Do you think we'll see that change coming through a little more?
I do. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity. As you know, we saw in that even in the last heat, they would prefer to paddle out if they possibly could. But when you get a wave and you go so far down and you're way on the inside and you look out the back and there's like 4 or 5 whitewaters, it also kind of holds you there. You know, it's not just a matter of the current taking you out of position. It holds you in the spot. You don't go anywhere. And if anything, you're going backwards. So at that point, you have to come in and do the run around. But they would prefer to paddle out for that opportunity on the wide one.
Exactly. The runaround's definitely working out well today, though. Down to 12 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, well, young Tane Dobbin, the reason he's holding that lead, he's got that 4.63. That's the high mark of the heat. And he's backed it up with a 3.63, but certainly not in a safe position there. And there we see what you were saying before, that opportunity for Noah Stocker as he's paddling back out. It's only a short ride, but he got 2 very slick manoeuvres in there. That should improve his, it'll improve his 2.9, that's for sure.
Sitting with that 3.33 as his high score at the moment, requiring a 4.00 to move into the advancing position. And it is surprising to see him sitting in that 3rd place spot at the moment. So we've got surfers Eddie Hamady getting ready to paddle out for the next heat, coming from the south coast of Sydney. And it's been some great waves down at home for Eddie. Sandon's been on fire recently the last few weeks. We've had a few waves at home, which has been really fun.
Oh, I think the whole East Coast has just been awash with swell. And there's, you know, like weeks and weeks and weeks, including right here at Cabarito. There's been a lot of swell. So this forecast, this is a really slick move by Noah, fast and yeah, showing a lot of energy. And
score starting to come through now from the judges, looking like it's going to land in that 4-point range. So you nailed it. Betters the 2.9. It comes through as the requirement. A 4.30 puts him into the advancing position over Dylan.
It does, and it's really tight there. If you look at all their first scores, there's a struck match between them. Tane Dobbin just out in front. It's that 4.63, I believe, is the difference. And if you look at their second scores, they're nearly identical. So this is incredible. And Jack Lupo, he might be in 4th, but he's actually got a reasonably good first score there. So he's well and truly in contention here.
Yeah, he's been sitting with priority next to his name for so long. He got that 4.23 pretty early on.
Yeah, you can see Jay a bit deeper than everyone else. He's waiting, sort of tacking back. Yeah, he's in a good position for those deeper ones, and it's just it's a matter of what comes through on what bank, because there's been some bigger sets in that last heat. The heat his father was in, the sets were so big and so wide. It was just really, really hard to get in position. Whereas this seat looks a lot more settled.
We can see that little set rolling around the headland as well.
Yeah.
This could be the opportunity that Jay is looking for.
Well, earlier on, Shannon, we did see a few guys surfing on that surge off that rock there, coming around the point, but they've all moved down to, you know, what is a better part of the bank. We see a bit of movement now, and one of the surfers paddling for it. It looks like Dylan Groen had a bit of a look, but it's a big wall.
Strong paddle for Noah as well, but it's just like too much water moving still. A little too much water underneath it with that high tide still.
Now, with Noah there, he was in 4th priority, so, you know, he's free to paddle for whatever he wants. If he misses it, there's actually no penalty.
Now up and riding on his backhand. Tane up in the lead. Nice snap to start things off with.
Tane's, oops, sorry.
Yeah, looking really prime on his backhand, and then coming into that last one, mistimes it.
Look, he's a real grommet. He likes to keep busy. You can expect Tane to get a lot of waves. It's one of his fortes. And he's a real wave magnet too. He's unbelievable. But he just come unstuck on that one. He was looking to improve on that 3.63. It definitely won't happen on that wave. So he's going to, paddle back out again, and now he'll be in fourth priority.
Up and riding, Noah Staka once again driving. Nice bottom to top turn combination. Looking for that next section. A little bit frothy. And just throws the tail out a little too far, slips off the board, makes that mistake on the finish.
There's Jay Okalupo.
There we go.
He's been very patient.
Puts that first turn together, strings it for the finish. He's looking for a 3.41 rabbit to take that advancing position. That first turn looked like he had to cut it a little bit short.
Yeah, it was a conservative ride. But we'll have a closer look at it on the replay, because I didn't quite see the whole ride, and I'd like to see it in its fullness. So here we see Jay Okalupo now lining up for this first turn. Nice, just solid. Nice cut back there, kind of nearly going to a layback. And this turn here, it was a little conservative, I felt. I think he could have put a bit more into it to get up into that 4.5 to 5 point range, but I don't think he'll get the big score. But you know what? He only needed a 3.41.
Yeah.
So it's going to be thereabouts.
It's got to be something similar, huh? To possibly change that situation, to move Noah Staka back out of that advancing position. Noah got off to an okay start, but then couldn't quite find that rhythm.
And also Noah on his last wave came unstuck. He fell on that last wave on a really good section. And the Jay Okalupo has gone into second place.
There we go, a 3.87, it's enough. So Jay Okalupo up into second, Noah Staka down into third, chasing a 3.80 to advance. Dylan Gruen with priority down into fourth, but he's sitting in a good position, holding that priority next to his name. Chasing that 4.11.
Oh, look at this heat. It's a low-scoring heat, but that's what's made it exciting. Because Jay only needs a 4 to go into the lead. Tane Dobbin holding on to a tenuous lead there. He fell on his last wave. Noah Staka, though, a 3.8. Oh, he was well on his way to getting that on that wave. He came unstuck. Dylan Gruen, he's just been very, very patient. But he's certainly got the repertoire, and he came through a heat this morning, so he's got that up his sleeve. No go there for Tane having a look at that wave. Now, yeah, I think he might lose priority. Yeah, he did. He's lost priority, so the Grom has hit the trigger, and a little bit of priority in experience there, Shannon.
Dylan Gruen sitting in fourth, sitting with priority in green. Has the opportunity, he's got plenty of time on the clock. 5 minutes, 40 seconds.
Wow, is that a telling blow for Tane Dobbin? And now I see him paddling in to try to snaffle one on the inside. See him in the blue, paddling in. He knows he just sort of blew the priority. It's a big mistake to make it at this level, but gee, it takes a long time to understand how to work that priority, especially when you're a grommet and you are used to, just looking, seeing, riding, catching, going.
So much on the line here as well. 5,000 points for the end of the week. There's so much riding on this to advance into the Challenger Series. Last year we saw that with both Molly Picklum and Callum Robson taking out the wins here for the Tweed Coast Pro, getting those 5,000 points, advanced them into, Molly was already on a good run, but for Callum that put him onto the Challenger Series, and both of them went on to qualify for the championship tour based off of results that they started building here at Tweed.
It was a fantastic story, and Callum came from nowhere. He came from nowhere and won this event last year, got 5,000 points onto the Challenger Series, did really well on the Challenger Series, and now looks like he's going to qualify.
Yeah,
incredible. It looks like he's going to make the cut.
Yeah, he's had such a fantastic start to his championship tour career, and that's where we could see any one of these names in the draw this week. Guys that haven't had great results through the rest of the Australian regional qualifying series. A lot of these guys, especially coming into the opening round and the round of 96, even the round of 64, where they haven't had great results so far. And they're looking for that breakaway opportunity to find some rhythm, to actually start getting some heat wins.
Yeah, well, Callum proved it last year. You can come, just come from the sky. And he came from the clouds and won this event. It put him in there It was a final against Mitch Parkinson. And either one of those, whoever won it, was going to go into the Challenger Series.
So much pressure.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was a really amazing how much was on the line. And Callum got the nod, and look what he did. He went on with it. So it was a stroke of genius, really.
As we take a look at the heat recap here with Tane Dobbin sitting up in the lead in that solid-sized set to start things off with, Rabbit.
Yeah, well, this is the high point, that 4.63. That's the best wave serve so far. Noah Stocker is a real danger out here. This wave here, they've got him in the second place, but this is the wave for Joe Calupo that just leapfrogged him into second place, and that's where he sits currently. As I said, that last move a little bit conservative, but enough to get him into second. He probably knew that too. He just needed to, stay on his board. Sometimes it's.
Well, we saw it with some of the other guys that are going down on that final turn, and if they'd had that, they'd already be putting a bigger requirement. Jay wouldn't be able to be in that second place position now. So some of that safety surfing coming into play.
Now, we've seen a situation in here, like Tane Dobbin's back in priority, Joe Calupo. Maybe there's a couple of waves ridden, or did they paddle from him missing? Because Noah Stocker, Dylan LeGrand, suddenly hasn't got priority. So have we seen a ride there? We'll just have to wait to... here's a replay. Something's happened. So
Noah Stocker's got a score to come through. We'll see if he was able to make anything of this one. Little check turn to start things off. Starts to eye up that finishing section. Stays pretty soft, puts on a lot of power to it. Doesn't quite stand up with that big pockety section.
Oh, no, he's gone a long way down, so this could be the last wave for him. Is it going to be enough? It's going to be a tight one. Now, what about Dylan? How did he lose priority? He's out there, so I think he might have lost.
Must have just been a miss on a wave.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a score coming through.
Well, at the moment, it's Noah Stocker. Is it enough? A 3.8 he requires to overtake. And now we've got Tane doing the grom.
Nice whip on his backhand for that first turn. Wave goes a bit flat for him on those second two. Now he's looking for that critical section again, that closeout to finish off with, and he's going to hold it together, just nearly does. And there we go. He's looking to increase, Rabbit, that 3.63 to put more pressure on the field. We are still waiting for that last score of Noah Stocker to come through, who's chasing a 3.80, and it's going to be tight from the judges.
He got a 3.93.
There we go, just enough to make Noah into that advancing position again. Puts Jay Akalupa with priority down into third place.
And there's waves coming.
Waves coming, scores also to come through for Tane and Dylan.
So, yeah, Dylan, is there a wave coming for Dylan?
There's
okay,
a wave to come through for Dylan.
Here goes, oh no, he didn't get it. Is this Noah Stocker?
Noah on the inside finds the double up.
Yeah, Jay had a look at this wave. He got caught up in the whitewater, but this has turned into something.
It's just growing as it goes down the line. Great second turn, goes in for the third, right up into the pocket.
Oh.
Seamless transition into that finishing section. And what a decision to take the turn on that one. He could be looking at a leading position.
Oh, he's won the heat.
Out of that one, chasing a 3.97. Still scores to drop with 30 seconds on the clock for Tane and for Dylan. Jay also with a score to come through now. So we've got scores across the board required. No one chasing more than that 4-point range. Tane drops in his last score of a 3.83. It does improve his situation just slightly. Scores to come through for Noah Stocker, though. It's a 6.0, takes Noah into the lead. Tane down into second. Scores to come for Jay and for Dylan. Looking like they will not factor into the equation. As we count down, Rabbit, what a flurry of action to finish off with. And Noah Stocker taking away the win with that 6-point ride.
Yeah, it was a wave that was just an opportunistic wave right at the end of the heat. He got it wide. It turned into the best wave of the heat. It stood up. There were bowl after bowl, and he surfed it like he showed all his experience.
Well, showing his experience. Noah Stocker with the win. Tane Dobbin into the next round. We'll be right back. More action coming up. Heat number 4 for round 96. Right after.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Starting the day with freshness, giving us the energy to paddle out and live life to the fullest. All natural and organic, a superfood bursting with flavor and taking you to your own piece of paradise. Sharing moments with friends, sharing them with Oakberry.
Back at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000, David Vlug, Harry Phillips, Eddie Hamady, and Andre Teixeira out in the lineup. Harry Phillips getting a warm-up lap this morning, walking through to that second place finish in his opening round, makes it through to match up against our 3 seeded surfers in the round of 96. Shannon Hughes joined in the booth by the legendary Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. And it's been great to call the action with you this morning, especially knowing you have been competing out here, surfing out here for so many years. You know the lineup like the back of your hand. And it's been great to hear you call everything through.
Yeah, we used to come down here in the early days. We'd have club contests, even though, we were up on the Gold Coast. We'd come down here and have club contests, in like 1970.
That's amazing.
1971. It was unbelievable. Competing against Michael Peterson and Peter Townend out here at Cabarita, it was fantastic. In the cove, mainly in the cove at Bogngar. So, that's a long time ago, but that's how far back it goes. And there was a famous surfer from down here called Bogngar Bob.
As we see Harry Phillips getting a quick start, our surfer in green, couple of turns connected together. He's already got a 2 on the scoreboard. David Vlug opened up with a 3. So second score to come through. And Eddie Hamady driving into that first big turn. Nice open section. Connects with the lip, and that wave shuts down for him. Great attacking mentality from Eddie on that first section.
Yeah, Eddie's, he's got a lot of game, and he's got some big moves. This is another great heat. There's some powerful surfers in this heat.
Scores to come through. Harry Phillips up into the lead. Eddie drops in a 3.2 for the best of the exchange. And we're now waiting for Andre Teixeira to get his opening ride as he sits with priority out the back. And I can only imagine how different this place would have looked like back in 1970 when you started competing out here.
Well, and the beautiful thing about the Tweed Coast and I think New South Wales in general is that they've kept the headland completely. It's exactly how it was. It's unchanged. The only difference is the towns. It's a really cool little town, Cabarita, seaside town. But way back then, I think the Cabarita pub was still there, and I think there was nothing up here at all, and there still isn't, so it's wonderful.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible to see just the way the headland is still just that pristine green headland, and just going down under the lip there for Vluggy. But incredible just to know the history of surfing coming around from this whole area here on the Tweed Coast. So close to, Snapper and one of the greatest waves in the world. And to just be able to see the quality of surfers coming out of this region has been so fun to witness throughout today, especially with some of those call-ups for the local competitors and being able to show their expertise out here.
Yeah, it's got a lot of different moods and a lot of different faces, Cabarita. And we've already seen that today, haven't we?
It's a completely different playing field than what we started with this morning.
Yes. And then it changed on the high tide. It went into the cove. And then, those wider ones started coming in, those bigger sets coming through on the outside. And a few guys went, you know what, I need to grab one of those. And Taj Stokes definitely got one and connected all the way down. And that was, I think he opened up the floodgates of what the opportunity is there for that.
Yeah, that was absolutely the standout of the day. Dane Henry as well got a 6.17 in the opening heat of the round. So both of them finding their way into that, 6+ into the 7s, where earlier throughout the morning it was a challenge for surfers to get above a 5.5.
That's right. Well, young Dane Henry, he's a local down here. He lives at Cabarita, surfs here all the time. And, he knows it like the back of his hand, and it helps a lot. As we see Eddie Hamady, good-looking wave. Oh, look at this section. Bang. He handles it well.
So speedy. Nice aggressive attack on it, timing the thing, and he's looking to get out of that 3-point range where his opening wave came through. And for Dane Henry, he took out that lead over Ethan Ewing, which was just so exciting to see and really speaks to that local knowledge of the break and being able to keep it calm under pressure as well.
Well, it's a big scalp. There's no bigger scalp. But obviously, 50% progression at this point in the tournament. Second's good enough.
Second is certainly good enough at this stage of things. And so much more to come throughout this competition. Women called off for the day. We may see them hitting the lineup tomorrow. Seen a lot of the women around the contest site already today, though, getting some waves, having a chat, checking out what is happening with the men's round. And in that last one, we saw Noah Staka walk away with a solid lead on the finish, getting the score. How did it feel to take that one out, Noah?
Yeah, I was stoked. It was a pretty nervous heat, really. All the boys had pretty similar scores, and I was having a real hard time trying to pick the best waves out there, so I was lucky that last one kind of lined up and let me tee off on it.
Yeah, well, Noah, Bugs here, like that last one, it was a wide one, but gee, that inside section really stood up. There was just bowl after bowl.
Yeah, no, I was lucky. I didn't really know if I was even going to take it, but because I didn't know the time, and I was like, oh, there's probably not much time, so I'll just get this last one to come in, and it just turned into a full dream runner and let me tee off on the inside. So, yeah, it was a bit of luck there, but you got to take it when you can get it.
I mean, before that wave, you're in second place, but as you said, it was a pretty low-scoring heat. Like everyone, sort of only needed that 4-point range to slip into second place. So it was a bit of a nervy heat, wasn't it?
Yeah, I've had a few of those this year. I feel like the scale this year is a bit lower than what we're used to, and it's good because it's really pushing all the boys to try and surf bigger and harder and try and really push our surf into that next level, which I think is good.
Yeah, that's a great adjustment and a great mindset coming into it, knowing that, if everyone's receiving those smaller scores as a collective group, you've got to start pushing the limits.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a good move in the right direction.
Well, congratulations, Noah. Stoked to see you walk away and to find that solid 6-point range on the finish. Excellent surfing, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thanks, guys. See you later.
That's such an interesting point that he makes there, Rabbit, just about, the scale overall seems to be set lower, and so now each of those surfers is having to push each other, and we could see some great growth in the sport because of it.
We've seen that throughout, the consistency that, you've got to work hard, put a good score together. To get a 6, you've really got to put a wave together. So if they're very stingy on throwing the excellent scores. To get something like an 8, it's got to be an extraordinary ride. And even like we're seeing, like 5s are not that easy to come by.
And we saw that shift on the championship tour just a couple years ago as well. Really making it difficult for those championship tour surfers to get into that 8-point range, let alone to find a 10. We just saw Griffin Colapinto at Portugal find his way into the first 10 of the season in the third event, where typically, maybe out at Pipe, especially, we'd be expecting to see 10s dropped at least a couple throughout a contest.
So Pipe and Sunset, you would certainly expect to see a 10 somewhere along the line, if not a few more. So that's amazing. Griffin, there's an amazing story there. He was coming 28th after Sunset. He was coming 28th. He was on the wrong side of the cup, and he won the event. It was a great win, and his maiden tour victory. It was certainly a special moment for the young guy.
So exciting, and exciting to see him take on that challenge of figuring out how he was going to be able to offer something the judges would even look at for an excellent score, let alone getting into that perfect 10 range. And it was 10s across the board, which is really exciting to see. And that the shift in his mindset, I think, has been pretty extraordinary to witness. He's been pretty open with that in his post-tee interviews, and just his approach to kind of calming things down and taking time and space away from other people before paddling out and really getting that mental preparation is a great lesson for a lot of these surfers to take from.
It really is, and it's not easy to back it up either. If you
difficult.
If you get a 10 early in the tournament, it's a bit like getting a hole-in-one in golf, and you exhale, you celebrate, and sometimes it can just take the edge off you a little bit, and then you find in the next round you don't reach that height, and there's disappointment. But he went on with it.
Yeah, it's so true, actually. He mentioned after getting that 10, there was still, I think, 3 or 4 minutes left on the clock when he got that score. And he rode out of that wave, went straight down to his belly, rode straight into the beach. And then it was like it dawned on him that he still had a heat to surf. He wasn't quite finished. And he said in his post-heat interview that he was literally felt the adrenaline from hearing that 10 drop through. He felt that he'd won the whole event. And then he had to recalibrate and remind himself, oh, right, it's just one heat. Got to keep making it through and readjust. And incredible to see him do that and be able to pull it together.
It was so cool. And there you go. He had to back it up. And
walks away with his very first championship tour win for Griffin Colapinto in Portugal, the Male Pro Portugal, just last week. Very exciting and extremely different conditions to this. Freezing cold weather, freezing cold water. And now these surfers, and a surfer like Ethan Ewing joining straight out of Portugal back into some warm water close to home here at Cabarita. We've just seen Andre Teixeira get his first wave. It's been there's just under 15 minutes on the clock. So over 10 minutes down in the heat before he's paddled into his first one, drops in just a 1.13, so that I feel disappointing. As we're waiting now for Harry Phillips in priority to get his next wave. Small scores across the board again. Rabbit with Eddie sitting out in front with that 4.33.
Yeah, well, that's right. We just saw Andre Teixeira take off in a really questionable wave. It was like a little left sort of reform, and now he's on the inside. He's combing around on the inside. He's trying to get something on the board here. Here's a walled section, though. This might work out all right for him. As we see Vluggy on his backhand, caught behind this section here. He'll get in front of it. And he's got some power in his surfing, but he didn't like the end of that one. Interesting to see how Andre Teixeira goes on that wave that we saw him just take off on the foreground.
Yeah, so scores to come through. Nothing to factor in for David Vlug on that last one. What an incredible day. There's so many fans and spectators down on the beach. And still kind of having that summer feeling here. Of course, northern New South Wales stays a bit warmer than the rest of Australia for the rest of the year anyways. It was great to see just that kind of environment around the coastline. So we're heading into a busy week here at Cabarita for the Tweed Coast Pro. And a slow heat on our hands, under 12 minutes to go. Eddie Hamady just starting to find some of that momentum too in his competitive years. Younger surfer coming out of the South Coast. And here we go, having a look for Eddie. Second priority, paddles into this one. Looks for that first little bit of rail work on the first turn. Big wrap for the second one. And just seamlessly connects it into the third, but gets taken out by the lip.
Yeah, he could have turned that one into a pretty good score. He's leading the heat, but he's not safe at this point. Harry Phillips up and riding now. This is a better looking wave for the young guy, and massive big spray off the top of that one. Like, he really sent buckets flying. He'll get some points for that.
Yeah, you could see that wave just had a little bit more of that pocket and push to it than what Eddie's had.
Yeah, Eddie really did sort of battle with his wave. He was just looking for something to bounce off, and it just wasn't there at the end. And
as we take a look at the replays now, a little better wave selection here for Harry Phillips.
Yeah, he's got the speed going here. Sort of 2-point cut back there, but this turn here is really cool.
Sent spray straight into the sky on that one. So scores to come through. Eddie Hamady dropping in a score that's not going to factor into his top two. He'll remain in the lead for the moment. Harry Phillips chasing a 3.27 to get that advancing position over David Vlug, who's got so much experience. Coming up in the next heat, Logan there in the red jersey, Sandon Whitaker, Quentin Bruce, and Aiden Llewellyn-Parsons heading out for the next heat. And a huge day of surfing ahead for the men's side of the draw. So we are currently in heat number 4 for the round of 96. Haven't gotten the official call yet on what heat we will be finishing up with today. We've got some great conditions on offer, especially with swell dropping through the week. Your thoughts, Rabbit, on just taking advantage of the waves while we've got them?
Oh, absolutely. Just gun it. Go for it. I mean, you know, it's actually looking pretty small at the end of this week. Today will be the biggest day for sure. And we might even be seeing it starting to drop off now. It just looks a little sort of less energy in this heat here. Just even a couple of heats ago, it was like there was like 5-6 foot waves coming on that outside bank, but we haven't seen one for a while. It's a low-scoring heat. Harry Phillips got himself into second spot, though, with that 4.17. Here's Eddie. See if Eddie can answer back here. He's in the lead, but he needs to just sort of consolidate that lead.
Couple of turns connected together, decides to kick out. To me, it seems like his equipment is pretty large under his feet. Maybe factoring in for the fact that there were some solid-sized sets coming through this morning. And
yeah, even as I said 2 heats ago, you might have gone, oh, yeah, I'm taking my step up out there. And now it's really slackened off. You know, it's kind of like, looks like it's 3 feet now.
Yeah, it's really just kind of trimmed down. We might see some boards, some equipment changes, even throughout this afternoon, but certainly coming up into the rest of the waiting period this week. So scores that came through, a 4.17, as you mentioned, for Harry Phillips, does well to get him into that second place position as we take another look at this one from Eddie.
Yeah, well, that's a good move. It was one good turn there, a bit of a foam climb, and then they get this wave, he just sort of goes, I'm not even going to bother with the finish. It's not going to improve my position. We see a little bit of a set rolling through now. Surfer in white, Andre Texera is out there with priorities on the deeper part of the bank, but this wide part's been Eddie staying busy on it. This looks like a nice little hook up here. No, it doesn't like it. From the drone angle, looked like it might have a section.
Looking a little steeper from above.
Here's Andre. This guy's got some game when he gets going too.
Oh, such a powerful surfer. Nice opening turn. And he's looking to make it around that section. Teeing up for the finish, right up into the pocket. This wave is just unleashing for him onto the inside. Finds a good finish. And
yeah, we might find that to be the best wave of the heat so far.
so scores to come through for both Eddie Hamady and Harry Phillips. David Vlug as well. David for sure on, Andre Teixeira for sure on the wave of the heat so far. As we see our surfer in blue go down. 7 minutes on the clock. And scores to come through for all 4 surfers. We saw that change around at the finish of the last heat, where Noah Stocka was able to get that score right on the finish to move him up into the lead.
Yeah, he was sitting in second, but that wave, it really just lined up so perfectly for him, and he unleashed on it. He surfed it so well. But Andre Teixeira, this is going to be an interesting score here. We saw Harry Phillips get a wave and caught behind the section. Vluggy hasn't really done much in the last few minutes. Eddie just hanging on to that lead. Andre Teixeira has moved into the lead only just, but it was a telling wave.
There we go, a 4.93, highest wave of the heat, moves him up into that first place position over Eddie Hamady. Eddie with a score still to drop. Scores in for David Vlug, a 3.63. Does factor into his top 2, but it's not enough to keep him in the advancing position. Harry Phillips with a throwaway score. And Eddie Hamady also not increasing since his first 2 waves.
Yeah, well, Eddie's got priority now, and he's been pretty busy. He hasn't. I wouldn't say he's been that selective. He's been more opportunistic and just throwing his, having a good throw at the stumps on many opportunities. But now with priority, I'd like to see how he handles this, because we're down to 5.5 minutes. He's in second spot, but not by much.
Yeah, it's definitely not a safe place to be in. And this has been the story throughout today. I feel like it's those, 2 to 4 point range requirements on those 3rd and 4th place positions.
And he's looking at this one. Here's Eddie. This is an interesting looking wave, Shannon.
Standing up well for him for that first section. Nice big gouge. Gets that rail into it. Eyeing it up for the second one. It's a little bit flatter maybe than he was hoping for. He's hoping that it just doubles up as he patiently tees up this inside section, and the board snaps right under his feet.
That is so gnarly.
That was so unexpected.
Oh, you can't believe it.
No way. It just flew so far away from him.
And it was the put away move. It was the clincher. It would have put him in first place. It still might, but gosh, this wave here was offering so much. That was nice, his first 2 turns. And he sets up here again. He sees it down the line. This is the big section we're talking about. bang, and the board snaps under his feet, and he goes over the falls. He won't have time. 4 minutes remaining. He may have time. I doubt it because he's got a battle in now with half a board attached to him. He's given that up.
It's
no,
the
he's
swim.
still got it. He's hanging
Yep.
onto the board.
Just that little extra foot of the back of the board, just that tail.
It stops him from getting, a clean body surf in, really. I mean, he's let it go now. Now he's swimming in. He had to.
Oh, he's got to swim in.
Oh, but, this is really gnarly now for the poor. That is cruel. It really is. I reckon he was on his way to maybe a 5-5 there.
I couldn't agree more. Well, scores are in. It's enough to move him into the lead, a 4.43. So had he put on that finishing maneuver and completed it into a score that was...
It was a 5-5 for sure. It was the big section. He might have even got a 6. It was looking so good. Now, it did get him in the lead. There's 3.5 minutes remaining. If he'd stayed in second, I'd be more worried, but it means that, Harry Phillips and Vluggy have got to do something. They don't have to do that much, though.
Still small requirements. Andre Teixeira up into second, chasing a 3.83 now to take the leading position. Vlug chasing just a 4.01.
But look how far down Eddie is. He's way down beyond the... he's got to come in the next bay. You couldn't think of a deeper place. He's still a long way from getting to the beach.
Wow, can't believe. Well, he got the job done. He got the score he needed to put himself into the leading position.
Oh, my gosh. He is still 100 metres off the beach.
Wow, he
because
is
he
so
missed,
far out there.
He couldn't get into the cove. He couldn't get into the second little bay. This is the last little outcrop of rocks, but he's got a big gutter ahead of him now. Oh, that is so cruel. But look, you know what? It still might work out for him. He deserves to get through the heat.
He definitely deserves to make it through, especially with that kind of swim in front of him.
Oh, gosh.
So Eddie Hamady in the lead, Andre Teixeira in second. All scores are in. So at the moment, nothing to drop. David Vlug sitting in third, chasing a 4.84 now after scores have filtered in. Harry Phillips chasing a 4.57. So those are actually two of the highest scores of the heat for them to chase with 2 minutes on the clock to get those positions and knock both Eddie and Andre out of the advancing positions.
Yeah, well, Andre just improved his second spot too. But he kept it's just under Eddie, so Eddie still hung onto the lead there. But his Vluggy, there's a pretty dangerous looking wave.
With the opportunity, straight up into the lip on the first turn.
This guy has got this big, powerful engine. Such a powerful surfer. He only did 2.5 turns, but 2 of them were just scintillating.
Straight in the pocket, nice and critical.
4.84 to go to second, which means he probably only needs about a 4.97 to go into the lead because they're so close. Eddie and Andre are so close.
It's such a tight heat. Let's take a look at this one again. Your thoughts? Is it going to get there?
Well, this second one here is the money move. Bang. Wow, that's such a good one. And he actually gets a third one in. Those first two things, I think he's going to get there, personally.
There it is. A 5.5 takes David Vlug into the lead. Eddie Hamady into second. Now Andre Teixeira drops a score, and it's a 3.8. He's now chasing a 3.83. Just 0.03 more than his last score to take the advancing position for Andre. And now Harry Phillips up and riding, chasing a 4.59. Huge 2 turns back to back on the opening of the wave, throws in the third, and he could be looking at the score he's chasing.
Well, Vluggy and Harry Phillips may have just leapfrogged both of them in the last minutes while Eddie is still swimming to the beach. Oh, this is so gnarly.
No way. That was a crazy exchange. I'd love they had the opportunity, and take a look at these first 2 turns from Harry Phillips.
He went vertical, and this turn here, he carves it back. That is a good turn. And he does get the little bow on the end of the ride there. So 3 pretty solid turns. I got a feeling he's going to get the score.
That second turn was so good.
Yeah, it was so slick.
So scores to come through. The timer has rung. David Vlug currently in the lead. Is Harry Phillips going to get the score he's chasing? A 4.59 is the ask to take out Eddie Hamady, who is probably still swimming somewhere here in Cabarita, working his way into the shore after breaking his board on the final maneuver of what could have had him with a score that could still have him in the lead.
Yeah, I believe it would have. I believe he was in for, something around the 5.5 to 6 mark. That was it was a bigger wave, and he was really cutting loose on it. But David Vlug with that 5.5.
Judges taking their time with this one for Harry Phillips. Not a single score has dropped through.
No, they're taking their time all right, because that was a couple of big moves in there on that one. It wasn't a conservative ride at all. He really threw caution to the wind.
Beautiful two-turn combination on those first two turns. He threw so much spray on that first one. And then the speed and the precision of that second one.
Yeah, the second one was just a mighty turn.
So much power.
It wasn't a bigger wave, but it hugged the bank nicely, and he was able to go top to bottom with it.
And that's so much of it sometimes, isn't it? Rather than size, it's just that shape that really matters.
You know what? They haven't even thrown a single score yet. They are really trying to work this one out there. They are deliberating.
They've got that replay. They're rewatching it. And it's got to be close to that requirement.
And that's what that's why they're really checking it out.
And maybe that comparison with David Vlug coming through as a 5.5 is the high range. Next highest was the 4.93 from Andre Teixeira.
So what does he need? A 4.59. One judge says yes, 4.7.
And now the patient game to see, will it come through from the rest of the judges? Will he get the nod?
Well, when you see it that close, now you can say for absolute certainty that had Eddie not broken his board on that, he would have got it, because this is super close. And it is
a 4.63 just improves the situation for Harry Phillips. He moves into second. Eddie Hamady down into third. And what a change-up in the situation on the finish, Rabbit.
A cruel way to lose the heat, but breaking your board on probably one of the best manoeuvres on one of the bigger waves. But what a great comeback from both David Vlug and Harry Phillips.
Incredible performance. More action to come. Stay tuned for the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. True and Stace in the booth right after this.
Through my internship at the WSL, plus the personalised experiences and support I have access to a bond, I know I'm well on the way to becoming the entrepreneur I want to be.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. My name's Stace Galbraith. I'm here with True Starling, and what an exciting into that last heat, True.
I know, Harry Phillips just getting the score to move up into second. 4.63 was chasing a 4.9. Vluggy took the win.
Your boy, Vluggy, North Narra's finest.
Yes, North Narra's finest. Now resides up here on the Goldie. This is Quinn Bruce up and riding. Nice and early start to this one. Nice finish for the surfer in white.
I'd say one of the trends we've noticed from the heats that we've called today, True, it's those surfers that can get those mid-range scores on the board early. They look like to go on to big results. So we'll see if that remains true for Quinn Bruce there. Quite a nice start as we see Sandon Whitaker behind him.
Yeah, the Evoca local on his backhand. Sandy has such a spicy backhand. Puts it up there again. This one just a little bit foamy, but Sandy making the most of it. Huge finish. So he's here with his dad, Gary. I just saw them before, but Sandy was in the zone. I was like, oh, go say hi, but he looked so laser sharp and focused. I was like, I'll let him do his thing and see him after.
Yeah, for sure. It looked like it worked for him well on that wave. Love the ending combination manoeuvres there on that ride, but fair bit of froth on that wave. He did well to manage it. But True, it is that time of the day. How many assis you had so far?
I've only had one.
Mm.
I think I'm going to have to restrict myself to one
Mm.
because last year I had like 2 a day and I put on a couple, so they're so good. I kept
Oh,
eating them, but this
yeah.
year I need to be strict on just one.
They are so good. I had my first one then. It was phenomenal. The sun's out. It's a pretty hot day down here. As we see Sandy. Yeah, I love that last turn. Nice big hook in the top third of the wave. And scores are in. Quinn Bruce, a 3.17. Sandon Whittaker, a 4.1. As we see Aidan Lewin Parsons in and out there. Only a short ride, but his equipment looked electric under his feet.
Yeah.
That was that was the speediest kick out I think I've seen of today. So I'm excited to see him on some cleaner face and see what he can get done.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that Aiden's already surfed today. He has. He surfed in round 1, heat 3. So potentially Aiden's got a little bit more of a better outlook on the bank at the moment, but I spoke to him before and he's like, it's changed since when I surfed this morning, so I'm confused as whether to sit up the top or further down. Here's Quinn Bruce up and riding again, floats that section and puts it up there for a foam climb, manages to get around this one. So carving it back, staying nice and close to the pocket, puts it up there for a finish. Fast surfing for Quinn Bruce. Almost rode him off to not make that section.
Van Life Quinn Bruce putting one on the board for the team.
Yep.
Speaking of putting one on the board for the team, Fluggy, it's Stacey True. How are you, mate?
Mate, good. And you guys? How are you guys?
Oh, mate, we're doing phenomenal.
Yeah.
How was it out there? Walk us through it.
Mate, I don't know. Not much to walk through, really. Slow start for me. And then lucky paddling back out, kind of jagged that wide one. And not needing too big of a score. Kind of got it, 5 something or other. So lucky to get that.
Yeah, 5.5, you got Fluggy. Kind of having a bit of a slow start. How do you work with your mental headspace climbing yourself back up into that heat?
Well, I guess kind of like you said just before, True, it's changed a lot. Like that tide, when I first got here, was on the way up. Now it's sort of dropped. It's coming back on the way back down, and it sort of seems like it started to move that little bit wider. And I just saw it's consistent out there. So 25-minute heats, I knew we were going to get a bunch of opportunities. I just needed to look for something that stood up, and lucky enough to get that one that stood up. The other couple I got, I thought they were sets, but they sort of, it's as if they had the sort of 2 waves in it, and it didn't really hit that bank and stand up. So, I mean, everyone says wave selection, but sometimes it's really hard out here because you don't know what you're paddling into until you're on the wave. But I swear, when I was paddling out from the end section, you're definitely looking back up into them, and you can pick them when you're paddling out, but not so easy paddling into them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. And it's your first comp that you've done of the season so far, if I'm correct in saying that. How are you feeling coming into the QS 5-star?
Fine, you know, I'm not too stressed about it. I got way bigger stresses in my life at the moment that we're going through. So to do this is a little bit of a weight off my shoulders, channel that energy somewhere else, and I don't know, just enjoy the heats because I do love having them, and little distraction for me, to be honest.
Yeah, well, we're all really proud of you, Vluggy. Did you want to send a little shout out back to your family and friends at home and on the Gold Coast?
100%. To my sister and her baby, Minnie. Love you, Elodie. Love you, Minnie, and my mum and my lost dad. Love you guys.
Fluggy, you're only a new member up here on the Gold Coast, mate, but we love you like a brother, and we're stoked to have you up here, and really stoked to see you making the family proud. And, mate, wish you all the best for the rest of the event and everything in the future, mate. Well done.
Cheers, guys. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the support.
Yeah, Vluggy, like you said, he's got a bit on his plate at the moment, but it's awesome to see him wearing his heart on his sleeve, and I think surfing is an awesome sport. You know, you can do it as a hobby or you can do it as a profession, and no matter what way you treat it, it's a great outlet. It's a healthy outlet, and stoked to see Vluggy find some rhythm out there, and win, lose or draw, I know he's making his family proud, and it's good to see him up here on the Gold Coast full time. He's fit right in up here. He's one of the boys. Lovely fella.
I feel like Vluggy can fit in anywhere. He's such a likeable person, and he brings so much energy to anywhere that he goes, so I guess that's why everyone is just drawn to Vluggy and his energy.
Definitely. So moving right along, we saw Sandon there, getting another one on the board. The wave looked pretty tricky to surf, kind of going out to sea, but he made the most of his opportunity there. And, he's the second surfer in this heat to kind of get 2 waves on the board. Quinn Bruce with a 4.3 earlier. And as we see the replay here of Logan Steinwade, strong young lad, putting some good rail surfing in there. The judges are yet to drop a score on this wave, but he's certainly thrown himself right in the heat with this one.
Yeah, for sure, Logan. I feel like generally, if you see him have a slow start, you can kind of guess that he's going to drop a good score because he's waiting for a good wave. Unfortunately, didn't quite get the finish. Here's a replay of Sandon's last one, carving that first turn. Big finish and manages to ride out. Sandy, he's strong. His legs are really strong, so he's able to kind of dictate that whitewash section where you've seen early around some people falling off, unfortunately, with that end section. So Sandon locked 2 scores. We've got 1 more to lock in for Sandy Witts, and then a score to lock in for Logan and Iden as well.
Yeah, so it's a stacked heat. Everyone's doing pretty well. Sandon Whittaker looking to drop could be about a mid-3. Bit of a spread there from the judges. Some enjoying it, some not so much. And I think that might have been Iden there, in and out. Just couldn't set his rail. Quinn Bruce looked pretty alive on that earlier ride. I thought he could have squeezed a little bit more out of the judges, just a 4.3 there. But like we mentioned earlier, the scale has been set. We had some phenomenal surfing earlier in the day with Taj Stokes, Ethan Ewing, Dane Henry, to name a few, and there was no scores higher than that 6 and 7 range. So to do anything that's going to get you a good score today, so 6 and above, it's going to need to be pretty worthy.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen Dane Henry, as you said, locking that 617. Taj Stokes at a 7 from what we've seen so far. Sandy just locked in a 3.4, so that's increased his lead. I feel like this heat's only just started to get underway. Logan locked in a 4.4. Looking for a 3.07. I mean, it's a small score, relatively small score for today to get himself back up into second spot.
Yeah, I think he'd be stoked with that. He did wait a long time, like you said, for that opening ride. I'm sure he would have been a little disappointed that he didn't finish that ride, but nonetheless, a 4.4 by today's standards is... that's the highest single ride of this heat. So he's right in it, and he'll be looking to get his second score pretty quickly and put the pressure back on Sandon and Quinn, who have kind of had, had all the waves up until this point.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel Logan, if he had been able to capitalise on that finish, he probably would have got more than a 4.4. He fell, remembering too. So a 4.4 with a fall, imagine what he could have got with that ride out. He probably would have gone up into the 5 range. So that's definitely a good thing for him to take away, just finishing those rides. And I feel like he's well aware of what he needs to do with that. So hopefully he's able to capitalise on that ride out.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you'd be taking... hopefully he's taking the positives out of that and not getting too caught up on the fact that he did fall. He's having a look at this wave here. It kind of looks like a left, but I'm sure he's going to go right. As we see young Logan, he's bitten off a bit more than he can chew there. I think if you can't really see where you're going to do your first turn, you've really got to think about, what am I doing on this wave? And he'll go back out the back now, unfortunately, in 4th priority. So that's a bit of a missed opportunity there.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think Logan was always going to be too deep on that wave. I feel like maybe at the start it looked like it was going to offer a section, but then it just crumbled straight in front of him, and he's sitting really deep on the right of the screen. So he's sitting quite deep compared to where everyone else is sitting. I feel like he could be sitting a little further down, maybe even trying to pick up an insider one under someone's priority. Because Quinn, if Logan gets a good one, Quinn's just going to take it straight off him.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Taj Stokes earlier in the day with 4th priority, with the runaround sit up the point, and he got a wave underneath everyone, but it really only averaged out to be a low 4. So I think, you've really got to think about where the best part of the bank is on a day like today. And I think, from watching on the headland in our breaks, I think we could probably be pretty certain there's some good quality waves down the line that if 1st and 2nd priority are stuck up the top, they don't even know those waves are there. Whereas, like you said, if a good quality wave comes now to Logan, there's absolutely no chance that Quinn or Sandon are going to let him just cruise on past. They're going to be taking that opportunity right off him. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these boys play this one out. As you see, Quinn looking to kind of reposition there and paddle down the point, which I like to see it. I think that there are some quality waves down there, and it's a matter of, I don't know about you, True, but whenever I'm surfing a point, I always kind of want to be up the top. It's almost like an instinct, but I think if you can kind of get rid of that, I think there's some pretty good waves down the bottom.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like everyone wants to have that inside, and Logan especially wants that. But today, it's just not really that kind of day to be hunting for that inside. You're almost wanting to sit a little wider of everyone else. If someone doesn't get it, you can pick up a good one. So I guess everyone has a different heat strategy. Logan so far is working for him. He opened up with the best wave of the heat, 4.4, but he just needs to hopefully back it up.
So we see a few lines approaching out the back here. It's these size waves that sometimes offer the best face, but they kind of drift under. You see Iden there having a look, but just being a bit too far out. But yeah, it's a fine line, isn't it, between picking a wave that's too small and a wave that's too big and mushy, as we see Iden having a look at this one.
Yeah, Iden up and riding, carving away to start this one off, staying nice and tight in the pocket. Puts it up there for a vertical turn in that critical section. Brings it around. This one gets a little bit whitewashy, but he's going to stick with it. And he's going to try and get a finish. So Iden puts it up there for a finish, and he gets it. Bit of a fin drift on that one, so scores to look in. I don't think it's a 5.14, just purely based on what we've seen today, what people have been getting for 5. I could be wrong. Probably am.
No, I'm with you.
But I think it'll definitely help decrease that score to get him into second.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll definitely do that. It's almost like, he's got to think of his heat now, starting now. This is the start to his heat. Not a bad opening first manoeuvre. It really put him in the money section for that. He dealt with that section and then just connected the dots nicely at the end here. He's got a lovely technique and a beautiful style, so I'd love to see him on a better wave. This manoeuvre here, it's about as good a turn as you could do on that frothy end bit there. He hung half his board out the back, so I know the judges will appreciate that, even though it was at the end of the wave. So no doubt his best score to come. It will be sub 4 points by the look of it. But in the context of this heat, he's well and truly in it, as we see Quinn Bruce just finishing off a ride here. We'll try and catch up with the start of that wave again. Quinn did have first priority and was sitting up the top of the point, so I'm thinking he's a pretty crafty competitor. I think he would have hopefully got some good work done at the start of that wave.
Yeah, definitely. Here's the replay. Logan has to have a little look back, and Quinn takes off under him with first priority. So he's trying to race to get around this one and puts it up there. This one, he was just a little bit behind it to start, almost maybe a missed opportunity, but he might be able to get this inside connection, which he does. So this could be a bit better for Quinn. Great turn to really start this ride off. Puts it up there for a nice carve. Wraps it around again. So this was actually a good decision towards the end of this wave as Quinn kicks out of that one.
I would have 100% not seen that coming.
Yeah.
He read that wave beautifully. So look, that's going to have to be the best wave of the heat, and I think the judges agree. It looks like they've locked in a 5.5, which sees Quinn strengthen his hold on first position. Sandon Whitaker now in second, chasing a 5.7. Iden in third. To overtake Sam Whitaker, he would need a 3.68, and Logan in fourth, he would need a 3.1. So no scores above 5.5. Everyone has a 4, more or less. Another dogfight on our hands, True.
I know. I'm kind of enjoying these heats, though, seeing people scratch to get to first or second. Really, heat strategy really comes into play today. And we're seeing it each and every heat. Things change and things get a little different. And here we go. Logan up and riding on this one. So he's trying to bounce his way through the section. Puts it up there for a foam climb. Unfortunately, unable to ride out. Gets a little bit of a fin drift again, but yeah, that wave just not the best quality for Logan Steinway.
Kind of looked like Quinn Bruce's wave to start off with, right? Just didn't have that magic inside.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Quinn definitely having a good read on the ocean out here, and that was, a fantastic ride. He didn't overcook anything at the start. He just a couple of foam climbs. Logan didn't interfere with Quinn, I wouldn't say, so it looks like, there'll be no marking against Logan there. It was just he was just checking to make sure Quinn got the wave, which he did, but then, Quinn's double up on the inside there was the stuff dreams are made of on a day like today. Absolutely begging for it, as we see Sandy.
Yeah, Sandy puts it up there for a first crack, and again for a second, unfortunately unable to ride out of that one. So that could be a mistake there for Sandon Whitaker. I mean, Iden needs a 3.68, Logan a 3.1. He really needed to connect with that to better that 3.4 and move up in that rankings, or make it harder for Iden and Logan to get to second spot. There's still 6 minutes to go, so there's still time for Sandon to go out there and get a 3.4 or better, but Iden and Logan sitting in first and second priority at the moment.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm loving these heats, even though the scores aren't huge. The battles are, and it's awesome. You can kind of, regardless of what the numbers are when they come in, every heat has been super close. There's only been really 1 or 2 heats I can think of where crew have run away with it. Everything else has been, we kind of called it to start the day. I don't think 10 points was going to be a great total, and it kind of shows in a heat like this. You got Quinn Bruce out there at 9.8, looking fairly comfortable. I wouldn't say safe, but certainly doing a good job at the moment. And then everyone else is, battling with 3s and 4s, and it makes for exciting finishes. It's going to keep the judges on their toes all day. And I think they've done a really good job, actually, of rewarding the good surfing, and anything else, they've just kept it in that 2 range. And, we've seen one big turn from Dane Henry get a 4.43. Or you could do a series of linking manoeuvres like Quinn Bruce for a 5.5. There's multiple ways you could get a mid-range score. And, unless there's some sort of quality in the wave and the surfing, the judges are really keeping the scores low. But I'm all for it. These guys, once they do get on the Challenger and the the CT, those judges don't get any easier. So it's good that they're starting to learn how to manufacture big scores out of harsh judges early in their careers.
Yeah, definitely. But I feel as well, though, like the scale and the way that the judges are acting also makes it really clear to the surfers what the judges want to see, and that is big turns, big sections. And even though it's a lot easier said than done, at least you know what they're wanting to see, and if you can go out there and execute it, you're pretty safe moving on through the next round.
Yeah, exactly. Or you can hold your head high knowing that you like you mentioned earlier, you've done your best.
Yeah.
As we see Iden here, I love how this kid surfs. He's got a big, tall frame, lots of swing power, and he's putting this one to bed here. Be looking for a big finish. Oh, that reminded me of the Levi Stewart wave. Kind of went 2 for 1 at the end there. Would have just been stoked to see the one big hit, but nonetheless, a 3.68 for him to advance. And, just on sheer quantity of turns, you'd have to think it's going to be close.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, here's a replay for Iden Lewin Parsons. Just a carve to start that one off, but then finds a critical section, puts it up there through a bit of spray, brings it around there for a second carve, again for a third. So Iden just making his way nice and close in the pocket, and as you said, bigger finish probably would have solidified that end turn and maybe got him a better score. That 2 for 1 sometimes isn't really the go today.
Yeah, he did actually really well there to complete that last turn. He didn't go into it with a whole lot of speed, so he kind of made it maybe potentially harder than he needed to for himself. But the snaps in the middle part of that wave there were fantastic. And he does get a good score of 5.27. That sees him rocket up into second place with the second best wave of the heat. And now he's chasing a 4.54 for the lead. As we look down the order, it's Sandon Whitaker in third, Logan Steinweed in fourth, and they're both chasing numbers around that 5 range. So, again, another exciting finish. We've seen in other heats the surfers in third and fourth with third and fourth priority, but not in this heat. You'd like to think that Sandon and Logan will get one more chance here with first and second priority.
Yeah, definitely, but 2 minutes 20 on the clock. Don't know how. For Logan, you'd think that he'd get the opportunity. I'm not too sure about Sandy. I mean, he's quite far down the peak, so he might be able to pick one up under Logan's priority. He needs a 5.01. That's a big score for today, but he's got big surfing in him. Iden just kind of turned this heat on its head and just gone, yeah, don't forget about me. I'm still here. 5.27. So that surfing is what the judges like to see.
Well, he had an 8 or so minute heat, didn't he? Really?
Pretty much.
It's a good way to keep your head in the game and not drop your head. You know, you're always in it, so he's done well there. And like you said about how many opportunities will be left, you know, Vluggy alluded to it. It's, you know, we all talk about wave selection, but on a day like today, there's so many random peaks and opportunities. Saw Coda Kilhorn earlier in the day get a fairly decent score for doing an air going left. You know, there's always that opportunity there. So it's just a matter of finding that clean face. I think typically on a point, you're probably looking for the second or third waves of the set, letting the water draw off the sandbar a little bit. But on a day like today, with the amount of foam that's in this swell and the lineup, sometimes that first wave of the set is a lot cleaner and easier to surf. So it really is a mixed bag out there. And if you can see an opportunity, I think you've just got to go with your instincts and take it. I don't think you can really be waiting for the second or third or fourth wave in the set. I'm just not sure there's that consistency.
Yeah, and I feel like if you see one and you think it's going to be a good one and your gut's telling you that's the case, then you just got to go with it. So Logan, listening to his gut on this one, floats it for that section. Unfortunately, that one not really offering too much. He hasn't really been in sync with the best waves out there today.
No, he hasn't, unfortunately. And, you know, with that being said, he's done well to, you know, keep himself in this heat. Obviously, that opening ride of his, like you said, could potentially be half a point higher or so if he made that last turn. Which would make his requirement slightly less, which, you know, counting down, that definitely matters. And with 20 seconds remaining, I'm not too sure he'll get another quality opportunity. We can see Sandy up the top of the point looking. Quinn sniffed this one under Pryor there. Lovely camera work to pick that up. Nice for Quinn Bruce, up in the lip twice there. It's a good way to pick that up. Logan off the end.
Wow, I wonder if Logan did another turn before that.
Nice finish. I think we'll have a replay coming up shortly. I believe that was in time. I'd kind of written him off, so I was stoked to see him get another chance. Bit of a Tyler Wright layback there to start, and look, True, if I'm critical of that performance, I really don't think there was another turn in that wave, so I would have loved to see him just commit to that last section and throw everything at it, perhaps, you know, another layback variety or something like that. He was chasing
4.71.
Thank you very much. My screen's died on me over here. 4.71. I don't see it on today's scale, but we will leave it in the judges' hands. I've been wrong all day. But you got a 3.3, so not enough on that occasion. I know he'll go back and watch that replay and reflect on that, but well done to Quinn Bruce and Aidan Lewin Parsons. We're going to go to a break and we'll be back shortly.
Your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Starting the day with freshness, giving us the energy to paddle out and live life to the fullest. All natural and organic, a superfood bursting with flavor and taking you to your own piece of paradise. Sharing moments with friends, sharing them with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We're straight into more action here in the round of 96. This is heat number 6. And in red we have Jamie Thompson. In the blue we have Ben Spence. From North Stradbroke Island in the white we have Zane Jenner. And in the green, Cale Enfield. My name is Stace Galbraith. Alongside me, the lovely True Starling. True, what have you made of today's action so far?
First good score, nice and early. That's what's going to help you through a heat, for sure.
I thought you were talking about your surf this morning.
Oh, no. Yeah, my surf was 2 turns, one wave. That was it.
Oh, that was 1,000 times better than me. If you've just tuned in, the conditions have been on the improve all day. The surfers are having a good time out there now, finding a lot of open face. The judges are being fairly critical of everyone's performance, which is giving us a nice tight scale, but it's making for exciting battles and lots of close finishes. I mean, I can't think of a heat where the first and second have run away with it all day. The quality of the surfing's been really high. As we see Ben Spence here, beautiful open face carve, followed up with another. And yeah, like you said, True, anyone that can find a good early start seems to be able to manage their time from that point onwards. That was about as good a rebound as you could see on a cutback. He needs to make that. He did well. Probably not the strongest option for him to finish there, but some beautiful surfing nonetheless, and a great way to put your feet in the wax, as they say.
Yeah, definitely. Well, this is Jamie Thompson up and riding. How colourful is that board? He's always got colour on the top of his board. So JT finding a nice ride. He hasn't had the best of luck with a few of his heats throughout this series so far. So I know that he's wanting to make a bit of a stand here. So beautiful cards. His girlfriend Courtney lives up here, so he spends a lot of time up here. And when he's not here, he's down at Narrabeen, or North Narrabeen in Sydney. This is Cale Enfield up and riding on his backhand.
Oh. Yeah, well, Ben and Jamie off to flyers there. Great starts and small scores for Cale and Zane. So we'll see if that trend continues with the lads getting the strong starts there. If they can manage to keep improving on that as the heats unravel, because as we've seen, that 25 minutes, every heat's just kind of flowing by, hasn't it?
Yeah, it definitely has. I mean, extra 5 minutes is amazing for the surfers, but I feel like it still goes just as fast. So, scores to lock in for last of Jamie Thompson and Ben Spence. And a score locked in for Zane Jenner as well. So, just under 21 minutes to go. This is going to be a really tight heat. I mean, all of these surfers surf so well in this heat. And I feel as though if someone gets the best waves, they're going to capitalise on that and make that connection with the finish, which we've seen has been so important today. They could be progressing through.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple formula, isn't it, True? And as we know, we've won every heat from the commentary box today. So it's it's a privileged position we have to be able to sit here and call these heats. But look, I would say though, we haven't seen anything too far out of the ordinary today, have we? Just good, strong, solid surfing. And if you can get to the end of a couple of good quality waves and do the surfing you're capable of, I think you'll be sitting pretty well for the heat, as we see a replay of Jamie here. Like you said, plenty of colour on that board, a nice opening turn, and then a beautiful snap to keep his momentum going down the line, and then a set-up carve here. And I think it's this one here. We really put a bit of grunt into this one. There you go. Lovely snapping carving manoeuvre, and he'll be feeling pretty stoked kicking out of that wave. That colourful board's throwing plenty of spray.
Yeah, it is. I think he locks in around a 6-point range, so Jamie would be feeling good locking that in. I know that his coach, Matty Cattle, drove up here today, so I'm sure he's been watching him, helping him out. And, Cale Enfield unfortunately goes down, and here we go. Ben Spence up and riding again, locked a 4.4 in on his first. This is a bigger looking wave than that we've seen in this heat so far, and I think in the last few heats as well. So Ben tags that section, huge section to finish that one off, and he's not going to opt for anything more. So score to lock in for Last of Blue.
As we see young Zane Jenner behind. Just quietly, I think Cale needs to paddle for that wave a bit harder. That was Ben off the end. I think Cale was in the spot, but he just sort of misread where to get into the wave. But in the meantime, we'll get a read on the conditions from the winner of the last heat, Mr. Van Life, Quinn Bruce. Quinn, how are you, mate?
Good, thanks, mate. Yourself?
I'm really good, thanks. Do you reckon you could chuck that mic just a little closer to your big gob?
I sure can.
There you go, champion. I think you might get those audio levels cranked up a bit as well, because people, they need to hear what the Quinn man has been up to. How's the QE been treating you, mate?
Yeah. It's been fun so far. Just been going around in the van, as you said, with Azza, having a ball, checking out the sights.
Yeah, awesome. And we spoke to Aaron Kelly earlier in the day, and he said he's been having an enjoyable time with you.
Yeah, we're always having some laughs, making do with what we got, and yeah, just laughing the whole time, checking out every little headland on the way there and back, and yeah, it's always good fun.
I know you've been working hard this last year. It must feel nice to get on the road and chalk up some heat wins.
Oh yeah, it's nothing better than taking a month off work and just surfing every day. It's been a hot summer on the roof, that's for sure.
Mate, we're looking really sharp in the water for someone who's obviously got a full-time job. Talk us through how hard it is to kind of balance the both.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of needed to get a job to keep doing comps there, so just got the apprenticeship, and lucky the company's pretty sweet with me taking time off doing a few comps, so stoked on that and could take a month off and do these events, so it's good.
Awesome, mate. And talk to me about your equipment. Your board looks unreal under your feet there.
Yeah, Joe, I got this little Gen 4 All-Star. It's a little beauty. I've been keeping it ice, saving it for the events. It's the favourite for sure.
Yeah, awesome, mate. Well, we're loving watching you make some heats. You're looking like you're on fire, and can't wait to watch you in the rest of the event, mate. Well done.
Cheers, Stace.
He's a good lad, young Quinn. He moved down from the Sunshine Coast when he was about 9 or 10 years old to snapper, and he's a lovely lad and a phenomenal surfer. And I think he might be doing an electrical apprenticeship, something along those lines. Well, sounds like he's been on the roof though, so he might be doing a roofing apprenticeship. I'm not too sure, but either way, he's been doing hard yakka, and I know he'd be 25 minutes out there would feel like a dream. So yeah, stoked to see him get through and get to show his skills the rest of this event.
Yeah, definitely. I know that Damien Hardman, who won, it was 2 world titles, he said that at the end of each year he'd go and do a week labouring just to kind of reset himself and remember how good his job is, travelling the world and surfing incredible waves. I mean, how hard can it be? He would do like a week of labouring and then go, yep, cool, I'm so glad I'm not doing what I'm doing and I'm surfing. So
yeah, absolutely. No, it's it has its stresses, certainly at that top level there, particularly I think Duma might have gone back to back with his world titles. I can't remember exactly, but I think they were fairly close together, and I think once you win that first world title, you end up with that target on your back, and you have mates that they're not your mate anymore and they want to whip you, and I think that for me looks like the hardest thing to kind of deal with. So I think getting on the tools for a couple of weeks, that's a good way to equalise yourself, and just remember why you're doing it.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go. Current heat leader Ben Spence up and riding. Huge turn to start this one off. Floats it for a second, brings it around again for a third. So Ben trying to find an inside connection, and I like how he didn't have to force that.
Oh, I love that.
That commitment was great, but if he had ridden out a big score to lock in for Last of Blue.
Definitely, and that's a really good indication of where his headspace is at and how to manage a heat. He doesn't need another 4 or a 5. And the only way you're going to really improve your score is by really upping the risk. And he did that here. Look, if he makes it, he improves his score. And if he falls, hey, it's all good. That's just surfing. Get out there and do it again. And it's a good pick up there. His timing off the bottom is beautiful. He doesn't look rushed into the lip at all. No doubt that would have been a massive score if he had made it. Don't know about you, but I'd love to see someone get 12 points soon. It's been a tough day out there.
It has.
Yeah.
I don't even know if we've had any 12-point heat totals.
No, we've had. I think Taj got a 7. Taj Stokes.
Yeah.
I think he only managed to back it up with a 4. I'm all about it though. I like the judges where they've got their scale at, but I think it's time for the athletes to put one back to the judges and demand 2 7s. And with surfing like that from Ben Spence on his last wave, if he can find some completion there, I think he could get a pretty hefty heat total. So we'll have to see how the rest of this heat plays out.
Yeah, well, we got close with an 11.9 from Taj Stokes, but that's it. Right now, Ben Spence in the lead with a 4.5 and a 4.9. I think that last one locked in at a 3.83. Cale Enfield in second, 2.67 and a 5.17. Needs a 4.23. Jamie Thompson had a 5.17 on that first wave that he got with those beautiful calves. He's looking for a 2.67, and Zane Jenner has a 3 and a 2.2, looking for a 4.85. And I think that's Ryan Slattery. Slats coming up next.
Snacks, I'm led to believe, is his nickname.
Snacks.
So,
wow.
Good lad there from the Sunny Coast. I think all the lads down there are tuning in.
Why is it Snacks, do you know?
I think he just likes snacks, from what I'm led to believe. Fantastic surfer. And, looking forward to him surfing again and, watching him rip right in. I think a few of the lads down there might be on their lifeguarding lunch break, tuning in, keeping the people in the ocean safe down there in the Central Coast region.
Yes.
If there's no flags, forget it.
Exactly.
It's our messaging for today down here, especially on the Tweed Coast. There's some beautiful beaches, but make sure you stick in those patrolled areas.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
But enough surf club lessons. 12 and a half minutes remaining. Jamie Thompson having a look. He doesn't look super interested in this wave, but he's going to have a go on it anyway. Nice setup turn. He's bored, like you said. It's looking colourful and alive. Hey, there we go. Come back left. How fun's that?
He almost didn't need to come back left and try and do that. I feel like that's just going to leave the judges going, he could have just left it with that one big bang, done a bit of a stand tall, and then jumped off. So just carves the stick nice and close to the pocket, and here we go. Sets it up for a big turn, and this is when he fades back left and almost doesn't need to do that, but I still think it's going to be a big score for Jamie.
Yeah, I agree. I'd wonder if he was just surfing to the 2.67, which he's obviously going to get. He got a 3.4. But yeah, it looked like one of those situations where he kind of had the score in mind. Even paddling into that wave, you could see he wasn't completely sold that he wanted to go, and then his surfing kind of reflected that. So I agree with you there, True. It would have been nice to see him maybe sink the back foot in a bit harder and throw a bit of pizza and really sit into that one turn.
Yeah.
Maybe extract a few more tenths of a point from the judges. But they are keeping it tight up there today. Couple of 5.17s. I don't know if we saw Cale Enfield's ride, but he's got a 5.17 himself, which is, that's paired for the highest wave of the heat.
Yeah, and that's Jasper Welsh getting ready for the next heat. He's from Monavale on the northern beaches of Sydney. So he's been doing the comps as well this year, started in Phillip Island. So he hasn't had the best of luck. I know that he, in Avoca, he lost his heat needing a 2.2 and unfortunately just hit a bobble and fell. So that was a big lesson for Jasper, and I'm sure that he's gonna be going out there going, I'm not falling on any waves today. Jamie up and riding.
Yeah, that can definitely haunt you, those ones. Have you had any experiences like that yourself, and how did you manage that moving into the next event?
Plenty of experiences. Too many I'd care to admit to. You just got to brush it off. I feel like even if you win or you lose, you just got to brush every heat off and reset. Keep the confidence. But you just go, you know what, I'm just going to forget about that heat, take the lessons that I learned, and then roll on through to the next one. That's how I see it anyway. I don't know.
I think you're spot on. Yeah.
Neutral.
Oh, I think you do. You got to take some responsibility over what happened, and then move on to that next event and keep your focus and realising that those one little bobbles, they certainly don't define you, and it's all about you're only as good as your next performance, right? So you got to get out there and do it all again, and we're really love this new regional series and the way it's set up. You guys as athletes and the coaching staff and support staff and everyone around the events, even the staff from the WSL, they get to put in a good hard couple of months. They know when the contests are going to be on. They all run back to back, so if you've got a bit of momentum, I think that's cool. But also, if you're having some shockers, I think that's a good thing as well, because your next event's a week away, and you can kind of drop it. You don't have to wait 6 months for your next comp, worrying about things and potentially overtraining or doing any of those things. You've done the hard work in the off season. One bad result doesn't define you, and you get out there and do it all again.
Totally, and I think a lot of people, especially people who have consistent, not shockers, but bad heats in a row, I feel like they hold on to that, and it's hard to shake off a loss, especially a couple in a row. So even just resetting, taking a fun board out, or going out just for a swim, having a moment to yourself, going, okay, I'm going to regret that, or I'm going to forget that, sorry, not regret it, forget it. You can regret it for a little bit, but not that long.
Exactly, yeah. No, for sure. You are. It is. It means a lot to you guys, and these events, they do come with pressure. They do come with anxiety. There's a lot of stress, a lot of money on the line, a lot of opportunity, but that's not going to go away.
Yeah.
You can't block it out. It's there to stay. So it's how you manage that, and I think whether you win or you lose, there's plenty to take away from all these events, and I think that's the great thing about sport. You get to learn a lot about yourself, and I'm grateful to be a part of it. Grateful to be calling heats here with you and watch you surf this week. And I hope you bring one home for the commentary team.
Hope so too. That'd be nice. I'll fly the flag high.
Oh, 100%. You did really well here last year, so we'll be cheering hard. 8 minutes to go in this heat. Very similar to our previous rounds. No one has walked away with it just yet. Ben Spence out in the lead, a 4.9 and a 4.5. Jamie Thompson in second, requiring a 4.23 to take the lead. Cale Enfield in third. He needs the same score to go to first, or a 3.4 to go to second. And in fourth, the young fella from Point Lookout Board Riders on North Stradbroke Island, Zane Jenner. He's got a bit of work to do. He needs a 5.57 to go to second, but I know he'd be looking to really just get his first decent score on the board. He's got a 3 and a 2.2. Even if he could maybe look at that requirement of doing it in 2 waves, perhaps a 4.5 and follow that up with something else after, just to get some momentum going. He's got second priority, so he should get a look at any of the waves that he likes. As we see young Xavier Huxtable getting ready there for his heat. I think he was one of many surfers this morning who rolled up and had a look through the trees and went, whoa, it's way bigger than I thought, but it's certainly tapered down now and looks really rippable, and I know he'll be chomping at the bit to get out there, young Xavier.
Yeah, well, the last few heats that I've seen him surf, every single heat, he's opened up with a 5 or above. Bang, straight away. So I'm interested to see how he goes in this next one. It's trickier today because there's not as many waves coming through, and the judges aren't giving as many 5s away as normal. So the surfers are really needing to work for that, and Jamie just pulls off that one a little bit too foamy. So if I was Jamie right now, I'd be going, I really need to back this 3.4 up, because Cale only needs a 3.42 and Zane Jenner a 5.57. So it's going to be a close one, as they always have been. I feel like first in most of these heats have just been that little bit further ahead, where they've been more safe than usual.
No, you're right. This is definitely one of the closer battles. Although I won't say I'm surprised. The talent has been really consistent across all the heats today. And the other thing that's been consistent is the judging. They're really clear on what they want to see. They're really clear on what they don't want to see. And, it's up to the surfers and the coaches to try and decipher that riddle and figure it out, which, I think we've only seen 1.7 today. That was from Taj Stokes earlier. And by no means was it anything on that wave that was different to what we would see from Taj, but it was just a well-managed ride, good wave selection, and obviously finished on his feet. So, yeah, I think any one of these guys in this heat is capable of getting those kind of scores. They just need to find the right opportunity.
And finish it.
And finish it, of course. We're not in training anymore, are
No.
we, True? Falling is fun, but not in heats, it's not.
Yeah, not when you're in Arashi.
No, exactly. But, coming up in that next heat, who have we got here? Xavier Huxtable in the red. It'll be Jasper Welsh in the blue. Oliver Rissenbeek in the white. And Ryan Snacks Slattery in the green.
Wow, so that's a really good heat for the next one.
Huge ride here for Cale. Late entry into the wave, but it set him up perfectly for that first snap to get as vertical as possible. Comes around the corner. Another nice backhand belt as this wave hits the inside and starts to taper off beautifully. One more belt here, I'd say he's got the score. He really needs one more big crack to make it, put it out of doubt, and I think it was there, but he fell. Oh, he only needs a 3.4. I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's done it, but it will only be just if it's there, True. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's just there. So if I was Jamie, I'd be going, I really need to get a score here. If he had have finished that, it would have been definitely higher than that 3.4. I think it's around that 3.45 range. Here's a replay, just one big tag. So patient off the bottom, brings it around for a second, throws a bit of spray on this one, and this is where this wave starts to fatten up a little bit, but he just stays in the pocket with it, brings it around again, and this is where he goes missing. Huge. I could see the spray at the corner of that tent leg there, but unfortunately unable to ride out.
I would have liked to see him. Your descriptive word of patient was the positive word of what I was thinking. I would have liked to see him look a little bit more alive in between his turns there. The first turn was lovely, and I think that's what is going to get him across the line, but only just a 3.77. So now Jamie Thompson, who had a fantastic start to this heat, is now looking for a score, and we'll see how he deals with that pressure with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to really unleash. He's got second priority. Zane Jenner sitting out there with first priority. If I was Jamie, I'd probably be sitting on the other side of Zane Jenner, to be honest, because if Jamie paddles for a wave, Zane can get it off him whenever he likes. So just under 3 minutes to go. Jamie's having a look, but opts out of that one.
Jeez, he just doesn't look confident every time he looks at a wave. I could kind of feel the nerves through the screen. I'd really like to see him put his chin down and commit to one and really open up. I mean, it would be hard to find a good wave out there, particularly only needing such a small to medium range score. But like you said, positioning is critical, and young Zane has the pick of the bunch here. And, with the clock counting down, Ben Spence is not safe either. Kale and Jamie both share the best scoring single ride of this heat. So with that being said, they could easily jump up into 1 and 2 if the opportunities come their way. As we see the boys having a look again, a half-hearted look there, not interested. I'd say that was a fantastic leave. And we'll see what's coming out the back. He's got the good positioning now, like you said, because ultimately if Zane makes a mistake, Jamie can swoop on that. Whereas if he's inside him, he might give away the fact that he's found a good one that the Grom might have not picked up on. So we'll see. Like you said, I think it's a great call on your behalf, and he's made the right move now, and we'll see how it goes with about 90 seconds remaining.
Wow, this is going to be a tight one. I mean, it's a nail biter finish. Can Jamie get a wave that's going to offer a 3.77 and capitalize? I mean, even these smaller ones riding through, I don't know if it's going to be if it'll allow him to beat the score, but if he can do some big surfing on it, I'm sure the judges will reward that. I feel like 90 seconds goes so quickly, so this is going to be, I'm stressed right now. I'm really nervous for Jamie and Zane if they can get another opportunity, and here goes
having
Jamie.
a look. That was a good strong paddle in. He's got the chip in. Nice setup turn. He's looking locked in on his board. He needs to find some steepness.
Wow, so Jamie bringing that one straight back.
That's better.
He's got to get a finish on this one. Floats that section.
He needs to make it critical for the judges, doesn't he? Really needs to sell it here. And I think he's, there we go. That was the term we were looking for.
I think he's done it.
I think he's done enough. It was a nervous ride, though, by all stretch of the imagination. I think he's done enough to get the score. And, like you mentioned, True, the positioning there was a great call. I'll let you go through this replay.
Yeah, so just snaps that first section. Waits off the bottom on this one. Almost didn't need to do that turn. Almost kind of fell on that, but wraps it around. He regroups. That was a nice turn. And floats that section. And he's still a little bit behind, so has to float another one. So, Jamie, that's better where he puts it up in the lip, brings it around for another one, and finishes it nicely. So scores to lock in for last of Jamie Thompson in the red. The heat is over, but scores are still coming through.
I'm glad we're in this booth and not that booth up there.
Yeah.
I think he'll get the score, but I think before that combination of manoeuvres at the end of the wave there, it was borderline. There wasn't anything super stand out of that ride. And like you said, this heat is over. We are waiting for that last score. But yeah, like I said, True, that was a fantastic call on your behalf and a great example for any of the Groms watching at home as to why you position yourself where you do with and without priority. There's every chance Zane could have blocked him on that wave if he had seen him paddling for it, just being a frothing Grom and went, if you're going to go, I'm going to go.
Yep.
But because Zane was on the inside, didn't even see him paddle for that wave, Jamie did get a free look at it. So, well done on his behalf there to be able to secure that wave. But the surfing, it was right there. As we see the scores coming in, it looks like it will be enough. A 4.03 is enough to see him back into second after starting off fantastic. He bookended that heat with a 4.03, and he will move on through to the next round. We're going to take a break here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and we'll be back with Rabbit and Shannon after the break.
I'm Sierra Kerr. Today we went went around the Tweed and we got some good food, went surfing, went fishing, played some golf. Yeah, it was a super fun day. Some of my first memories of surfing Tweed are just exploring the beautiful back beaches, having some fun surfing around with my dad.
All the beaches all the way down the Tweed Coast are just coves with headland after headland, and it's just so beautiful. This whole Tweed Coast region is very, very special to me.
And welcome back to the action. The Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro is underway. It's been a great day to start things off. The sun has been shining. There is some wind around, but it has not been that bad. Rabbit in the booth alongside Shannon, and we've got a few more heats to call through the action. We will be running through heat number 14 for the round of 16 today. Currently in heat number 7. We've got Xavier Huxtable, Jasper Welsh, Oliver Rissenbeek, and Ryan Slattery in the lineup. Couple of, well, at least one Grom for sure. A couple of surfers with a little more experience hitting the lineup today.
Yeah, this is going to be another great heat. We saw Ryan Slattery come through nicely this morning in the round of 112.
And great to get that second heat underway now. Of course, our top 3 surfers in the lineup for the first time this afternoon. It is now 2 o'clock local time, and we were forecasting for that wind to swing from the west a little bit east throughout the afternoon, Rabbit, and it looks like it's just started to put that texture on those inside sections where it was so clean throughout the morning.
Yeah, there is, and we're still seeing some bigger sets coming through on the outside. You can see all that white water on the screen here, and it just depicts some bigger sets that have just been smothering the competitors. We did see Jamie Thompson get one in the absolute dying seconds of that previous heat, and it got him into second place, which was a very clever move.
Yeah, great to see him just hold it together as well, knowing that he could get the score if he would just get a good wave strung together. Ryan having a look there, doesn't get into it.
Now, a very different heat from this morning. As you see, Xavier Huxtable, this is the young gun from Victoria, and Xavier he's had a great junior career, and now he's mixing it with the big guns in the professional ranks.
Exciting to see a lot of these juniors getting that opportunity as we see him look to unleash on the inside section. That's exactly what he was waiting for. Throws heaps of spray, goes just 12 o'clock in the pocket. And patiently teeing up for the finish. There it is. And that was surfing that did not look like junior surfing coming through to that finish.
He surfs beyond his years, and you know, he's a top gun. He's the great hope from Victoria at the moment. He's really probably their most promising young junior, and has been for some time. This wave here, he really gets a long ride, Shannon.
Yeah, he really just was able to work with it. It was really slopey for him on the start, though, so you had to kind of be patient and just find a little momentum before it opened up for him on the inside. Yeah,
so far, you know, he's looking like, right now, he's looking like about a 2-point ride, maybe a 3-point ride, and then it starts to open up on the inside. Just sort of slips up a little bit there, but this move here he gets on this final section is solid. That's a solid finish. So it's a good opener for him. Jasper Welsh got a small wave to start with, just a 2-point ride.
Scores to come through now for Xavier Huxtable. And to set the tone for this heat, Oliver Rissenbeek coming from Newcastle area, young competitor just starting to get his feet in the wax amongst the professionals as well.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of Oliver surfing, so I'm looking forward to that. Ryan Slattery this morning was just in superb form, you know, but he was surfing a different part of the break. He was in the cove, and it was a completely different, as you said, texture on the surface, and also the lineup was completely different. So he would have been watching this whole thing, but not a bad score for Xavier to open up a 4.83. That could be a keeper. It's a good opening score. He stuck with that wave, and it really did pay dividends for him at the end.
Yeah, great way for Xavier to start things off. And we saw a good start from Ben Spence in that last heat, getting those couple of fours just straight off as his top 2 scoring waves. Ben, talk us through that heat. How did it feel out there and what was going on?
Yeah, it felt good. I finally had a lot of heats along this QS year of just not finding flow or not putting enough in a turn, so it feels good to finally put some in a turn, so I'm happy.
Stoked. It must be a challenge to, kind of break through that mental barrier of having not felt that success. How are you able to keep it together?
You just got to keep pushing through. Just a lot of losses and a lot of getting hit down, but taking all the things that the positives and negatives and taking them the same way, and just keep pushing on.
Fantastic. And talk to us about what you're riding out there this week.
It's a little... It's a Albean. It's a shaper from home, and it's just a little round tail. I don't know that much about boards, to be honest. I just get my board and see if it works, and if it does, then it's stoked, and if it doesn't, then get another one.
I love that. Love just finding the right board that feels good under your feet, no matter what it looks like. And anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back home with a huge heat win? Congratulations.
Cheers. Just hi to the mother and dad if they're watching. I didn't let them know that I was in this comp, but they know I'm in this comp, but they might be watching. But if they are, hi, and cheers.
Well, stoked. So proud of you, Ben. Keep the momentum rolling, and we'll see you in the next round.
Cheers.
Stoked to see those surfers that have been struggling through the series start to find some momentum, especially when there's a lot more on the line. I mean, making it through a heat here can be equivalent to making it into, almost the final conversations as far as points go in a QS 1000.
Exactly. And this is the one that counts. So getting through each round is going to add to add to your tally. And, it was an honest interview too, because the one thing about surfing and tournaments and that, there's obviously a lot more losing. There's one winner. There's 112 surfers competing in this event. There's one winner. So, but it's just incrementally, you can still put in your personal best performance, and that can, you're seeing, as long as you're seeing and feeling progression.
As we see Oliver finding that progression, coming through the inside section, connects with the lip and just disappears in the white water, unable to ride out of it, from what I could see.
He kind of got vaporized in there somewhere.
It almost was like maybe in the white jersey it'll pop through.
Yeah.
And he's hung on, but I like that he, just attacked it on that finishing section. Xavier now up and riding again after finding some momentum on that first wave. Smaller wave opening up well for him. Connects 2 turns together seamlessly.
I kind of feel like this is a bit of a grommet heat. Because, Xavier's is in the opens now, but I've always seen him as a bit of a grommet, and he still is in many respects. But both Oliver and Jasper seem like they're pretty kind of new to the game. You kind of get that rookie feeling about them. Obviously, Ryan's got a lot of experience.
Yeah, Jasper as well, just his 3rd year on the qualifying series, but started in 2020, so really hasn't had that much time in a jersey as we take another look at this 2-turn combo.
Yeah, it's a short wave, a great backup though. Good backup for Xavier.
So waiting for scores to come through for that one, you open things up with a 4.83. Jasper Welsh sitting in second with a couple of 2s, and Xavier already bettering the whole situation. Drops a 4.1 for that last 2-turn combination.
Yeah, it was a really smart move just to pick up a backup. He would have been watching and seeing guys struggling to get that second wave, and now he's got 2, and he does have a fair bit of experience in competition surfing and in priority surfing. Priority surfing has been in the Aussie titles and a lot of junior events for quite a while, and pro junior level. And Xavier's he knows how to win.
As we see Ryan just driving back and waiting for this wave to stand up for him now. Puts a lot of power to it. Sees it's going to just taper off down the line.
Yeah, he'd been very patiently waiting. We did see him paddle for a wave earlier on, and it kind of put him out of sync with the sets, I felt. But now he's just sort of waited his turn, used his priority that time, used it wisely. It should put him in the mix, certainly, into second place. Yeah, he goes into second with a 4.23, so that's the second highest score of the heat. As he's got a silky smooth style, Ryan Slattery, and I like the way he finishes this wave. He sticks with it, sort of moves himself in a position, gets from behind that whitewater, and this last move here, that's where he gets his points.
Yeah, good solid finish on it, and I just like that even though that wave was a bit softer, didn't have a lot of push to it, he still found that trim line all the way through without having to pump or really put a lot of effort into it.
And that's what I like about his surfing. There's not a lot of pump, and he's got a great silky smooth style. He knows how to generate speed without a lot of body movement, and just it's just compression onto his board at the right time, gets the speed, and unleashes. He's got some big moves.
He had a good run at the Vissla Central Coast Pro, made it all the way to round 4, started in the opening round there, took out first round win, came in second in his second round, and then a third place win as well, so a couple of heat wins. And that's the only QS that he's competed in this year. He didn't show up to any of the 1000s, and walked away with some solid points out of that round 4 finish. Lost to Cooper Chapman, Billy Stearman, and Mikey McDonough, some big names within men's competitive surfing in the region.
Well, Billy went all the way to the final. So he lost to one of the finalists. So that just shows he's not far out of the big points and the big results.
Yeah, and great to see him now. Finding some of that rhythm. If we can see him keep some momentum, he'll be putting some good points to his name.
And here we see young Oliver.
Oliver, a nice cut back for his opening turn. Goes in for a second one. Nice big wrap and just lays it down on the finish.
Yeah, it was a nice recovery finish. He kind of, it looks like he just had a little bit of a slip up on that second cutback, and he recovered nicely. We've seen a lot of guys who don't recover and they get out of sorts with the wave, but so this first turn here is kind of just easing his way into a few little points. That's a better turn. See, he just slipped up there a little bit, but he recovered. He didn't let it, put him off for the rest of the ride. So he kind of, I think he sort of manufactured the most out of that section that he could have. That'll be his best wave by far. It's a 3.1.
It's enough to move him up into that second place position. Now put a little bit of pressure, mostly on Jasper Wells, chasing that 3.74 to advance from 4th position. Ryan Slattery's still in a great position. He's got that, 4.23. He's just chasing a 1 to take the advancing spot. So we've got a little quiet moment preparing to head out into the next heat. And it's been a big day of surfing. It's great to see how some of these surfers like Kai Tandler here in red just get their brain, get their, their heart and their mind set in the right place to paddle out against some big guns.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Kai's coming up next, and he's a really good, solid, very powerful surfer. He's coming up against Max Carney, who's a teammate of his. They've surfed in club matches together. Kayan Falvey, another local surfer from this area, knows it well. Surfed Cabarita for a long time, and Timmy Chalmers, a couple of real locals there. So this is actually a local heat. Like Kai and Max are from the Gold Coast. Kai and Timmy live down this way, down on the Tweed Coast, but they know this wave.
That's going to be a really exciting one to see, especially because as it's been proving throughout today, it definitely favors those surfers that know the wave well and are willing to, take the risk and sitting in a position that no one else is sitting in because they know that when those sets come, it'll just hit right in those areas.
And that's the anticipation of really knowing the break and knowing how the tide works on it with the swell direction.
Down to just over 10 minutes on the clock. The Grommet, the junior from Victoria, Xavier Huxtable, sitting in that leading position with a couple of 4s on the scoreboard. Another junior competitor in Oliver Ressenbeek sitting in second. And up and riding again, looking to build some momentum and build that score line. Great 2 turns connected together to start things off with. He's building momentum as he races down the line. Just goes for a little lobster dive there on the finish. And answering straight back in Jasper Welsh. Down in 4th position at the moment.
Yeah, but uses his priority wisely.
Great looking wave opening up in front of him. Nice couple of wraps. Goes in for that 3rd one, and now looking for a more powerful finish, and he's looking strong.
Yeah, that was a strong ride. I mean, it was a little bit soft through the middle part of it, but he finished with a flurry. As we see young Oliver paddling out with a lot of intent to try to beat his opponent into a better priority situation.
As we take another look at this one here from Jasper Welsh.
Yeah, Jasper's just trying to get a real combination of manoeuvres going here. And he gets around this last section. I thought he'd gone too far back at one point, but he finished with a flurry. It was a nice, solid finish.
And Ryan answering back. Big S-turn.
Oh, the S-turn from the drone angle looks fantastic.
It just looks beautiful. Love seeing that line just following the tail of the board all the way through the wave. Great couple of turns connected together for Ryan. Looking to put on a strong finish. Little floater. Is he going to find another one? That foam climb. And he'll kick out with a bit of confidence.
Well, he's got that 4.23, so, you know, he's looking to definitely, if not challenge for the lead, to get back into second place. And Ryan, this is the other angle on this ride, Shannon.
Yeah, great to see that just different angle and really to be able to pick it apart, Rabbit, as far as, you know, those more critical sections.
Yeah, I like this ride. And this last foam climb, you know, he just puts a little exclamation mark on it, but that should go, oh, that's a keeper for Ryan for sure. It's going to put him into at least second place. I don't know if he'll challenge for the lead on that one, but he may.
We've got those scores coming through for the bottom three surfers at the moment. Scores in for Oliver, a 3.07, does increase his lead just by a small margin. Ryan still waiting for his last wave, and Jasper as well to come through with 8 minutes on the clock. And you use that term soft. You know, a lot of the waves do seem to have a lot softer sections. They're real slopey and everything. On days like this, would that be a little bit deceptive as to how much power there is in the water and what these guys are dealing with on those duck dives and the paddling as well? Or would it actually feel a bit softer?
Well, first of all, it's really tricky to pick a wave that's going to have that body, you know, a real solid body to the wave all the way through. There's probably going to be a few soft spots, but it's linking to that inside section where they can go to town and where the wave really stands up on the bank. So you sort of just got to weave your way through the soft spots and be ready to attack.
And be able to generate their own speed to then match where the wave is actually offering some speed?
Definitely, and Ryan Slattery did that nicely, and he has taken the lead, a 4.8, so just gets his nose in front of Xavier Huxtable, who's now sitting out there, and he's been sitting patiently with priority. He got those first two waves, and he's been very patient while the others have really been busy going to work.
What an exciting heat underway. So we see one of the boys getting ready to paddle out in that next heat, Max Kearney. Like you mentioned, a lot of local names coming up. It'll be a really fun battle with some of the boys that have been competing against each other for a long time.
Oh, a long time. Max and Kai Tandler have for sure. You know, Max is well travelled too. He's gone and got a result in Chile before. He surfed on the QS when it was a global tour. So he's got a lot of experience, Max. He's got a good solid backhand. He's a goofy footer.
See how he fares out in the lineup coming up in 6 minutes time.
Now, even though Xavier's been very, very selective, he's still in a pretty good spot here because Jasper and Oliver, they both need, well, pretty decent scores. Oliver needs a 5.83. If you say it quickly, he basically needs a 6-point ride. They haven't been easy to come by, and Jasper a 5.16. So they need to get their best waves to challenge for second spot.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it for Xavier. Chasing that 4.2, he's already got those scores on the board that match that.
Yeah, he knows where he's at.
He had a good run at Avoca as well. Made it into that round 4. Same as Ryan Slattery.
Yep.
And great to see him find a little bit more momentum after some earlier knockouts in the qualifying series. You know, some of these surfers that are struggling to make it past that first or second round. Xavier's one of those few in this round of 96 that have got a little momentum before as we take a look at the heat recap with that powerful finish from Xavier's first wave.
Yeah, Xavier and Ryan have definitely been the class act in this heat so far. The other guys, a little bit of inexperience. You know, they're incredible opportunity for them to surf at this level. But Ryan certainly looks comfortable out there.
Yeah, that's a great way to describe it. Super comfortable, a lot of power coming through, reading the wave well. just kind of enjoying himself out there.
He's having a big day. This is his second heat of the day, and he's looks like he's successfully negotiating his way through with under 5 minutes. He's leading the heat. It's where you want to be.
Imagine he would have had a free surf earlier on today as well.
Yeah, out there with that big current early this morning, 6, 7 o'clock this morning. He would have definitely been out there amongst it all.
He's definitely burning a lot of energy. And it will give him that little skip for the early rounds tomorrow morning to finish off this round of 96. I guess there is going to only be 2 heats in that, though, because we're going to run through to the round, to heat number 14 for the round of 96 today. We'll finish up 15 and 16 tomorrow.
Okay.
And then wait to find out if we're going to go into the women's round of 64 or straight into the men's round of 64. That'll be the highest seeded round on the men's side of the draw. Names like Billy Stearman coming up on the men's side. Kihu Butler, a couple of Kiwis in the mix, and then, Jacob Wilcox. Some of those big Australian names coming up in the next round as well. And then on the women's side, that'll be the starting round is also their highest seeded round. And so we'll see all the names on the women's side of the draw straight away.
That's awesome. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a big day, and all the big guns come into play.
Ryan looking to position himself in the lineup and just get out of the way of Oliver, flying down the line, straight up into the lip, and comes unstuck from the wax.
Well, he knew he had to push the envelope, Oliver. He knew he had to come up with a bigger score than he's been posting so far. He's only got that 3.1. As we see Xavier now on only his 3rd wave, so he's been selective, and he's kind of got a similar looking wave. He's looking for these waves that have got the nice body in it. It's not the biggest wave, but it's hitting the bank nicely.
Great shape for it all the way through.
There's a solid performance by Xavier Huxtable. Dare say he's going to retake the lead with that one.
Yeah, that was a beautiful wave, chasing just that 4.20.
So with this wave, he's going to make it very, very difficult for the guys, young guys coming 3rd and 4th. But look, this is a great ride by Xavier. As I said, he's looking for this same kind of wave. It's got the same structure to it as his first wave.
Yeah, that's really mature heat surfing as well. He would have probably had that in his mind prior to paddling out, studying the couple heats before him, seeing what waves he wanted to actually be selecting, and to be sitting with 2 minutes on the clock in a good position for an advancing spot, and that was only his 3rd wave to catch. Some great heat surfing from Huxtable, coming down to 2 minutes and now waiting for that score to drop to see if he'll take the lead away from Ryan Slattery.
Yeah, I dare say he will. That was a dynamic last turn on that one. He's going to get, this could be the highest score of the heat for sure. It's a 6-pointer. Yeah, it's solid.
Judges loved it. Great shape, great surfing.
Awesome finish.
It just built again. It had that speed and that shape as it ran down the line.
He waited probably 16 minutes, 17 minutes for that wave, and it paid off.
Fantastic heat strategy, great surfing, and showing why he is one of the young, up-and-coming Australians to keep a close eye on. Especially in an event with this many names in the draw, to be advancing into the round of 64. Down to 1 minute, 20 seconds. So the question mark will be on Jasper Welsh and Oliver Rissenbeek. Will they be able to get into that 5-point range to take the advancing position? Jasper, he's got priority, but he is chasing a very solid score to make that advancement. Can see him on the hunt there. He would see something coming out the back with under 1 minute to go.
Yeah, he's you see him just sort of ducking his head under the water there. Sometimes you can be really, your head's feeling like it's going to explode with the pressure of what you need to do to get through the heat.
So much pressure on the line. Here we go, up and riding. Uses priority, the last ditch effort for Jasper. Redirects onto the left, looks for the bowl up on the inside, throws it.
Throws it all right.
That was a huge finishing turn.
That was cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure it's going to be enough because he needs a 5.26. We didn't see the outside, but it looked a bit white watery. Didn't look like it had open face in it. And he's looking right, looking left, and he gets this, and then he just throws it on this one. He knows it's got to be huge, and That was a great backhand. You know, like he just attacked that lip. Awesome finishing. He looks at his watch going, well, that's going to be it, but don't think it's going to be enough.
Just a 2.77 for last of blue. Not enough to change the situation, but love that he threw it on that final turn. Xavier Huxtable and Ryan Slattery advance through into the round of 64. Coming up next, heat number 8 for the round of 96. More action right after this.
Through my internship at the WSL, plus the personalised experiences and support I have access to a bond, I know I'm well on the way to becoming the entrepreneur I want to be.
And we're back at the beautiful Cabarita Beach here on the Tweed Coast. Kai Tandler, Max Kearney, Ryan Falvey, and Tim Chalmers in the lineup. 4 surfers that know this spot so well, are so familiar with the beautiful views here on the Tweed Coast. And getting off to a quick start for Kyan. Driving into this second turn, throws it up into the lip, has a great looking wall opening up in front of him. And what a solid way to start the heat.
Yeah, great start there for Kyan Falvey. the local surfer, and we're talking real local surfer, this is his home beach. And there's Maxi Carney.
He just gets the slip out on the finish.
Yeah, I think he was going to get out of that wave. I don't think he was going for the last move. I think he just took that one to get his feet in the wax, so to speak. I'm not certain if that was the whole wave either, Shannon.
Yeah, it was. That finishing section didn't look like it was going to offer him much of an actual steep section to go for.
But he did get that earlier wave.
So scores to come through. We've actually got scores to come through for 3 of our surfers, Kai, Max, and Kyan. And then Tim Chalmers now sitting out the back, this surfer in green, local name as well. Put together a great heat in the opening round. And
yeah, had a look along that one. Didn't like the look of it. He's kind of trying to maybe taking a leaf out of Zavi's book and getting one of those mid-range that have really got the nice wall to it. He likes the look of this one, but is he in it? Yes, he is. There's Timmy Chalmers now, streaking down the line. He wants to get around this whitewater section. It's a big wall, and look at the speed, Shannon.
So much speed. I mean, such good rail engagement to make it around those first couple of sections. Goes for the turn and then just gets chopped.
Will he get penalised for that? Will he get docked for that?
What are your thoughts? I mean, it seemed like he wasn't going to be able to make it to the end section.
No, I know. And see, sometimes it's like you go, oh, is it worth throwing it all up there? Because he'd already banked that turn before was dynamic. He'd banked some points.
As we take another look at it. So some great rail-to-rail work there, keeping it, that smooth flow and, like you said, that speed coming into that turn. And then he just decides to go for it on the finishing section, but maybe didn't need to.
Yeah, but it's one of those ones with the bonuses we've seen, he's probably pulled that off 100 times. And the bonus is that if he gets that 1-2 combo at the end, it's, maybe he gets up around that 5.5 point mark.
Just that little bit of an increase, which could make all the difference come 20 minutes time when this heat is ticking down.
Well, interesting. Look at the first exchanges there. Max, Carney, 3.93. Right, Cayenne, a 3.83. And Timmy Chalmers, a 3.27. I kind of feel they docked him a little bit for going for it. And that's the risk you take. But also, there was a lot of phone climbs in that one too. He only got that one really slick move in.
Yeah, some great read of the wave, but it just didn't offer him anything in those first 2 sections. So situation, Max Kearney currently sitting in the lead. Small scores across the board, a few 3s out there for our top 3 competitors. Kai Tandler with the lowest score of that 1.5.
Now, Kai, we saw him paddle for that wave there. It looked really walled, and it doesn't look like it worked out for that one. He really paddled with a lot of intention. And, you know, some of those ones, they look like they're going to crumble and they back off and they hit the bank properly, and I'm sure he was hoping for that situation.
And we've been waiting for that tide to turn. High tide was at 11 o'clock this morning. Low tide is well and truly here. It's bottoming out around 5 o'clock. And we have seen just that lineup change that much throughout the last couple of hours. And the surfers really adjusting, and I'm loving seeing those inside sections start to open up on the bank now.
And low tide will really show a distinction. Like, you can still see those big banks of whitewater on the outside. Every now and again you get these bigger sets rolling through. On the low tide, that bank out there will be quite prominent. The inside bank might disintegrate a little bit. But here's Kai Tandler now. So he's made up for it. He's gone out there, improvised, and quickly got a wave under his belt. And it looks like he's definitely manufactured a score out of that.
Quick approach to it. And scores to come through now to improve his situation.
Yeah, those improvisations on the inside can really pay off. And he'll get himself in the mix now for sure. We didn't see the start of this one either, but the end was very dynamic.
Scores to come from the judges. Sitting in priority now, Kyan Falvey out at the top of the lineup and waiting for that next set to roll through. Decrease in swell throughout the afternoon. It'll be interesting to see how much of it really does stick around for tomorrow morning. Yeah, well, I like that. At least that strong sou'easter on the outside will just keep fluffing it up a little bit. And even though the swell is supposed to back off, and Kai Tandler 3.7, they're all around the same mark. This is right. There is not a struck match between these guys. Kyan now up and riding, gets that first slash, and now drives more vertical, gets that tail out the back on the second turn, and just places it back into the pocket of that wave. Small size wave. He's doing well to keep that smooth approach all the way through. Well, it's turned into a microwave now, and there was no finish to it. I think he's worked hard for maybe a 3.5. Mostly due to the size of that wave? Yeah, it was. It never really eventuated into anything meaningful, the wave itself. He did some good work on it. I mean, he surfed it well. There was one little section there where he kind of lost it a little bit. He'll get docked for that. I'm not sure if that's going to end up in his top two, but it'll probably put him in the first place. Well, there it is. Yep, 3.37. I called a 3.5, and pretty much nailed it. It was thereabouts. Well, was. He worked hard. He worked hard for that 3.37. Yeah. Looked like a perfect wave for a fun day when you're just looking for something that runs down the line and you can find that trim line and just get the feeling of it. But when you're in competition mode and there have been some bigger sets on offer, that's what these guys are going to be looking for when they're in those priority situations and have the opportunity to wait it out. So there we see Kai Tandler on the screen paddling back out. He'll see it in, well, obviously he's going to be in third priority now because he got that insider, and Kyan will go to fourth priority when he, as I said, he worked hard for it, and he surfed all the way down the line. He's got a big paddle back out. And as we can see that now what's happening on the lower tide, Shannon, is that the current from south to north is coming into play again. And we'll see that more and more as the tide goes out. These guys it's going to be hard work paddling back out for, when you get a long ride. It's going to be a big paddle against a strong current. So much work out there, down to 16 minutes on the clock. Wow, can you believe how tight the scores are in this one? Nobody has cracked the 4-point mark. That is wild. Some good-looking surf, but it just hasn't quite eventuated into those scores they've been looking for. In that last heat, we did see Xavier Huxtable play such a patient game. Xavier, congratulations on just and we'll go down to Xavier in just a moment, but we've got a wave coming through now from our surfer in red, Kai Tandler. Looking down the line, he's going to kick out as we see our surfer with priority, Max Kearney, decides he's going to take a look. Yeah, well, Max took this wave off Kai, and what's it going to do? It does look like it's spinning onto the bank here, and he's got a solid backhand repertoire, Max. He loves to wind it up, and he can just reel those top to bottom turns off one after the other, and he's out of there. But that should probably put him in the lead. Man, I just love the way that those waves are shaping up as they're running down the line now. It's just so different. So scores to come through for Max and Kai. We do have Xavier down there from the previous heat. Rabbit took away a great win. Xavier, congratulations. You must be thrilled advancing through into the next round.
Oh, thanks, Haysa. No, it's awesome to get through and get the heat win.
Oh, so good. Talk to us about that patient game. I mean, you had those couple of fours to start things off, and then you waited so long before taking off on that 6-point ride. Great heat strategy. Was that your plan going into it?
Yeah, I mean, I got that first one and then got one straight behind it, and then I was actually got a bit nervous there because nothing came through for ages, and I was just sitting with priority like, oh, I kind of need another one. Got bumped to second, and then was lucky enough that a bowly one came at the end, and yeah, was lucky enough to get a 6 on it.
How does it feel to be up here, the far north New South Wales, coming out of Victoria and out of your junior career looking so strong? It must feel great to find some momentum being away from home on the road?
Yeah, it's awesome. I've been loving these last few events up the New South Wales coast. I mean, water's warm, the waves have been super fun, and yeah, just travelling with my mates, so it's been sick.
And what are your plans for the rest of the year?
I mean, take it as it comes, see how I go in these next 2 5,000s, and yeah, go from there.
Well, exciting, great work out there, and can't wait to see more from you.
Thanks, Ace, for that.
Great surfing from Xavier, and yeah, just feeling a little more stressed than it was patience out there.
Yeah, well, we thought it was patience, but he was saying it went pretty quiet. It did go quiet in the middle of that heat, and the other guys got to a couple of waves on the fringe. And Xavier was waiting in pole position, but sometimes you can get a bit nervy. So we thought he was being all cool and calm and collected.
Thought it was some mature heat surfing from the youngster, but nah, he did so well to hold it together regardless. Especially, I feel like sometimes sitting, more than 10 minutes with priority, holding on to it and waiting to catch that wave, it's difficult to then perform when you get the opportunity if you've been sitting still that long. Yeah, no,
sometimes you sit too long and you get a little bit tight and stiff. We saw a good wave there for Kai Tandler. That's a 4.27. So Kai Tandler goes into second. Maxi Carney got a 4.43. So now they've moved into the 4-point range.
Great to see those scores starting to come through a little bit higher. 13 minutes on the clock. A big paddle from Timmy Chalmers sitting down in that 4th place position. And you can see possibly now that tide has drained out as well, Bugs, that we're seeing that rips start to come into play again on the outside section.
We sure are. And so, what that means is that you'll get burnt. If you take a dud wave and you put all that energy and you only get like a 2 or 3 point ride and you've got a huge paddle back out, it's going to really, and psychologically it just really bears down on you that it was it could be we could turn into a 7-minute turnaround in time, whereas Timmy Chalmers has been really selective. He pulled the trigger on when he had priority last time. He's got it again now. Again, he's only had the one wave though. He doesn't need a real lot to move in a second. So this is it's poised with 13 minutes remaining. It sounds like a lot of time. When there's a big current on the go, you can't afford to take a dud wave, and that is a mental challenge right now.
Yeah, that is definitely the challenge. It's got to be the right wave selection. And for a surfer like Tim Chalmers, who hasn't spent much time in the Jersey, it's his first event of the year here, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. What a better place to paddle out than at home.
Yeah, he would have surfed a lot of heats here at Cabarita, though.
Well familiar with what to do when he's in the Jersey here. Kyan Falvey, he's a young competitor from the area as well, has only surfed for a couple of years on the junior tour and entering into the qualifying series. Both of those events from the juniors and the pro divisions that he surfed in have been right here. Last year he paddled out for the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Yeah, Kyan's is a young surfer, hasn't really done a lot of travelling as far as on in the competitive, but he's done a lot of representation at school level and at state level.
How does that change come into being, as far as going from competing in school events, in board riders events, to then taking on that decision? I guess it's quite decisive to enter into that pro conversation and maybe start pursuing things.
It's a big step up. It's a huge step up. And, the mental preparation, the nerves, the options of what to do with priority against very experienced surfers who know what to do with priority and when they haven't got it. There's a lot to take into account. You can't have too much noise going on though. You've got to kind of get to a point where you can just feel comfortable with where you're at and, you know, just go out there and do your best. Here's Max again. This backhand, deadly backhand.
Doing just what you said, taking his time, using priority wisely, and just unleashing on his backhand attack. Looking to increase above that 4.43 as his high score at the moment.
Yeah, well, Max, he's in first place. He's looking to improve on his position, so probably was a pretty smart move. Cayenne and Timmy, they've been, I'd have to say, pretty wave-starved. Cayenne's only had two, Timmy's had one wave. You know, that pressure builds now on when to pull the trigger on priority. You know it's got to be it's got to be a keeper. And the equation will continue to get bigger. Having said that, though, they are very far from being out of the picture. A good ride here will put them both right in the frame.
And we know that there are some of those bigger scores on offer throughout today as we see Cayenne Falvey up and riding, straight up into the lip. Lets that tail loose on the first turn. Little wrap back. Sets it up for the finishing maneuver. So important to be able to ride out of it clean, and he does.
Yeah, he finished that one nicely. Put a nice little bow on the end of that wave. You could tell he was surfing going, I've got to make shit. You know, he'd done some pretty good work. Now, let's see what he needed. He needs a 415. Very interesting. Is it thereabouts? Let's see this wave. So, probably not much of a scoring potential at the start. There's a bit of a vertical wall. Did he get caught up in there for just a second? Was it a clean exit out of the lip? And again here, kind of got a feeling it might be just under.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it for that first turn because it was dynamic and something different for the judges to see with that tail actually, you know, drifting out the back.
Yeah.
But then was his timing right in the ride out from it?
The ride out is going to be the question mark.
And I guess maybe with some surfers with more experience, would they rather than risk the timing factor, keep the tail pulled in a little bit more?
Yeah, that's when I was touching on, you know, the options. And as time ticks away and you've only got very limited wave score, wave count, you know, you've got to start making them count. You know, the
down to 7 minutes, 42 seconds, and Keon Falvey has moved himself up into second position with a 4.63 to improve on that 3.83. So the judges liked it. They rewarded him for it, and it's put him up into that advancing position now over Kai Tandler.
Yeah, well, it was a double combo. He got that first turn. I thought he might have got it caught up a little bit in that lip, but the last turn was solid. And when you think about that in, I guess, relation to all the other waves, Kai Tandler's last wave, I think he had a bit of problem on the finishing move. Didn't quite pull it off. It was down the beach. We couldn't quite see how he finished that ride, but that might have held his score back a bit. So Cayenne Falvey, he comes in with the second highest individual wave score of the heat so far. Max Carney, that 4.93, he improved on his position. And now Kai Tandler, he sits with a 4.2 required. But look, Timmy Chalmers, one wave ridden. He needs just above a 5. So this is super tight.
This is so tight. I'm so curious to see when Tim is going to just pull the trigger. He sat with priority for so long now. He's been in that control position. But now that requirement has been increasing as the other surfers have just stayed busy underneath him and started to build that scoreline.
Yeah, they sure have. So what we've got now, we've got the two surfers who are in third and fourth with priority. That's probably key, and it's going to be when do they go. Like, now, Timmy Chalmers has been incredibly patient.
Incredibly patient.
I mean, he has got one wave. We have had nearly 20 minutes of this heat. He surfs this place all the time. Does he know it too well? Has he out-localed himself? I see that sometimes.
Oh, we see it often enough.
Yeah.
Out-localed himself. I think that's the exact call, Rabbit. Down to 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And a big day of surfing that we have had so far at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Thankful to have Oakberry as a sponsor yet again, the official acai sponsor of WSL Australia. Grabbed myself a bowl in my last break, and it was a delicious, refreshing treat on a hot day like this here on the Tweed Coast.
Perfect. And you know, we're taking it easy here. We're having a fun time in the commentary. These guys cannot stop paddling. They have to. Now, Timmy Chalmers has paddled and paddled and paddled for 20 minutes, basically. There's not much on the near horizon. So they're all back out there now. They're all back out there. Max Carney leading the heat.
And they're sitting so far away from where our surfers were on peak high tide. They were sitting on the rocks,
So
right on the rocks at the top of the cove.
That's right. And now, look at that current is just omnipresent. It just doesn't let up. If you stop paddling, you are going north. So Timmy Chalmers has dropped anchor down to 4 minutes and 20 seconds. He'd be getting nervous now, because it's not like he needs a 7. He's only had one wave. He's hardly been in this heat. It's not like he needs a 7.
Especially for someone with the power that he's, showcased in that opening heat this morning. Knowledge of the wave. He's someone who's definitely got that ability. I mean, everyone in the heat has the ability to get that 519, but for him, it just seems like it would work in his favor well.
And then we've got Kai Tandler, a 4.2. He could get that in his sleep. So now he's paddled inside of Timmy here. So Tim could, take the wave that Kai goes for, but I'm sure he's just thinking about his own cause at this point, because he needs to just get a second wave, and it needs to be a winner.
And considering how much it's changed within this heat, I mean, how much that sweep has come back into the conversation, someone like Tim would be sitting in that advantaged position of knowing his markers on the shoreline. He's going to know what tree, what rock to sit in place with, depending on how this break has shifted so much in comparison to those surfers that would be newer to competing, somewhere like Cabarita, where it's just been such a changing field throughout the entire day.
This is intriguing. Like, Timmy Chalmers looking in is paddled, and he has not been able to just get the wave that he's searching for. He's trying to will it to come to him. Now we see Kyan Falvey. He's got second place, and he's got third priority, so he's not going to go up and mess it with those guys. He's going to be probably sitting a little bit wider, looking for one of those opportunistic waves that we saw. We saw Noah Stocker get one. We've seen a lot of the surfers pick up a great ride. Outside priority in the dying minutes of a heat, unchallenged, because everyone's up here trying to focus on getting that winning ride with priority on the deep part of the bank. There we see Kai Tandler. He only needs a 4.2. By rights, we should see another set. The timing it's been relatively consistent. We see Timmy Chalmers paddling out now. That's Max Carney.
Duck diving a wave, though, so we haven't seen a wave even break that deep in a while.
No.
So we know there could be a little set rolling through in the final couple of minutes that will give opportunity. That's what we all want to see. We just want to see them with the opportunity.
Well, that's exactly right. You do. You just want to see everyone have a nice, fair crack at it and be able to have that opportunity to look at Timmy Chalmers. He's kicking and he's looking, and
Kyan up and riding on his backhand. Going for the left, throws a little stall in.
He's
now looking for the air, goes for the rotation. Doesn't make the landing.
Did we see Tim Chalmers take off? No, we didn't. Oh, my gosh.
Okay.
I thought Timmy Chalmers was paddling with a lot of intent. He was stroking across with that wave. Well, we saw Kyan Falvey went left.
Oh, man, I love that. That's kind of that Grom mentality of okay, now he's got to try and just put more pressure on. He can catch another wave, throw something different for the judges.
So it would seem that, hang on, Timmy Chalmers having a bit of a look at this one. He's paddling a bit deeper. Maxi Carney's sitting out there. Well, he's sitting pretty. He looks pretty safe, but you know what? Both Timmy and Kai could still get big scores, so no one's safe.
Here we go, and the wave has appeared. 40 seconds on the clock for Tim Chalmers. Is it going to amount to the 519 that he needs? Smooth rail game to start things off with. Big wrap now goes more vertical into the second turn, but just the 2 turns on offer, Rabbit.
Now, is Kai Tandler on the wave? On a wave? That's the question, because I don't think that's going to be it. I don't see that being the 519. With,
Well-
is something coming here to accommodate Kai? This little wave here would be it, but it's a very weak-looking wave.
Can almost see a little head shake there from Kai Tandler, just
Yeah.
knowing it's not going to come in time. And there is the buzzer. He's going to have a paddle, but he will be up after. And this will not be a scoring wave, but he's going to unleash on it anyways. And he might not know that that
No.
isn't going to be a scoring wave. He's going to surf his heart out on it.
Absolutely.
What a
Yeah.
great snap there.
I mean, he only needed a 4.2.
And what a shame that he was up half second after.
Yeah, like I wasn't watching the clock, so because Kyan Felvey would be going, oh my gosh, what a relief.
Well, there we go. It's official. That last one for Kai Tandler not going to count, unfortunately. Max Kearney and Kyan Falvey through into the next round of 64. And more action to come. Drew and Stace in the booth right after this.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Starting the day with freshness, giving us the energy to paddle out and live life to the fullest. All natural and organic, a superfood bursting with flavor and taking you to your own piece of paradise. Sharing moments with friends, sharing them with Oakberry.
Shannon Hughes joined by Drew Starling in the booth. We'll find Stace Galbraith someday. The wizard with his tongue has been calling some great heats throughout today. And now out in the lineup, Connor Lyons, Josh Strediton, Hugh Vaughn, and Corbin Hutchison in the lineup. True, it's been a great day of surfing.
It has been a great day of surfing, Shannon, and I think we've got a great afternoon ahead of us as well.
Oh, such a beautiful day. We've seen the conditions just shift so much throughout it. You had an early paddle this morning, and I feel like we're starting to see a similar pattern this afternoon with that low tide again.
Yeah, definitely. The rips kicking in. I mean, not so much that the surfers need to be worrying about where they are in the lineup, but the waves are trickier to get, and it is being a little bit slower as well. So Connor Lyons, Josh Stretton, Huey Vaughan, and Corbin Hutchins. Huey, the grommet of this heat. He's just turned 15, I think. So I know that he's been wanting to try and make the most of the QS events around, and the Pro Juniors as well. So, yeah.
Oh, that's so exciting. It's great to see some of those young names get in the mix.
Yeah, totally. It's so good to see some of the young Groms try to put it up against the older, more experienced competitors. So Huey is definitely wanting to create a bit of havoc throughout this heat. Corbin Hutchings progressed through his heat this morning. Joshua Stretton obviously seeded into this round, and here we go. Corbin up and riding on this one, so carving his way through. So Corbin just a quick little foam climb on that one, puts it up there for a finish and gets it. So scores to lock in for first of green. An early score that we'll be getting for Corbin Hutchings, the surfer from New Zealand. So him and his buddy Elliot Pyrada Reid did progress through this morning. And I'm just joined in the booth with Stace. How are you?
True, I'm well. Sorry about that. Too busy downing another acai bowl to know that heat had just started. And what a cracker it is as we see Corbin getting another quick start on the board here. Yeah, that'll do. Good way to get your heat underway. A couple of the lads were jockeying for position at the start of that heat there. I was kind of caught up in a good old-fashioned paddle battle and forgot that I was actually supposed to be in here having a bit of fun with you.
Well,
so, yeah, we're back. I'm back. I was off with the fairies there for a minute.
Well, you're back. 3.83 first of Corbin. I love a good little paddle battle. It's the best.
I actually was thinking it's one of the first ones we've seen today, actually, which with this much on the line, I'd like to see a few more.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And it's round 2. I think we'll be seeing towards the end of this round and maybe the start of the next round, we'll see a couple come into play.
The great Phil Mack, he always sort of said, well, you hassle people in the last 5 minutes of your heat, why not do it in the first 5 minutes? And I'd have to agree with him. Once that horn goes, it's game on. And particularly today, we've seen if you can get that quick start, which is awfully cliche, but today has rung true. It means everything.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I feel like so many people have been getting that quick starts. 95% of them have been progressing through that heat. I haven't really seen too many heats where people haven't got a good start, not making it through to the next round.
Joshua Stretton, have a look at this one. Looks like a nice wall if he can get out onto the green face here. Couple of setup, check down the line into a carve, another foam climb. It did not double up with that tide going out. It is a pretty big tide today. And, the high tide is kind of low for a high tide, but the low tide is really low. So there's a big difference there in the tops and the bottoms of the tide. So that wave there, it was just a bit of a mush burger. As we see Connor Lyons from the Sunshine Coast up and riding. Very exciting young surfer. Perhaps a bit too excitable on that wave. That looked like it was going to have good opportunity on the inside, but dancing with that foam can often be fraught with danger. As we see the Super Grom, I think you just mentioned he had his 15th birthday. Young Huey Vaughan up and riding. And he's certainly one of those characters that just makes you want to surf, doesn't he? Oh, that was mental. Jeez, he could be getting a stand tall pit there.
Yeah, he definitely could. I know Huey, he's giving it a nudge in the QSs as well as the Pro Juniors. He hasn't made too many heats, but I know that he's definitely learning throughout each one. He's still so young and he's quite little as well. So I feel like once he grows into himself, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with for sure.
Definitely, as you see Corbin Hutchins exercising his priority here. And he's found a nice looking wave, 2 nice setup carves, throwing plenty of water. And Corbin had really nice timing earlier today, and he's going to have it again here. Not mucking around, was trying to fit too much in, but we're going to throw it down to young Max Carnage. Carnegie, how are you, mate?
How are you, fella?
I'm doing well, big fella, and yourself?
Yeah, not too bad, mate.
Yeah, that a boy. So you got yourself a day off work and you come down for a big heat win. How good's that?
Yeah, it was, wasn't easy out there. It was, I know you had to be on like the right waves, but some heats was stop and start. But I managed to get a couple out wide and kind of teed off on a couple. But yeah, just try to just keep busy and stuff. So yeah. Got the job, so done.
Talk to me about that PBC Superheat.
Oh yeah, I came in, I told, I was like, I'm sure your old man Falv's probably watching A, and he's like, yeah, so I think he's trying to take the days off for the rest of the week, Keane was saying, so at the end of the week. But yeah, it was good to surf against Falvy's son. It was cool for him, growing up here in Cabba, so he knows like how this wave works. So yeah, it was good to surf against him, yeah.
So what would Ben Falvey be saying to you after that awesome heat win there, Maxie?
I reckon he'd probably be pretty relevant for probably getting him. I don't know. Nah, he's probably listening to me right now. I reckon on the live webcast probably. But no, it was good to surf against him. Yeah, so it was fun.
You're on fire, mate. And you've been working closely with your boards there at Channel Islands over the last couple of years. What did you have under your feet, mate?
Yeah, just working with Luke Elder. He's and Brent Power as well. So yeah, I'm just riding a CI Happy 2 model out there, and they just won the Stab in the Dark as well too, which was pretty cool. So hats off to those boys. Yeah, the boards are going really well. I've been on them since I was last 5 years now. Yeah, so it's they're good boards. Join them.
Good on you, Maxie. Well, mate, an awesome performance out there. We'll let you go and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. And mate, looking forward to you surfing in the rest of the event. Well done, mate.
Cheers, Galway. See you guys. Thank you.
He's a classic young Maxie. Lives around the corner from me and Tugan there. He's always sniffing out a left rip bowl. But yeah, fantastic backhand as well. And yeah, we saw that on display today. A couple of rides in the break there. What did you make of them, True? Anything of consequence?
Not too much consequence. Corbin locked in a 4.23, so he's slowly but surely extending his lead. Huey, 2.9 and a 2.6. So he's just got a pair of 2s, but not too much really more on offer. But he's sitting in second, so he'd be feeling pretty good right now. Josh Stretton needs a 3 Connor Lyons a 4.5. Unfortunately, Connor fell on a decent-looking ride, so it probably would have set him up for a decent score to start this one.
Yeah, I agree. I'm really interested to see how Connor can bounce back from that. But, yeah, just referring to Max there and that heat, he was a part of the Palm Beach Currumbin surfing program there, which is headed up by Ben Falvey, and that was Kyan, his son, in that heat. So I'm sure, as we see, speaking of young sons, Huey Vaughan, the Sunny Coast's favourite son. Lovely first turn, but unfortunately the wave got away from him. But yeah, getting back to Maxie and Kyan, that was a great battle there. And obviously Kai Tandler finishing in third. He was a part of that program as well. So I think for Max and Kai, they would have felt like they were just back at high school having a mock heat. But obviously a lot more on the line here today. And unfortunately Kai got an amazing wave after the buzzer. Absolutely smashed it, no doubt. Definitely the score he needed to go into second, potentially even the lead. I don't know about you, True, but does that kind of sting more?
Definitely. It stings way more than getting the score within the heat. Even losing a heat, you go, oh, I just lost, and then you get a bomb straight after the hooter. It's the worst feeling ever. You go, well, I know I can surf, but if I had an extra 5 seconds, I would have made the heat. So it's a really frustrating process. But, you know, as I said before, you got to wash it off, reset, keep it neutral, and roll on through the next event.
Definitely. Connor, let's see how he can bounce back after that shaky start. Nice foam climb up in the lip there. Getting a little bit more projection down the line, a better snap in the lip. He's got a wild air game, Connor. I don't know if he'll get the opportunity to show it there, but a massive finishing manoeuvre. That was a great way to bounce back after a shaky start. So he didn't waste too much time there in between his two rides to rectify that mistake. I think he'll be pretty stoked with that wave, and you know, it could be right up there with one of the better waves of the heat.
Yeah, I reckon. I kind of liked it as one of the better waves of the day almost. Like that finishing turn was huge. Just a quick float to start that one. So spicy with that board. Puts it up there again. So Connor manages to just jag this little inside double up. I loved that end turn. I don't know where the judges are going to go with it. I feel like they're either going to love it or it's going to be a mid-five. Corbin unfortunately just goes down on that one. So wasn't able to connect with that finishing turn, which we've seen a lot of people today fall on.
Yeah, I think it looks like an amazing day to mind surf, but potentially a really hard day to actually have a heat out there and try and perform. I was up in the judges' booth. Oh, there's a nice power speed carve down the line in the lip, if that's even possible. Followed up by a smaller version of the same thing. If you're loving to square up here, that was better. Drop the shoulder into that one.
Wow.
That was an amazing ride. The more you can make those check turns look like major turns, the better. And I think Josh Stretton did an amazing job there. He's keeping his speed down the line, but still drove the tail through the lip. Yeah, it was a lovely wave.
Yeah, the judges definitely have their work cut out for them. The scores to lock in for Corbin, Joshua, and Connor. So, plenty of ways to think about.
What do you like quickly in order of 1, 2, 3?
Josh, Connor, Corbin.
I'm with you. Right there with you. We'll have to see how we go. We won't throw scores. We won't embarrass ourselves. We'll just keep it in order and see how we go. But I was just up there talking with Ty Connigan, WSL Australasia head judge, and look, you know, his assessment of today's surfing was pretty frank. He's pretty happy with his team and how they've been keeping the scores pretty low. You know, his level of thinking is he doesn't want these guys taking any false hope into the Challenger Series. He doesn't want to be giving away 8s and 9s here for surfing that he knows would be a 5 or a 6 in the big leagues. So, and I think it's a really measured approach. There might be some surfers who go home today feeling they deserved a bit more than what they had, but I think if they look at the situation and they look at the bigger picture and they compare themselves globally to what's going on, I think the scale's been really, really good. And you know, like Ty said, unless there's a major manoeuvre in the way with a critical section, you're not really going to get too much excitement out of the judges. And we're setting some scores coming in here, so we'll see how we go. Connor Lyons has dropped in a 5.5 true, so we'll have to see how these other scores factor in around there. I liked how Connor's wave was nice and vertical. Josh's wave is going to be very similar all over so far. Might come in just over, which would only leave Corbin's 5, 6, 7. So we're on fire so far, true. But
yes.
I think Corbin's wave, I don't know if it's come in yet or it's still to come. But so far, I think the judges, if it were to splitting hairs there, but I appreciated the flow of Josh's wave, just touch over Connor's. Both nice surfing, but I liked how Josh was able to piece his turns together, closer together. Connor's wave was a little disjointed, but he did really well with what he had.
Yeah, totally. And he's also locked in another score, 3.83, so he's in the lead now. Corbin looking for a 3.95, Huey a 5.28. So Huey really hasn't been able to find ones to connect on just yet. He's still such a young surfer and a young competitor as well. Even though he's surfed many, many heats, he hasn't surfed many, many heats at this level. And I feel like it's different. You can surf heaps of heats in the juniors, but all of that kind of doesn't really mean anything when you come and join the QS.
Definitely, it is a whole nother scale, isn't it? But we saw young Dane Henry this morning get the better of Ethan Ewing. Dane and Ethan both progressing. They're going 1-2, but like we saw, the young fellas, they can step up. They just have to bring their absolute A game.
Yep, exactly. And I know Huey's got it in there, and he can surf to the caliber of these guys that he's against at the moment. So if he gets the opportunity and is able to unleash, I have no doubt we'll see a big score.
Yeah, I'd be stoked to see him get an opportunity. And the waves aren't too critical today, or any barreling waves, but wow, Huey's got some ticker for a young fella. Some of his clips that he puts up on his Instagram are absolutely next level, as we see young Saxon Reba running down for his heat. He'll be coming up in about 9 minutes' time. Lovely young fella there from, I believe, the North Stain region.
Yeah.
He's had a couple of fantastic results, I think, in the juniors of late.
Yeah.
And I think he'll be looking to bring that over into the big boys playing field in this next heat.
Yeah, definitely. He just got a semi-finals at the Central Coast Pro Junior, so I think his surfing was exceptional up until that semi-final. He just wasn't able to connect with the waves out there, but I've definitely seen him in a few of the QSs as well, just completely light it up, and I go, okay, Saxon's here, everyone. He makes it pretty clear that he's around, and I haven't seen him go right too often, so I'm excited to see him light up his backhand as we see Josh Stretton up and riding. Just 2 turns and he's out.
Yeah, definitely. No, I'll be stoked to see Saxon in these longer, drawn-out walls. Obviously, he's got the quick, short, sharp grovel game growing up around that Manly area. But, these drawn-out walls, they kind of require a different type of surfing. And, from what I've seen so far, I definitely think he's got it in him. So we'll see how we go. But with just on 8 minutes remaining there, I love those 2 turns from Josh. Unfortunately, the wave petered out. But he'll be back out the back and hopefully looking to have another swing pretty shortly.
Yeah, for sure. And still 8 minutes. There's heaps of time out there. But I feel like as well, we look at it and then I look away and there's about 5 minutes left when I look back. So it just is going so quickly. I can't believe it's almost 20 minutes gone in this heat. But it's awesome that there's 25-minute heats today. There's so much water moving. The surfers are really needing that extra 5 minutes, and I feel like it's been really appreciated as well from all the competitors. So Josh chasing a 3.66 to go to first. Corbin a 4.72, Huey a 6.04. So if I was Huey, I'd probably be going, you know what, start with a 4.5, then I'll be needing a 3, and then, I can kind of just work from there instead of just solely chasing that 6.04, because there's plenty of time for him to catch 2 waves.
Definitely, especially with those little grommet arms.
Yeah.
Speedy paddler.
Yep. Definitely.
But as you see in the next heat, Ken Reed there, it was Saxon Reba in the red. It was Darcy Littlechild from the North End Board Riders in the blue. Ash Jenner, the older brother, or younger brother, I'd have to go and get the birth certificates out there, of Zane Jenner. He's also from the North Straddie Point Lookout Board Riders Club. And EPR, Elliot Parada Reid, who had a good heat this morning. And beautiful shot of the Cabot headland there. What that says on the rocks there is locals welcome. True, everyone's welcome, aren't they? Beautiful part of the world, opening arms down here. Great characters.
Great characters around. Locals welcome everywhere.
I think we all know someone who's a local at every lineup they paddle out to.
Yeah.
As we see Blue up and riding here, Joshua Stretton, lovely first turn this way, potentially offering a bit more of a steep opening section. And down the line, oh, there we go. I like it, lad. Lovely. That was some of the better body language we've seen all day, I think.
Yeah.
And rightly so. Absolutely jammed that wave.
Yeah, here's a replay of Josh Stratton's last wave. He really liked the feeling of that one. So here he goes straight up into the lip, nice and crisp. Again for a second, and he gets a third. So Josh finding a really nice steep section, offering 3 critical turns, and he's loving it out there. He's almost got that stand tall. I know what I'm about. I've got a good score coming.
Definitely.
And I have no doubt about it.
100%, and the judges are loving it. Looking like one of the better scores of the day coming through. From my knowledge, that'll be the second best wave of the day, a 6.67. As we see, Corbin Hutchins wants none of it. He wants to let everyone else know that he's in this mix as well. And Corbo there with a beautifully timed finishing manoeuvre. I'd love to see both of those waves from front on. I think the angle that we've got there is fairly generous to that surfing. You can kind of see the tail going out the back of the wave and whatnot, but I think the front on angle, which the judges have, which they're obviously appreciating from Josh, they got him front on. They can see how hard he's driving off the bottom. They can see how tight he's getting in the lip, and obviously finishing right in front of the judging panel there. So yeah, a really nice wave from Josh, and then followed up closely by Corbin. So some fantastic surfing, and it's kind of funny to say that snaps are a point of difference, but today we have seen a lot of carving manoeuvres. So if you are able to find that steep section and get your nose up to 12 o'clock and bring it back around, like I said, it's not really different in the grand scheme of things, but today it's definitely a point of difference.
Yeah, for sure, and I think the judges are definitely having a good hard look at last of Corbin Hutchins' waves. I mean, they have to compare it against Josh Stratton's 6.67 to go, is it better? Is it worse? Do you think it's better or worse? Do you like it more?
I'd like to see Corbin's wave again if it's at all possible. I think we might have caught the tail end of his ride, but I think Corbin's finishing turn was fantastic. And like I said, I think this angle is generous to the surfing. I'd say from what I can tell, it looks like Josh's wave was a bit more dynamic to me. Corbin looked like he was potentially chasing that ride with the big finish, whereas Josh was top to bottom from the beginning. But still a really good score for Corbin. I think it could be his best number.
Yeah, for sure. He's chasing a 5.11, so it's probably thereabouts the score, potentially.
That's the angle I like to watch myself getting barreled from. Everyone's deep from that angle.
Yep. No other angle, that's
No, I don't want to see the front on angle. It's leggy barrels for days. But see Corbin putting in a big effort to get back out the back. It means a lot to these boys, and as it should. A lot of points on the line. And, Corbin residing in Rainbow Bay, I know he'd love nothing more than to get a start in this QS 10,000 coming up later in the year in May at Snapper Rocks. I know he knows his local knowledge could, take him a long way in that event and potentially onto an international run on the Challenger Series. Obviously, it's a long way down the track, but hey, that's our job, to talk it up.
Yes, exactly. And that looks like Huey Vaughan up and riding. That looks like his third turn, I think, for a finish. So last of Corbin is locking in a 5.27, so that's taking him up into second. Connor now needing a 4, and Huey a 6.6.
Yeah, awesome. That's a fairly good judging at this point, I think. Yeah, like I said, the Corbin's wave had the beautiful finish, but I'm just not too sure about how that first 2 turns looked from the judges' angle. So seems like they've really appreciated Josh's surfing a fair bit more. A 1.4 spread there, that's massive today. If you're getting up into that 6.5 plus range, you've got to be doing something right. Huey Vaughan there with 3 quick fire snaps. Not bad surfing, but at this stage it's just a 3.9 on his last ride. So he's chipping away at the requirement, but a few of the bigger lads are starting to move a bit further away as well. So I think young Huey, he'll be stoked to get back out there and find another wave and hopefully do it all again and, show the panel what he's got. It's a really well surfed wave.
Yeah, well, Huey finishing that one for the replay of that wave, just a 3.9. Maybe a bit of a smaller wave compared to Josh and Corbin and Connor's 5+ range scores. He sat there for a while with priority, I think. The last time I said Huey can chip away at the score, that was about 8 minutes ago. Now there's just on.
You pretty much called that.
A minute and a half.
The time just disappears.
Yeah.
But if we look at that one individual moment for Huey, sat and waited with priority. He selected that wave. How he rode that wave, I don't think he could have done much different. I think that's really good signs for a young competitor to be able to wait that long and still execute to nearing the top of his ability. Sure, he probably could have raced down the line and done a full rotation, but percentage chance of that paying off versus belting the lip a couple of times. I think he should be pretty stoked with that, because I think one of the hardest things to do in surfing, and I'm sure you can speak to that, is sitting and waiting and then executing.
Yeah.
It's extremely difficult. So I think Huey did really well there, and yeah, I'd love to see him get one more chance just to wrap this heat out.
Yeah, for sure, and especially sitting and waiting and knowing you need a score. That's a stressful part. So Huey, he is such a well-trained heat surfer that he's just able to execute where he needs to. I don't see him fall much in free surfs anyway, so I think that really translates into his heats. This is Connor Lyons.
Important wave. 4 points the requirement, 20 seconds to go. It will be his last chance. He needs another section, absolutely. Otherwise, it will be no chance. He will get the double up through the inside. A nice turn there. Another nice connection with the lip. And another nice connection with the lip. Happy to be sitting in here, True. Very, very happy to be sitting in here. That is going to be very, very tight. Connor looks to the heavens. And I think the judges are, they're going to have their work really cut out for them there. That was, that sort of reminded me a lot of Jamie Thompson's ride.
Yeah.
Earlier in the day, there was a lot of turns. None of them screamed excellent surfing, but he doesn't need an excellent score. So it could just be a matter of sheer quantity of turns, which is not typically what the judges are looking for, but sometimes they just can't deny it. If you've done 8 turns on a wave, half a point per turn sounds about right.
Yeah.
That's not how it works at home, ladies and gentlemen. That is
Yes,
absolutely
yeah.
not how it works. But
Don't do that.
don't do that. Yeah. Let's see a replay here. What do you reckon, True?
Yeah, just a small little tap to start this one off. Didn't really convert on that first section, but carves it around for the second. So Connor, he's hit it again. I'm not too sure where they're going to go with the score. They're having a really hard think about it. It looks like Josh has also caught another wave as well, but I don't know if that's going to better his scoreline. So looks like last of Connor Lyons, a 4.17 situation change. Connor gone to second. Corbin Hutchings, unfortunately, bumped down into third. Huey Vaughan in fourth.
Wow, exciting heat there, as they have been all day. We're going to take a break here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and we're going to hang around and take you through the next heat. Stay tuned.
I'm Sierra Kerr. Today we went around the Tweed and we got some good food, went surfing, went fishing, played some golf. Yeah, it was a super fun day. Some of my first memories of surfing Tweed are just exploring the beautiful back beaches, having some fun surfing around with my dad.
All the beaches all the way down the Tweed Coast are just coves with headland after headland, and it's just so beautiful. This whole Tweed Coast region is very, very special to me.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. My name is Stace Galbraith, joined by me, True Starling. True, how's your day been so far?
Pretty good. I can't complain, Stace. What about yourself?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. All the heats have been really, really close battles. I don't think I've seen one surfer run away with it all day, which creates some exciting commentary opportunities and awesome viewing at home. I think if you're tuning in online on the WSL app, KO Sports or 7+, it's action everywhere you look.
Yep, and that's how we like it. Keeps us entertained the whole time.
I don't want to see anyone run away with it.
Yeah.
I want to see close heats all day. But yeah, as you alluded to earlier, it's those surfers who can find those strong rides in that first 5 minutes of the heat. It is pretty much what every coach around the country and the world wants to see their athletes do, is execute early. But some places around the world you can get away with a slow start. I don't think Cabarita is one of those places. What do you reckon?
Couldn't agree more, Stace. I think you just got to make the most of what you've got at the start and really try and lock in a score above a 4. We've seen the judges really holding back the scale. They're being super critical, wanting to make sure that everyone is all prepped up, as you said before, for the Challenger Series. So locking in a 4 or above, that's a good score for today. And to start off with that, you're going to start off with a bit of confidence.
Certainly, we've seen young Ash Jenner get his first ride on the board. Not much to speak of at this point. You'd like to think he's going to replace that multiple times over in the remainder of this heat, just a 1.5. He'll be up against Saxon Reba in the red, Darcy Littlechild in the blue, and EPR, Elliot Parada Reid from New Zealand in the green. Unfortunately, Elliot's travelling partner there, and sparring partner Corbin Hutchins just eliminated on the buzzer. Elliot would have heard that in the water. True, you've competed with your sister all over the world and all over the country, as long as heaps of friends. How is it when you hear that from the water, knowing one of your friends just got eliminated? Or do you try to just focus on yourself?
Oh, it's hard. You don't want to see your friends or, in my case, sister get knocked out, and you kind of go, oh, it's a bummer. And it's almost hard to wash your friend's loss off than it is to wash your own off. So you just got to go, okay, that's not going to set a trend. I've got to go out there, do what I need to do, and focus on, what I can control and go from there. And I think, it's sad to see your friends get knocked out. So I think Elliot's just got to quickly wash that one off, figure it out, and lock in a good score to start.
As we see Josh Stretton and the buzzer beater there from Connor Lyons, he will be thrilled. No one wants to go home packing in their first heat, particularly Connor. He's in the red jersey there. It means he's the highest seed in the heat. So, you'd like to think that experience would show off for him, and it certainly did there. He, looked fairly composed under pressure and got the job done. So he'll live to fight another day. But yeah, like you said, it's never good when your travelling partners or, one of your neighbours or one of your siblings lose a heat. But yeah, I guess like you said, you can use it to fire you up and hopefully, fly the flag, which I know you're going to do this week for the commentary team. We've only got one athlete in this whole comp, but I think we've got a pretty good one.
Yeah, thanks, Stace.
There was a couple of spots open this morning, but after my warm-up surf this morning, I decided against it for the greater good.
I was so close to putting your name in, but I was like, oh, don't want to psych him out.
No. I'd run out of steam. Haven't been training as hard as you guys. But you've been living around this beautiful part of the world for the better part of a year now. Yep. You're happy with the move? You're really enjoying it?
Yeah, stoked on the move. Best thing I've ever done, I reckon. Can't complain at all.
And we had the World Tour obviously visiting your former hometown of Narrabeen late last year. It must have been nice to see the town get a big spotlight shone on it like that.
Yeah, it was huge. It was such an amazing place to be at that time with all the CT surfers around and surfing with them and seeing what they were doing. And it was actually, I was surprised because a lot of them didn't rely on the locals for knowledge of where to sit. Like, you kind of look at Narrabeen and you go, oh, it's easy, it's a beach break, but it's actually not. There are lineups that you got to sit with if you want to sit wider or in that point. So no one really relied on that. So I was really surprised, and a lot of people lost heats because they weren't sitting in the right spot. So it was definitely something that I was like, okay, well, if I go anywhere that I don't know whether I'm on the QS or the Challenger Series, I'm going to ask the locals, where's the spot to sit? It was a big lesson for me anyway, going, okay, that's something that I can definitely take into events.
Definitely, yeah, and it's something that I think can go a long way, even if you have to make a small investment. On the CT, $100,000 US for first prize. That can look small in comparison to potentially buying one of the locals a few cartons of beer or a few acai bowls to get their knowledge out of them. So I definitely agree with what you're saying there, and I think Cabarita's a wave as well where. From face value, it looks pretty straightforward, but I've definitely seen Cabarita have its different moods, and you don't want to get caught out. You don't want to be the one person sitting too deep or sitting too wide. Firstly, it can sometimes make you look a bit foolish, and then other times you don't get to show what you're made of. You don't get to show your performance or the training and hard work you put into when all it could have taken was just one question from one of the locals. So, yeah, I like your point there, and plenty of good help around these parts, plenty of friendly locals, There's lots of good things to take away from Cabarita, but someone who had a good handle on it then was young Josh Stretton. Josh, it's Stace Galbraith in the booth, mate. How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks, mate. Tell us a bit about yourself. Where are you from?
From Port Stephens.
Lovely.
Just near Newcastle.
Yeah.
It's a good little town. It's nice and quiet, so I love it there.
Yeah, mate. Northern end of the Steel City. You must be stoked to chalk up a win for Port Stephens.
100%. I was just stoked to get a couple waves, to be honest. I just wanted to go out and have a good time, and ended up snagging a couple little insiders, so I was stoked, yeah.
Oh, snagging a couple you did for sure, mate. Talk us through that 667.
I didn't even know I got a 667 on that, to be honest. I couldn't hear anything, but it felt pretty nice, so I was really happy. I kind of did a little no-claim at the end, so yeah, I was stoked with that one.
Oh, mate, we loved it, and deservedly so. I know a 667 in the grand scheme of things is probably not the biggest score you've ever had in a competition, but by today's standards, I believe that's the second highest score of the day. The judges have been really harsh, but up here in the booth, we've been loving it. What about you guys as surfers? What have you made from the scale today?
Oh, I like it, actually. It kind of makes us work hard a bit for it. Like, you know, it's kind of not your standard go out and tap it a couple times and you end up getting an 8, so I'm liking it. You kind of have to dig deep for it, so I reckon it's sick.
Yeah, awesome. Well, you certainly dug deep and you had an amazing performance there, mate. Well done. Did you want to give a shout out to anyone back home in Port Stephens?
Just probably to my girlfriend, Jess, and my parents that'll be watching, and my coach, Luke Mikulak, back home. So, everyone.
Yeah, well done, mate. You're doing them proud, and we'll let you enjoy the rest of the afternoon off. You got any plans for Cabarita this afternoon? You going to go check out any of the scenery?
Might go for a surf with a mate, and maybe hit the pub a bit later on and have a nice shinity or something.
Oh, yeah, mate. Plenty of good shinnies around here, mate. We'll let you enjoy.
Yeah, thank you.
Good on you, mate. Well done.
Josh, he's a
Yeah,
character.
he's impressive. Yeah, he's pretty cool, calm and collected.
Yep.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him in the later rounds.
Yeah, he doesn't give off too much.
No, typical Newey vibe.
Yeah.
Well, North Newey. Yeah, Port Stephens, a beautiful part of the world there. Plenty of professional surfing, particularly in the women. The women's tour have been heading that way the last couple of years, so I'm sure he's stoked to, see that and his town getting a lot of love. And yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world. Heaps of fun little waves around there. I'm sure he probably doesn't want us to say that, but yeah.
Secretly.
That's right. Yeah, lots of little nooks and crannies, as we see young Darcy Littlechild there. Not a bad opening snap, but just getting caught behind the section on that wave. I know he's a proud member of the North End Board Riders up there, up on the Gold Coast, and spent a lot of time getting barreled over at South Stratty, but no barrels today at Cabba. It'll all be face work, so it'll be interesting to see what he can bring to the table here with time's flying by, 15 minutes remaining.
Crazy. Well, Ash Jenner opened up with a 5 and a 1.5 sitting in the lead. Elliot, 4.17 to start. So you'd be feeling pretty good if you're Ash or Elliot right now. Kind of going, you know what, I've got a pretty decent score to lock in. Saxon, a 3.5 for his first wave. Looking for a 0.68. I mean, it's not a massive score for today, but he'd be wanting to get over a 4.17 to make it a bit trickier for Elliot to get up into second.
Yeah, 100%. If you can start, improving on your competitors' scores, it's almost like a psychological message to the judges. It's like, I've got the 2 best waves. If you really want this other guy to get through, you've got to give him the absolute best wave of the heat. And that's regardless of numbers. It could be 2 3s, it could be 2 9s. But like you said, it's a very good point. If he can improve on Elliot's 4.17, it makes it like a psychological decision. Is that the best wave of the heat, regardless of the score? And on days like today, it's almost like if the judges are 50-50, they're going to go no. They really want to see you push it. They really want to see you go hard. And, yeah, if you can put that pressure on early, it's definitely going to make it harder for your other competitors. I think we saw Saxon Reba right away potentially during that interview as well. But, yeah, just a 3.5 on the board there for Saxon. But he looked comfortable on the wave. It'd be interesting to see if he can get another ride under his belt. You see much of Saxon surf when you were on the northern beaches, or was he still a grom?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Saxon surf. He surfs all day, every day. He's like, you know how you see those people and they're like all-day weddy wearers?
Yeah.
That's him, all the time. And I'm like, oh, what have you been up to? And he's like, oh, I just surf for like 4 hours. And I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
I don't have that in me. I'm like a 2-hour surf max, maybe once or twice a day if I'm lucky. But he's so competitive. Like, he'll be like, oh, how long do you surf for? And I'll be like, oh, 2 hours. And he's like, oh, I did 2 hours and 5 minutes. He'll just try and get the one up, and you just go, oh, Saxon. But he's such a smiling assassin. He absolutely surfs so good. And yeah, he just brings such a positive vibe to everyone around him. So he's good company.
Yeah, he is. He's a good lad, good manners. Yeah, he's a good kid. I'd love to see him do well in this event. But he's got his work cut out for him. Ash Jenner's, obviously, like you said, put that 5-point ride on the board. Elliot Prada-Reid started with a 4.17, and you know, they're keepers by today's standards. So as we see Elliot here, Saxon having a look at this one. Lovely drone angle there of the headland, and Saxon with beautiful bottom turn there, lovely style. He's getting this one up in the lip a couple of times. That Lee Stacey surfboard looking like a magic carpet under his feet, and talking about local knowledge. You know, Lee local to this area, and I'm sure he's been giving Saxon the tip-offs. As we see down the line, that looked like Ash Jenner finishing his wave off. He'll be definitely improving on his 1.5 by the look of that finish.
Yeah, for sure. So Saxon, I kind of like Saxon's wave. I think it was better than a 3.5. I'm not sure where the judges are going to go with it, but I thought he surfed it really well and to the potential that he needed to. So he'll definitely move up into second. He only needs a 0.68, so we will definitely see a situation change.
Heading out for the next heat, Oscar Berry, another young surfer who's been doing really well on the junior series lately. And yeah, we mentioned it earlier, the WSL have internationally risen that age to 20 and under, so I think it's a huge benefit to surfers like Oscar. But back to action in the water now. This is Elliot Prada-Reid, lovely open face carve. And looks like he'll open up the shoulders again on another turn there. He's found the double up down the line. What's he got? He's telegraphing something big here. Nice turn out of the lip. It looked like a big plume of spray after the turn, which would signal to me that he fell off, which unfortunately he did. He might have been doing a mano. Is that what it is? Is that what you call it?
Yeah, a bomb.
A bomb?
A manu?
Yeah. Manu?
Manu. I
Manu.
think it's a manu.
Yeah, yeah. Not the right time of day to be doing that. EPR, get back out there, brother. Do it all again. At the end of the wave. That can be his claim.
Yes, yeah.
Yep.
Well, Saxon locked in a 4.23, so...
Nice.
He's bettered Elliot's 4.17. Elliot now needs a 3.57, and Darcy Littlechild a 5.33.
Yep, and as Josh Stretton alluded to in his posted interview, he likes the fact that judges are keeping the score low. It's making the boys work for it, and I'd have to agree with him. They are definitely earning their keeps today. You've got to do something pretty exciting to get the judges' attention. So far in this heat, it's been flashes of brilliance, but the judges, they want to see it in combinations. So, you know, if we look at Josh's ride in the last heat, for example, 3 beautiful snaps, top to bottom, no downtime. He kind of made a wave steep that wasn't that steep, you know, positioning his bottom turns to be coming from behind the foam rather than going out and around. He is going up and down, and it obviously showed in the score with the, pretty sure the second highest score of the day. Haven't watched every heat, but I think there's been a 7 prior to that.
Yeah, I think 667. I'm pretty sure you're right. Second highest score of the heat. From the ones we've watched anyway. If anyone knows of anything, just let us know.
Write it on through to the text line.
Yeah, the text line.
That'd actually be pretty funny, actually. Live thread on the side.
Yeah, could you imagine?
We'd just be hearing all kinds of feedback.
Might have to mute a bit.
In the next heat, in the green, that'll be earlier in the day. We saw Levi Stewart tearing this place, a new one, and he's out there again. He'll be up against, as we saw, Oscar Berry, Adrian Kovacic. Am I getting that right?
Yeah.
And Eli McDonald from Palm Beach. So as we see Sax up and riding, Sax was all hair on that one. Couldn't see where he was going.
Yeah,
need to get him a hair tie.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Or a haircut, one of the two.
What do you reckon? Do you reckon he would have a haircut? He looks like he kind of loves his hair.
He loves his hair.
Yeah.
I feel like he would go a hair tie over a haircut any day of the week.
Yeah. Couldn't look cool if you make the turn though and do a big hair flick after. So
yeah.
He could be working on that.
That's his goal for the event, a big hair flick.
Yeah, big hair flick. We'll be waiting for one.
Yep.
But yeah, we've got... We're still going to get through to Heat 14 today. So if you've got any friends or family coming up later in the day, we will be getting to Heat 14. As we see Darcy up and riding there. He's found a half-decent wave, but unfortunately it's got a fair bit of foam on it, which is just really unfortunate because it just makes the wave so much harder to surf. So we see some spray going over the back there with some nice turns. You might get a big end section here. And a nice up and over. I reckon we're going to see Darcy on the run around here. Let's see how all that training's been paying off for him. And the tide's nice and low, so there's a fair bit of beach to run across. We won't be seeing people climbing over the rocks with carabiners and ropes like we were earlier with Ethan Ewing.
Yeah.
Having to traverse a pretty gnarly run around. It's a lot easier now. So we'll see how that goes for him. But yeah, going to go up to heat 14. It's been a massive day of surfing. What have you been up to on your breaks, Drew? Have you been going home or just finding some shade under one of the pandanus trees?
Bit of both. Been going home and doing a bit of uni, so just...
Ooh, you're a busy young lady.
Yeah. I know.
And you got to surf a couple of heats this event.
Yep.
Hopefully a lot.
Yeah, hopefully a lot.
Save some of that brain power.
Keeps my energy levels at bay. So
yeah, that's
it's
right.
Good.
Yep, and the coffee intake.
Yeah.
How's the coffee intake been?
Well, I'm actually off coffee at the moment because
Nice.
I've been having too much of it.
Ah.
So I'm just on tea or
Yep.
I had a hot chocolate this morning.
Ah, that'll do.
Yeah.
EPR up and riding. He's had his coffees for the day. Nice first turn. Another opening of the shoulders for EPR, but the wave kind of petering out, which is a bummer because he was off to a nice start there. That's young Eli McDonald. He's opted for the hair tie.
Not a bad choice.
Not a bad choice. Fantastic young goofy footer from Palm Beach. Another young lad who's just taken up some full-time work there, doing his electrical apprenticeship, which I think is a fantastic move. Plenty of good bosses out there that don't mind it. If you've got a surf comp coming up.
Yeah.
Sorry, Drew, it's been a long day.
It has.
And Eli, it's one of those things. The more heats you make, the more days you get off work. So plenty of motivation for these young fellas that are out there on the tools. I saw Geordie Watson get a fantastic result down there at Avoca. I think a quarterfinal finish, and so he's seeded into round 3 up here today. Sorry for this event, but I saw him digging holes this morning with his apprentice Tim McDonald. He runs his own plumbing business, but I'd say very much the same for Geordie once he starts surfing. The more heats here, the less heats he'll have on the tools, if that's a thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the heats on the tools are pretty long ones too.
Yeah, 12-hour heats on the tools, and the weather at the moment, it is autumn, it is going into winter, but it's like a summer's day out there today, particularly if you're anywhere from 10k inland from the coast. You're not really getting that sea breeze, and it looks like a hot one out there. So, plenty of ambition in this event from a lot of our tradesmen. I know they know where they would rather be. So, best of luck to them all. And it's good. It's good to see that they're able to still do these events. Obviously, the regional series now, like we mentioned earlier, they kind of pack it into the start of the year, and you can schedule your year out. You know where you're going to be. It's a short season. It's packed in. And, you've just got to keep your focus and your energy levels up for that short period of time, see how you go, and then figure it all out from there.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's really cool that, people are kind of doubling up, whether they're doing an apprenticeship or having 2 jobs or doing uni or whatever that may be, and kind of doubling up on that and having something outside of surfing, I feel like is such an important thing. Putting all your eggs in one basket sometimes can put added stress on the situation. So having things outside of that, maybe, for me anyway, takes stress off it, and you can kind of just focus on other things outside of that when you need to. And then when you need to lock in on the surfing, that's when you do that.
Definitely. We saw last year's champion, Callum Robson. Pretty sure he was juggling a uni degree while he qualified for the World Tour, and he's still doing that now on the tour. So, yeah, he's doing a fantastic job. He's had a couple of 9th place finishes on the tour, and I dare say one more result like that at Bells Beach will see him make the cut for the year, which would be a fantastic result for the Evans Head local. And, a great example of, how you can juggle more than just one thing and how it can be, beneficial to you, like you said.
Yeah, for sure. So, back to the heat. Under 4 minutes, not much has really changed. Elliot Pyrida Reid needs a 3.57. Darcy Littlechild a 5.1. This is when the first waves come into play, I feel. Ash Jenner 5. He's in the lead. Not by a lot, but by enough to make him feel somewhat comfortable with such little time left remaining.
Definitely. Yeah, he's not out in front by a long way, like you said. He's waiting for a situation, and, sometimes I think the surfers know what situation they're in. They might just want their competitors to
be more aware.
Have a quick reminder. Yeah, you're in third. As we see, third, up and riding, Elliot Pyrida Reid only needs a small score by his standards and his ability level, so we'll see what he can make of it here. Again, 2 set-up manoeuvres. I know he'll be looking for more vertical face here. A 3rd set-up carve. It looks like this wave will give him some scoring opportunity down the line. I really would have liked to see him belt that section a bit harder. There we go, that's better. and a nice finish there. He's had a little look back. Not bad at all. 3.57. How many of these waves have we seen today that get around that number?
So many.
You know, with waves like that. You know, just as recently as the last heat, we saw Connor Lyons. The wave was almost identical. Really didn't do too much until it got through that inside section. I like Connor's wave a bit better from memory. Elliott's wave there, like I said, there was an opportunity then for him to really cream it. And I know the judges have been really critical today, so I know that will reflect in their score. He's certainly got 2 nice finishing turns at the end of the wave. He doesn't need a massive number. Here's a replay for you, True.
Yeah, Elliott just racing around this one. Just lightly tags that one. That first section not offering a whole lot. Opens his arms up for a first carve, and again for a second one. Again, this wave just not offering a big steep section for him to really unleash on until he gets down here a little bit more. I think this turn here is the turn. Yeah, there he goes. That's where he lights it up. And he finishes, looks back. He liked the feeling of it, and so did the judges. A 4 locked in for last of Elliott. So Saxon with first priority, 1 minute, 20 seconds to go, needs a 3.94.
Again, a turn of the heat. There we go. And only narrowly, but it was enough to get the job done. So well done to Elliott there. As we see on the buzzer here. Oh, not quite a minute to go. This is Ash Jenner. Nice work there, Grom. He might just improve his 3.17 there, which will be a good feeling because he's got a tie for the lead at the moment, but it is split on a countback because he does have that 5. The man we're really interested to see how it plays out will be surfer in red, Saxon Reba, who was on that wave and is also finishing down the beach and looking back up at the judges saying, give it to me.
Wow.
So we'll try to get a replay on that wave. Saxon, he needed a, you know, we saw how much work Elliott got done for just a 4. Saxon needs the same, a 3.94. You know, he needs every judge on the panel to give that a 4.
Yeah, he sure does.
So, you know, the judges here on the World Tour, they don't judge in double decimals, it's just 1. So if every judge gave him a 3.9, he would not get it. Every judge needs to really say yes, that was better than Elliott's last ride. So we'll wait for a replay, and we will see what the judges reckon as this one comes to an end. That is the end. I think that is going to be a tight finish, True. Let's see. What do you think?
Yeah, Saxon carving his way on this first section. Puts it up there for a second one and gets it again for a third, I think, and puts it up there for a 4th. I have absolutely no idea where this score is going to go. He needs a 3.94. He didn't do as much as Elliott, but sometimes quality over quantity.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, but if I'm critical on that wave, I didn't see a lot of quality either for the young Sax man. Here's another replay of that angle. Yeah, look, unfortunately, Saxon's a young man with plenty of talent, but I just don't think he got to show it all on that one. I am going to stick my neck out there and I'm going to say no, but we will see. We will see. Have been wrong basically all day. So with that one counting down, I think we might check in for a result after the ad break. We're going to join you back shortly at Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Thank you, True.
Through my internship at the WSL, plus the personalised experiences and support I have access to at Bond, I know I'm well on the way to becoming the entrepreneur I want to be.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. My name's Stace Galbraith, and for the first time today, I am joined in the booth by 78 world champ Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, long time no speak. How have you been, brother?
Yeah, good, Stace. Great, man. I've been having a good first day here. The last heat I was watching there was some paddling going on.
I think we saw one of the first paddle battles of the heat, as we see from New Zealand, Levi Stewart up and riding, big strong frame. Certainly put all of it and perhaps a bit too much into that final manoeuvre there, just left chasing what was left of that wave. But yeah, Levi had an awesome performance this morning. A couple of beautiful open face carves. He managed to find some excellent waves. So hopefully he can keep that wave selection up as we see young surfer from Palm Beach, another North End board rider, Eli McDonald, up and riding here. He's been down here the last couple of days, sussing the bank. And he's got one on the board there nice and early in this heat. But what do you make of the day, Bugs? Plenty of action, plenty of close heats.
It's been a great day. Really close heats. I mean, the judges have been stingy for a good reason. They've kept the stinginess on the scale. And, you've got to work hard to get a 5.
Absolutely. I was up there earlier in the day chatting with the judges, and they were honest with their stinginess. They said, yeah, we are being stingy, and we don't mind. Yeah. We don't want these men and women later in this event. We don't want them graduating to the Challenger Series, coming out of our region and going, why am I not getting 5s and 6s against the Americans or the Europeans or the Brazilians? They want to be judging at a World Tour level, which I think they're definitely making them work for it here as we see Oakberry up and riding, Bugs. Yeah,
Oscar, an exciting young surfer from the Ngari region.
And behind him, I think this is Avery and Kovacic.
Yeah, don't know much about Adrian.
Forgive my pronunciation there on that one.
I was leaving that one up to you to get it right.
Levi Stewart again, Bugs. What do you make of this one?
Yeah, this is a better wave. No, this is a replay.
It might be, yeah.
And he got caught up in that last little section. I think they'll dock him for that.
They will. So talk to me about that, Bugs. I've seen a lot of surfers today almost looking for one more that's not there. What would you be making of that end section? What would you be doing to it?
Yeah, well, it's the options, isn't it? Because if you go for the massive big carve and you bring it too far back and then you miss that next section, you're going to turn like a 5-5 into a 4-6. And if you're going to go for that last one, you've got to make sure you've got a chance of pulling it off. Otherwise, I think you're getting penalised for it.
Definitely, yeah. It's not an easy wave to surf Cabarita. No. It's got many different moods. Obviously, up on further up the coast on the Gold Coast, the waves up there are much more predictable. I think anyone can surf those waves to a moderate level, but not at Cabarita. Just to surf Cabarita to a moderate level, you have to be sharp as a tack.
And, on every wave, mostly at Cabba, there will be some fat time. There's some... They don't call it Fat Cabba for nothing. Like there's some sections in this wave that really slow down. But then when the ones that hug the bank and hit the bank, that they can hit them at different times. A lot of these ones are hitting them a bit further down the line.
Definitely. But it goes to show, I guess, how important good, strong fundamentals are in your surfing. A good roundhouse cutback could go a long way today.
Yeah, there's a lot of good transition moves. You've got to, to keep the speed, to keep yourself set up. But then when you see a pocket, you've really got to hit it.
For sure. And Oakberry listening in for his score there, 2.9 for that one manoeuvre. Doesn't sound like a big score, but by today's standards, if you're getting nearly 3 points to one turn, the judges are appreciating your surfing. You just need to do it twice or potentially 3 times to really get a big score out of them. So I think Oscar should take some confidence out of that. And yeah, as you mentioned, from the Yamba and Ngari region, but more recently moving up to the Gold Coast and spending his last few years at high school at Palm Beach there. Yeah. And he's come on in leaps and bounds.
Oh, he sure has. He's a great young surfer, and you're right. He only got one. He got one manoeuvre on that wave, nearly got a 3. So it is a good sign. Whereas Eli got he probably got 3 or 4 moves, but he got nothing major.
Yep.
And they kept him down to a 2.5.
Congratulations, mate. We saw Jagger have a massive result there at Avoca, 3rd place. You must be proud.
Oh yeah, it was good. It was good to see. It was a breakthrough result for him for sure. And I mean, it's just it's a setup, and to see whether he can carry on with the momentum. Because this is where these next 2 weeks, there's 10,000 points on the table, and this is where it's going to come down to. But yeah, no, it's a good breakthrough result.
Kind of reminds me in a way of the Australian or the Australasian version of how the old QS used to set up with 2 massive events in Hawaii.
Yeah.
You could almost turn up to Haleiwa and qualify. Plenty of surfers have done that.
Oh, plenty of surfers have done that, and we've seen it happen. I mean, just 2 big results in those 2 events, and you're in. And well, we saw Callum Robson last year. I mean, he came from the clouds. He wasn't even in the. I don't even know if he was in the top 20 going into this event last year. He won it. And qualified. It was either him or Mitch Parkinson. Whoever won that was going to get into the Challenger Series. And of course, look what he did. He forged his way through with great consistency throughout Europe and into Haleiwa. And then next minute, he's on the championship tour, and he looks set to be requalification and making the cut. He's had a couple of ninths.
Yeah.
They're keepers.
Definitely.
So
You'd almost be thinking one more ninth and he's good.
Oh, I think so. I think 3 ninths you'd be sweet.
You'd have to think so. But it just goes to show how hard the tour is once you do finally get there.
Oh.
But he's had to go through guys like Jack Robinson, Ethan Ewing.
Oh, big.
It's been massive for him, but he's stepped up to the challenge. As we see Oakberry here looking to step up to the challenge at Cabarita. His Rod Dahlberg is looking electric under his feet as we see a beautiful turn there. I think Oscar's benefited from that Pro Junior run recently down the coast. Hey, just a bit excited, but I don't mind the froth. I hope that doesn't come back to bite him at the end of this heat, but his intentions were good, Bugs.
Yeah, they sure were. He was setting up for I think he was setting up for somewhere around that 4.5, 5 point range on that wave right there. Again, he's probably going to get docked, because that was a pretty bad mistake at the end. He got some. He's looking good though. He looks sharp. That's the one thing. You're right about that board. It does look fast and slick under his feet.
Definitely, and it's good to see him still on Rod's boards. I think a lot of people, once they progress in their careers, they do look to shop around, but it is a good sign of someone's character, I think, when they stay true.
Yeah, so, like nice little setup there, but this section here's a crisp, and he's setting this wave up well. And this move here, he was definitely going to, and this was going on and on. He would have maybe would have got a 5.5, 5.5. He's still got a good score. No, the 2.87. So, it's a good score. That's a 5.77 for 2 waves. So that really held him back. He didn't quite even crack the 3.
And
the paddle back. What I was noticing when I was sitting up there before, you get a long wave and you get a 3. It's a long way back.
Definitely. Eli McDonald having a little look here. Unfortunately, he's picked a wave with a lot of froth on it. Someone who managed to find waves with a fair bit of green face on them was young Ash Jenner. Ash, it's Stace and Bugs. How are you, mate?
Yeah, good, thanks. How are you guys?
Good, thanks, mate. You get fired up after your brother's performance this morning. Got to keep the flag going strong for the Jenner family.
Yeah, well, Zane had a bit of a shocker, so one of us had to get through.
Well done, mate. I've seen you down here with your dad. He must be proud.
Yeah, he's stoked. I finally made a heat.
Good on you, brother. Well, why don't we go and make a few more? You must be stoked to be surfing in an event with Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, that would be sick.
So, Ash, we saw you. There were some big, long paddle backs in that one.
Yeah, there was.
Now, I mean, like you got one of those last waves, you got all the way down there. And I don't know if your score even went into your top 2, but when you're paddling back, were you aware that you were winning the heat?
I wasn't when I was paddling back, but when I asked for the situation, I could hear him just.
But I see. I thought you were just asking for a situation just to rub it in their face.
Yeah. Nah, you couldn't. I didn't even know how far down I was.
Oh, you were way down there, mate. You're on your way to Casuarina.
Couple of waves similar to this at home, mate, on North Stradbroke Island.
Yeah.
Were you training over there on the other side of the island in preparation for this event?
Yeah, Daddy's is pretty much the same as this wave. It gets pretty similar. So, yeah.
Ethan got second in this event back in the day when he was about your age. You reckon you can replicate that performance?
Oh, that's a big one, but I'll try.
Attaboy. I'm sure everyone at home's watching. Did you want to check in?
Yeah, well, thanks to everyone watching, whoever's watching.
I'm sure you got legions of fans over there, mate. Well done, and we look forward to seeing you surf later in the week. Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
What a crack up.
Yeah, classic. Yeah, well, he had a good performance. It was a tough heat too. He had some big names in that heat. Overcame them, won the heat, moves on. And now this one here, we've got priority with Adrian. And it looks like Levi is going to pull the trigger on this one, Stace.
Eli, I really liked how his board was looking this morning and his energy. I'm interested to see if he can channel that into the right part of the waves today. He looks like an excited young surfer, and he's really powerful when he connects with the right part of the wave. Unfortunately, not coming together there. But, yeah, can you talk to us about that, Bugs, how important it is just to maintain your focus and your energy in the right part of this wave?
Yeah, well, you know, that wave there, to me it looked like one of those first wave of the set situation where it picked up all the bump and chop and took it with it, and he had to kind of wrestle with that thing. And at the end, it was a pretty lackluster finish, I would say. Like this wave, look, you can see this bump and it's frothy and it's a real crumbly kind of wave. There's no bottom to it.
Yeah. So that kind of leaves us with the dilemma. First wave bumpy and crumbly, or second and third waves steeper but foamy?
Yeah, well, that's right. There's been a lot of foam on the face. The scoring waves have been the ones that go like kind of down the valley, you know, where those last 3 or 4 sections really become... they really stand up on the bank, and we've seen the big scores happening there, and that's on the set waves. And the other waves are the ones that kind of the medium ones that hug the bank.
Bit more sunshine in this valley compared to, say, the valley at Winky and whatnot, eh, Bugs?
Oh yeah, that one's way down there.
Go missing for days down there. But yeah, 12 and a half minutes remaining. Oscar in the lead. I know he would be feeling like he's got a lot left in the tank. He's showing flashes of brilliance, but it'd be about time now to really put one on the board. Levi Stewart in second, a 3-1 and a 2.53.
This kind of reminds me of the heat a few heats back, the one that Max Carney and Kai Tandler were in. They were all on around the same point, like all had about a 3-point ride, and no one had broken out of that mould, and it was a kind of a low-scoring heat, and then right at the end there was a bit of flurry.
Yeah, no doubt. It's kind of like that, right? Throughout the day there's been flurries. You just don't know if you're going to get one at the start or at the end, but I have really seen a heat to have multiple flurries. You've really got to execute when you get those opportunities.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, the option, I remember the heat with Timmy Chalmers, and he waited he got a pretty good wave to start with, and then he waited maybe about 17 or 18 minutes for his second one, and it never really eventuated, and he ended up going on a pretty ordinary wave.
Yeah, I think I watched the tail end of that heat there. The wave had some sort of scoring opportunity on it, but I think he looked like he needed to find his feet again after waiting for that long. He had a beautiful, I think it was the wave, big, beautiful roundhouse cutback, but then the wave kind of ran down the line.
It did.
And it's just one of those things. If you're out of rhythm with the ocean or the wave, I think it's really obvious on a day like today.
Whereas then we saw like Xavier Huxtable, he went out there, he got a 4.83 first up, and then quickly got another one. I think it was like about a 4.1 or something, but it was just that quick backup, putting him in a good position, and then he had to sit it out and wait for a good one at the end. He got a 6.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of different ways to kind of peel the potato.
Definitely. Talking to Xavier after his heat, and he sort of mentioned to me he doesn't think he's got much more than above a 6th this whole QS leg, but I kind of reminded him to keep his chin up. It is relative to the conditions. You could be that guy that surfs every heat of every event on the low tide, on the onshore wind, on the conditions that are only conducive to 6-point rides. So you can only do what's in front of you, and you know, your big heats will come. No doubt with kids like Xavier with that level of talent, they will come. But you can't be basing your performances solely on your scores, because numbers aren't always everything.
No, you really do have to compartmentalise every different heat situation you're in. You know, as you said, sometimes you hit the low tides, other times you'll hit the dud heat where there's just no sets. But as you said, it's, you know, if you get the one where you get the roll on, you've definitely got to take your opportunity as they arise.
How many events did you surf in your world title year? Can you remember?
I think there was 12.
And how did you feel you had the rub of the green that year?
Oh yeah, no, pretty solid. Like I'd got second the year before in the world, and that year I definitely, you know, it was all about a campaign's all about, like, you basically got to finish the year sort of averaging third place or something like that. You know, like no lower. And that's the sort of campaign you got to be on. Like, you really got to be up there in the top tier, and it's consistency, not sort of roller coaster sort of stuff where you win and then lose early.
We've seen Felipe Toledo do that a lot, haven't we, throughout his career? He's certainly matured in the last couple of years, but early days he was classic for a first and then a 33rd.
Yeah.
And yeah, like you said, it's just that consistency that I think is the difference.
Yeah, I mean, I think that sort of hindered Geordie in a way. I mean, Geordie Smith, you know, for how brilliant he is. I mean, every tournament he looks like somewhere in the early rounds. He'll, if you look at it, that's the highest combined score of the entire tournament. I think he's done that a couple of times recently. But you know, just that consistency of getting top 3 results has eluded him for the world title.
Definitely, and it's quite intense to think, but a 5th is a throwaway if
Yeah,
you're
I
going
know.
for a world title.
That's right.
It's insane to think about.
Yeah.
You know, the effort that goes into getting a 5th is massive. As we see Oscar up and riding here. Oh, it's going to be another 2 for the young fella. Potentially his lowest 2 so far. So with, I believe, second priority paddling to that wave, he won't be stoked with that. Under 10 minutes to go, he really needed to put an exclamation on the board there. So potentially a little bit of a nervy reaction to that one. Hopefully he can find some space down the line and really rev up.
But, you know, he might have been looking for, saying, look, right now a 4 would be a really great ride, and he's probably looking to squeeze a bit more out if he got 2 moves in on it, because he looks fast and very dynamic on, you know, when he gets a bit of speed going.
Definitely.
He's just, his wave choices let him down, but when you look at things, there hasn't been much wave choice for anybody. And now he's improvising down the line.
Yes, that's what I was hoping might happen for him, a bit of down the line action. This is better. Great energy through his turns, and his timing looks impeccable. That's the kind of surfing the judges wanted to see. That was
yeah, that'll put him up there.
Good way to fix a quick mistake. If you make mistakes, make them quick, and he certainly did that there. That was really well done. Great energy in between his turns. He looked like he just wanted to attack every single section.
Yeah, it's been a pretty quiet heat. There's not many waves being ridden so far. Here's Levi again. Now Levi looks like he's got one down the line here. I like the look of this wave. So this wave is really set up nicely for him. Nice roundhouse cut back, and when it comes down to this inside part, from where we can see, we can't see much, but there's more wave to it. So that'll be, I think that'll be his best effort.
For sure. I think he had a section at the start of the wave, though, that if he had his time over again, he might have tried to sink the back foot in a bit harder. He's a big lad, and there's not too many sections out here at Cabarita, and if you don't deal with them, the judges have just been absolutely crueling you, which I like it. They have to be harsh. As we see another replay here, I could be wrong. This angle might prove me wrong, but
no, that was the end of the ride. Yeah, that was what he did at the end, and that was pretty nice.
Not too bad. Not a bad finish at all. But in the next heat, we have getting ready. We Nick Vasicek in the red. We saw Matty Job in the blue there running down. Blake Necker, local boy, in the white. And Jared McCullum, who progressed through a heat earlier this morning, in the green. So another stacked heat.
Yeah.
I'd love to see Nick Vasicek doing well.
Yeah, I would think Nick would be looking for those bigger sets, you know, to really reel off that backhand attack he's got. He's not just a tube rider.
But at that, he is a darn good one, isn't he?
Oh, he's the best backhand tube rider.
One of the best you've ever seen?
Yeah, I think so.
You got your list handy? Who's on the list?
Oh, well, obviously, you know, because when you think about it, you know, I'm thinking about it, guys, Akira and that. I mean,
yeah.
Well, Neil Purchase Jr.'s.
Yep.
It's just the best.
Yep.
It's the best I've ever seen.
Yep.
But there were some great ones back in the day. You know, Jason O'Connor, Wayne McEwen, Chappie Jennings. But I think in the modern day, you know, Nick is unbelievable. Behind the rocket snapper, he just owns it.
Sort of Harvey passing the torch in this kind of day and age, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, and that's really that's just the local scene, you know. I mean, obviously internationally, there's been some fantastic back-end barrel riders.
As we have 5 minutes remaining, and by today's standards, a massive score, a 4.83 for Oscar Berry on his last ride. He'll take that with 5 minutes remaining, and he'll be feeling pretty stoked about himself. Levi Stewart on the wave behind him got a 4.07. So well done to the boys there. That's game on.
Yeah, well, what's really interesting is Adrian Kovacic. He still only needs a 3.35 after having. It's one of those heats, it's like that Tim Chalmers heat where he just has had priority. He's sat on priority for, well, the good part of 15 minutes, maybe more. And he has been super selective. He's in the blue. He doesn't need much, though.
You know, he really did start this heat with by today's standards, a keeper. 3.83 is a good score. So it'll be interesting to see how this one will play out. I do love a surfer that can sit and wait. I think it shows great signs of confidence in their ability. However, it is obviously a high-risk strategy. Should he not execute on his next wave, he will go to 4th priority, and I know these young whippersnappers, they'll be all over him.
Yeah, I mean, that's the danger of leaving it so late, because then it comes down to that it's all got to work. It's one throw of the dice.
Yep. But it's good practice. Like we said earlier, the judges are being harsh, and things only get more difficult if you should progress through this Challenger Series. Challenger Series is what will come next if you progress through the Regional Series. So, you know, the challenges you'll face there once you progress to that next level, they will be heats at locations where there aren't an abundance of waves. You've got waves like Portugal, very similar to Bells. You go to Huntington Beach. It can be consistent. It can also be very lully. Sometimes you don't get to stand up 10 times in a heat. You have to execute on your only 2 rides. So this is good practice for Adrian. I'm excited to see how it plays out for him, and I hope he does get an opportunity to show us what he's got.
Yeah. I mean, I think generally the Challenger Series has got some good venues as well. Like, you know, Snapper and Bolito are very, you know, rippable waves.
As we see, having a look here.
Well, it's got a nice wall to it. He's looking down the wall to get something going here. If it hits the bank nicely, this one could do something for him, Stace.
Yeah, he's out in front of it now. Not a whole lot at the start of that ride. Unfortunately, he just looked a little out of rhythm with that wave. He has kept his feet, so he's done well to do that, but just not the flow he was looking for, unfortunately. I would have liked to see him get out on the green face a bit sooner in that ride. I just think being behind the foam just never really set him up with enough speed to really project, you know, his tail into the lip on that last turn, and only needs a 3.35. Oh, I'm going to be pretty harsh there and say I don't know if that's enough.
I don't think so. I think you're right. I mean, and towards the end of that ride, if he was out on the open face, he would have had a much better chance.
So we see Oscar Berry here having a look from the drone angle. Nice opening first carve, opening the shoulder, turning the head, and bring it through to the inside. It'll be one big manoeuvre. There it is. Lovely way to finish your wave. I've seen a lot of surfers get caught up today trying to fit in the 2 for 1, but that's the way to do it, isn't it, Bugs?
Yeah, it is. And that'll be your second best wave for sure. So things are looking good now. With a minute 40, Oscar's played a pretty smart game here, picking off those ones that are a little bit wider on the inside. It hasn't been there's been a heat with limited big sets.
Definitely. Lovely opening carve there for Oscar.
I don't know if yeah, that's right. There's 2 heats ago, the one with Connor Lyons and Corbin, and I mean, there were some big sets in that heat. This heat's been pretty small. Always looks a bit smaller on the screen, but I think it has been lacking in sets.
I think that energy kind of has been going out with the tide. Something I've noticed more and more lately. Has it got anything to do with the La Nina bugs or something? The tide just seems to take the swell with it.
Yeah,
but as we see, Oscar's last wave, a 5.07, so his best ride of the heat, which, you know, I can see that. Big critical finish there. Adrian, unfortunately, with his ride, only scoring a 2.9. He only needed a 3.35, so just falling ever so short there with 45 seconds to go. It's Eli McDonald with priority, needing a 4.67. Adrian Kovacic in third, chasing, still needing that 3.35.
Yeah.
And Levi Stewart has second priority over Adrian, so I would be very surprised if he didn't go and follow him, but he doesn't look too interested in him. He's going to stay up the point.
Yeah, I think Adrian's a fair way down the point, which is a bit dangerous, but 23 seconds remaining. But I'd say Levi has been the big beneficiary of Adrian not quite getting it together on that wave. He had the wave to get the 3.35 on, that's for sure.
Yeah, I know Levi will be stoked to hang on to second place there if that is the case for the remainder of this heat. But Eli McDonald looking at a wave here out the back. He's going to need to be quick to his feet. I don't know if our timer is exact to what's going on.
No, I think he's missed it.
I think he might have missed it, but we'll stick with him anyway.
Yep.
Just looking for a bit of steeper face on the inside. We're pretty certain this wave won't count as it runs off into the channel. He needed a fairly decent score by today's standards. He's doing well on the wave, but just a little late to that last section there. Even if that did count, I don't know if it would be enough to see Eli on through, unfortunately. But an exciting heat nonetheless. It was awesome to call a heat with you, Bugs. We're going to welcome Shannon back into the booth, and you guys are going to close out the day. Thanks so much, and I'll see you down here tomorrow.
Okay, mate. Good one, Steve.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Starting the day with freshness, giving us the energy to paddle out and live life to the fullest. All natural and organic, a superfood bursting with flavour and taking you to your own piece of paradise. Sharing moments with friends, sharing them with Oakberry.
And welcome back to the action here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. It has been a fully packed day of competition, and we couldn't be more stoked to be seeing things underway here at Cabarita on the Tweed Coast. My name is Shannon Hughes, joining the booth by the 78 world champion, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Rabbit, it's always a pleasure to be able to spend time with you, and especially here in your home area.
Yeah, it's great, Shannon, and really enjoying this first day of action. Some awesome surfing, and you know, I think it's auguring well. The banks are good at Cabarita, and everyone's ripping, so I love it.
We've seen some conditions change throughout the day, but there's still plenty of rippable waves as that low tide has drained.
Yeah, it has. It's really drained off now, and they're surfing a completely different bank to what they surfed this morning. The wider section, you know, we're actually seeing Blake Necker on a run around here. This is the first time we've seen this for ages. They've been paddling back from way down the beach.
Yeah, that full switch up with the sand now exposed. So Nick Vasicek, Matty Job, Blake Nakia, and Gerard McCallum in the lineup. And this is going to be a great heat. Also shows we've already got a couple waves ridden. One for Blake Necka, and we've got one for Gerard as well. As we take a look at the replay here for first, so Blake gets that nice wrap on the first turn, goes in for that second one, and sets himself up nicely. Flares that tail just a little bit to throw something more dynamic. Now on the finish, puts in a solid punch, and then opts for the runaround.
Yeah, he was undecided, but he decided in the end to do the runaround and position himself well up the point. So, of course, the interesting part here is if you go right up the point, you paddle out, you get a bomb, these guys with priority can take the wave off you. That's the only downside of that.
That is such a downside. He's made some quick time, though. Coming off of surgery last year, this is he had to kind of take most of last year off of competition, and he's feeling really stoked to be back in a jersey specifically. Still been able to spend some time surfing over last year, but it's great to see Blake ready to give the QS that full run and hope for those spots into the Challenger Series this year, as he's really putting that focus into these 5,000s.
Yeah, he's going to give it a really good shot.
Live action now with Nick. Great speed and power coming through those first two maneuvers.
Yeah, he looked great on that wave. There's Matty Job.
He has been on fire this season and surfing like it now as well. Great wave opening up in front of him, really just laying it out on that last turn. And that's going to be this is going to be an exciting heat to see unfold, especially if we're getting waves like that and we've got that speed and power coming through from Matty and Nick.
Well, if you talk about that one heat off, one heat on, this one looks like it is on. Because we saw Blake starting out pretty good, but this wave for Matty Job, look at it. The speed. What a dynamic ride. Young burly surfer really putting a pedal to the metal, and loving he's used every centimetre of this wave and just finishes with a flurry. Love that ride. That's going to be a good score.
And what an exclamation point to put on with that last turn.
It really was. You know, it just went for a layback, snap. It was just a great little combination.
We got some scores filtering through as we see our surfer in green, Gerard, up and riding on his second wave. Powerful backhand attack on those first two turns. He's gotten stuck just a little bit, and he's going to try and keep that trim line and see if it's worth it on the end section. So far, not too much opening up for him, but he's showing the judges he's in control regardless. And he'll have that quick paddle back out. Scores to filter through for all of our competitors. The ones that really matter at the moment, it's going to come down to Blake or Maddie as to who gets the higher of the exchange. Blake Necka drops in a 4.17 for his opening ride. Small score to drop in behind that. Gerard with just a 2.17 is his high score. And now waiting for that exchange between Nick and Maddie. See who's going to get the better of it.
Yeah, I think Matty Jobs is going to be in the lead after that first exchange, but it's a good score for Blake. I mean, this heat is already a higher scoring heat than the previous one. In the fours, they were languishing in the threes for more than halfway through that last heat. It was only at the end that young Oakberry really started to get a couple of good scores on the board, and as we see now, here's Blake Necker again. So he's paddled out, he's done the run around. Here's his second wave.
Nice couple of turns to start things off with. Staying really sharp on the rail. And that wave's just standing up for him so beautifully down the point here at Cabarita. The little head nod, and he's going to go for the runaround again. So getting the laps in, getting those steps in today.
Wow, that's really surprised me. I thought the first time, yeah, okay. And the second one, I'll tell you what, it put him in a good position out there. And his timing was good because the other guys had already ridden waves, so he got out there, he moved into a nice priority situation. And that second wave, to me, was stronger than his first one.
Well, Matty Job has just dropped in a 7.17, the wave of the day so far, as we take another look at it, Rabbit.
Yeah, this wave is just so well put together. Just searing manoeuvres here at speed. And that board looks fantastic under his feet. And the way he finishes here is just, such an exclamation mark. Yeah, that's a good score, 717.
And now it's just put all that pressure and that question into the rest of the competitors. Blake sitting in second with that 417 as his high score. Nick Vasicek drops in a 3.60 for his first wave. He is now sitting with priority, and Maddie already having a look for another lap. Racing around that first section. Big foam climb to transition around. And he's going to stick with this one as it opens up for him. Little slide of the tail. Engages that rail and just wraps it around a little bit more. Those big cutbacks. And now taking it more vertical as he comes through to the inside sections. You'll put a solid backup score.
A great backup score, and what a well-timed one. Matty Job. Now he's paddling in. He's got a long paddle. He's got a long run around.
That's a long way.
But you know what? He's got the luxury of having two keepers on the scorecard already with 17 minutes remaining. There's Nick Vasicek. So Nick's looking to get into this heat now. A couple of guys have put some scores on.
Smooth surfing from Nick. Looking so comfortable on this right-hander. And gaining some speed as he comes through to this inside section. Well surfed. Putting a second score on the board. And waiting for the judges to deliberate last of Matty Job. As they would have just started thinking about Maddie's wave. Nick gets into his one, and it just seems like, as you mentioned, that last heat was slow. This one is all ready to go. And we've got some great scores coming through. Oscar Berry had a great performance in that last heat, making it through with the last couple of scores, advancing through into the lead. Oscar, how you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. Always good to get a progression. It was definitely not pretty, but got it done, and I guess that's all you got to do.
Yeah, one of those slower heats. How do you adjust the mindset while you're in there and keep yourself right in the mix?
To be honest, I don't know. Just try and find any wave that kind of has. I got kind of a 4 at the end of a super long run, like while I was paddling back out, and I was kind of rattled for a bit because I was kept getting 2s, and I don't even know, maybe had a low 3, but I kind of just identified a kind of smaller one that had that little double up, and just tagged it, reset.
Well, you had that great start off to your season with that quarterfinal finish at the Phillip Island Pro. What will it take for you to make it back into those finals day conversations here?
Big turns. You're going to have to surf pretty good. The judges are making us work for it, so always up for the challenge. So, yeah, just
big turns and maybe some airs later in the week when it goes northerly. But yeah, we'll see.
Absolutely love that call. Big turns and big airs. We can't wait to see more from you. Congratulations on a big win, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you. See ya.
Down to 15 minutes on the clock, and Oscar taking it out with a convincing lead in that last heat. Rabbit?
Yeah, it was a good effort. And as he said, he was sort of stuck in those 2 and 3 point range, and then he just got that little wide one that hit the bank properly, and then after that he built his momentum and finished with a real flurry of solid scores. But not the sort of scores at this heat. Now, Matty Job got a 4.10. Now, to go with that 7.17, that's a good backup score, really.
Yeah, this is a really good setup for Matty Job. Sitting with, even today to get above the 10-point range on the heat total is a tough ask.
It really is. And Blake Necker improved on that first effort. He got a 4.93. That could be a really good keeper. So he's been very active. Nick Vasicek, he's got a 4.03. Needs a 5.07.
Yeah, big requirements already with so much time on the clock as well. It's a little different than what we've seen from the other heats throughout today. And I like, we've heard it from a couple of the surfers now. I heard yourself and Stace having that conversation in the last heat around the judging. Just that the judges are definitely making that statement to make everyone work hard for it and push that level of performance, that level of progression, starting in the early rounds.
Yeah, it's all the way through. So they've made it clear that their intention is to keep the scoring. You've got to really do amazing surfing that will be the sort of prevalent surfing you'd see in the Challenger Series. And we saw Matty Job on that wave. He got well rewarded.
Oh, he got rewarded so well. And he had a cool start to his year with the single fin event at Burleigh Heads. He took out the win, and I know that's quite a prestigious event. A lot of the best surfers along the coast competing in it, and for Matty to walk away with a win would have been huge.
It's a much sought after title, and it's a hard one to win. And Burleigh was a bit funny that day. We just had a big swell, and the banks were all messed up. But Matty put it together really, really well in that final. Actually, it was. Quinn Bruce had won it the year before, and Quinn Bruce and Matty were fighting it out for the title, and Matty got it. It was a cool win.
That's so good. It's cool, too, for Quinn that he was back in that mix again, after his win the previous year.
That's right. He was right there. He nearly got back-to-back single fin wins.
That's so fun. I love riding single fins. It's pretty much the only thing I ride. And I just love that kind of transition between those high-performance surfers that are able to transition their surfing, that smooth style that you have to just kind of slow everything down, draw out all your lines on those single fins. And that sort of surfing, I feel like for Matty to be able to translate onto a board like that, which is so different from the equipment that he's on at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
It just makes his high-performance surfing look that much better.
No, it sure does. And he just goes between one and the other. And then there was a softboard event last weekend that Matty won as well.
Oh, look at that!
He won it for his Burleigh team. It was at Currumbin. It was an interclub softboard event, and it was a classic. And Matty Job he was the standout surfer for sure. Won it for Burleigh Heads.
That is so good. We'll give him the patch for the most versatile surfer in the draw this week.
He can win single fins, he can ride softies, and of course we just saw what he did then.
Yeah, it's going to be a great week to see how his performance continues to grow, being that surfer that's reached into that, better 7-point range. We already saw 1.7 on the scoreboard earlier on today, and it's a very tough ask, as has been reflected in the score line throughout the entire opening rounds here for day one of the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. 11 minutes on the clock. Matty Job's currently sitting in the lead with a solid heat total. Blake Necker sitting in second, chasing that 6.35 to take the advancing position. Nick Vasicek, family tuning in, I'm sure, or down here with him. His partner and his daughter, probably on the beach somewhere. He's chasing that 5.07 to get that advancing position. And Gerard McCallum sitting in fourth with priority with a big ask of a 6.40 for that advancing position. And he's another one of those competitors that has been around the block, competed for a long time. It's great to see him back in the mix and pouring some time into the jersey. We had that little flurry of action at the start of this heat, Rabbit, and now it just seems like it's going to take that better wave selection to be able to match what we've seen thrown out in that 7-point range, of course. But even to get above those, you know, outside those 4s, it's going to be a big ask without the right wave.
Well, it really will be, and I think Blake Necker's played a really smart. Even though Matty's out there, he's got that 717 for that scintillating ride. I thought Blake's played a really smart game. He came out of the gates early, did the run around, he got a 4.93 on his second effort. That's put him pretty solidly in the second place. Nick Vasicek, you know, a 5.07 well within his reach, but still, we know that 5s are hard fought for today. You've got to get a pretty good ride and, you know, connect it all the way through to even get a 5.
Nick sitting patient there, just waiting for that next one to come through, having a look back at the beach, checking his markings. And you can still see, even with that froth that's kind of on the surface of the rod right now, it's that showing that there is still a lot of turbulence, a lot of water that's rushing around from the top of the point.
Yeah, it is. There's still a lot of water moving out there. A couple of heats ago, it's when the guys get really wide, you know, right down 200, 300 metres down the beach, that the paddle back from there is fierce. Right in front of the judges, it's sort of okay. You can kind of manage. It looks like it's backed off a little bit, and that's just basically because we haven't had a big set in a while. But after the big sets come through, the sweep comes on with it. So we've got a heat coming up next. Brett Bircher. First of all, we'll see
Gerard McCallum on his backhand, looking for that open face. Nice carve. And just setting things up, waiting for that critical section. Working his way through those flatter sections. Smooth surfing coming through from Gerard. He does have a big requirement in front of him.
Gee, he worked hard on that wave. He didn't really get that big vertical top to bottom connection, but he certainly did not a shortage. The volume of manoeuvres was there, that's for sure. So next heat we've got Brett Bircher, Zane Assing, Matt Boyle and Samson Coulter. We saw Samson earlier today.
Yeah, he put on a great performance to make it through into the round of 96. And a couple of surfers there with more competitive experience on the qualifying series, and then a couple of young ones in Matt and Zane coming through those junior events and putting together some solid junior careers. As we see Nick nice and smooth on his backhand, keeping that momentum and transition, and now starting to go to town. Nice and 12 o'clock, goes even more vertical on that second turn and makes it look so easy.
Yeah, so well, we talked about that 5.07. Now if he betters a 4.03, it'll bring down the requirement, or else he could get the 5.07 in one go. I mean, it was a good ride. It was right up there. Was it better than Blake Necker's 4.93? That's the question. But he certainly, the wave, it looked like it had a bit of body to it, showed a bit of promise, and I liked the way he finished it. 2 big turns at the end.
Yeah, I also really liked that wave. It just seemed to have, even though it was a slow pace, his fluidity through it was really evident. And to be able to get that solid finish on the end section. So waiting for the judges now as they deliberate. Let's take another look at it, Rabbit.
Yeah, he starts out pretty good here. See, this first manoeuvre, that's a nice setup. Now this wave, it gets a little bit sleepy. I nearly thought he was going to flick out then. Yeah. And then it comes onto that inside bank. So that's that first manoeuvre. The second one, this is the money one. Bang, 12 o'clock. And interesting to see what he gets for that 4.63.
So just shy of that score, that 4.93 of Blake, as you said.
But what I was pointing at before, if he could lower the requirement on that wave, which I felt that's about what he was going to do, and he did, it's a 4.63. So now he only needs a 4.48. So that did make the equation a bit smaller, a bit more gettable for Nick.
Yeah, that puts him right back in the conversation. It's lower than the score that he just got. So he knows he's capable of that with a wave that had that dead section in the middle. Not too much of a critical dynamic maneuver on that first turn. Really only able to get the scores on the second 2 turns.
That's right. And Gerard McCallum, you know, we said he worked really hard for that wave. And he only got a 3.27. He never really got that critical maneuver. He didn't get a Nick Vasicek style finish on that one. And we see Blake Necker paddling. He paddled north out of the area. There has been those big wider ones coming, but it's very sleepy at the moment, the ocean. You know, you wouldn't even think there's a swell on. Like 2 or 3 heats ago, there was like 5-6 foot sets coming through.
Absolutely. Down to 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We did have a good start out to the heat with Matty Job opening up on that 717. Just an incredible performance and setting the bar for what we've seen on opening day of competition. And then we saw this one from our surfer in white, Blake Necka. He's doing well to keep himself in the mix here, Rabbit.
Yeah, he's well in the mix. Yeah, that was a good ride. Yeah, he was stoked with that one. And Nick, this is his best effort, 4.63. I think if he just got a little bit of a stronger start, he might have got the 5. But I like this finish. This is where all the points were, right here. 4.63.
Great finishing section. So scores now, Nick chasing that 4.48, Gerard chasing that 5.83.
And interesting here, we've got Blake sitting out there with priority. Now with Matty Jobs with the 717, they kind of know they're surfing for second place. So Blake sitting out there, Nick Vasicek coming up, and look how close they are. Blake paddled wide, and now he's paddling back with Nick. I'm wondering if that wasn't a planned move, that he would, knowing that Nick would get a wave, hoping he didn't get a score above him, and then use his priority that, well, basically the next good one that comes through, he's got the right to.
Yeah, that's really smart surfing from Blake. Putting himself right on top of Nick.
Yeah, because there was nothing he could do about Nick using his priority. So, you know, that wasn't even in his control, but this one is.
Yeah, now he's
To a
sitting in
point.
that position.
To a point. Basically, you know, if there's a set with 3 or 4 waves in it, then that neutralises that advantage. But, you know, there's certainly better waves in the set. And it'll be up to Nick to see if he can rustle him into a bad one.
Be interesting to see, too, Matty Jobs sitting so far up the point from where the other 3 are at.
Yeah.
If he'll be able to find something that he's just able to surf and have some fun on again. Unleash on a better score without necessarily needing it or having to force anything.
Oh, it's a luxurious position to be in.
It's a position every surfer wants to be in with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's dominating the heat.
It's exciting to see Matty Job finding some rhythm, too. Being able to, you know, put together some good heats. He's had those flares and those moments throughout his career. He got a 10-point ride, I believe, last year in competition on the qualifying series, and he's had some of those really outstanding moments, but he just hasn't been able to find a lot of that rhythm in the rounds where it really matters. And so it'll be interesting to see how he goes this year, if he's able to kind of keep this steam rolling.
Yeah, it really will. I think he will. I mean, I think he's in a good vein of form.
Especially coming off of the variety of competitions he's been able to win lately.
That's right. He's got a lot of versatility.
So fun. It'd be so great to see him get a win out here at Cabarita, get 5,000 points to his name, and be in that conversation heading to the Challenger Series. Down to the final minute, 15 seconds on the clock. It's gone so quiet. And Nick is definitely putting some space between himself and Blake. But there may not be any waves to offer him. Coming down to the final 60 seconds. We've got a big day of a big week of surfing ahead of us. Of course, we've got the women that we might be able to see surf tomorrow. Not sure what the call is going to be. We've got some great names in the mix as we see our surfer in green just ducks out in the corner. And small sized wave.
Yeah, I won't go into any more. He if anything, the surfer in green there, you know, Gerard, he needs something big. He needs a big set. Because you can just tell he's got that rangy sort of style. He needs an open face. As we see Matty just putting this one away with 16 seconds left.
It's that freedom we were talking about. He knew he didn't need to do anything. He could just surf, enjoy it, and that sort of performance. It's exactly why he's taken such a solid lead.
Yeah, great rhythm. And here's Blake. And Blake's going to secure second place there because he used his priority over Nick Vasicek.
Smart decision. Great heat strategy from Blake, and just an excellent performance on the books for Matty Job. Waiting for scores to come through for the last ones. Blake doesn't factor into his top 2 waves, but he has advanced through in that second place position. And scores to come through for Matty Job, but has that 717 on the scoreboard. What a great performance. We've got more action to come. It's a 687 for last Matty Job. Takes it through with by far the highest heat total of the event so far, 14.04. He'll be feeling great heading into day 2. More to come right after this.
Through my internship at the WSL, plus the personalised experiences and support I have access to at Bond, I know I'm well on the way to becoming the entrepreneur I want to be.
And it's the final 2 heats of the day for the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro day number 1. Nearly complete. Heat number 13 out in the lineup. We'll get through heat number 14 and off to a quick start. Zane Asink just linking it together on his backhand approach, looking really sharp and putting together that first wave. We've also got a score to come through from Matt Boyle to kick it off. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by True Starling. And True, it's so fun to be able to call the last couple heats of the day with you.
I know. I was really excited for the last few heats. I haven't been in the booth with you for a while, so I was like, oh, I'm really excited.
It has been a while. We've had so many of these runs over the years where we've both been just, you know, grinding through the QS. I mean, you're competing on the QS and commentating. I'm so impressed that your brain is able to function between the 2 roles and know that you've got heats to strategize for, but you're also in here calling the action, and it's so much fun. And it's been strange not to be sitting in the booth with you this year because I just haven't had the time.
Yeah, I know. Well, you've been off everywhere, Portugal and everywhere else, so I've been listening to you. I'm very jealous, so it's good to be here with you.
Yeah, it's been such a fun run of just events this season. There's been so much on offer as we've got scores that have come through for first of Zane Asink with a 4-point ride.
Yeah, well, Zane locking in a 4, and it looks like Samson Coulter up and riding on his first wave. So Samson is from Queenscliff or North Stain, I can't remember. Bite my tongue if it's one or the other. We can't get those confused. So Samson up and riding on this one. I feel like the key thing for today is a quick early start. I've been chatting with Stace about it a lot. And this is Brett Bircher as well. He's a bit of an older competitor, so he's got a bit more experience as opposed to Zane, Matt and Samson. So we'll see if he can put that into play for this heat.
Oh, fantastic. Some scores to come through from that opening exchange, and the difference between North Stain and Queenscliff, that's Manly Beach, right?
Yes, but there's a big pipe that separates the 2, and you can't say one's from one and they're actually from the other because there's a big... They're like enemies, even though it's like pretty much the same beach.
It's like completely the same beach. I love that as we see the replay there from first of Samson. That was a great way for him to start the heat, so waiting for that score to come through as we see him just put in all the effort to finish off on the inside section. And I love that it's literally just that pipe in the sand that divides it, where it's really like one side of the rock or the other side of the rock.
Pretty much. So here's the replay of Brett Bircher. Just a quick carve. Floats it for a second turn. And this wave actually had way more on offer than what I thought. Beautiful turn right in the pocket And here he goes. This is up for a finish. So a good start for the surfer in red. I think, didn't get to see Zane's 4-point ride, but I think that'll go up there in that 4-point range.
So scores to come through. Still waiting from that last exchange between Brett and Samson. And Zane opening it up with a solid start with that 4.0. Surfers coming from all over the coast in this heat. Of course, Brett coming from down the south coast near Mollymook area and working his way up. So we've got a couple of guys down Sydney and south. And it's great to see just the way that this entire regional QS has given you all such a variety of waves to be able to surf in and to be able to, it's almost like everyone gets a chance to compete at home.
Yeah.
And then you're on the road for the rest of the events.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so good. And I think being able to travel and see all the same familiar faces at each one, it's pretty amazing. And Zane Asink, he's a younger competitor. He's from up in Noosa, from memory, up around that Noosa way. So, yeah, he's such a frothing grom. He's always out in the surf and catching waves. And he just before was watching Blake Necker's heat and was like asking, what did Blake get for that one? Because I just want to know so I can see what I have to do to get that. So he's so interested and takes in all of the knowledge. Yeah, so it's cool to see him get through a couple of heats.
Oh, that's so good to hear too, and especially for those young competitors who are just starting to put the pieces together and of the puzzle of competitive surfing.
Yeah.
And especially when, you know, the scale's just, it's sitting so low at the moment. To be able to get those, or I guess it's sitting high, whichever way you look at it, but it's difficult to get those better scores, and so for him to just sort of start mapping things out and to be learning that at a young age is really exciting, and especially if he's coming from that Noosa area. I mean, the low tide conditions out here, I'm just absolutely frothing looking at it, thinking of that little right-hand point 5 that it has going on. There's not every wave has that good steep critical section, so some of it's a bit soft and slopey and slow for the guys. But for someone like Zane surfing the little right points up at Noosa, this would be feeling like home for him.
Yeah, pretty much. And his backhand is pretty lethal as well. So I know that he's pretty keen to get some good sections underway. And there's definitely waves out there that do offer turns of consequence as well. So we've got a whole variety today. We spoke to Josh Stratton before, who won his heat. And he was saying that he's really enjoying the fact that the judges' scale is quite critical and quite harsh, and he's saying I think it's good because we can't just do 2 turns and get an 8. We actually have to really work for it. So it's great to see the competitors taking a look at that and seeing it in a positive light as well, because the judges are in a sense prepping us for the scoring that the Challenger Series is going to have. Stace was talking to Ty Connigan about it, and he just was filling me in, and he said, you know, Ty is being critical because he knows that in the Challenger Series that's not going to be an 8, it will be a 5. So he's trying to keep that scoring level across all the QSs as well, which they've been really consistent with.
Yeah, that's really exciting to hear. It's great, you know, for me jumping into my first QS of the season now and kind of seeing this unfold. It's been a bit of a morning of like, okay, what can we expect for the rest of the week? But to know that that has been consistent and that you guys have all been prepped that way. I love that Ty, head judge for this week, we just saw that view of the judges booth up there with the tents and everything set up on the bluff here. Such a good setup for them as well. I mean, what a beautiful place to be able to spend the week and a beautiful bluff to sit on top of. But you guys are all being prepped for a great year of competitive surfing ahead against, you know, an international field, as we see Zane with a solid 2-turn combination on his backhand approach and little foam climb to just show some control on the finish. How has it made, you know, have you, I guess, because you're a competitor and you've had some great history out here at Tweed in the past, how has that made you kind of consider competition this year? Have you adjusted much of your approach or the way that you've trained or the way you've thought about heat surfing and that sort of thing, knowing the scale's changed?
Yeah, I think training definitely hasn't really changed much. I'm still going to the gym and surfing as much as I can. But I think just looking at it from a different point of view, going, you know what, if I can get a 5, that's a hard score to get today. And getting that, it gives you just a bit more confidence. And knowing the feeling of how you get to that 5 as well is something that's really important to keep a hold of, going, okay, 2 turns or 3 turns or whatever that is to get that 5. If you can do that again, you'll lock in another 5 and potentially be on your way to the lead. I guess I've been working on a heat score total of over 11. If you can get over 11 points, and that'll bank you up until about the quarters, and then you have to ramp it up a gear. And then semis and finals, they have to go up an extra 2 gears again. So, yeah, just pacing yourself throughout the heats and figuring out what the judges are doing as well. Watching heats previous to you is really important too.
Yeah, that's such good insight as well. I mean, even just to that, the mental side of being a competitor and knowing, you know, when to push yourself a little bit harder and kind of have that little extra fire that you need. And then when to feel, okay, I'm actually doing good. I need some confidence here, and just to have that self-belief and to know that for right now, to get a 5 is a really good score on the score line. And that's not something to be down about. It's actually something to look on with a really positive light.
Yeah, definitely. And especially on days like today, I mean, it's tricky out there. It doesn't look it, but there's so much water moving. There's heaps of waves coming through, but it's hard to identify which ones are the best ones. So, especially today, locking in a 5 and above, it's a feather in the cap. It's a really good thing. So we saw Taj Stokes, he dropped to 7. Josh Stratton dropped to 6.67. Someone else, Dane Henry, the Grom, dropped to 6.17. And Maddie Job in that last heat, a 7.17. So there's scores that are dropping above that. But you've just got to be perfectly in time, really in rhythm out there today to drop those big scores.
Well, talking scores, current heat in the water, 15 minutes on the clock. Zane, the Grom, currently sitting in the lead with a 4 and a backup score of a 3.63. Brett Bircher in that 5-point range, 5 on the dot, and now up and riding again for his second scoring ride. Goes huge on that front-hand gouge and just goes down on the finish. So he's already sitting with a 5 on the scoreboard. Samson Couture sitting with a 3.77, and Matt Boyle with just that 2.5. As we got a little flurry of action here. Coming down the point again. Matt up and riding. Nice snap on his forehand to start things off with. Goes in for a big second one. Goes for the layback and just loses control.
Yeah, that's a high-risk, low-reward maneuver, and there you have it. I think it looks as though his leg is broken. So Matt Boyle, unfortunately, went for that big turn and didn't pay off, and it's really going to hinder him throughout the rest of this heat.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. High risk. Very high risk. He also just snapped his leash, unfortunately. Low reward. We'll see how that score falls through, and as we wait for those to come through. Maddie Job, you just had the heat of the day. Shannon Hughes in the booth here alongside True Starling. We're so stoked to see you walk away with those couple of big scores. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Amazing. Talk to us about it, being out there and just being able to find that rhythm. You just seemed like your mind was in the right setup. You knew what you were looking for and you waited for it.
Yeah, we came down early and just sussed the conditions. I've surfed Cabra a lot and kind of know sort of what sort of waves I'm looking for. We just decided to sit a little bit further up. It just looked like as that tide was coming in, it'd just be a little bit steeper up there compared to down the end. And yeah, lucked into a couple of little double ups.
Oh, so good. And you've had a pretty good run of events this season in a variety of competitions. You took out the single fin win at Burley. You took out a soft top win, I heard, just the other day. What would it take for you now to get a win on the high performance board?
Probably just, you got to surf pretty good these days. The judges are definitely demanding that you rip the crap out of it to get into that good range. So I guess just get the good waves and open up on your surfing.
And you having more fun now being able to surf just a different variety and kind of paddle out on any free surf on any kind of board?
Oh yeah, working with the Orion softboards and stuff, we've just been able to experiment with like alternative shapes and work with a load of different shapers, and yeah, it's pretty interesting what we got coming.
Well, it's definitely looking good in your surfing. Keep up the good work, and we can't wait to see how you go in the rest of this event.
Thank you. Can I throw a quick shout out?
Oh, please do.
Just a shout out to my family and friends at home, Shane for, I guess, the tips and stuff, and Darren for bringing me down, Gabby for all his advice. Yeah, the support helps a lot. Thank you.
Thanks so much. It's great to see you with a solid team behind you, Maddie, and we're just so stoked to see some great performances.
Thank you. Cheers.
Best of luck. So good. He's got it all going on.
Yeah, he does. I love that he's so willing to try alternative things. And someone else who is Samson Cook, the up and riding, he's found a inside connection on this one, so he's going to try and get the finish, and you'd want to hope he does. So a lot of work, and it's great that he was able to complete that ride. We've seen so many people today get to that inside section and fall, and that's a 0.5 difference, maybe even progression difference with those heats as well.
Yeah, it's really good insight as we've got the guys heading out for the final heat of the day. That'll be heat number 14, Kobe Clemens, Bodie Williams, Arch Whiteman, and Will Harbison. Arch there taking a run up the beach. And some scores have filtered through. So current situation, Zane's still in the lead. Brett's backup score just a 2.0 at the moment, true, nothing too exciting. Matt Boyle still sitting in those 2-point range for his 2 scores. And then we'll take another look at this one from Samson.
Yeah, Samson tags that first section, gets a fins free. So bringing this one all the way back around. I love how he holds his rail there just to let the wave kind of help him do the work. And this is where he's kind of eyeing off this inside section here. So Samson brings it around again, beautiful carve. And just this one staying nice and close to the pocket so he doesn't get too far ahead of it and isn't hunting too far down the line. And that's the finish there. So really important ride for Samson Coulter. I think that one locked in at 3.73. So a lot of work for a 3.73.
A lot of work. That's definitely a point that Rabbit's been making throughout the day. Is that, you know, for some of those scores, if the wave's not going to offer it, they're really just going to have to put everything they have out there and hope that it's enough. And for right now, it's enough to put Samson into that advancing position.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Brett Bircher is just nipping at his heels. He only needs a 2.5. So if I was Brett, I'd be going, okay, I'm just going to try and find another wave that is going to offer me a 5. He's sitting in second priority. So he's in a good position right now. Zane Asink has first priority. I think if I was Zane, I'd probably be going to the left of him a little bit more just to try and like stop him from getting any good waves coming through. I know that we've seen a lot of people kind of sticking on the inside with priority and they're just letting people get waves under him. So I think it's really important if he's able to kind of go on the outside and Zane can pick up a good one off Brett Bircher. And that looks like Matt Boyle's caddy. Seems as though his leggy did snap. So the caddy is bringing the board in. Hopefully he's had a board change, a leggy swap, made sure everything's all good so that that's not going to happen again. So that's a tricky start for Matt Boyle. I mean, he only has a 2.63 and a 2.5. He's looking for a 4.87 to get through this one. I mean, it's a big score, but he's willing to do some big surfing, as we saw on that last wave of his, unfortunately falling on that layback, which was high risk. And we've seen so many people fall on laybacks and not get big scores today, and almost any other event as well, unless it's a crazy turn.
It's really got to be in those good sections too, huh? Like an unbelievable section and then really just throw in the layback and then the judges love it.
Yeah, for sure.
But if it's those softer sections, it's not quite going to equal up.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that they love the variety, but sometimes if it's all constantly the same thing, that's where the scores kind of start to get a little bit squashed. And I think that this heat, except for Brett Bircher's 5-point ride, everyone's been doing similar things, which is why there isn't a big difference in between the scores. But there's still 8 minutes to go, and I feel like there's going to be plenty of opportunity for Zane and Brett to get some better scores in their line, and, you know, just show the best surfing that they have.
Still plenty of opportunity, just under 8 minutes on the clock. Zane Asink has had a pretty good season so far. Got some time in Hawaii over the winter and was just able to find some really solid waves. And I'm sure it's exciting for you, True, or maybe just gives you FOMO and that travel bug as well, to see a lot of these young competitors. We've also got Kobe, who's coming up in the next heat, another young competitor who are getting to spend time in Hawaii and to really just test themselves in the proving grounds of surfing at a young age, and it's then they're able to bring that experience back into competition here in Australia.
Yeah, it's definitely major FOMO. I've never been to Hawaii before, so I'm definitely stinging to get over there. And I think Kobe, who's, as you said, coming up in the next heat, he has been in absolute form throughout these whole events. He's also doing the Pro Juniors as well, so he's doubling up in the heats, which I think is a great thing. The more time in the Rashi, the more lessons that you learn, and the more experience you have as well. I spoke to Molly Picklum, who is doing, she's obviously on the CT.
She is definitely doubling up on everything.
Yeah, she did the 3-star and the Pro Junior last week at Avoca, and I was like, why are you doing all of this? And she goes, more time in the Rashi, more lessons that I learn. And she said her biggest lesson was to be relaxed. So I was like, okay, well, you know, it's interesting how, you know, at such a young age, qualifying for the CT, you think that you know everything, and then the more time you spend in the Rashie, you realise that you've only just started to understand it all.
There's just so much to pick apart when it comes to heat surfing, and I love that Molly has the energy. She's so young, only 19 years old. I mean, she's got all the froth and the excitement to be on the championship tour.
She definitely does.
As well as to make the finals for the main event at Avoca, and then to win the Pro Junior. Just incredible. As we see Zane up and riding again, that young energy coming through in him as well. Great, smooth, stylish surfing, smooth transitions between each of those maneuvers so far. Going a little bit more vertical as he finds the pocket, and he's now looking for that ending exclamation point. He'll ride out clean. And will it improve on his scoreline so far?
I think it probably will, and I would love to see the replay because I have a feeling that might have been a little bit of a claim there from Zane the Sink. I think he really liked the feeling of that wave. So Zane, here's the replay of this last wave. Carving around to start this first one. The wave didn't really have much on offer to start, but then this is where it starts to steepen up. Hits it again and puts it up there vertically for another one. Zane just making the most of every single section that he's got. Brings it around for another carve. Puts it up there for a finish. I think that was a claim, but then he tried to make it not be a claim. I'm not too sure. I'd love to ask him.
Well, it's his highest score of the heat so far, 4.80. Deserves a little claim.
Lots of turns, definitely a leg burner on that one. Maybe that was just a tap of the legs, feeling a bit of a leg burner. I know that there's a couple out there today.
Definitely. So Zane sitting in the lead with that 4.8 now has improved as his highest score. The question mark to me is sitting around Brett Bircher. With priority, he's had that priority next to his name for a while. He's had that 5 on the scoreboard as his opening ride, backed it up with only a 2.0 and has not taken off on a third wave so far, True. He doesn't have a big ask in front of him with just that 2.5. If you were sitting in the heat, you know, maybe where his mindset is at the moment, coming down to the final 4 minutes?
Yeah, I think he'd probably be feeling pretty good. He's already got a 5. He only needs a 2.5, so that's probably one of the smaller requirements that are needed today. He's sitting in first priority, so he has everything going for him at the moment. There's just under 4 minutes to go, so there's heaps of time for him to catch another wave. I think the thing that he really needs to try and focus on is probably to make sure that he doesn't get that within the final minute. If he does, then that's just more and more pressure. You know, taking off on a wave and hearing there's 10 seconds to go is the worst thing ever, especially needing a 2.5. So we've seen people lose heats needing 3s today. So he just needs to be patient, wait for one that comes through, and really make the most of what there is on offer. If I was him, I probably would have tried to catch another wave early on just to get himself up into second and have everyone else chasing the score rather than him chasing that score. I think it's really tricky for that to happen. And it doesn't leave you in a good position if you're needing a score. You'd rather be wanting everyone else to chase it.
Definitely, huh? It is
well,
a
you'd
small
actually rather
requirement,
be in the
but
lead, but
you'd definitely rather be just smashing it away the way we saw Mighty Job in that last heat, just freed up on his final wave. He didn't require anything at all. He was already in such a commanding lead, and then he got another one of the highest scores of the day. As we see a little flick around from the tail, Sam going big, throwing a little bit of progression into the mix here at Cabarita, down to 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. In and out for Zane as well. We're not sure what happened at the start of that wave, True. If he's, you know, had anything that was in that conversation.
I see this is where Brett Bircham, this might be his downfall. He's letting the other surfers catch waves under his priority, which, you know, especially if it's Samson, you do not want that to happen. You don't want him to better that. So he has the score to lock in. I don't know where the judges are going to go with it. I don't know if they'll like it or if they'll kind of deem it in that 3-point range. It's been really hard to pick today. So I'm so glad that I'm not a judge right now.
You and me both. And it's an interesting position now because judges are taking their time. That was a cool looking turn from Samson. You know, he definitely threw something different out there than what we've been seeing. He just had that opportunity for the single maneuver, really. So he went for something different. And the judges are taking their time with it now. Talk me through this one.
Yeah, so here's a replay. He just lines it up nicely, gets his fins fully free. I almost rode him off there. I thought he wasn't going to ride out, but that core strength gets him straight back up. It's something different, and I think the judges haven't seen a turn like that today, a single turn anyway. We've got a few numbers locking in. 3.97, so it has bettered his position, so Brett Bircher now needs a 2.74. I mean, it wasn't a mistake from Samson there.
Nah, that was a great move from Samson. I mean, he had to bring something different on the single maneuver. You know, gets nearly a 4 for just that one turn. If he'd been able to link that up with something else, it would be putting a lot of pressure onto Brett now. Down to 45 seconds on the clock, and the ask, a 2.74 to see if the surf journalist from the south coast, the far south coast of Sydney, Brett Bircher, will be able to find a wave.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. You don't want to be waiting for a wave within the final minute and hearing there's 10 seconds to go and you're just getting up. It's the worst feeling in the world, especially needing a 2.74. So here's a stress.
Here's the opportunity. Late takeoff. Goes for one big turn. Looks smooth, you know, kind of saving himself there, but now down onto his stomach and back up to his feet again. True.
He kind of lost that heat for himself, I think.
That was kind of the end of it.
Yeah. So I think that he had 3 minutes to go and was looking for a score. I don't think the judges are going to give it a 2.74, unfortunately.
Heartbreak finish. We'll see judges now dropping scores. He was chasing a 2.74. We'll find out after this. Final heat of the day, heat number 14, hitting the lineup for the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Starting the day with freshness, giving us the energy to paddle out and live life to the fullest. All natural and organic, a superfood bursting with flavor and taking you to your own piece of paradise. Sharing moments with friends, sharing them with Oakberry.
And we're into it, the final heat of the day and official results of that last one. Zane Asick and Samson Couture into the next heat. Brett Bircher not getting the requirement on that final wave to take the advancing position. And now hitting the lineup, heat number 14 for the round of 96, Kobe Clemens, Bodie Williams, Arch Whiteman, and Will Harbison in the water. Will already surfed that heat earlier today. True Starling in the booth alongside Shannon Hughes to call to action for the final heat of the day. And our other three surfers fresh in the lineup for the very final heat of the afternoon as we take a look at live action here. Kobe Clemens opening up on a solid size set. Good section to start things off with. Big foam climb, and he'll fall out the back.
Yeah, he almost didn't really need to do that. I feel like a lot of people are rushing the waves today, and Cabba is not a wave that you want to rush. You kind of just want to be patient with that section. You still want to look lively and energetic, especially in your turns, and have an aggressive approach. But those foam climbs have been the downfall for a lot of the surfers there today, and I think that was almost a mistake for Kobe. He almost could have just waited, then done a big turn if the section was going to offer that for him.
One of the younger competitors in the lineup, and he's now just heading right back out underneath everyone else. Priority not established at the start of the heats, of course, and he's now sitting with that fourth priority next to his name, True, as we wait for the rest of the surfers in the lineup to get their opening rides.
Yeah, and I feel like he was sitting in a good position. He's the heat winner, Zane. Looking super happy that he's taken that one out. So the young Grom is pretty stoked to be moving on through the next round. I think that, you know, where Kobe's sitting, he's sitting a little bit wider than everyone else, as you can see on screen here. So I think he's in a good position, because if people miss a good wave, then he can kind of tap into that and lock in a good score under their priority. But Bodie Williams, Arch Whiteman, and Will Harbison. Will's already surfed today, so maybe he's got the upper hand.
Nice big extension for that first turn out of Bodie. Goes in for the second one, throws a lot of spray. Finds a little bit more vertical attack on those second 2 turns. And that foam climb to finish. Willie right out of it. That'll be a complete wave. And a solid start. Looked really smooth.
Yeah, good start for Bodie. It's probably the start that you're wanting to anyway, to build on. Start your foundations and then work up from there. So scores to lock in for Bodie. Bodie is also another one doing the juniors as well as Kobe and Arch. So 3 of the surfers in this heat are doing the juniors. I'm not too sure about Will, and here he is up and riding.
Will's a little bit older. He'll be a few years out of those junior events. And showing some experience now. Nice smooth surfing. Continuing with this wave and now looking for that inside section to double up. He's finding a little bit of speed and just does a little bit of a rotation around.
Yeah,
Interesting way to finish off that wave.
Yeah, I probably would have just, if I was Will, just put it up there and come down to complete that first ride. But he's wanting to have a bit of fun with it out there. Maybe that's his approach for this heat and potentially even the last heat, just to have a bit of fun, see what he can do. He did so many turns on that wave, it was hard to keep count. So he looks really energized and excited to be out there, which I would be too with 3 other people. It looks so fun. Can't wait to get my weddy on after this. And here's a replay of Kobe Clements. Great carve snap to start this one off, and that's a foam climb there, but he rides out of that one, brings it around again, and Kobe looking for this finish connection. Unfortunately, something we don't see too often from Kobe Clements, falling off. So that's an unusual sight to see, but I'm sure he'll regather everything, bring it all back in and start again. So first of blue, a 4.17. Good start for Bodie Williams.
Well, what a way to start things off. 20 minutes on the clock, final heat of the day, and we saw Zane Asink take out the lead. Looking really stoked, Zane, when you were coming up the beach. Shannon Hughes here and True Starling in the booth. We're stoked to see you walk away with a big win in the QS 5000. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm really stoked to get the ball rolling in my first heat, and it's pretty tough out there. Big paddle, but yeah, I was really happy to just get a couple waves. Yeah, it was pretty sick though, just to be out there again competing. It's fun.
And you were looking really comfortable on those right-handers?
Yeah, I've just been trying to work on my backhand a fair bit and just get it fine-tuned, and yeah, I'm pretty stoked with how it's feeling. I wish I got a better set, but it's all right. I'm pretty happy to get through still.
And Zane, you've also been competing in the Pro Juniors as well as the QSs too.
Yeah.
How do you feel that heats, spending more time in the heats and spending more time in the Rashi has helped you coming into this event?
I think it has a lot. Like, I really like how these comps are set up to keep the ball rolling and stuff. Just keep it going, and yeah, I'm feeling really confident. And I'm happy to be surfing heats and going back to back, so you can just get a lot of opportunities. So I'm really happy.
We'll love hearing that. Keep the rhythm going. Is there anyone you'd like to say hi and thanks to?
My family, of course, and thank you, Dingo, for helping me a lot in Bud, and I really appreciate it, and yeah, appreciate all the help.
So good. We're so stoked for you. Keep the rhythm rolling. Hope you get some big sets in the next round.
Yeah, I hope so too. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Zane.
Cheers, thanks.
Great to hear that, and always that hunger, right, as surfers just wanting something a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely. We're greedy, that's for sure.
Slightly selfish sport, but also, I mean, in the midst of heats, you definitely want to walk away with those bigger scores, and a lot of time that really does rely on those waves with a little bit of better, bigger, harder sections.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I think Zane feeling as though he's got more to offer is probably a danger to everyone else. Here's Arch Whiteman's replay of that last wave. Puts that there for a quick float, trying to get around this section, which we can see that he does. Bring it around for a carve. So Arch is from Avalon on the northern beaches of New South Wales, just carving his way through on this one, trying to make the most of every section on his way, and then puts it up there for a good finish. So a score to lock in for Arch, which just locked in at a 3.7. So again, a lot of work for a small score, but that's the judges demanding more.
Oh, really, really good to see, just kind of finding that rhythm, getting things going. Heaps of time still left on the clock. Arch actually put up a post on his Instagram after an early knockout at Avoca, just saying, you know, how hard it is as a young surfer kind of coming into this space and starting to learn. You really have to put yourself out there. You're literally putting yourself out there to be judged. Like, that's what surfing is. It's a judged, subjective sport. And that he's learning even more than he is learning about his own surfing. He's learning about his mind and the way his, you know, his thought processes function and everything. And I just thought that was such a cool, honest way to approach things, and to let, you know, even for our audience that's listening in that maybe isn't as familiar with competitive surfing, maybe a surf fan, maybe they paddle out on a board on a weekend and catch lots of their own waves, but it's really a different thing to put a jersey on and to put yourself out there, and it's an art form for each of you, for each of us, to express ourselves on a wave. And when that's then being judged, it's a lot.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I think as well, this year with the scoring being a lot tighter than what it is, I think some people who are used to getting 6s in each heat and are now getting 4s are kind of going, well, I'm not doing anything different, so what's going on? And that's not a reflection on their surfing, that's just a reflection on what the judges are now expecting to see. They want to see bigger surfing, more risk, more critical sections, which I think is an exciting thing. I feel like it's going to progress the sport, especially in Australia, and it's going to create, I feel like, a more aggressive approach for a lot of the surfers as well.
That's a really exciting thing, but sort of scary, I think, for the rest of the world to consider, that Australian surfing is specifically focusing on growing that progression and being, you know, the very forefront of surfing worldwide, because as Australians, you have had such a dominant performance on the championship tour for forever. You know, the number of, I don't know off the top of my head how many men and women take up jerseys on the championship tour at the moment, but it's always a very consistent high number compared to a lot of other nations. And so that's really exciting to know that even within that conversation, Australian surfing is reevaluating themselves and then pushing the next generation, yourselves included within that to be carrying that baton for years to come as the very toughest to beat.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's exciting. I feel like any sport that wants a future will constantly be reevaluating and kind of just taking a step back, checking what's going on and seeing how they can better it. And it's really cool to see that this is where we are at the moment, especially in these QSs, and that was Arch. Oh, unfortunately goes down. Yeah, it's exciting to see and be a part of and kind of watch it unfold.
Yeah, so exciting. Such a good future of surfing coming out of Australia, especially from this region. Here at Cabarita, the Tweed Coast, obviously the Gold Coast just across the border. I mean, within this, you know, hour strip of coastline, there is some seriously good waves, and a lot of you that have moved here to be able to just focus on that and to get the best training and to have some really fun waves to push your limits in.
Yeah, I definitely think the Tweed Coast region has the best track record of producing talent. There's obviously talent all across Australia that are coming through. The Northern Beaches pushed through a lot of world titles back in the day as well. So it's really cool that there's heaps of different regions that are supporting the sport and supporting it grow. So yeah, it's awesome to be surfing in this time.
As we see Bodie Williams on his backhand just kind of mistimes that second section and has to kick out as well. He's sitting with that 4.17 on the scoreboard at the moment. So current situation, red in the lead, Kobe Clemens with a 4 and a 2.17. Surfer in white sitting in second, but there is a score to drop through for Bodie Williams. He's chasing just a 0.53 to change the situation, and there it is with a 1.5. Kobe now up and riding again, our current heat leader. Drives around that first section, finds some speed, and decides to kick out the back. Keep himself from getting too far down the point with that long paddle involved as well. Maybe get a higher priority. Well, our surfer in green is actually the one sitting in priority at the moment, Will. And Kobe got off to a great start this season. He had 3 back-to-back quarterfinal finishes in those first 3 QS 1000s of the year, which would have been his best career, you know, his best start to the season within his career so far.
Yeah, definitely. And he's still so young as well. I think 17, nearly 18 from memory. So he's still really young in his competing career. I think in this heat at the moment, he's maybe struggling to approach the waves. He's so used to surfing beach breaks where you can just go boom straight up and hit it, whereas you actually need a assess the wave before you can hit it. Almost come up high line, come down, and then go into a turn. If you rush it at the start too quickly, that's when you get left behind. And I think on that last wave, even though it was a closeout, he almost could have got one big turn, tried to better that 2.17, made it harder for Bodie to get into the lead. And I feel like that's the way that he should approach the waves, just taking it a little bit slower at the start and then getting into it after that first high line.
As we see Will on his forehand drifts that tail around again. He's going to hang on to it and maybe look for more that this wave has on offer, hoping for that double up section, and there it is right in front of him. Now just putting on that little stall, patiently waiting it, drives hard off the bottom into a great wrapping turn under the lip again. And gets a little more out of that wave than I was expecting him to at the start of it.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. So Will, I mean, almost replicates the turn that Samson did in this previous heat. So he's maybe even just tapping into that energy, trying to create a little bit more of a variety. So he's going to lock in a good score. He needs a 2.68 to go up into the lead, so I'm not sure where the judges are going to go. I think it will be the score to get himself up into second, and he'd be feeling pretty good right now. He looks like he's having heaps of fun. He's getting really good waves out there as well. So, I mean, it's a small scoring heat, and it's definitely still open. And here is the replay. Just gets his fins free, almost loses it, but that's that core strength again, allowing him to regroup, get back up, and then he just patiently, I thought he was going to go to the air.
Me
here.
too.
He was stalling, and then he was like, nope, I'm going to go for a big carve, and he gets a slide on that too, comes out and makes that. So he got a 2.83, and he's in second now, Shannon.
Okay, so judges giving him just enough to move him up into that advancing position. 10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And real small requirements still for Bodie Williams, just a 1.66. Arch now having a look at this one, chasing just over a 2. Driving off the bottom. Nice bottom to top turn combination to start it off. And even more solid on the second combo. Coming into this end section, it's where the important points are gathered. Rides out of it clean, puts together 4 solid turns.
And you can see that big smile. He's probably going, oh, there we go. I got a good one. I feel better now. So Arch, I think, is going to drop potentially one of the best waves of the heat. I never know with what's going to happen. So here's the replay. Brings it around for that first turn. Just a nice little carve, but then puts it up there for a vertical second and waits for this one to stand up and hits it right in the sweet spot. Throws heaps of spray and just projects out of that one. He doesn't need to do anything too crazy to get a good score. Just projects forward, rides out cleanly, and leaves no doubt in the judge's mind that that's going to be a score to lock in.
So scores come through for Arch Whitman. Surfer in white currently sitting in 4th position, chasing just a 2.13. He could definitely be locking himself into the conversation to take the lead off of that last wave. Kobe Clemens currently sitting with priority out the back. And Bodie Williams at the moment with just a 1.66 requirement to take the advancing position, but that has all changed as we've seen a 6.83 drop through for Arch Whitman. An exciting finish to that wave and a very well rewarded score. Moves him up into the lead true over Kobe Clemens.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to be the best wave of the heat. He just hit it in the perfect spots each time. He didn't rush it and finished it, which I think today a lot of people who maybe have had the opportunity to get into those big scores haven't been finishing. And here's a replay again, 6.83 last of white, carving that first turn, that vertical second turn, that's the money, and puts it up there again for a second, throws so much water and just projects out for that third. Nothing crazy, but enough to let the judges go, yep, that's a good score. No doubt in their mind that that's a 6.83, which today is a hard score.
A very difficult score. There's been very few waves that have come through above that 6-point range, and he's knocking close to the 7s there. Great surfing from the young Arch Whitman, and definitely rebuilding from that early loss at Avoca, and he'll be feeling pretty good and confident to be able to get a score like that on the board when so many of the bigger names in the draw today have struggled to get over a 4.0.
Yeah, well, we saw Ethan Ewing, who was in first heat of the day and then first heat around 2. Dane Henry actually got the better of him, so the Grom was able to connect a good wave and just get the better of the CT surfer. This is Bodie up and riding, just carving his way. He needs a 2. Great connection on that last turn. I don't know if that was frustration or happiness at the end. He was probably going, okay, I've got a 4.17, second best wave of the heat. I just really need to lock in another 4 to make it a little trickier for Kobe and Will to take that second spot.
Yeah, he opened up with that really solid start. That 4.17 definitely put him in a good position, but now it's been, you know, some of that experience of just finding the right backup score. Chasing that 2 to advance. 7 minutes on the clock for our final heat of the day. And it's going to be a big day of surfing tomorrow, True, as you mentioned that the women will be in the lineup.
Yeah, we'll be running the remaining 2 heats of this round, and then there'll be 16 heats of the women tomorrow, so it's almost like a full day of the ladies.
Exciting.
Which is great. And then they'll run, we'll be running also heats 1 to 4 of round 3 of the men too. So getting that underway, there's 16 heats of round 4 of the men, so plenty of men to get through. But it's going to be a good day for the women to show what we've got.
Oh, that's going to be so exciting. Coming up in the very first heat of the women's round, Macy Callahan. That is going to be a great one to kick off the morning tomorrow. After we finish off the men's round, Kobe Clemens was sitting in the lead for a long time, and he's now got to battle his way back. Nice rail work on those first 2 turns, and just beautiful engagement there. Throws that tail out, goes in for another dynamic turn. And he's chasing a small score, 3.57, to take the advancing spot over Bodie Williams. He could be looking at that with surfing like that as we take another look now at Bodie Williams. Sorry, current live action. So he's answering straight back, little flurry out in the lineup. This wave might double up for him too as it grows down the point and continues to offer him a good pocket to work with. So we take that front on look at the finishing section. And this is coming down to it on the final 5 minutes, True.
Yeah, it definitely is. Bodie just connecting really well in that last one. He's opting for a run around, which I think is a pretty good decision right now. I mean, it's not too far to be running around if you're kind of coming out in the cove. So score to lock in for Bodie. I like that wave. I just caught the end of it, so I think that there's going to be a decent score dropping in. He just locked in a 3.57 to get himself up into second, but another score for Bodie and Kobe to lock in.
What a way to finish the day. Love having these. There's been quite a few heats today, True, that at least that Rabbit and I have called, where it's really coming down to those final few minutes, and then there's that little flurry, and because the requirements are not that large across the board, we're seeing a lot of those situation changes kind of right towards the buzzer, and it's keeping all that pressure around. We've got some scores that have locked in, so Arch Whitman still in the lead with that 3.83. His last score doesn't factor into the top 2. Bodie Williams and Kobe Clemens still with scores to come. Bodie's previous wave, a 3.57, as we see Will way down the beach taking off on this one, and he's going to look for a little double up through to the inside. Small sized wave, patiently waiting for it. He's going to kick out knowing that's not going to factor into anything. And scores are filtering through now for last of Bodie Williams. It's enough to move through as his highest wave, not up into the lead, but it does increase the requirements. So a 4.37 for Bodie Williams secures his place in second for a moment, where Kobe Clemens is waiting for a score, and if it's more than a 4.54, he'll be in the advancing position.
Yeah, and it looks like Arch took his leggy off and is now having to pop it back on. It looks like he's got a knot in his leggy actually right now. That would do my head in. I'd have to take that off and undo that. Yeah, we've seen quite a few people actually take their leg ropes off to run this run around. I think if it was me, I'd probably just continue to hold it the whole way around. Otherwise, you got to put your board down, put your leggy back on, and then may even end up with a knot like Arch at the moment. So, yeah, I'm not too sure if that's the approach I would have, but the run around is long, and the less time that you can have to trip over, the better.
This is true. So scores in. Arch Whitman stays in the lead. Kobe Clemens gets the score he requires to advance. A 4.77 takes him into second. Bodie Williams down into third. now chasing a 4.41 to take the advancing position again. And all I can think about is the fear of tripping over the leash while you're running, though. I feel like that's the story of every tag team event, whether you're like Board Riders Battle or something.
Yeah.
And you're in the booth and you've got the sandbox and you can't leave it, so you've got your leash ready, and it's like someone's going to trip and fall on the run down to the water. Whether it's the leash or it's just tripping over your feet because you're so excited to get out there, but you waited for your teammate to tag you.
It's the worst thing ever, though, because I, like, pray that it's not going to be me if I'm in the team for a Board Riders Battle or if there's tag teams or whatever. But then I pray that it will be someone else because it's the best thing to
It's
watch.
so funny to watch.
Especially one of your friends. If you get it on film, you just never let it go.
Kobe Clemens up and riding on his forehand. Just comes unstuck on the finish. Nice little snap to start things off. That's not going to factor in. Priority now sitting with Will Harbison with 1:45 on the clock. He is chasing a big score of a 5.77. That's a decent-sized ask at the moment to take the advancing position.
So you'd be wondering now if you're Bodie Williams, he's doing a runaround. So was that the best call for him? He needs a 4.41.
90 seconds.
I mean, I don't...
To do the runaround.
Yeah. Or it's going to be really tight for him to get back out the back. He's giving it a go, but it looks like he's kind of half going, you know what, I don't think I'm going to get back out the back, but I don't want to give up just yet.
You can also see the hungry vultures ready to go.
Yeah, I'll be
prancing on the
one of
lineup. Out there as soon as we're done. Such fun conditions on offer throughout this afternoon. 1 minute to go. Bodie Williams with the paddle. You never know. He could make it out there. Get a little swing around on the inside. But this is the one that matters. Uses priority. Will takes off again way down the beach. What are your thoughts on his positioning in the lineup and just really hunting off down the line at Caba?
Yeah, I think that there's definitely opportunities wider. I just don't know if they're coming through right now. I feel like if I was Will and looking at one of the that last heat with Matty Job, I think it was one of the previous heats with Matty Job, he was saying that he identified the bank was a little bit further up. So I'd be going, okay, well, Matty's had a good heat, so has Zane. They've been sitting a bit further up the point. Maybe that's where I will be, but in all fairness, he has priority. So if he wanted to sit wider than everyone else, that's also a good decision as well.
Heat leader Arch Whitman ducks out as Kobe Clemens has priority over him, goes for a huge hit on his forehand and just closes the door on the heat. Bodie Williams without the ability to get out to backline again, catch a wave of consequence. A throwaway score for Arch Whitman coming through, but a solid performance with that 6.83. Scores not enough for Kobe Clemens. A 3.2 though for that single turn. Solid performance on the last wave of the day. And great to see two of the Groms advancing through into the round of 64. It has been a huge day of surfing, True Starling. It's been a pleasure to call the last couple of heats of action with you. And what a great way to just kick things off for the opening day of the Tweed Coast Pro.
Yeah, we've had an amazing day. There's been some great surfing coming down. And I feel like this whole day, each heat has changed. So that's an exciting thing as well. So we've seen heats change and surfing just start to get better and better.
Well, there's plenty on offer. We do know the swell is decreasing in size throughout this afternoon, but there's plenty still on offer throughout the week. We've got a big day of surfing. Tune in tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Australian Eastern Time. Eastern Time, daylight savings. So many words to throw in there, but tune in tomorrow morning. We'll be back bright and early. Women will be in the lineup after the men's round finishes off, and take a look at the highlights from today.